Chapter 1 Prologue 1 It's finally here, the man with the sword said in an echoing whisper. The Tower of Choice, the last floor. The band of five exclaimed together in response. Countless undefined emotions flowed through everyone's faces and reflected in their eyes. Passion, regret, sorrow, and joy mingled together in their countenance. Nate, put all the skulls in now. Please assist him. The man pulled everyone's attention to him each time he spoke. Most of the companions had known each other for a long time, united by a common goal. Since their first meeting, they hadn't aged a day. Their expectations appeared bound to my actions. A colossal door remained closed before us. It was said that the ordeal, which was prepared on the 100th floor of Choice, could only be undertaken behind that gilded door. Lady Angelica emerged from it, our eyes meeting for but a moment as I smiled slightly. Angelica, too, didn't age, having the appearance of a woman in her 20s. In all the passing years, not a single mark or tear marred her body. Both of her eyes were filled with splendor, as a slight shy red tinge adorned her cheeks. The moment is finally here, she said, walking towards me. I could still recall the first day we met, her walk and laugh were still the same. Past or present did not matter, she was still pure, still noble, and still beautiful. Thank you, Sung Yun, our guide. Thanks to you, I found my way here. Angelica placed both her hands on my shoulders and graced me with a soft kiss on my wrinkled forehead. No. Humanity would have met its destruction if not for your future foresight. My voice sounded shaky and anxious even to myself. Her advice had never resulted in failure. Hunters were presented with a seal on their bodies upon their awakening. Each seal possessed a unique skill. No hunter had been found to have more than one, and every awakened hunter had one. Angelica proclaimed her skill to humanity early on and had proved herself many times, foretelling the collapse of the most important SSS-rated dungeon. Without Angelica, humanity would have been driven to annihilation. Her achievements were what persuaded the elite hunters and leaders of the other nations, and it was her prophecy that foresaw the conquest of the 100 floors of the Tower of Choice. Start. With age, my voice had become shrill and annoying. As I approached, the door's surface reflected my face, that of a man in his 80s. Voom. There was no need to mobilize my weak mana. Partnered with Angelica's future foresight, mine was the only other X-rank skill known in the long line of hunters to date. The successor's I, rank, X, passive. Blue particles revolving around the lock appeared to my eyes. They looked like dots, joined together in a linear sequence and continuously flowing in a determined pattern. It wasn't easy to memorize, but I was able to understand and recall it with a simple glance completely. I knew it. Hibiki, the title holder of Tsushima, moved up. I frowned wearily and tried to ignore her. It's still damn complicated. She grumbled and raised her mana. I looked around, surrounded by bitter regret. As I witnessed the powerful storm generated by Hibiki's mana, I despaired at the state of my own frail mana. The mana inherent in me is what the hunters could recognize. It was common knowledge that mana in other people or objects cannot be felt. Yet, I was different. Any mana appeared somewhat translucent. But, I had to entrust offensive elements to a hunter like Hibiki. My happiness had been unimaginable when, decades ago, I checked my skills immediately after my awakening. The skill effect described by the system message was bewildering. You can visualize the mana. Never forget what you perceive through vision. The target's system message can be read while in contact with the effects of objects and skills. Each one had unheard of. Besides, a passive skill without mana utility meant that the number of uses was unlimited. I was too impassioned to be calm, yet those moments of happiness had to pass. My seals still satisfied me. But then, I checked my potential mana. Active mana, 9/9. Potential mana, 1. The message meant that the active mana that was in my current limit was 9. The passive mana meant that if I spent even my whole life in training and extending my limits, I could only increase it by 1. I was exasperated. The maximum potential I could ever hope to achieve was bound to 10 active mana. It was so inadequate that academia started using my mana to scale the minimum awakening level. To add to my burden, 10 meant that no amount of F-class skill cards could help my mana's state. A semi-pseudo-hunter who wasn't capable of defending himself. While I was traversing memory lane, Hibiki continued pouring tremendous amounts of mana into the lock, according to the pattern she was given. Some time passed. Then, click. It opened. I pushed through my thoughts and trudged through the door with the rest. There was a small altar before us. That's it. Randy's voice trembled with excitement. He was the Sword King. It's the egg of the dimensional bird. Angelica finished the thought. The egg was situated in the center of the altar. We need to break the egg to prevent it from hatching, said Randy. All dungeons that were open so far are now closed. My aged voice drifted to my own ears. Earth had undergone a terrible tribulation, with too many of our hunters dying after the SSS-grade dungeon collapse a year ago. So, before entering the tower, we had made a pact. If this prevails, Earth will not withstand. It doesn't have the strength to endure it. The hunters had significantly dwindled over time, but they were crucial in preventing and managing the dungeon collapse. Therefore, humankind had closed all the gates to restore civilization. The tutorial ended upon reaching the 100th floor. Yet, instead of fulfilling the primary quest and returning the Earth to its previous self, we were contemplating a shift to the past where there were no hunters, gates, dungeons, or quests. Then, everyone's gaze was fixed on Angelica. She gave a subtle nod and opened a subspace. The sky violently shook as she produced an unadorned dagger. This dagger is the only hope we have of destroying the egg. Bearing the weapon, Angelica approached the altar with silent, serene footsteps. Our hearts were in our throats as we watched motionlessly. How many sacrifices were made to reach this point? How many more were demanded? The reality was that my heart was weaker than anyone else's. Hibiki silently muttered the names of people she presumed dead. Everyone, it was a difficult journey, Angelica spoke as she drew closer to the altar. Nate struggled to smile, but his hands, which were thin and bony, shuddered a bit. Now, back to the original Earth. Yes. Back to the land of my childhood. I had some memories of how it used to be before the laws collapsed and the world turned upside down. I could see the Mana's movement around us with the successor's eye. My vision recognized that the dagger she was using wasn't real. Extremely condensed blue mana was slowly waving along with the dagger, red mana around it. No. I froze. I didn't understand what was before me. Nate, puzzled, looked toward me in confusion. What is it? I couldn't answer coherently, so I swiftly turned my head in the other direction. The mana I witnessed was usually blue. But, there were some rare exceptions. One instance would be if a hunter cast their unique skill, and if the skill were an active one that used mana, the mana looked red. However, I spoke in a quivering voice, Angelica's unique skill is Future Foresight, a passive skill that does not use mana, right? Therefore, Angelica emitting red mana shouldn't be possible. It should have been impossible, unless... No way. Angelica looked at me and smiled. It was a smile I had never witnessed before. Chapter 2. Prologue 2. Red mana began to spread out with Angelica at its center. It slowly filled the room with the altar, intertwining with each other and stretching out, taking the shape of hands and arms. It formed 4 distinctive shapes, the same number as the team's people, excluding Angelica herself. What on earth are you talking about? The group was unified in their confusion, staring at me in wonderment. They could not see the mana that others emanated. In short, they could not see what I could witness in front of me. Ah! Suddenly, Angelica thrust her red arms that she had formed over all of us. We didn't even have the time to resist. In that moment, a system window appeared before my eyes. Skill: the successor's eye, rank, X, resists the skill of Dominating Touch, rank, SSS. At the same time, I could see sparks splashing between my body and the red hand that had approached my head. The hand couldn't come any closer. However, as for the rest... Is everyone okay? A cold breeze like ice passed my back. My crew members couldn't resist the red hand. The bloody aura that Angelica emanated grabbed the rest of their heads as if it were about to crush them. The expressions on their faces were erased like it had all been a lie. They were like puppets with empty eyes. They stopped moving and speaking, turning stiff. Because I had encountered Angelica's skill, some of the system messages were shared with me by the successor's eye. It was a piece of information about the unfamiliar skills Angelica was currently unleashing. Dominating Touch, rank, SSS. Skill effect: able to freely control nearby targets during the time the skill is cast. Passive: the subject's memory can be read, and simple memory manipulation and suggestions are possible. Manipulated memories or suggestions are maintained even after the skill's casting time is over. Restrictions: 1. The number of objects that can be manipulated once activated is limited to 4. 2. If the manipulated memory or suggestion is extremely different from the target's common sense, values, or deeply desired goal, the memory or suggestion will be nullified after the skill ends. However, this penalty doesn't apply during the casting of the skill. Mana cost, 5,000 when activated, 50 per second for subsequent maintaining of the state. Manipulation, skill? It was also a powerful one that had never been seen before. Angelica came down from the altar, her expression drowsy as if she found it very annoying. Then, she looked us over. "I'll tell you again, but you've been working hard so far. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to go up to the 100th floor by myself." The words resonated through the room, leaving a lonely void. "You all have done well. Aren't you all tired? I understand. So now." Her tone was completely detached. "Everyone, die." At that moment, everyone except me took out their weapons. "Oh, no. No." My screams rang throughout the room. My teammates expressionlessly held their weapons to their necks. Then, rip. There was the sound of flesh tearing, the sound of ripping, and the sound of something being pierced. A thick smell of blood filled the room. Thump. All at once, they fell to the floor. The mana core that had been beating in my teammates' hearts disappeared as if it had evaporated. Something hot and wet filled up my eyes. I didn't even have the strength to stand anymore as my legs collapsed under me. I was trembling, almost as if I were having a seizure. I was barely able to squeeze out my voice. "Angelica?" And TSK. She clicked her tongue as she stood before the altar. As if it was annoying, she stared at me with a face I had never seen before. A cold voice flowed in my ears. "It surely doesn't work for you, huh?" It bounced off again. "It hasn't worked, even if I tried it hundreds of times so far. Why should it work suddenly today? I wondered if it would work if your mind were awake. If I knew this was going to happen, I would have brought one more to the tower. Someone who can help in battle." I couldn't understand what she was saying. "You tried it on me before? I wouldn't have missed seeing that mana when it was activated." "Of course, I did it after secretly drugging and anesthetizing you. Why would I do that when your eyes were wide open? Am I an idiot?" Then she looked at me, her eyes frowning as if she were concentrating again. The system window then appeared. The skill, the successor's I, rank, X, resists the skill, dominating touch, rank, SSS, even stronger. Spark. The red hand that tried to get close to my head failed to achieve its purpose and shattered like broken glass in the air. Red fragments of mana fell to the floor, mixing with the flowing blood before it quickly disappeared. As my wandering eyes glanced around, lost, they landed on Nate's severed head. My gaze met with his relaxed pupils. In a flash, extreme despair and anger mixed up and swirled inside of me. "Why?" I howled like a beast, squeezing the oxygen out of my old body. "What the hell?" Angelica approached with a dagger in one hand and an egg in the other. My gaze reached behind her, to the bodies of the rest of my teammates. "I'm tired of playing with people and manipulating them. And, the plan took a wrong turn because so many more died than I expected a year ago." Playing with people? I then remembered Angelica and the process that our guild went through to be in the place we were in, building up around her. One of the reasons why Angelica was praised was that the hunters, stained by their egos, and the heads of corporations and governments from all over the world understood her sincerity once they talked with her. They wanted to walk the same path as her and become her strength to carry on. What if it was not a result of just simple persuasion? Was it the effect of mental manipulation and suggestion? Do you want to know? Angelica laughed, baring her teeth. She quietly opened a subdimension, placing the egg of the dimensional bird into it. The meaning of her actions was self-evident. I won't break the egg of the dimensional bird. Instead of breaking it, she was securing it into a safe space. Dizziness, panic, and a sense of extreme crisis swept through my head. If the egg hatches, the gate in the dungeon won't disappear even after the tutorial ends. Rather, it will connect this place with more dimensions. A mixture of horror and guesses rotated coolly through my head. She, who had led us to the 100th level with prophecy, didn't wish for Earth's isolation from the start. And instead of future foreknowledge, she had hidden a unique skill named dominating touch. I came to a hopeless conclusion. In the first place, you never had the skill, future foreknowledge. That's right. Future foreknowledge was a passive skill that didn't require mana, so I thought that her mana's flow was not visible. Even if she predicted while I was in contact with her, I thought the system message couldn't be seen because it was the same X level as my skill. However, it was all a lie. Angelica's skill was the kind that could manipulate people's minds. She had no unique skill called prophecy. No, then, how did she know in advance of the events such as the collapse of the SSS-class dungeon or the appearance of the Tower of Choice? I thought that Angelica found me since I lived so far without revealing my unique skill, with her power of prophecy. How did she know I had this kind of skill without prophecy? Another question was raised. Why, now? How the hell would she benefit from opening more gates to Earth? Upon seeing my confusion, Angelica replied. I told you. At that time, a year ago, too many died, more than I expected. That's all. I could read the madness in her eyes. This Angelica wasn't the kind of person I had loved from the start. My lips trembled as they moved. You crazy monster. You can say what you like. Angelica came to me, muttering like she was humming. It's fortunate. Because you are the only one on this planet who can resist my skills, and you are only a powerful half a hunter. Without your unique skill, you're no different than, just a civilian. Her lips drew a thin line. I've found your skill quite handy until now, but let's say goodbye. A shiver ran down my spine. Bye. Rip. Angelica's dagger pierced my throat, and I felt a roaring pain and darkness well up in front of my eyes. I was drifting away from my senses and from everything else. After that, I was engulfed by deep darkness. The hall on the 100th floor was no longer visible, and I felt dizzy. I was drawn into a world full of other things that replaced my senses. Darkness. Just pitch black darkness. How long had it been since I had gone into this state? A strange golden color approached me from somewhere, distance and direction difficult to distinguish, and wrapped me around. I felt like my body was floating, and I flew away towards somewhere at the speed of a streaking meteor. Without even questioning it, I was dragged around by the turbulent power. I flew for a while, but after a time, foreign gray energy crossed into my path and crashed with me. There was no pain, but I noticed that the path I was flying to changed slightly. Falling, 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 the dense abyss covered me with a rough texture, and the sound that resonated dull in my ears was gradually becoming clearer. I then heard someone's voice. Oh, get up now, will you? Chapter 3. Psychopath, 1. Wake up. Oh, come on, team leader. Someone was calling me desperately. Team leader? It had been a long time since I had heard of such a thing that it took some time to recall the word's meaning. It was a word that had been used until Earth's civilization collapsed entirely. Wake up already. A light began to flicker over my closed eyelids. It felt like my body's sensations had started to assert themselves little by little. Wait, sensations? Something felt weird. The texture felt unfamiliar as I tried to move my fingers. I seemed to be lying on a very soft mattress. But would such a thing still exist on Earth? No, above all, what was this power that I felt throughout my body? Oh, you don't think I know you're already up? Like I didn't hear your breathing has changed? It isn't something that will be solved by pretending to be asleep now. The guild leader told me to bring you right away. The sharp senses and the vitality that I had lost as I had gotten older, it had been a while since I felt this way. It was indeed a foreign sensation. I felt a sense of incongruity, as if I were wearing clothes that didn't quite fit me. Oh. Byung-ho. Let's be patient. You can't get mad anymore. Now, calmly. Don't get carried away. If you want to give up, let's think about these. This month's rent, allowances for the kids, communication bills, also, utilities, health insurance, national disaster pension insurance, welfare fund for the aged, special defense tax, urban reconstruction fund, community stabilization fund. The person who uttered the words like a mantra soon became impatient and started yelling. Wow, are you now waking up? Your dad is calling you, and he is super pissed. The next moment. Buzz. A pain that seemed to split through my head went through me, eliciting a pain moan. Ka. In this situation where all my senses felt unfamiliar, a pleasantly familiar message resonated in my head. There is a discrepancy between the memories preserved in the soul and the memories recorded in the biological brain. Force tuning has been initiated by the system. It was the system message that followed me from the moment I had awakened as a hunter. However, its content was confusing. Gah. A moan burst from me. The voice that came out of my mouth wasn't familiar to my own ears. Ah. It was a torment unlike any other. Oh, fuck, that's a surprise. Why are you yelling and flailing around?" The person who kept talking next to me had begun to curse in shock. Hot liquid overflowed from my nose and mouth, and I could barely open my eyes. A man was looking down at me with a distant expression, his two dark eyebrows seemed like caterpillars gathered in the middle. He began to mutter as if he was frustrated. "Oh, damn it. It looks like something is wrong with you this time. You weren't faking an illness." I began to struggle. Ah. The memories of someone other than me, Choi Sung-yoon, were mixing out of order and melting into my head. Countless scenes flashed past me. However, before I could recognize each one, the memories ran away, and new memories flew in. As each raindrop's shape couldn't be recognized, each memory couldn't be properly observed as the heavy rain of memories struck and trampled my skull. "Ah, hello? Yes, I think you need to send someone soon. No, it's real this time. He is vomiting blood from his nose and mouth, and it's a mess. Is it self-inflicted? No, would you have the talent to bleed through your nose without lifting a hand? No matter how promising he might be, he's just a person who hasn't even awakened." As the man hurriedly made a phone call, messages from the system that he could not hear kept reverberating within me. The memory match between the soul and the body is 0%. Confirmation of violent rejection between spirit and body. Mental collapse is imminent. To protect the user, the skill, the successor's eyes, rank, X, is activated. There is no mana consumption due to skill activation. The pain that felt like it was about to tear up both my spirit and body began to subside gradually. The effect of the skill, the successor's eyes, rank, X, weakens the physical memory's influence on the soul and slows the sync speed. The skill, the successor's eyes, rank, X, helps the soul's memory take over the self instead of the biological brain. Indeed, as the message said, a third person's memory, not Choi Sung-yoon, and the speed of the scenes approaching me slowed down gradually. Thanks to this, I was able to observe the memories and, finally, I realized whose memories they were. Fighting the pain, I raised my upper body up to a seated position. All right. Thanks to the unique skill that let me remember what I saw once, I revived the contents I saw briefly in the past as a clear memory of Choi Sung-yoon. The contents of the document and much of the information I had just witnessed in the stranger's memory coincided with mine. My body trembled as I clenched the bedsheets. I then shouted in a hoarse voice. "This is Seo Jin-wook, this is Seo Jin-wook." The fragments of these memories that popped up in my head belonged to a man named Seo Jin-wook. The man on the phone looked at me with terror in his eyes. Then, he talked to the other person over the phone. Did you hear that sudden self-introduction? This is Seo Jin-wook, he says, not even I am Seo Jin-wook. He does crazy things like that regularly, but this time is a little different. I'm telling you that the adult man who will be 19 is destroying the grammar that even a 5-year-old wouldn't get wrong. Send the doctor in. Quickly. I turned my gaze and looked at the large mirror on the wall. Instead of the older man Choi Sung-yoon's face, a youthful young man stared back at me with a pale, bloody face. It matched with the photos I had seen in my memories. Seo Jin-wook. He was the successor of Seo Gyu-chol, leader of the Celestial Dragon Guild, Korea's first S-rank hunter. However, there was one problem here. Seo Jin-wook was already dead, long before the collapse of the SSS-class dungeon. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to be reluctant to send a doctor. A doctor came only after the man began to scream at his cell phone in a threatening manner. During the checkup, my stomach continued to feel nauseated, so I ran to the bathroom several times to vomit. Blarg. The doctor, who had endured the process patiently, left an ambiguous diagnosis that even I could have made up. Then, only two were left in the room. It was me, and the one who had been with me from the beginning, which the doctor called Secretary Kim. He was trying to take me to Seo Jin-wook's father as soon as possible. Before anything else, I thought I had to stop such an attempt. "So, Secretary Kim, do you understand, since you heard the conversation I had with the doctor?" Secretary Kim's expression distorted. "Well, temporary memory loss due to a concussion? There seemed to be such an effect from vomiting several times." "Yes, as you said, my memories are jumbled up. It would be a little too difficult to see my father right away," I replied as I stared at the man with an indescribable expression. "Secretary Kim Byung-ho? That's your name, right?" "That's right." Secretary Kim frowned while fiddling with the crude ring on his index finger. Looking at the mana pattern, it seemed to be a pretty useful artifact. He then spoke in a suspicious tone. Well, this is awkward. You calling me Secretary Kim, and calling me by my full name. I searched the memories of Seo Jin-wook, the original owner of the body, but it was still a jumbled up mess, so it wasn't easy to draw out the desired ones. It would take more time from now on to organize the memories. Then, how did I used to address you? Secretary Kim didn't change his reluctant expression, and without hiding it, he began listing uncomfortable and inferior profanities with his mouth. Most of the words were a wordplay using his name, Byung-eun-ho. As I tried to gather my soul, stopping it from leaving my body, I stopped him before he could fold all 10 fingers. Oh, that's it. That's enough. Dumbass, idiotic bastard, crazy pumpkin head. Oh, should I stop? Yes. I sighed a little. Listening to the phone call, Seo Jin-wook would soon be having his 19th birthday. Seo Jin-wook's birth year, as confirmed from the old documents, was 2019. That meant that, during this moment, as he and I were talking, it was the year 2038. 2038. I'm going crazy. As Choi Sung-yoon, I had summarized all of Seo Jin-wook's biography as I remembered it. Unfortunately, he was a person in the past that was out of my interests, and the data I encountered was neither detailed nor abundant. Therefore, all I knew about Seo Jin-wook's life were only a few big events. Before his 19th birthday, he was in charge of the 6th Exploration Support Team leader of the Celestial Dragon Guild. He was a team leader without even awakening as a hunter. However, I didn't exactly know what kind of situation Seo Jin-wook was in. For example, how was his relationship with his father and guild leader looking right now? Was the position of 6th Exploration Support Team leader a display of his father's favor for being the eldest son, or a test, or a punishment? Moreover, although the document commented that it was an unconfirmed rumor, a strange evaluation of Seo Jin-wook was added. It wasn't very clear. The memories left in Seo Jin-wook's brain weren't yet properly organized, so I wasn't sure how to deal with the current situation. I need more information. I then looked at Secretary Kim. Are you busy now? Yes, I am busy. As you know, the guild leader is not fond of waiting. We have to run soon. Well, can't you make an excuse to delay? You just heard the doctor. I have memory loss due to a concussion. It wasn't a definite diagnosis, he suspects it. The doctor went out to report it. The report must have already been delivered to the guild leader. He said that I had to lie down due to the shock to my head. Concussion, what happened? Secretary Kim replied like a sigh after glancing about, with eyes that said it was hard to believe he couldn't really remember. There was an ungentlemanly dispute between team leader Seo Jin-wook and Exploration 2 team leader. Of course, there's a reason why it's called ungentlemanly, and it was added that you started it. He reached out his finger to point at me. You're saying I provoked him? The Exploration 2 team leader. Celestial Dragon Guild. Exploration 2 team leader. Naturally, the name came to mind. It wasn't dependent on pure human memory but a function of the skill. Park Chang-hee? Yeah. You remember that. If it was the hunter Park Chang-hee, he was an A-class hunter who survived for a long time and had made a name for himself. On the other hand, Seo Jin-wook had gained his position as the support team leader thanks to his position as the guild leader's son, but he was a non-awakened person who had not yet qualified as a hunter. However, apparently, I had been in a fight. If it was a dispute, how? Why? In the meeting, team leader Seo spoke to team leader Park to lower his eyes because you didn't like how he stared at you, or so I heard? At the moment, I was dizzy, as if I were going to faint again. My stomach was swirling in nausea. Our team leader Seo, who was angry when the team leader Park Chang-hee ignored those words. Did I curse at him? No, you didn't swear. I'm glad I didn't. Listen until the end. According to witnesses, you, team leader Seo, kicked your seat away and stood up. Riding on that momentum, you jumped onto the giant rectangular table in the executives' conference room, kicked away the documents and nameplates, and sprinted. After that, you gave a flying kick to the team leader Park Chang-hee, seated at the far end. No, you tried to kick him. They said. Non-awakened against an A-class hunter, with a flying kick? I buried my face in both hands. I'm glad I survived. I once again recalled the worrisome phrase describing Seo Jin-wook, written on the papers I read during Choi Sung-yoon's days. Rumored to be suffering from a severe borderline personality disorder, impulsive control disorder, delusional disorder, and schizophrenia. Still, it wasn't confirmed until the time of his death. Chapter 4. Psychopath, 2. I let out a light sigh. The rumors may have been true. Seo Jin-wook, who was destined to become the next guild leader of the Celestial Dragon Guild if he grew up well, may have had a fatal flaw in his mind. He was in a serious condition if he took that ridiculous dispute against an A-class hunter. Did the story of mental illness end only with rumors because he died young 1 year after awakening? He must have died before the rumors could spread properly. I asked Secretary Kim, who looked at me with suspicious eyes. "Can I ask you a few more questions?" Secretary Kim laid his finger on his chin as if he found it weird. His head was large enough that the childish insult pumpkinhead seemed acceptable. He then spoke, tilting his big head. "Team leader, do you not remember? Can you stop asking me the same question?" I asked after blocking his persistent check of my memories. "Do I usually do so many crazy things?" After exchanging a few words, Secretary Kim didn't seem to have a personality that cared too much about his superiors. I directly asked because he seemed unlikely to overlook or refrain from answering. Then, indeed, the answer that came back with a snort didn't betray my expectations. "Do you do a lot of crazy things? It would be correct to say that your mind would return intermittently." "What things in general? For example?" "If to start with something light, you get nervous a lot, then suddenly anxious, and doubt the people around you for no reason." He listed examples such as having radical thoughts, being illogically aggressive and having a distorted reality. As I heard it, it seemed to be close to borderline personality disorder. Although I had never studied psychology, the contents of the books I read came to mind clearly. One could say that you have done all kinds of things imaginable. The dangerous ones are when you lose your sanity. You can't stand what normal people would walk off. Should I say it's a textbook example of an anger management disorder? Anger management disorder. That was content confirmed in the document. Should I say, a man born to express anger management disorder? Once, if just a mere number is wrong, you become extremely violent. You hit, throw, tear, and if the anger doesn't go away, you take it on yourself. Self-harm, too? He was indeed crazy. Also, you waste time and money to the point where no logic works for you when you get hooked to something. Thanks to that, your gambling debt in the billions had to be paid by the guild, and the imported cars that you bought when you can't even drive reaches billions in their worth. Impulsive disorder. Apart from that, you sometimes suffer from hallucinations, saying that there is something inside you and that strange voices keep whispering to you. Now it was schizophrenia. It was a comprehensive set of mental disorders. Are there no rumors going around when it's that much? We are managing it on behalf of the guild's sake. Still, some rumors have spread among the hunters. The crackdown seemed to have achieved some success even after Seo Jin-wook awakened. In my previous life, he was noted as a prospect who would lead the future for a short period from the point of awakening to his death. There were rumors that his potential mana was superior to any other Korean hunter. The reason that the rumors of a lifetime spread and stopped must be because of the powerful story covering it. Come to think of it, I focused my mind on the mana core that I was concerned about from the moment I woke up. It had not been awakened yet, and it could not move freely, but it was possible to observe it with my skill. Zap. It felt like I had been hit by lightning. I tried to hide my shocked expression. "What's wrong?" I swallowed my response. "Why did you suddenly become quiet again?" I couldn't afford to answer. I stared at the mana that hadn't yet been activated, hidden inside this body. Indeed, it was overwhelming. My whole body felt the thrill. It felt like looking into a bottomless abyss, the end of which couldn't be determined. It wasn't even inferior to Hibiki in her prime. I swallowed back my fear. He was a real monster, this hunter named Seo Jin-wook. If he hadn't died so young, if he had succeeded in activating all this potential mana, I think he might have changed history irrevocably. Wait a minute. Change history? The potential mana amount was at a terrible level, but the current body overlapped with me, and an idea was about to bloom. I then turned to Secretary Kim again. My 19th birthday is coming up soon. How will I be awakened? With an awakening stone? There were one of two ways to awaken as a hunter. Put one's life on the edge of death or, among the artifacts from the dungeon, used one known as an awakening stone. Of course, the easiest and most widely used method was the second one. Absolutely. The awakening stone from the Class A dungeon is readied, the price already paid. Well, even if you use something from an F-class dungeon, you, team leader, will surely awaken. There aren't only one or two guild people who have witnessed you going berserk with telekinesis every time you got pissed. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. Even before awakening, Some expressed their power when in a state of emotional excitement. It proved that there was enough potential mana in the body, and these people would awaken with 100% probability if conditions were to be met. Seo Jin-wook seemed to have been one of them. "When is my birthday?" Secretary Kim looked at me again oddly. "Just a week from now." A week later, under the Hunter Management Department's presence, the plan was to come into contact with Awakening Stone and become a hunter. Following the international norms of this era, deliberate awakening attempts by persons under the age of 19 were illegal. On the surface, it was intended to protect youth by limiting the right to self-determination, but if you were to look closely, it prevented children's access to weapons of mass destruction. In a week. I was worried about my state now. Choi Sung-yeon Sol, who had already awakened as a hunter, resided in Seo Jin-wook's body before it had awakened with his skill. There was no seal of awakening on Seo Jin-wook's body. In other words, the soul awakened, but the body had not. If so, judging by this condition, had I awakened, or not? What happens when I touch the awakening stone in this state? Deep wrinkles appeared on my brow. Secretary Kim stared at me while I was in deep thought. Ring. The phone rang, and Secretary Kim checked the recipient with a frown. "Yes, hello? No, I'm still in the team leader's quarter." I heard a faint scream of anger from someone over the phone. Secretary Kim raised his finger and made a gesture to wait for a while, then went out of the bedroom door. Then, after talking on the phone for a few minutes, he opened the door again. "We can't hold much longer. You must leave right away. The guild leader is stubborn." It seemed that meeting him was inevitable. It took a few minutes to walk to Seo Jin-wook's father's office, the leader of the Celestial Dragon Guild. This company house, which was prepared for the guild leader and his direct lineage, was more appropriate to be called a palace. It made me realize again how the Celestial Dragon Guild's reputation was in this era. As I walked through a long corridor where civilizations and dimensions were exhibited, I occasionally encountered employees whose thoughts I could easily estimate. Whenever they found me, their expressions stiffened. I tried to keep my poker face as much as possible, but I couldn't hide the pale color of my face. "I guess I'm notorious." Secretary Kim answered me calmly. "Notorious? Highly, highly. You're almost a natural disaster." Anyway, there was no way that this man would reply to me without a word. "Huh?" As we walked down, we came across a man who seemed to be waiting for us. Seo Jin-wook, team leader. Our eyes met. He had a short, muscular body that looked a little less than 170 centimeters and short-cut hair. The impression overlapped with a hunter that still remained in my head. Hunter Park Chang-hee. It was him who Seo Jin-wook had failed to give a flying kick during the argument just before I possessed him. Park Chang-hee, facing us, began to speak in a calm tone. "I was waiting at the house. I'm glad your consciousness came back." His expression as he spoke seemed to have all his emotions removed at first glance. However, I noticed the strange feeling that surfaced in his eyes. Why does he feel suspicious? I had spent most of my previous life in the hunter game. I'd been through it with all these guys. Although he would not be at the forefront of the battle, he attended the political negotiations and operations between the hunters. You couldn't fool my eyes like that. He seemed reluctant, so I answered with caution. "What happened?" "Of course, I came to apologize." Then he strode in front of me, narrowing the distance in a moment. "It's a post-war situation anyway, and no matter what you, team leader, did, I admit that there was an excessive on my part with the defensive action I took as a hunter against the non-awakened team leader. I'm sorry." One step behind, Secretary Kim began to mutter with an unpleasant expression as he toyed with the ring on his hand. "I heard that you, who would be unaffected by a kick from a civilian like that, attacked our team leader. I have heard that it was an impossible move to make without using mana. Above everything else, how can a hunter use the mana against a civilian? He could have died. Wasn't that intentional?" He wouldn't be able to talk back by just looking at their ranks, but Secretary Kim spoke in a bitter voice without hesitation. Park Chang-hee didn't hide his displeasure. For the first time, he made an explicit expression. "I don't think it's Secretary Kim's place to reveal his tongue." I interrupted him. "Let's stop it. Anyway, it was my side that got emotional first. I apologize, too. I didn't remember it, but considering the fact that he took the lead for no reason, it was certainly 100% the fault of Seo Jin-wook. However, I wasn't comfortable because of what I had recently learned through Secretary Kim. Did he hit someone non-awakened while using the mana? That was no different from responding with live ammunition against a child charging towards you with his bare body. But it's a little surprising that you even used mana on me. Once dungeon exploration is repeated, and the extreme situations that come and go through the crossroads of life are repeated, the sense of battle will naturally come to one's body. It's an extremely trained reflex, I responded reflexively without even knowing. It seems that I will be disciplined at the guild level for that part. I will receive it without a word. Secretary Kim began to mutter once more. You will barely receive a punishment thanks to the assistant guild leader, anyway. Assistant guild leader? I was puzzled, but I thought I had to send Park Chang-hee away quickly before the sparks splashed over to Secretary Kim. All right, stop it. Excuse us first. There's a place that we must head to. Perhaps because it was too different from Seo Jin-wook's usual attitude, Park Chang-hee's expression signaled he sensed something strange. However, it seemed that it wasn't only that he was feeling. I did not miss it. After all, I found him suspicious. I know. The guild leader summoned you. He took another step closer to me. What in the world, why was he sticking on me like this? I apologize once again. I hope you get well as soon as possible. Then he bowed to say goodbye. It was too polite, to the point it felt excessive. Looking down at his head, I wondered what felt off. Park Chang-hee raised once more. And, once again, our eyes met. Suddenly. ... I stared into his eyes as if I were frozen. A brilliant blue wave swirled inside Park Chang-hee's eyes. I was well aware of this phenomenon, mana dances. To compare the complex movements, imagine a butterfly made of light rays flapping its wings. There were countless small collisions like that of a rainy sea surface, and there were afterimages of light. All of it intertwined, unwound, and danced. At first glance, it looked like a disorderly movement, but after completely memorizing the movement, a pattern soon appeared. That was the mana movement that was made when the skill was activated. I didn't even have to wait for the successor's eyes to explain. I knew very well what skills that pattern created. Penetration, rank E, active. The haze-like mana emanating from Park Chang-hee's eyes slowly penetrated and expanded into the air and approached me. There was a reason why this bastard kept closing up the distance. Of course, Secretary Kim, who stood right behind him, didn't notice anything, and he would have been helpless if I had been the former Seo Jin-wook before the possession. However, my eyes couldn't be tricked. This bastard, why is he suddenly trying to see through me? Is the goal to see inside my clothes? Is he a pervert? Or, does he want to go further and see inside the skin? Anyway, I didn't intend to wait for that misty mana to seep into my collar. But how do I do that without letting him know? Just in time. Exclamation mark. Oh, this guy? Even as I walked, I was a little dizzy due to the concussion's after effects, but when I looked at the flashy mana pattern formed in Park Chang-hee's eyes, I felt worse inside. Oop! I then openly gagged. I went to the bathroom a few times when the doctor visited, but I guess it was still not over. I decided not to put up with it because my stomach had turned upside down. I looked down at team leader Park Chang-hee. He was looking up at me as he approached, narrowing the distance to only 1 or 2 steps, carefully considering the range of his skill activation. As I stared at his face, I opened my mouth. Park Chang-hee's face was distorted as he had a flash of intuition. Black. Without hesitation, I poured everything over his face. Chapter 5. This series is very well received in Korea. We assigned it to a full team of Korean natives. The upload rate will be determined in the coming week, however, the premium chapters released will be a minimum of 12 per week. We're aiming for 15 to 20 chapters a week in the coming weeks. Psychopath, 3. PFFFFT, ha ha ha. Secretary Kim grinned and gave me a double thumbs up. Stop laughing. I was currently changing my clothes because a bit of the vomit had caught on me as well. PFFFT, ha ha ha. Oh, I can't help it. Park Chang-hee, that man's appearance was truly a sight to behold. Since he was paying attention to the mana release, the extremely trained reflexes that came up when Seo Jin-wook tried to give him a flying kick didn't reveal themselves, and as a result, it was truly an unfortunate event for Park Chang-hee. I ended up ruining my clothes a little, but Park Chang-hee, who was showered with my vomit, could no longer maintain his skill. While he was very distressed because of the gastric juice splattered on his eyes, I gently apologized for the after effect of the concussion, and he struggled to leave with his blood boiling. The foul stench isn't going anywhere. I thought about what I had just heard and what Park Chang-hee tried to do. Things were way too fishy. Not about my vomit, but about this guild. Did I have a bad relationship with team leader Park Chang-hee? Secretary Kim spoke, barely reining in his laughter. Most of the people in the guild didn't make it obvious that they hate you, but Park Chang-hee was a little different. How? Because he hated you boldly. He often expressed his disgust for you, team leader, without minding others. What kind of stupid things did Seo Jin-wook do so far to make things this bad? Did that person learn auxiliary skills as well? Secretary Kim shook his head in reply. No. He is the head of the exploration team. He doesn't even have enough slots to fill in the offensive skills. How can he afford to add an auxiliary skill? It meant that at least the guild members under Secretary Kim's class were unaware that he had a penetration skill. The Celestial Dragon Guild's inner situation, which wasn't recorded in history, seemed more complicated and dirtier than I had initially thought. There's a team leader who secretly sees through the guild leader's son. While walking, lost in thought, I arrived in front of the office, and Secretary Kim wouldn't accompany me from here on. He looked at me and offered a reminder. Please don't get emotional inside. There was a slight worry that I had never seen before. I have told you earlier, right? You, team leader, have a specific point, so to say, in a specific situation, you lose yourself and go batshit, your words and actions get rough. Still, his words were rough. So, it grew on me to predict that point. In this situation, if the team leader and the guild leader were left alone, it's highly likely that will happen. If it grew on you, you must know me that much. Secretary Kim clicked his tongue at my words. A private secretary was assigned to you ever since as you needed a babysitter, but, this position is only called a secretary in the title, as the work is practically that of a servant. Anyway, among the servants, nobody lasted a month. Somehow, I am the one capable of holding this position for 3 years now. It's a record. They all gave up, but it meant that Secretary Kim had been by my side for 3 years. What is the secret of your long-term service? He answered brilliantly. I do not know. Life's wisdom? I guessed it from his self-talk before, but his livelihood must not have been easy, and his mouth was keeping him alive. I then replied with a snicker. I'll be right back. As I turned toward the office door, Secretary Kim spoke from behind as if he were mumbling. And, I told you. There are times that it returns. Your sanity, I mean. The interior of the office was a bit dark as a thick blackout curtain covered the window. A large man was sitting at a mahogany desk in the center of the room, lit by a faint light. This was the master of Celestial Guild, Seo Gyu-chul. Seo Jin-wook's mother died when he was a newborn child, and Seo Gyu-chul raised Seo Jin-wook alone without remarrying. Although to be precise, most of the process was left to the nannies he hired. He was looking seriously at the holographic documents before him. I could see the words of Shihong 8 Dungeon. I began to contrast that with the memories of the time in my head. Certainly, this was the time to be busy with that. You're here. Finally, he took his gaze away from the papers and turned it towards me. Cold eyes scanned me and passed. After such a brief silence, he dove to his point without even asking how I was. A loss of memory, they say? It isn't confirmed yet. You can't remember anything? Now, I can faintly. Once you start recovering, your memories will come back soon. Seo Gyu-chul, who diagnosed my condition instead of the doctor, was silent for a while. His calm but sharp eyes looked at me. The air flowed heavily between us, and I observed his monocle as I waited for his next words. Oh, of course. I sighed inwardly. He was the first Korean hunter to achieve the S rank and the head of the strongest guild in Korea. Even if I were to look at the individual's strength, he would certainly be one of the best in Korea as of this time. However, compared to having achieved such things so young, his vessel's size and the potential mana weren't overwhelming. After Seo Jin-wook's death, I was looking at one of the reasons why the Celestial Dragon Guild had weakened rapidly. There's only a week left. It was clear as to what he was talking about. For the time being, be cautious about your actions so that you can safely perform the awakening ritual. Just be careful for a week. In the meantime, do not let the long-term preparation for you in the Celestial Dragon Guild and dedicated efforts go to vain. To translate, be careful and stay away from trouble so that the Hunter Management Department doesn't hear about some strange rumors. Most of the guild members, including me, had great expectations. You may have huge potential mana unprecedented in the history of the guild, no, maybe in Korean history. It is not an irrational delusion. The events you have caused imply so, He must be referring to the case in which Seo Jin-wook lost his temper in anger, causing a telekinetic storm. You said you had a dispute with Park Chang-hee? I didn't remember it, but I didn't even have to explain. Yes. Should I ask why? No. Okay. Again, there must be no reason, the reason must be beyond logic, or you don't know why as well. Emotion leaked into Seo Gyu-chul's eyes. They were filled with tiredness, irritation, and annoyance. The reason why your mind is sick is that your will isn't strong. His blade-sharp voice pierced through my ears. Vroom. Huh? Somehow, the moment I heard Seo Gyu-chul's words, a change began to occur with Seo Jin-wook's memory fragments, which were being moderately pieced together by the successor's eyes. The sequence of scenes that gathered slowly one by one at random gradually became tangled. And suddenly, certain memories flowed into my mind. Most of them were memories of Seo Jin-wook with his father. In all of those scenes, Seo Gyu-chul was condemning Seo Jin-wook. The father's cold gaze fell toward his son. They were words and an attitude toward the tool-named successor rather than any emotional inclusion. Scenes began pouring out. After having a seizure beyond his control, Seo Jin-wook always fought with his father. His father's stern reprimand would follow. He would then try to plead, but what would return would be disregard and ignorance. Anger reigned in Seo Jin-wook's head. While concentrating on such past scenes, Seo Gyu-chul began to speak. Whether it's a sudden rush of anger, emptiness, or a vain voice that doesn't exist, it's just an excuse that you're influenced by it and not able to control your actions. Being overwhelmed by such negative thoughts proves that your will is weak. With anger in his memory, Seo Gyu-chul's face and his mind overlapped with Seo Gyu-chul's frowning eyes beyond the desk in reality. You always say that it's hard. That you can't control it. He frowned as if he saw some damned thing. If it's hard, try harder. In Seo Jin-wook's memory, the voice of his father that he had heard so far overlapped with reality. Try, don't say it's hard, take control, you get sick because you're weak, it's your fault that you're weak, strengthen your mental power. They were very confusing fragments. Don't justify your weakness. Don't try to be forgiven for all your actions on the excuse of being weak. You have to get through it. Only then can you inherit the Celestial Dragon Guild. I was in a strange mood. Seo Gyu-chul saying that a lack of strength caused mental illness, so I needed to fight it off by putting effort into it, was just the mumbling of an older man who wasn't worth listening to. To think, in 2038, there were still people speaking that way. That was my reaction as Choi Sung-yoon, who returned from the future. However, suddenly, from deep in my chest, in that huge sea of potential mana, foreign energy began to rise and rise. Ugh. I realized it immediately. This was a trace of the involvement from a third person's mana, not Seo Jin-wook. The energy that bloomed near my heart gradually took on a clear shape, like a tangled artery. Then, a system message came up. Unknown caster's skill, Seed of Mercardius, rank, SSS, semi-active, is activated. My face gradually turned blue. This was a skill that someone else had long since implanted in this body. Why hadn't I noticed until now? Not even with the successor's eyes? I realized it soon enough. There was too much potential mana stored in the core that I couldn't see the hidden power in it. The energy, like red veins, expanded within my chest in an instant. Up and up, it stretched out, swallowing up more space. The thing that made its presence known quickly attacked my neck. And like a snake aiming for food, it tried to approach this brain. At that moment, skill, Seed of Mercardius, attempts to interfere with the user's mind. As soon as I heard the system messages, a different kind of whisper began to permeate my mind. I'm sick of it. Is it all my fault in the end? The sickness is because I am weak? His subordinates beat his son, but he's saying that? Yes, I'm just a tool anyway. You mean it's okay because I didn't break down even further? Always the same story. If it's hard, try harder. It's wrong to be sick and have a hard time? I'm angry. I can't stand it. Blow it all away. Turn things over. Damn, shut him up. Tear off that mouth. What kind of dad tells you to overcome the disease with your will? Is that what he's going to do when I was about to die by his subordinate's hand? Tell him not to shit around and die. Red energy approached just below my ear as the whispering grew louder. As if to be possessed by that voice, my emotions boiled up unnaturally within me. I felt anger, even more, blind anger that seemed to make me lose myself. However, at that moment, another message resonated. Skills, the successor's eyes, rank, X. Resists the skill, seat of Mercardius, rank, SSS. Then, the whispering voice, as if it were to induce my anger, suddenly turned into a strange sound. Screek. Chapter 6. Psychopath, 4. I then froze like a statue. I realized that if, the successor's eyes, haven't resisted it, I would have been possessed with that voice and lost my mind in rage and anger. Exclamation mark. My heart had begun to beat like crazy. This was a skill that had been planted by someone unknown. It did not end as a single shot, but the effect remained in the target and affected steadily. Cursed skill. This was a fact unknown to the future. Was the Celestial Dragon Guild's successor cursed? The sly whisper that made me frenzy was suppressed by the successor's eyes, and made weird noises instead of tempting whispers. Screech. Screech. It made a noise that a small beast in pain would usually make. My mind had begun to run fast. Among the symptoms of Seo Jin-wook, there were anger issues and hallucinations. Now I knew. Seo Jin-wook did not suffer from mental illness. Ever since he was very young, he had been manipulated by this curse. The existence of cursed skills was yet to be known on Earth in this era. People didn't even know how to recognize it. Unless one could see the mana like me, they couldn't possibly prove it. If so, the fact that a curse caused Seo Jin-wook's mental illness would not be known by anyone aside from the caster of that skill. You do not have a reply. The silence was gradually cut off, and Seo Gyu-chul's voice began to subside. But you don't let all hell loose yourself, unlike before as well. The mana, which looked like a tangled blood vessel rolled around on a coil, tried to come up to my head several times after that, but each time, the successor's eyes suppressed it. Screech. Screek. When the same thing repeated several times, the red energy eventually stopped trying and returned to where it was in, gradually becoming dormant. After barely swallowing a sigh of relief, I looked at Seo Gyu-chul again. As soon as our eyes met, he spoke up. Park Chang-hee is an outstanding prospect. His age is relatively young for a hunter, so he will greatly contribute to the guild in the long run. There is nothing to lose by maintaining a relationship. I swallowed back my words as I tried to question what I had experienced now. Whose curse was this curse from? Until where was this connected to? Nothing was certain yet. It was not too late to decide, fully understanding the situation around me. I tried to calm my beating heart and barely responded, pretending to look calm. I heard that I am going to be sanctioned for this. I don't know what you expect, but know that you're both going to end in a few days of unpaid vacation. If Park Chang-hee responded sincerely in the first place, you wouldn't have woken up again. Even if he used mana, it wasn't a fatal attack. Thanks to his split decision to control the mana output at that moment, you lived. Seo Gyu-chul changed the topic. Secretary Kim seemed to worry a lot. He insisted that you have to go through more of the thorough examinations, but, while you were unconscious, you went through most of the university hospital-level examinations. It was said that the medical room in the basement of the company house was equipped with hospital-level medical equipment. A thorough examination must have been held to see any abnormalities in the successor's body. What do you think? You should know better about your state. The level of action that can be done within the company house has already been done. Do you want to be hospitalized? I shook my head. My mind was still perplexed by what I just had found out. I don't think it is necessary. There was no information at all about the medical symptoms associated with possessions. Things would get difficult if they found something strange for me while performing more than this test. Yes, only rumors will leak out for no good reason. That would be complicated. Especially at this point, there's only a week before the awakening. Seo Gyu-chul seemed to be focused on nothing but awakening me as a hunter. He wanted to cut off the possibility of me sprinkling any dirt on that big event. He seemed to want to continue, then closed his mouth again and looked at me still. He tilted his head and spoke again. You're strangely calm today. Quiet, too. He spoke in a strange tone for him, but the emotion that came along with it wasn't negative at all. I looked down a little and listened to him. It was because I didn't want to reveal my unsettling feelings. At first glance, it was an attitude that would seem like obedience, and it seemed to place Seo Gyu-chul in a better mood. Actually, in light of the memories that just came to mind, Seo Jin-wook had to go through by listening to him instead of taking the evil side and refuting every word that he says was already hellish. Did you realize anything from today's experience? When talking with that type of person, it was better to choose what the other person wanted to hear rather than what one would want to say. I gave an answer that he might like. I was a little surprised as this is the first time my memories weren't stable. Seogyu-chul raised a brow. I think that if I keep making the mistakes that I have made today, I could be in a really dangerous situation one day. And I think that I can't think I can live this way forever. As I watched Seogyu-chul nod his head, I continued. As my father said, I was lost in my thoughts for a moment to find ways to control myself as soon as possible. There was a faint smile on his lips. If his son said that he had amnesia symptoms, it would be normal for a father to be shocked, but he didn't seem to worry much about that. Was he satisfied that his son was not showing violent behavior like before? I'll do my best in finding a solution for that as well. And, don't worry too much about the memories. All the test results were normal, and in this case, it was said that most of the memories would come back soon. He began to mumble in a quiet voice. It seems to have been a good opportunity. Well, about time as well. As he meant for me to go away, his eyes headed towards the door. Go and get some rest. Did this convince him? Instead of revealing my inner feeling, I quietly said goodbye. The moment I was about to exit, there was a thought that passed through my head. Now that he seemed to be in a better mood from his son's changed attitude, I decided that it might work. So, I asked Seogyu-chul one request, and he easily agreed. Secretary Kim was standing outside the door of the office, waiting. As I came out, he began to look at me with a strange expression. Why? It's intriguing that I didn't hear a sound of breaking and shattering, nor the sound of yelling and swearing. It never happened. You didn't fight each other? Not at all. I explained the conversations exchanged and what kind of atmosphere it was. In the end, he means to keep quiet from now on. Don't go in and out of the hospital and spark rumors. I got to go to some other place instead of the hospital. Let's get ready to go out. Yes? Secretary Kim asked as if to question what kind of absurdity I was talking about. What do you mean to go out? Coming from a man whose memories fade in and out by waking up from being unconscious? You should get some rest at home. I already got permission from Seogyu. Father. Secretary looked at me with a gaze that seemed to protest, could it be? But before he could open his mouth, I shut it down with my own words. I need to do some shopping. For a dungeon item. Item? You still have a week left for the awakening. Why? Anyway, after the awakening, the guild will set the equipment. Do you necessarily? It's because I need it. I told Seogyu-chul that I wanted to see what equipment and items were available in advance to prepare for the awakening, and that I would like to buy items that interested me personally. Then, Seogyu-chul pretended not to be interested and then asked if I suddenly changed my mind and proceeded to permit it. He allowed it happily and even prepared a budget that was more than I expected. Phew. Well, I have no choice then. Then I will contact the guild's hunter store in advance. You don't have to. I already knew exactly where the object was. And at this point, the Celestial Dragon Guild did not have the item I was looking for. I was sure of it. I'll give you the address. We're going to a different kind of store. Tell me the name of the item. I'll send someone to buy it. No, I have to see it with my own eyes. What the hell are you going to buy? Oh, never mind. If it is, it must be. Now was the time for a summarization. Unless this was a dream, the afterlife, or the hallucinations I encountered on the verge of death. Then I was in Seo Jin-wook's body, who died several decades ago, with the memory and unique skills of Choi Seung-yoon. Who had done this to me? I haven't heard of such abilities as time reversal and possession. Of course, among Earthlings and the otherworldly races, I had never heard of someone with such skills. However, the situation wasn't relaxed to pass the time, doubting whether this was indeed reality. Instead of falling into such thoughts, I decided to act on the premise that my senses and cognition now exist and are not illusional. And focus on how to get through the situation that I'm in right now. Now, once I knew that Seo Jin-wook was under a curse, I needed to take measures. The dungeon items that had not yet been properly evaluated in this era would help my situation. Those were what I had been looking for. Chapter 7. Black Market, 1. Sitting in the back seat of the car that Secretary Kim was driving, I closed my eyes and focused my mind on the monocore that resided within my body. Its capabilities could not even measure Seo Jin-wook's core. Perhaps it was because the body was not in the awakened state yet, so, the successor's eyes did not quantify Seo Jin-wook's mana. I was busy trying to pre-activate an amount of mana while in transit. No matter what artifacts I obtained today, I needed to spend mana to let myself be recognized as the user. Normal people could not activate it until they awakened, since they did not feel the mana in their body, but I had a different situation. As I focused my mind for a long time, indeed, the expected phenomenon happened. Wow! I could only inwardly scream as I did not want Secretary Kim to notice. Okay, it's reacting. Until now, the latent mana that had been lying dormant in the core, declaring its presence like the weight of seawater, filled in a huge aquarium and had stayed still. But now, a tiny fraction of it had created a faint wave. To activate latent mana meant to draw it into an area where you could control it at your will. Unlike Seo Jin-wook, who uncontrollably activated the mana in a state of rampage before the possession, I got to control and activate it with an extremely focused mind. It was all thanks to the memory of the hardship of having to practice as Choi Sung-yoon, who had a relatively small mana like a water droplet. Perhaps it was moisture compared to Seo Jin-wook's potential mana that was like the ocean. The ingredients were abundant, and the chef's skill to handle them was indeed top of the class. So, I succeeded in activating quite a bit of the mana. "Wake up, team leader. We're here." I stopped pretending to be asleep and opened my eyes. I saw an area lined with warehouses like that of Incheon Port. Concealing my joy, I talked to Secretary Kim while stretching in an unnerved manner. "Do you remember all the precautions?" "For sure." He frowned as he began to answer. "But, team leader, how did you know about a place like this?" "Well, firstly, it's because I am the successor." Secretary Kim tilted his head but was eventually convinced. I did not know if the Celestial Dragon Guild shared this type of information with Seo Jin-wook at this point. He hadn't even awakened as a hunter yet, so perhaps not. "Okay, get this." Secretary Kim handed me an item from the guild warehouse. Slop. Slop. An opaque, colorless jelly-like thing was bouncing around slowly, one on each hand of Secretary Kim and mine. They were called the mask slime. This item was captured in the dungeon. It was an academic controversy, arguing if it was a living thing or not, to the day I lived. Of course, it was only until the days when the academic society remained to exist. "I brought it with me because you, team leader, told me, but is this a must?" I nodded. "It is a complicated place to let your identity be known." Secretary Kim sighed and then spread the slime that was the size of a fist in his hand with both hands. Then, the slime began to stretch out like cellophane. I also spread the slime that I was holding in the same way as Secretary Kim did. I pulled it out to a size covering my entire face, like a flat dough, and wrapped it over my face, like a mask pack. Guruk. Rumble. Rumble. Then, the opaque slime on my face gradually changed to a color similar to human skin. Afterwards, it started to shape the facial features of a person, completely different from my face. It was an unpleasant sensation that I felt after a long time. This was also a reason why Secretary Kim was reluctant. If I dared to compare it, could I say that it felt like wiping your face with a cow dung? After waiting for a while in that manner, my face completely changed to that of a strange man. There was a slight difference in texture when I touched it with my hand, but it was difficult to notice that it was fake if one were to look at it without touching it. There was no sense of difference in the connection between the face and neck. I then spoke, looking at the man with sharp eyes in the mirror. "It seemed that we have faces of people who have nothing to do with the Celestial Dragon Guild, right?" The big-headed Secretary Kim took longer to prepare to increase the slime to the size of his face, and he couldn't immediately answer because he was still putting it on his face. After a while, Secretary Kim, who had transformed into another person's face, nodded. "Yes, I have perfectly prepared for it in advance." The mask slime had begun to reshape into the face it previously covered when used the next time. "So, if I were to take off what I was wearing now and someone else were to use it, then it will take on the shape of my face." Of course, the guild would do something about it before putting it back into the warehouse. Things would get complicated if someone were to walk around, pretending to be the successor of the Celestial Dragon Guild. A small office building was attached next to the 4-story warehouse. I saw a shabby sign saying Taeju International Logistics. I stood in front of the office door, knocked twice, and opened the door without waiting for an answer. What I could see was the interior that was so simple that it looked almost bare. A middle-aged man with a brutal wound was sitting at a desk. He rolled his eyes as if the sight of us annoyed him. "Who are you? How can I help you?" I spoke in a straightforward manner. "Please give me an account." Then the middle-aged man's expression subtly changed. He double-tapped the latest device on his wrist. At the same time, a clear hologram began to float in front of us. At the top of the screen, a large number said 30, and below was a European bank account number. I then glanced at Secretary Kim. Then he also operated the device on his wrist. And after a while, it sounded. Ding. As Secretary Kim nodded, I spoke to the man. I just deposited 3 billion won. Then the man guided us to the inner door without confirming. It was a door placed opposite the entrance door we entered from. Please wait here for a while. His tone had abruptly changed. We entered as he led the way. There was a reception room with a modern and luxurious interior that was completely different from the office we had just seen before. When Secretary Kim and I sat on an expensive-looking sofa, the man closed the door and disappeared. Secretary Kim, as only two of us were left alone, whispered in my ear. Have you ever come here? It's too natural of you. No. Of course, it's my first time. It's really weird. Anyway, how long do we have to wait here? It won't take too long. Probably, checking the deposit was the job of another employee than the man a while ago, so a little waiting time was inevitable. The amount we remitted must be checked to see if it came from a third country, and if the account was untraceable to the financial authorities. After 5 minutes or so, the door across opened, and a woman in a clean suit entered. Nodding, she bowed to greet us. Then she lifted her head and spoke, with her eyes shining through the old-fashioned glasses, which were rare even today. I'm sorry to have kept our special guests waiting for a long time. I am Director Oh Jinhua. I will guide you inside. Our special guests? This wasn't something that people of this field of work would say. No. Was it the usual greeting in this era? Something felt unpleasant. Moreover, this woman. I stared at her back, to be precise, toward her chest for a moment, then walked along. Just like that, we entered the real entrance to the black market. Black market. It went without saying that items from dungeons had the highest demand to be traded on the black market in this era. Many items were subjected to the state's strict trade control, so there was always a demand to trade them free from such shackles independently. Most of such consumers had strong financial power, so the black market was the blue ocean for such customers. In a way, it was more of a betting business. Instead of verifying the customer's identity, they receive a deposit to enter the market. The money was the needed identification card. From the customer's perspective, they had risked giving away the money and deposit without asking questions or nagging about it to enter. If one met a scammer and lost his money, only he would be to blame. It only meant that the one who did that would be powerless to make a proper connection to enter the black market. The place we entered was much smaller than the size of the warehouse we saw from the outside. This also means that the zones were divided in their manner. There was something suspicious about Director Oh Jinhua, but I decided to negotiate instead of giving up the deal and leaving. My suspicion of her arose because she was part of the black market. However, on the contrary, because she was part of the black market, some parts could be trusted. I was convinced that at least she wouldn't harm us unless we acted rudely. Upon entering, she posed a question, making eye contact with both of us. Do you have any items you are looking for? I didn't feel like specifying what it was that I was looking for. I'll just look around. Then the director replied with a wide smile, whatever her intentions might be. Yes, customer. Take your time looking around. I will serve right next to you. Against the backdrop of her tight smile, keeping an eye on us, we first walked through an area displayed with weapons and armor. If I kept my gaze on one item, Director Oh Jinhua appropriately intervened and explained about it. I passed by so many products, but nothing caught my eye. Then. Huh? It felt like a light bulb went on in my head. However, without expressing it, I had a similar expression as before. Doesn't that look unusual? Then, again, Director Oh Jinhua intervened. Isn't the design unique? So does its performance. I didn't answer for a moment and looked at it for a few more seconds. Then, she quickly pulled out 2 pairs of gloves. It looked ordinary, but that was also a specially crafted item. Would you like to hold it in your hand? I nodded, feeling unnerved. What she brought from beyond the cabinet was a bracelet made of black metal. It looked like thin snakes intertwined and bit each other in order to form a circle. I cried with joy inside. This wasn't something that I found with location information in advance. It was something I had found by chance. It was rotting while being buried in a place like this in this period. I tried to manage my facial expressions. In response to the director's recommendation, I picked up the item while wearing the gloves. Although it was a special glove, it did not interfere with the ability of the successor's eyes. Thanks to this, I was able to see the system message, which was the item description. The result was, as I guessed. My prediction had been correct. This item was found in the gate of a dungeon near Helsingborg, Sweden in last December. After being discovered in a dungeon, I did not know how it found its way into this place, the black market in Incheon. Director Oh Jin-hwa didn't necessarily explain it as well. Finding it in the black market in the first place means that it wasn't going through the normal route with high probability. Director Oh Jin-hwa focused on product descriptions instead of talking about distribution channels that must have been illegal. Up to now, 3 hunters had tried to analyze its value using the value analysis scroll, but they were said to have failed. So, its exact item name and function registered in the system was currently unknown, but there were still a few functions that the hunters found out by using them themselves. Like a normal dungeon item, after injecting a little mana and wearing it on your wrist like this, and then engrave the user, and you're ready. The explanation continued from there. If the user is injured in this state, it has been confirmed that the item itself activates the healing magic without consuming the user's mana and restores the user. It is a rare wrist wearable item with auto-heal function. Such a function may still be rare in this era. I looked down on the bracelet on one finger. It would be useful. Pretty peculiar. Yes, customer. After all, you have a good discerning eye. Can I help you with the purchase process? Yes, please. Black markets never scammed buyers. This was because it was difficult to survive by turning multiple hunters into enemies. Not surprisingly, Director Oh Jin-hwa quickly touched the device on her wrist and displayed a document as a hologram. By the way, customer, before anything, let me inform you about this. The maximum effective healing is limited, and injuries above a certain level are irreparable. She continued to explain. Also, once in a while, it causes side effects that cannot be controlled. Several new pictures appeared on the hologram. Unlike the ones we had just seen, only one type of injury picture was listed. These were the appearances of wrists that were almost bitten off, brutally cut. In severe cases, almost the entire arm was torn off. Almost randomly, at every unpredictable cycle, the bracelet's ornaments biting around the user's wrist have been observed in almost all cases. It is suspected that this method is used to replenish mana in the item, but it has not been proven. Director Oh Jin-hwa explained that she had tried to measure the numbers of things such as auto-heal occurrences and the degree of repair and attempted to compute and predict the amount of mana left in the bracelet. Still, the deviation of error was too large. Some hunter got bitten off after healing few flesh wounds, another hunter was said to have bitten after healing numerous piercing wounds, so it must have been not easy to estimate. I then asked. So, what about the price? It's 620 million won. It was a price close to bargain for an item with an auto-heal function. An injury could be healed, but if that happened during the midst of a battle, there was a good chance that the wearer could die. It was not a reliable product as it was unpredictable. However, there was indeed a way. I will take it. Then, Secretary Kim wriggled his thick eyebrows. The meaning of his two eyes was this. You were buying that kind of thing for 620 million? It's better to buy that much amount of potions. I glanced as if to tell him to calm down. From somewhere, one more employee came out and got the artifact from me. Other than that, there were no items that stood out, and we thusly moved on to the next section. Customer, this is the area where the skill cards are displayed. I look round and past the shelves as if I was uninterested. In the first place, this was not my concern. Seeing that my steps were much faster than before, Director Oh Jin-hwa carefully tested the water. I think we haven't prepared the products you like in here. I answered bleakly. Ah, well. The effect of a card was to fill the skill slot of the hunter who used it. If the hunter wanted to use the skill after filling the slot, he could release his mana while activating it. Then, according to the system's guidance, the mana would move in a specific shape and flow in the body. It could be done without the hunter taking the initiative. As a result of the mana moving according to a specific pattern, a forced strength was applied in reality, sparking a pillar of flame from the hand, releasing lightning from the sword's tip, and moving to space hundreds of kilometers away. All this process did not require the hunter to count and control it without thinking about such things. It was like a game where you pushed a button, and your skill went out. The only thing the hunter cared about was concentrating so that enough mana was released, and frequently used it to increase his proficiency. But why do I not need the skill card? In my previous life, when I lived as Choi Sung-yoon, I had seen countless hunters using their respective skills, and I had seen clearly how their mana moved in every moment. Chapter 8. Black Market, 2. By the way, even after passing by the place where the skill card was displayed, I looked around a few areas, but I still could not find the item I was looking for. I was hoping that they would have made it as cheap as possible. They must have placed it in the back as they were not sure how to label it. So, I deemed to ask, "Is this all of it?" She replied with a still unwavering smile. Yes, at this stage. She meant that I already had seen everything I could with an entry deposit of 3 billion credits. I spoke without hesitation. "Please give me the account." She tapped her wrist, and the hologram that came up this time had a different account number than just a while ago, having the number 100 in large print. Now, I had to prove my credentials to see more expensive things than the ones here. What I wanted would probably be in there. "Customer, can I help you in with entry so that you can look at more diverse products?" Director Oh Jin-hwa smiled brightly over the white light sprinkled by the hologram. The face of Secretary Kim under the same lighting turned even paler than before. 10 billion won was deposited, and while Director Jin-hwa walked in the lead with a much brighter smile, Secretary Kim messed with the ring-shaped artifact on his fingers with nervousness. It must be his habit when he was feeling anxious. Then he finally could not stand it and came up, whispering. "Why the hell did you buy those a while ago, and how much more do you plan to spend here?" "It's all part of the plan. Calm down." "Oh, even if you have lost your memory, you still have the same habit of spending money. How much money have you been granted this time?" Seo Gyu-chul was a very generous man when it came to money, unlike his son's strict words and actions. I was rather surprised when I asked for it. "It's enough, so don't worry. Also, the deposit will be returned anyway. Of course, after subtracting a percentage of the fee. Those thieving bastards. This way, customer." They were higher grades in the area through another door overall than what we had just seen, except for unusual cases like the bracelets that I had just bought. The order of display was similar, so the weapons and equipment were listed first. I did not see anything particularly worth buying. The object that was like a pearl in the mud that I aimed for would be hard to find in this area. Rather, most products were sold at a higher price than the price valued in the future. As I went on to the skill card area, this time, there was something that caught my eye. It was the first time my gaze had stayed on a skill card for such a long time, so Director Oh Jin-hwa did not miss the opportunity and quickly intervened. "This is a mastery skill card. The skill name is..." I read the name on the shelf. "Artist Sword Dance." The price tag said it cost 7 billion. Mastery skills were more like a manual. The hunters who triggered these cards would learn swordsmanship, spear skills, hand combat, and magic series that they had never learned. And the higher the skill level, the more elaborate and powerful the mana management method and the attack method involved, and the types of skills that could be used would increase. "Are you interested? Would you need more of a detailed?" "That's okay." I blocked her explanation. There was no hunter with a skill level raised yet, so its true value seemed unknown. If it was 7 billion, it was cheap compared to the future value, but I did not intend to buy it. I was well aware of everything about Artist Sword Dance Mastery Cards detail and the 5 skills you got when one maxed out the levels. Artist Sword Dance was a skill used by Sword King Randy among the last 5 who climbed the Tower of Choice in my previous life. My gaze was fixed on this card because it reminded me of Randy. I get to think about it again, my life before as Choi Sung-yoon, before I got to possess Seo Jin-wook's body, and at the last moment at that, an unbearable, terrible feeling filled me up. It flashed clearly in front of my eyes. The top 100 floors as Randy falls on the cold floor. The magic sword cut his neck about half he was carrying. A tremendous amount of blood spilled through the wound, but the magic sword was greedily swallowing all of it. After the dungeon and the monster's threat disappeared, Randy planned to break the magic sword. It was because he was using it right now without any other options, but it was too dangerous. It was something that was not necessary in a peaceful world. Randy chose the sword, knowing it was a dangerous item. This is because the force is needed to save mankind from rock bottom. The sword that tortured Randy ever since the moment he held it eventually fulfilled its wishes of slicing the owner by his neck. The reason that happened to Randy was... Crack. I sharpened my teeth and remembered the name. Angelica Hurd. A maniac in the mask of a saint who deceived all mankind. As soon as I remembered that hateful face, My whole body burned as if I had swallowed a fireball in my stomach. Customer? If you are uncomfortable at the moment, would you wish to rest in the lounge? I tried to settle the boiling feeling. It's nothing. Let's keep going. Angelica, the life of the monster, was permanently recorded in my mind. After solving a bunch of petty problems right away, the destination was considered a fixed one. What blessing was a skill that did not allow manipulation. No matter what were to happen in the future, I will not forget that one thing. Angelica heard. I must prevent any events that the madness-driven monster would make from happening. That would be the greatest revenge for me. Director Oh Jin-hwa, who noticed my emotional state, briefly provided guidance and explanations for the following items, and Secretary Kim continued to look at me with an anxious look. While moving in that state, I finally saw what I was looking for. I calmed myself and asked in a still voice, "What is over there?" When I returned to a good mood, Director Oh Jin-hwa also responded with a cheerful voice, with her careful self gone. She was good at customer care. "This is the area where the creatures captured in the dungeon are kept. I will guide you. Most of the things that came out of the dungeon are so, but the state's control is strict, especially for living things. Due to diseases or ecological disturbances, the types that can be officially traded are extremely limited. Nevertheless, those who want to get their hands on such creatures have no choice but to head to the black market." We walked through a passageway that was made of cells that isolated things with clear glass panes. Each one of them contained strange creatures captured in the dungeon. Some looked similar to the creatures of the earth, but others looked frightening to the civilians. There it is. The target can be seen far away, but I proceeded to watch different dungeon creatures as if I were looking slowly on purpose. I tried to hide my excitement. I made sure to mutter, acting at an appropriate level of interest. Very casually, "Isn't he pretty?" Secretary Kim, who was tired of strange creatures such as furry sea cucumbers and tentacle-covered iguanas and frogs that poop with eyes until now, responded as if to agree. It's the best-looking one I've ever seen." Beyond the glass container was a small animal that looked like a cat on earth. The whole was covered with black hair, but only the hair around the feet, chest, and mouth was white. It was an appearance that was close to a tuxedo cat in the language of this era. However, as to clearly show that they were similar but to Earth's creatures, the pointed ear tips were divided into several layers like petals, and the furry tail was twice as long as the body. But, isn't it too thin? It was crouching desperately in search of a dark corner where the light reached the least. Taking a closer look at it, I furrowed my eyebrows. I know, right? There's only leather and bone. It was so thin that only the bones remained. Every time it breathed, the ribs were visible under the skin. Both eyes were empty and lifeless. As if it saw us from its side, it threatened us by showing its teeth and saying "Kya." However, there seemed to be no more energy to spare. No matter how it may be an alien creature, it was a sight that made viewers feel sorry for it. I began to ask, pretending to be unaware. "Are they starved and are not fed once they're caught?" She shook her head. "Unfortunately, it eats nothing. Regardless of our will, it has continued to do so since capture." "How long has it starved like that?" "It's been a little over 3 months. They might have given the only effort, saying that they have tried, must be nothing but giving meat obtained from the captured organisms living in the dungeons like any other living organism. Of course, that wouldn't work. Such was a kind that would not even dare to put those kinds of things near its mouth." "Wow, cruel people. Starving them for 3 months? It's very pitiful." I muttered like an outpouring of compassion and asked the director, "You don't even know its name?" "I haven't figured it out yet. There was no capture of any suspected same species, so it was not named separately, too." It meant that he was still the one and only. I scratched my chin. "How much for those kinds?" It was time to hit the negotiation. Director Oh Jin-hwa replied without any signs of contemplation. "It's 8.5 billion. I replied with my eyes wide open. "What kind of ability does it possess that it is more expensive than the skill card earlier?" "It hasn't been figured out yet." I sighed as if I found this completely absurd. "You're going to sell an alien which we don't even know what abilities he has for 8.5 billion? Again, the black market wasn't committing such fraud against me. However, since it was a kind of commodity that had not been traded yet, and the market price was not formed, they were trying to raise the price as much as possible by raising the standard. Moreover, it would be more ambiguous because the information they found out about him was that it did not die after 3 months of starvation. The fact that it is still alive even if it has not been fed for 3 months is another part that distinguishes it from living things on Earth. Some collectors are more enthusiastic about this. Perhaps further on, it may live without dying even if I do not continue feeding. I pointed out the loophole in those words. If I were to say the opposite, it might die the day after I take it, right? Oh Jinhua could not refute this type of logic at all. There was not much information, perhaps none at all, so there was nothing that the seller could guarantee. However, it was a shame to sell it cheap because it was the only entity that had been identified so far, and it is critical to keep it if the price rises in the future when it might die at any time. Since I had enough budget, I thought of making a compromise at an appropriate point, considering the other person's situation. I spoke once more. After all, is it just a pretty alien to look at? Most of the dungeon creature collectors put great emphasis on aesthetics. In other words, doesn't it mean that selling is ambiguous unless a collector who finds it suits his taste comes up? Unless its abilities were known, hunters who wanted creatures that could help in combat and exploration would not choose him. Having said so far, I spoke. 1.2 billion. The average value of dungeon creatures sold to raise them solely as pets was calculated at the current world price, and then the price was cut by half from that price. Considering that the dungeon creatures were controlled as strictly as the Awakening Stone, this was a price that was difficult to accept from the black market standpoint. Once I declared, I spoke once more as I frowned. Director, I can no longer. Yes, sir. We will help you with your purchase. I had no choice but to keep my mouth shut. I was open to bargain attempts aiming for moderate prices from there, but Director Oh Jinhua immediately accepted my proposal. Hey, Director. I'm not saying I won't buy it, but if you call $8.5 billion like this and then immediately accept 1.2 billion won, wouldn't I feel a bit complicated? Perhaps the original call of 8.5 billion might have been the attempt to rob me. Or I was asking from the perspective of the customer. Then, Director Oh Jinhua replied with a smile. As I said, you are special people. This time, we gave you a special discount. Again, an unpleasant feeling came up, but after seeing the staff moving the little one into a separate case from beyond the glass, I got rid of all the unnecessary thoughts. Fortunately, I had gotten it easier than I thought I would. It exposed its teeth to the employee and made a noise, but it was so weak that I couldn't resist for a long time and entered the case. Okay, let's take you home, kid. The original name of the creature that would be known to Earth in the future was called Iponia. Because of its ability and appearance, it was also called the following nickname on Earth: Skill-Eating Cat. Chapter 9. Collision 1. Secretary Kim and I came out of the black market after purchasing Iponia. He then spoke, sitting in the driver's seat. Team leader, when will you give me an explanation? I began wearing the bracelet I bought today in the back seat. As soon as I wore it, the size automatically adjusted to fit my wrist and wound it up. In that state, I infused a little mana. Whoosh. The flow of mana visible only to my eyes wrapped around the bracelet and disappeared. Confirming that the user's imprint is complete, I smiled quietly. Looking up, I spoke to Secretary Kim. I'll explain everything later. Let's go home first. Secretary Kim clicked his tongue and started the car. While he drove, I sat in the back seat and thought for a moment. It was none other than about the woman named Oh Jinhua, who guided us through the products. I peeked at the driver's seat. Secretary Kim wouldn't have noticed at all, right? When Oh Jinhua appeared and greeted us for the first time, I was quite surprised. Why wasn't her name and dressing in my memory? What is that kind of hunter doing in the black market, explaining the items? Throughout her guidance, I could see it in my eyes. Near her heart, her mana core explosively boiled around a huge amount of active mana. Speaking according to the present times, it was the level corresponding to the average S-class hunter. Oh, it's been a while since I've worn heels. It's very uncomfortable. At the reception room of the black market where all customers have left. After seeing off the people who had just finished shopping, Oh Jinhua returned without using her hand, and she threw off the heel she was wearing by kicking twice in the air. Next, she took off her glasses, put them on the table, and unbuttoned the top of her shirt. Then, she buried herself on a luxurious, fluffy sofa prepared for customers and crossed her 2 feet on the black leather footrest. Then, the employee who was serving the customers with Oh Jinhua came over quickly. You've worked hard today, Director. Yes, Yunsil, you, too. The employee came to Oh Jinhua's feet and kneels on the carpet. Then, She started massaging Oh Jinhwa's calves and feet on the footrest. Meanwhile, Oh Jinhwa took out a Cuban cigar that she always carried around. Spat. She didn't need a cigar cutter. Just by flicking her finger lightly, the tobacco's tip was cut off, leaving a sharp cross-section. Flash. She didn't need a lighter as well. A blue flame burned from the tip of her index finger and lit the cigar. As she tasted the smoke through her nose, Oh Jinhwa asked, "What's the update from the source inside the Celestial Dragon Guild?" The staff who was massaging her raised her head and deftly answered. "It is said that the eldest son of the guild leader Seo Gyuchul went out unofficially 3 hours ago. You're also sure that they were the guests we had served, right?" "I think so, too." Oh Jinhwa cracked her stiff neck from side to side while breathing lightly in the air. She was tired after acting formally for a while. Although the black market was not interested in its customers' personal information and did not want to dive into it, that was the case only when the other person was of a level that was unworthy of even knowing about. The black market's goal was to buy and sell, and one of the key points of sales activity was, of course, good management of the regulars. It was natural that VIPs, which accounted for only 5% of all customers, raised more than 70% of their total sales. Furthermore, there was one secret that was not well known in public: the black market had a fairly sophisticated information system. It was not surprising that one of the important virtues of merchants was information collection. Still, because of the characteristics of the products they handled, their information organization was much larger and specialized enough to exceed the general level. Also, Seo Jin-wook just visited the only black market related to hunters in Korea at this point, and the Celestial Dragon Guild was, of course, at the top of their VIP list. Such biometric identification information, such as voice fingerprints and gait of Seo Jin-wook, the Celestial Dragon Guild's successor, was secured in advance. However, Seo Jin-wook, to be precise, Choi Sung-yoon, who possessed his body, did not know this fact. He had never experienced this era's black market in his lifetime, and he only had access to all this knowledge through historical records and testimonies. The informal parts that were not documented could not be known. His unique skill was to memorize what he already perceived visually, not to discover what he didn't know. What must be the reason why the Celestial Dragon Guild's son hid his identity and came here to buy a bracelet and a 3-month starved cat? I do not know. And I heard he was a psycho bitch? Seeing him today, he was perfectly fine. That was surprising for me, too. Once again, Oh Jinhwa, smoking deeply, muttered while chewing the tip of her glasses. Does the fact that the collected information and the confirmed entity are so different mean it is time to refurbish all the sources of information we placed in the Celestial Dragon Guild, or was everyone being fooled in the first place? As Yun-sil read between the lines, she asked back. You mean, he deliberately pretends to be retarded? But would there be a reason to? Isn't it more strange if he had no reason to act like that? Unfortunately, that kind of item that the guy picked it up was one of the few items that we don't have enough knowledge on the identity and usage of. Those things are rare these days, and he only picks those up? I smell something. Yun-sil looked into her eyes and asked once more. What smell? Something fishy? No. Oh Jinhwa smiled brightly, showing her teeth. It smells of sweet money. Yun-sil shrugged. Your intuition is always on point, so it must be this time as well. So put a few more people on the side of the Celestial Dragon Guild. I feel like I can grab big money if I take the chances. Moreover, since the opponent is the Celestial Dragon Guild. Oh Jinhwa thought of this again. She had a very good feeling. And, as Yun-sil said, her gut feelings were seldom wrong. On the way back home, sitting in the back seat, I asked Secretary Kim some questions. I could see his eyes widening in the rearview mirror. What? Who are the people who will benefit if something bad happens to you? He sighed. Those are the first things that concern you, team leader, after losing your memories? Yes, I'm curious. Isn't that very important? Seo Jin-wook was the heir to the Celestial Dragon Guild, who was closely being watched. It was said that he would change the playground of the Korean Hunter Society in the future. It was not a minuscule issue to cast a curse skill on such a person. Moreover, even the knowledge that those kinds of skills exist was unknown during this period. Who in the world even found such a rare method and set a trap on Seo Jin-wook? What was the motive? Secretary Kim tilted his head and began to mutter. No, well. If it is important, it is important. I harried him for an answer. Well, firstly, The competition between the guilds is rough, so if there's any mishap towards the Celestial Dragon Guild's heir, especially who is rumored to have the greatest potential, it would be good news for others. How about if we were to look from inside instead of outside? Secretary Kim blinked his eyes as if he didn't understand the question. I asked a more direct and specific question instead. Is there anyone inside the guild that would benefit if something wrong happened? A slightly dark shadow cast on Secretary Kim's face. I did not miss that change. What's wrong? Because the old part of you seems to remain where you doubt the people around you without end or bottom of it. As one of Seo Jin-wook's personality traits, he is said to have considered almost everyone, except himself, as potential enemies and could not trust anyone at all. If I were to answer you as I have done every time you have asked me that question, you never have to worry about such a thing. Secretary Kim began to explain the structure of the forces within the guild briefly. It was too simple that it was embarrassing to explain it as a structure of the forces. So it is a peaceful system that is run by cooperation between my father, the person who has absolute power, and the subhead of the guild, the next person in charge? Yeah. Although the hunters brought in by the sub-guild master from outside follow him more than the guild master. He deftly scratched his chin. In the first place, the guild master completely trusts the sub-guild master, and there is almost no conflict. However, no matter how friendly they are, the powers are divided, and the sub-guild master has finalized his position as the next person in charge, right? Hearing such naturally raised my doubts. If it's to that degree, wouldn't the next of command want to keep me in check? Oh, if it weren't for that guy, it is natural for anyone to. The reason why I couldn't finish was that Secretary Kim's face had changed into the oddest expression I had ever seen. What's wrong? Wait. What about the sub-guild master? Keep you in check? Ha, well. Listen. The reason why you, team leader, haven't completely lost USH. He looked at my face through the rearview mirror and cleared his throat. And he changed his wording to what he considered toned down. To think about it, it's all thanks to sub-guild master that team leader intermittently go to the wrong side instead of completely losing yourself to insanity. What did that even mean? Secretary Kim shrugged. Wow, I'm not going to ask any more about it. Team leader, I think your memories have truly faded. While driving on the highway, Secretary Kim explained simply. As seen in the fragments of memories that came to mind when I was alone with the guildmaster today, the process of raising Seo Jin-wook by Seo Gyu-chul seemed to be closer to emotional abuse. In particular, it was said that it got even worse after it was confirmed that he had a hunter's talent. More like an attitude toward tools rather than to a son, to say. Secretary Kim also spoke without hesitation when he talked about Seo Gyu-chul in front of me. He thought that the father played a major role in worsening Seo Jin-wook's psychotic episodes day by day. It was to the point that people would click their tongues. It's not that I don't understand why you, team leader, had become that way. I knew that the symptoms were not purely a disease but rather the effect of the curse someone cast on this body, but I still listened. I see. It was a little complicated thing to think about. If it's to harass, why did it plant this kind of curse? If Seo Jin-wook were annoying, the best way would be to make him impaired or kill him altogether. Through everything that had happened, he was the one who has taken care of me so far? Yeah. Was it since you were 5 years old? From that time on, I heard that you, team leader, already had been so damn ill-tempered. Anyway, even though you were such a bad kid, only the sub-guild master found you so pretty, right? The team leader is also well-behaved in front of him most of the time. As far as I've noticed so. As I listened to him, I even felt like the sub-guild master took a parent's role instead as well. I've fallen ill, but hasn't he showed up for me? He's busy going through a dungeon right now. Sub-guild master was scouted from another guild, or so I heard. Nevertheless, he became my father's right arm, overtaking the nobles of Celestial Dragon Guild? Yes. It's a solid faith that never breaks. I then asked for the reason behind it. At the time that several guilds in a union were exploring a dungeon, the now sub-guild master, who was handling another guild, happened to save our guild master. A lifesaver, even. For Seo Gyu-chul, that was a strong reason to trust him beyond anything. But rather than to blindly trust him, there was clear proof that I had witnessed. Is it possible that team leader Park Chang-hee was one of the people brought in by the sub-guild master from outside? I heard Secretary Kim say towards Park Chang-hee that he was going to be barely punished. You will barely receive a punishment thanks to the sub-guild master, anyways. he said. Secretary Kim nodded. Yes. My head spun fast. Park Chang-hee tried to see through me discreetly. The sub-guild master was said to have built an independent force within the guild, and Park Chang-hee was a person under the sub-guild master. Regardless of the apparent relationship, or the structure of the forces between Seo Jin-wook and the sub-guild master, I have no choice but to believe what I witnessed with my own eyes. I was lost in my own thoughts, but from a certain moment, Secretary Kim glanced at the rearview mirror towards the outside of the vehicle numerous times. It was still a long ride until Seoul. Well, perhaps, it might not be true, team leader. It was a serious voice that I seldom heard. Secretary Kim then asked me, fixing his gaze on the rearview mirror. Did you ask because you noticed it? The question of who might be the team leader's enemy? Why? There seems to be a tail on us. When I heard that, I also looked in the rearview mirror, a black van following our vehicle. I looked at the license plate. It was the exact license plate I saw 25 minutes ago. As I concentrated my mind, I saw chunks of mana swaying through the window of the coated van. The people in that vehicle were all hunters. A cold breeze came up. I just deliberately drove off the other way because I wanted to make sure, but it keeps following us. I will request support from the guild. At that moment. Because of the sudden change, of course, the other side seemed to have noticed our situation. The van's door opened, and a hand that came out of it threw a small metal object towards us. Secretary Kim and I, who recognized the object, frowned at the same time. Damn I! Bam! Colorless gas diffused from the metallic object and covered the surroundings. It was a mana barrier wrapped around 100 meters in radius. It could be seen that the density of the air had changed completely. Barrier. I read the mana pattern, but it was blocking vision and interference. Damn, as expected. Secretary Kim confirmed that communications were completely paralyzed and eventually pulled over. It can be more dangerous to be in a car. Come out and stand behind me. Chapter 10. Collision, 2. Got off the black vans parked on the vacant lot next to the road. The eyes of Secretary Kim, who saw their faces, turned fierce. He immediately got ready for battle. When Secretary Kim subjected mana on the ring he had been fiddling countless times today, the crude ring disappeared, and a sword made of an integrated blade and handle was held in his hand. Secretary Kim thusly growled, wrapping the sword in mana. People feed themselves by the swords must be aware of their surroundings to live long. You fellas are finished in that aspect. The men's faces became more mischievous. The sense of death that had been boldly emanating pierced the air. There were 10 in total. I wondered how all of those big men managed to fit in that van. They slowly came out and surrounded Secretary Kim. When there was no reply, Secretary Kim spoke again in a bitter manner. You didn't even know the identity of the target when you took the job, right? You fellas would not have taken the job if you knew who you fellas were dealing with. Do you know who we are? We are part of the Celestial Dragon Guild. Secretary Kim brought out a hunter certificate. The mark of the guild he belongs to shone clearly above the photo. A striking agitation appeared on the faces of the men who confirmed it. As he said, they didn't even seem to know who we were and took the job anyway. Secretary Kim spoke, throwing his gaze at each of their weapons. Looking at your standards, you seem to do anything for a few big ones. Do you think you can mess with the Celestial Dragon Guild and have a good night's sleep? Can't you tell your situation just by looking at it? The men exchanged glances with each other. Confused emotions were visible in their faces. They took the job without knowing the details, and it was a target that couldn't be messed with, now that they knew about our identities. Even if they succeeded in the mission, it was obvious that they would receive payback. The status of the Celestial Dragon Guild in this era was that high. Hesitation and anguish cast over their faces. Then, suddenly, the one who seemed to be the leader shouted as if to charge for battle. Damn, already too late to give up. Let it be the Celestial Dragon Guild or whatever, we will fix it after we're done with them. Secretary Kim said in a low voice, threatening. You won't be able to fix it. Shut up. In the end, they chose the opposite option to that proposed by Secretary Kim. Standing behind him, I compared the heart of Secretary Kim, precisely the mana core's vibration, and each of the men. I could bet that they made the worst choice. The men ran into Secretary Kim with timing in unison without a signal to start an attack. Secretary Kim lifted the sword. His weapon, which had no sheath and the crude blade, amplified it from the moment he applied mana and made violent vibrations. He clicked his tongue and kicked. The next movement happened so fast that it was difficult to keep up with normal, physical eyes before the body awakened. I couldn't even follow his course. When he disappeared from my sight, Secretary Kim stood in front of the man with an axe. The moment the man's frozen facial expression turned into panic, Secretary Kim swung his sword. Flash. A blue line that sliced the space. At the same time, the sound of tearing air was heard, then the man fell to the floor, holding the axe in his hand. Ah! The man cried with his arm cut off. The screaming then stopped with an eerie crushing sound. Whack! A body with a decapitated head collapsed. Secretary Kim, who got rid of the blood from the blade, threw himself at the next opponent without even looking at the headless man. The sound of the blade slicing through the wind continued over and over again. The sound of screaming, flesh cutting off, and breaking bones followed suit like background music. Blood splattered all over the place, and the severed limb rolled over. To the cruel music, Secretary Kim threw his body as if to dance on a bloody stage. I knew it. No matter how he saw Seo Jin-wook as a tool or whatever, he was really good enough to be at the side of Seo Gyu-chol, who had the potential. Please. H.A. When one person was about to fall, another man screamed with his stomach split open. From all over the open wounds of their bodies, the men fell while bleeding out. Clang. Clang clang. It was rare to hear the friction between weapon to weapon. Once the blade of Secretary Kim crossed the other's weapons, the opponent had already fallen. It was hard to see a proper counterattack. Damn it! Rush to them. Rush more. The barely conscious survivors growled and wielded weapons at the same time. They blocked the attacks around them and ran. While Secretary Kim dealt with two people simultaneously, another man raised his sword and jumped behind him. But in the next moment... Splash! It was too fast to see how Secretary Kim counterattacked. I just saw three people sprinkling blood and falling apart at the same time. In that manner, Secretary Kim was slaughtering opponents without using a skill once. Exclamation mark. While the rest of the people were dying, the leader, who was hiding at the back while standing at the side of the vehicle, turned his gaze toward me. His eyes flashed mixed with despair and malice. He seemed to be convinced this was going to end in annihilation. He once again checked Secretary Kim's situation with his colleagues, then suddenly changed direction and began to rush to me. It seemed that he was convinced that I was not awakened, whether he had judged from the situation or the information had been given in advance. In that situation, his purpose was obvious. He was trying to take me as a hostage. Secretary Kim did not miss his movement. He turned around as if he was trying to block the guy's movement towards me. However, I wasn't waiting dumbly to get attacked. Weang. I relocated a small amount of activated mana that I placed aside to imprint myself to the bracelet. The potential mana overflowed, but the amount that could be used now was not enough to implement an attack that would even be considered a skill. To compare, it was a mana worth picking up a grain of sand from the beach. However, even a grain of sand could kill a person depending on how one could control it. I faced the guy rushing. As if he was underestimating against a non-awakened, he hadn't even cast basic defense skills. A very small needle hole the size of a ball of mana flowed on my finger. Plock. I flicked my finger. Whoosh. The hunter running towards me stumbled. He stopped his steps. Before he could even understand the situation, his pupils loosened, knees loosened, and he fell in the opposite direction he ran towards. The eyes of Secretary Kim, who saw it, widened. However, he immediately regained his focus and turned his head to continue his enemy's ruthless slaughter. After a while, only two people were left standing in the vacant lot next to the road, and that was Secretary Kim and me. "Are you okay?" He came to me and checked my condition. I noticed that his well-pressed suit didn't splatter a drop of blood. After all, he was well experienced. Just because you have a lot of mana in your core doesn't make you a strong hunter. There is a thing called a sense of combat and talent. Secretary Kim showed outstanding skills in that part. It's okay. Thanks to Secretary Kim. It was fortunate that the enemies were insignificant. They had rushed without any information on the target, and they did not have enough strength to consider Secretary Kim's skills. The person who commissioned this job must be in a hurry. If the person had enough time, he or she would have carried on a proper killer. To prove that they were insignificant, they did not even prepare firearms as they came to deal with non-awakened. From the standpoint of a non-awakened, a low-level hunter with a gun is far scarier than a low-level hunter that uses skills. Although it is an era in which each bullet is cast with tracking magic to prevent the worst situation of having possessed firearms outside of the dungeon, It would not be impossible with enough effort to find one. After confirming that I was okay, Secretary Kim immediately turned and saw the man's state that ran towards me. I also went to see it. The man, who had fallen back, was lifeless, facing air. It must have touched a cerebral artery. He died right away. Secretary Kim made a strange sound. I was convinced that the man was dead. The moment I bounced off the mana, I confirmed that the mana core embedded in his heart flickered and disappeared. Unlike the monsters in the dungeon, the core in the heart disappeared the moment a hunter dies, as if someone was harvesting it. This, isn't it? Secretary Kim wiped a stalk of blood flowing from the body's forehead. Then, in the middle of the forehead, a tiny opening, the size of a needle hole, appeared. Secretary Kim's eyes were wide open. He took a turn looking at the hole in the forehead of the body and my face. How? No, what the hell? What? After losing his words for a while, he started to open and close his mouth like that. And suddenly asked me in a screaming manner. Team leader, have you awakened? How? Why? In what way? I shook my head. You haven't awakened yet? He pointed his finger toward the body and pointed it out, screaming. But what is this? I responded as if nothing was wrong. You told me that when I lose control, I make a mess with telekinesis. I think it's a similar case. Somehow, mana shot out of my fingers. No, the latent mana rampage cannot be controllable that way. In this case, I had to be bold. As my life was on the brink, I think it just worked that way. No. He pressed his temples with both hands as if his head hurts. No matter how close your birthday is, you shouldn't be awakened legally. I'm telling you I didn't, alright? There is no seal of awakening on my body. Do you want me to take my clothes off? Very rarely, some cases have the seal inside their bodies. Many hunters didn't know that fact yet in this era, but he seemed to know it quite well. However, I had already seen it with the successor's eyes. This body was not yet awakened. No, what are you going to do on your birthday? If you come into contact with the awakening stone and get rejected at the altar saying that you are a hunter who is already awakened, the constitutional office's reaction must be, I just have to say that I can't awaken because I'm not qualified. Who will believe those words? So far, there already have been a few accidents caused by your mana rampage. He sighed deeply. That's a big problem. You know what happens if you find yourself awakened before you turn 19, right? At the point of being caught, even adults are subject to punishment retroactively. You have to prove that you didn't knowingly awaken, but it's almost impossible. The guild and the guild master will receive the charge against the forced awakening. It is a must that you must withdraw unconditionally from the guild, and future actions that benefit or are associated with the Celestial Dragon Guild will be impossible. Because of the popular belief that awakening at a young age increases the speed of growth, a law that was purposely created to eradicate such parents or guilds who awaken children early and secretly train them is closer to abuse. Since they aim to profit by eventually creating an excellent hunter who is minor, they mean to avoid the adults from seeing any benefit from the awakening of a child. When the first awakened hunter appeared, the government was concerned about how even talented people would deliberately avoid awakening because of danger. But over time, such concerns weren't needed. Dungeon exploration became the driving force to lead the entire industry, and dungeons became the base to create most of the world's wealth, and people were anxious because they could not awaken. The governments of each country had severely underestimated human desire. Phew, I see. Even if you have lost your memory, you can't be confused about whether you are awakened or not. I'll believe you. I believe you, but I'm still worried. Even though he believed me, he mumbled like he kept complaining. Even if that's the case, I don't quite understand this, Mark. His gaze did not fall from the hole in the forehead of the body. It's easier to go big, and I've never heard of a hunter that can aggregate mana as small as that and shoot it like a bullet. Even if you try to control mana like that, it's impossible. Oh, I don't know. In the end, Secretary Kim gave up, shook his head, and looked through the rest of the body. As expected, all fingerprints have been removed smoothly, and there were no belongings to identify identity. Even if they were insignificant, they were particular with those. Still, he couldn't give up identifying them, so Secretary Kim manipulated the device on his wrist to take a picture of each body's face. Next, the hair sample was collected and packed for DNA analysis. I know, right? Team leader, we should report this to the guild. As a person under the Celestial Dragon Guild, He mentioned reporting to the guild before considering taking it to the police, but I stopped him. Secretary Kim. For the time being, let's just keep what happened today to ourselves. Then, Secretary Kim's expression froze. Team leader, it is true that I am the team leader's assistant, but before that, I was a member of the Celestial Dragon Guild. It is a violation of the rules to cover up without reporting such incidents. I don't mean to hide it forever. I'm going to reveal it when I see it necessary. Until then, please do keep the silence. Secretary Kim's eyes calmed down at this. Are you suspicious of someone doing this inside? Don't you think the same, Secretary Kim? He affirmed in silence. Coming to the black market today was not planned, but a schedule that was decided on the spot. Unless the information did not leak from the inside, this could not be prepared at once. Say Ogyu. When my father starts turning everything upside down, the guys who planned this will hide. Then, how would the team leader find them without notifying the people of high up? I have an idea. Such a phrase is usually used by people with plans to get out of the situation. I laughed subtly. Looking at me like that, Secretary Kim spoke. Okay. Then, we will also verify the identity of these guys through an external company. Good. But if I don't ask the guild to back up, how do I take care of the body? Are you expecting me to dig and bury them? The barrier will also soon disappear. Are we just leaving it like this? We can't. I put very little mana into the bracelet on my wrist and then cycled it in a certain pattern. There was something that people of this era don't know about dungeons yet. Many creatures and items in the dungeon had been forcibly moved through spatial interference in a separate dimension like Earth. This bracelet was also originally used by beings living in the dimension named Srozan. They didn't want anyone to use their stuff, and they made the key to get it working. That key was the mana wave I made right now. Now, for the result. Eek. Secretary Kim was frightened and pointed at my wrist. That. A bracelet in the shape of entangled snakes wriggled and moved. And the snakes that looked like sculptures added volume to their bodies. Just as the bracelet was adjusted to fit my wrist the first time I put it on, the snakes, in reverse, extended the length of the body this time. Shortly after that, 5 gray snakes the size of an anaconda were crawling slowly with their tongues flapping out. The body got thinner as it went to the tail, so it was still connected to my wrist. I spoke up whilst glimpsing the body. These guys will take care of it all. Secretary Kim's face turned even more horrified. The common thing about the kids brought from the black market today is that, unfortunately, everyone was starving because they had met the wrong owner. The owners who used the auto-heal without feeding them was bound to get feasted upon. The amount that it feasted upon was not enough, so their healing level was also poor. Of course, things would be different from now on. Come on, eat. The snakes devoured every piece of flesh and every single drop of blood. Crack. Rip. The sound of snakes eating their bodies resonated in the vacant lot for a while. Chapter 11. Iponia. As I returned home, trying to defend myself from the downpour of Secretary Kim's questions, I locked my door before taking Iponia out of the case. Hiss. Hiss. It bared its teeth and raised its fur, its green eyes giving off some desperate energy. Oh my. Calm down, kid. Director O advised me to refrain from touching it with my bare hands, but I didn't mind it at all. When I caught the little guy running away to the corner of the case with both hands, Iponia twisted and rebelled without any strength. Doing so, it scratched at my forearm. However, blue light immediately flowed out of the bracelet as auto-heal was activated, and the wound disappeared without a trace. Now, I'll put you on the floor. It had been in a situation where it was constantly threatened and starved. The excessively bright light of the displays would have also put it on edge. Not surprisingly, as soon as I put it on the floor, Iponia limped without looking back to hide in the dark space under the bed. It was a pity that it couldn't even run properly even at the moment it tried to hide away. I have to feed this kid too. I found the contact information of the guild's supply department on my device and made a call. The other person didn't panic even at my sudden request and only repeated, "Yes, yes." And exactly 30 minutes later, what was delivered were some skill cards. To give out guild assets just like that with a single phone call. It's like a private organization. Of course, if what I asked for was something like a more valuable weapon-type artifact, it would have required approval from the guild leader, but this seemed to be okay. He chose some good ones. As I could see, each piece was precious. He only picked cards that were completely useless. That had been my request. One of the misunderstandings of ordinary people around this age was that, whatever their type might be, skill cards were very valuable and useful in some way. Most of the skills known through the media were gorgeous swordsmanship skills, magic spells, or even mysterious special abilities, so it was understandably misleading. However, if you were to look at the skill cards found in dungeons, most of them were neglected even by F-class hunters and remain unused. This was because they took up a limited number of skill slots. Those were called trash skills. Usually, there were two types. Those with effects that were useless, or those where the mana consumption was impossibly great, such as 300,000. The maximum mana officially recorded in my past life is about 50,000. If the latter were discovered, they were set aside and taken care of, but the former was treated as junk. The ones that came into my hands today also belonged to the first category. Self-blind, rank F, active. Temporarily, the caster loses his sight. Mana cost 6. It was a typical trash skill. If you don't want to see something, you lower your eyelids and close your eyes. You don't need to spend as much as 6 mana. I flipped over the next card. Promote hair growth, rank F, active. Creates several hair roots on the surface of the subject's skin, allowing rich body hair to grow. Mana cost 7 per 1.9 square centimeters. If I had landed in a time a little more to the past, I could have used it commercially, but in this era, hair loss had long been eradicated. Next. Luring Quabados, rank F, active. When the skill is cast, a very sweet scent that attracts Quabados for a certain period is released, and Quabados finds the caster attractive. Mana cost 25. For any reason, if you needed a Quabados, this skill might be useful. The only problem was that the Quabados didn't live on Earth, and no one even knew what kind of creature it was. All other cards were similar. Okay, now middle dot middle dot middle dot. I spoke to the guy who stared at me with a defensive look from under the bed. Are you hungry? Let's eat. I quietly lay my gaze inside myself. A small amount of mana had been consumed during the event in the afternoon, but it had recovered naturally over time. I only took one card in my hand and then concentrated my mana on it. Immediately, the skill card responded. Voom. The card disappeared as it turned into light, leaving an oozing blue mana crystal in my palm. If that mana crystal were left alone, it would be absorbed into my body, combine with my active mana, and engrave a unique pattern. As a result, a new skill would be stored in the skill slot. After that, according to the stored information, the man moved, and the skill was activated. But I didn't intend for such an event. Vroom. Vroom. I deliberately prevented that natural absorption by repelling it with mana. Then, I squeezed a little more mana out to cover it as if I was wrapping a crystal. DRRR. I rolled the crystal under the bed and then leaned over to look inside. Iponia, who was busy being cautious towards me, fixated on the rolling mana crystal. A fire lit in the eyes of the starved little guy. How long must it have been since it ate? It must have been starving, yet it doesn't eat right away. It must be very hungry, but it still had tremendous self-discipline. Upon seeing this, I kept speaking. Eat a lot and stay healthy. Enough to digest the special meal I prepared for you. The meal that I wanted to give it was the curse skill that an unknown being put on Seojin Wook, which was still sleeping inside this body. After colliding with the successor's eyes, it had been lying dormant, and there hadn't been a whisper that induced my actions after that, but I didn't know when it would trigger again. Just because I was okay now didn't mean that I could always live with a curse in my body. That was why I needed Iponia. It couldn't swallow an SSS-level skill right now, so it needed some preparations. In addition to recovering Iponia's health, it would also need to work on its ability to separate the bone from the food. Instead of constantly staring at it, I decided to look away and sit down at the desk again. Since it had been starved for a long time, it could only wait for so long. If it felt safe, it would eat. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, I called Secretary Kim. I asked for a favor that would be the start of the most important thing to work on from now on. Secretary Kim responded over the handset, puzzled. Angeli. Who? Please tell me the name again. Angelica heard. I said her name clearly. I searched for her myself until late last night, but as expected, nothing had appeared yet. I needed an expert's help. Then, we will proceed with this when I ask the independent company to identify the people who attacked us. Yes, please tell them to dig into every aspect, and I want to hear about even the tiniest details they dig up. Without any restrictions, everything about Angelica heard. Her awakening would be a year from now, So she must now be living as an ordinary civilian. That was why nothing came out with my search. I only knew brief information about what Angelica was doing in this era. She didn't like to talk about her past before she awakened. It was strange, thinking about it. Even if she were reluctant to talk about it, how could she not have such documentation? The past of a woman named Angelica Hurd. At first, I understood it as a measure to protect the person with the rare talent of prophecy. If personal information leaked out in an accident involving a family member or a neighbor happened, it would become a difficult situation. But it was strange that even after I climbed up to the guild's highest rank, I could hardly find any documents related to her past. Looking at it, there were also signs of intentional augmentation of information. Still, if the information released to the media and what she said in person were true, Angelica would now live in a coastal city in Portugal. I first conveyed all the information I knew as of now to Secretary Kim. Oh, and yes, please speak. I was hesitant to ask for a further investigation of another person. That is, about a hunter named Choi Seung-yoon. Yesterday, I wasn't just searching for Angelica. Decades had passed by for me, but I made several attempts on the internet using information from my previous life that I clearly remembered. I looked back, from checking the account opened under my name at the time, even to all the traces I left on the internet. But there were none. As if I didn't exist as a person, there were no traces that I had made that I surely remembered in this reality. I didn't have a family, so instead, I looked for my few acquaintances at the time. Of course, they existed, but there was no trace of me being with them in their lives, at least not ones published on the internet. The past that changed due to Choi Seung-yoon's return didn't only affect Seo Jin-wook. As if to respond to that, it seemed that the existence of Choi Seung-yoon had probably ceased. No, that's it. Instead of leaving this to Secretary Kim, I decided to check it out myself later on. The circumstances were almost certain, but I still had to see it with my own two eyes. Now then, I'll trust you with it. I thought after hanging up the phone. It would certainly mean something for me to return to this body at this point. I naturally recalled it, the source of all these events. Angelica. While pretending to be the Earth's savior, a maniac pushed the Earth to the pit of damnation at the crucial moment. I have to find her now before she awakens. What happened on the 100th floor of the Tower of Choice flashed before my eyes, and the last moments of my colleagues played back. I ground my teeth. Why on earth did you have to do that? There was a lot of time left before the future took place, but coming into contact with her now, I may answer my questions. No, it didn't matter, even if I didn't get an answer. Even if I didn't find her motives out, the priority right now was to stop it from happening. I clenched my fists as determination silently set in my eyes. Chapter 12. Awakening, 1. As I waited for my birthday, the investigation results on Angelica and the personal information of those who attacked us was still unavailable, so there was nothing else to do other than to leave no loose ends of the past. Even if I remembered everything, the latter was vital. Rather than simply remembering, understanding the context and picking out the important information were different things. Also, there was one more important thing to do, fatten up Iponia. He didn't try to eat when I was in the room, so I deliberately emptied the room for a while and then went in. After going out for about a dozen minutes, when I came back and looked under the bed, I would find the crystal gone, and it acted like it had no idea as it tried to keep its guards up. And there was a reason I said it tried. It was clear that, as time went by, its eyes gradually weakened and began to lose their toxicity. Finally, the awaited birthday came. There were 2 guests visiting that day. It was in the morning that I met the first guest. Even today, I opened the door, hoping that Iponia had eaten all the food, but a stranger had entered my room. As I focused on observing the person, chills ran through my body. Exclamation mark. The unexpected guest called out my new name, which I had barely become accustomed to. Jin-wook. The opponent approached me as if skipping. My gaze was first fixated on the person's chest and then quickly recaptured her whole picture. Defense artifacts that weren't available even in my previous life were visible all over her. From head to toe, she was covered with dirt, stains, and blood. Anyone could tell that the person had just finished exploring a dungeon. She then hugged me, her long black hair drifting over my face. I heard what happened. Are you okay? After holding me in her arms for a while, she finally let me go and looked at me, her eyes full of worry. It was an impression that I couldn't easily forget even if I didn't have the skill to remember everything. Both softness and strength were contained in her delicate facial feature. She looked like Seo Jin-wook's age, but that contrasting deep gaze was that of Hunter's. Her name appeared in my head. Han Sol. The sub-guild master of the Celestial Dragon Guild. Do you know how frightened I was to hear the news as soon as I left the dungeon? I just finished the needed work and ran here right away. Ah, yes. She covered her warm hands over my own. Amnesia, right? You didn't forget me, right? If you say yes, I'm going to faint, okay? The vividness that couldn't be expressed in the brief information of the documents left behind in the future gave me a strange sense of incongruity. Was this her personality? I had never seen her face to face in my previous life, but it was too different from the image in my head. Han Sol had founded and ran a small guild by herself before moving into the Celestial Dragon Guild. At that time, there weren't many guild members, only 10 or so. Still, its reputation was high despite being a minor guild, and Han Sol's ability and insight played a big role in accomplishing that. All of the hunters she scouted while creating the guild either refused to join a major guild or were evaluated as weaklings with low growth potential, even if they belonged in a major guild. Yet, somehow, they grew up to surpass some of the major guild aces by developing their special abilities. Almost all of the hunters from the guild followed Han Sol when she came into the Celestial Dragon Guild. And even now, they were being evaluated as aces or occupied a high-ranking position in the guild. It was no wonder that, at this point, the hunters brought in by Han Sol offered direct loyalty to her rather than to the guild master. Let us first sit down and talk. I tried to sit at the table between us, but she made sure to sit next to me. Then she constantly looked around my body, occasionally sighing while touching my face with both her hands. You being sick? I'm really worried. But the guild master didn't seem to take it seriously. I was lost for words. I also agreed with that part. Han Sol, who was patting me, carefully looked over my expression. Well, Jin Wook, did you hear the strange sounds again this time? ... When I didn't answer, she carefully asked again. What did it say this time? Did it tell you to attack Chang He? Did they usually have conversations like this? It was the opposite of my father's attitude, who urged me to overcome the hallucinations since they were there because my mind was weak. She spoke whilst peering into my eyes. It's okay. You can tell me everything. Jin Wook, you know, right? The kids I met even before I came to the Celestial Dragon Guild are like my own children, but you are even more special. Haven't I watched over you ever since you were 5 years old? I shook my head. Well, my memories aren't completely stable, so... I wasn't sure of the question's intention, and I didn't know the whole situation before the possession, so I avoided answering. Phew, yes, if you remember it later, let me know. You know, right? Even if the doctors can't discover it right now, I will surely find the cause of your illness someday. There may be some artifacts that are yet to be known on Earth that may be helpful. Don't be discouraged and wait for me. I will help you for sure. The relationship between the two seemed to be dearer than I thought. What might the situation be for one to hit a non-awakened? Park Chang-hee, that bastard. Han Sol sharpened her teeth while reciting the name of the cause of all evil. Secretary Kim said that he wouldn't be subjected to a harsh punishment because of the support of Han Sol, so I gently tested the water about that. I heard that it was said that it would end with probation for a few days, both for team leader Park and me. Well, the situation at Shihong 8 dungeon is enough that the entire guild lacks manpower. But don't worry. I just came here after having some bitter words with him. I gave enough of a beating that he even groaned. I saw that, among the bloodstains left on the combat uniform worn by the sub-guild master, there were some lighter stains that seemed to have been made recently. So he'll be careful from now on. As she spoke, she clenched her fists. Knowing that an elephant would pop like a balloon with that single fist made me feel suddenly cold. Chang He wasn't like that when he was young, but the older he gets, the more grumpy he is. It would be nice if he grew old with grace, but not everyone does. Please understand him. Just by her look, Han Sol seemed to be older than Park Chang-hee, and both seemed to be at an age to recall when they were young, but it appeared that they weren't. Hunters with enough potential mana that they continuously activated remained at their optimal state for longer. Han Sol's state was higher, so she looked younger. In a few days, I will be awakened as well, so there will be no such accidents again. Han Sol's face darkened a little when she heard my words. By the way, Jin Wook, this is my first time talking about this. She hesitated for a while before continuing. Do you need to awaken as a hunter? What does that mean? She couldn't say it easily, but she muttered again. Rather than to do it today, Why don't you think about it and give it some time? I thought of Seo Gyuchol, the man who was agitated to awaken me as soon as the law allowed him to. Of course, the guild master would be furious, but if you agree, I will make a suggestion. He does listen, at least to me. Why do you suddenly say that? You think that I should hold on to awakening, for now? Because I keep thinking that it would be better for your safety to resolve the disease and then proceed with the awakening. Guild master tries to hush them, but later if the rumor spread, it serves you no good, and if you have a seizure in the middle of exploring, your life may be in danger. I understood her words, but it didn't make sense to postpone my plans to go on. Although there was already a seal of awakening in the soul, it became easier for me to move after publicizing that I had awakened externally. I shook my head. No, it seems that the current situation looks already unreasonable to postpone it further. I deliberately spoke vaguely, and she seemed to understand, but at the same time, she nodded slowly as if it was unfortunate. If you think so, then it can't be helped. She managed to get up from her seat because of the fuss the secretary made, saying that she had a schedule that couldn't be delayed any longer. Han Sol looked at me several times more as she left the room, plainly worried. See you again in the afternoon, Jin Wook. The door closed. Phew. I remained alone in the room and buried my back on the sofa. What the hell was that? After confronting Han Sol, my thoughts were even more confused. The curse hidden in Seo Jin Wook's body, and the unidentified man who attacked me days ago. I thought Han Sol would be the most probable suspect. Considering her relationship with Park Chang-hee, who tried to do something strange to me and having built an independent force within the guild, it was blatantly suspicious. All the more so when she recommended postponing my awakening now. But whatever was going inside her mind, it seemed that the relationship between the two, which they maintained on the surface, was closer than I had initially imagined. Is that all acting? Also, there was one secret that no one in the guild seemed to have noticed. As soon as I entered the room, the reason why I got the chills weren't just because an uninvited guest was in the room without my knowledge. There was a reason I couldn't easily take my gaze away from her heart. Including the hunter who was in the black market the other day, why are there so many people in this era who wears the skin of a sheep over their skills? The first time I saw Han Sol, I saw an explosion of mana emanating from her core. It was to the point that it was chilling and daunting to look at. Even if to compare only the currently active part and excluding the potential mana, Han Sol was already overpowering Seo Gyuchol. I was curious. What was Han Sol doing, working under Seo Gyuchol, who when she was far beyond him as a hunter? Why hadn't her true abilities been properly documented in the future? And there was one more missing link that couldn't be solved with the information left in the future. Seo Jin Wook and Han Sol. I quietly recalled this. What was the relationship between Seo Jin Wook and Han Sol in reality? According to the official records in the future, Seo Jin Wook died in a tragic accident 1 year from now. And Han Sol died on the same date and in the same place as Seo Jin Wook. There was no surprise from the second guest since there had been an appointment in advance. In the reception room that I was called to with Secretary Kim, Seo Gyuchol and Han Sol, who had changed into their new clothes, waited for us. 2 men in suits sat across them, the badges on the collar revealing their affiliation. I greeted them. I am Seo Jin Wook. They were officials from the Constitutional Department. Yes, nice to meet you. Then before proceeding, we will first verify your identity. Han Sol looked at me with strange emotions that seemed to be mixed up while government officials were carrying out a set procedure, and Seo Gyuchol had the widest smile on his lips ever since I met him. The official who finished checking the physical identification information nodded while looking at Seo Gyuchol. Yes, you are verified. We may proceed. The expression of the government official that spoke was strangely rigid. Was he nervous because of Seo Gyuchol? Well, it didn't matter. Putting aside my questions, I turned my gaze over the table. Secretary Kim quickly opened the case that was sealed with several layers on the table. After entering the password several times and peeling off the last layer, there was a transparent jewel in front of me shining with bright light. Now, then. How long had it been since I held this in my hand? After accepting Seo Gyuchol's gaze, I took a deep breath. Then, I put my hand on the awakening stone. Suddenly, pitch-black darkness set in all around me. Chapter 13. Awakening, 2. In a blink of an eye, my surroundings completely changed. Everything in reality disappeared, and the landscape I had seen decades ago was recreated. A complex sentiment rose within me. The altar of trials. There was a silver altar in the middle. In the sky, Illusionary lights danced brightly and floated around. It was a landscape that was out of this world. Welcome to the altar of trials. I heard the system message that the hunters, who were about to awaken for the first time, encountered. However, the message one may hear here was slightly different from the message they commonly hear after returning to reality. Contrary to the general system message that sounded like a machine was speaking, the insight that the altar of trials messages felt more like talking to a person was common among the hunters. And at the moment that I heard the message after a long time, I stiffened. Huh? What in the hell was that? Without minding my state, the system message continued. Reaching this altar by any route means that you are entitled to proceed with the tutorial quests in your dimension, so, Earth. How does that sound? Would you like to awaken after receiving the tutorial quest? It wasn't the content of the message that surprised me, I was staring blankly over the altar. When I, Choi Sung-yoon, awakened, I remember there being no such thing. Telepathy resonated around the silver altar, which, for sure, didn't exist back in my days. But now I could see it. Instead of blood and flesh, a human figure, which appeared to be made up of mana, floated over the altar. Outwardly, it looked like a woman. She was lying in a comfortable position in the air, making an expression that seemed to be one of intense concentration. What she was looking at were countless screen-shaped figures floating in the air in front of her. Each one was filled. As she stared at the screens, she opened her mouth again without even looking at me. Every time she moved her lips, a system message resonated. I'll ask you again. Do you want to receive the quest and awaken? If you choose to accept, you will become a hunter immediately, and if you refuse, you will return to the original world without any change. ... I thought that a conversation would be possible with the system messages here, but I didn't expect to see something like this. When she heard no answer, I could see her face frowning, looking at the screen. And finally, she turned her head towards me. Will you accept the awakening, Both of our eyes met, and she noticed it, too. What? Her face that seemed to ask, is this possible? Turned from suspicion to horror. Her face made of blue mana distorted, and a feeling of embarrassment spread around her like a wave. While staring at me, she suddenly moved. She floated to the left in the same position without saying anything as she was lying comfortably with the screens around her. My pupils followed her trajectory to the left. As she saw my gaze follow, her eyes widened even more. No way. This time, she moved horizontally to the other side. I quietly let my pupils follow her this time as well. Then she poured out a system message, composed of blue mana, like a scream. Can you see me right now? The Cataclysm. The day when numerous gates were opened on Earth without any warning and were arbitrarily connected with the middle dimensions called the Dungeon. The monsters that poured out of the gate violated humanity, and some of the people who opposed those forces were summoned to a space called the Altar of Trials. It was the first-generation hunters who had gained superhuman abilities through that experience. After that, as time passed and the number of experienced awakened increased, humanity came to realize one fact. There was a difference between the system message heard at the Altar of Trials before the awakening and the message encountered after returning to the original world after awakening. The message after awakening was one-way communication and was closer to an information update. However, a two-way conversation was only possible at the Altar of Trials. Knowing this, hunter aspirants were made to compose a series of questionnaires before coming into contact with the Awakening Stone. What was a tutorial? Why was the Earth suddenly connected to another world, and how long would this phenomenon last? Who planned everything that had to be done, and for what purpose? However, the message encountered at the altar avoided answering the definitive questions that humanity was most curious about. Unfortunately, even if they were lucky enough to be answered, the summoners couldn't understand the meaning. The common testimony was that it felt as if part of the memory or part of the language processor was dimmed. After tenaciously asking a few times, the summoners were forced to give up and start awakening because the message threatened to kick the summoners out of the altar if they persisted. But none of the descriptions of that process stated that someone saw such an entity in front of them. Well, this is a first. She seemed worried for a moment, then shook her head. I'm curious about what is going on, but I'm too busy to spend time solving my curiosity. Anyways, summoner, would you accept the awakening? Why could I see it? The reason was obvious. I could see through the successor's eyes, because she was made up of mana. On the other hand, she didn't seem to have noticed the reason yet. Could she not see my unique skill? Before that, I would like to ask you a question. Yes, question. Certainly. On her face, an annoying emotion as if asking you, too? Was revealed. I wish it were short and simple. Ask away. An annoyed expression was explicitly revealed over the waves of mana. The main body of the system messages here must have been this entity. I brought up the question I had prepared. Messages here fully provided understandable answers to things that weren't categorized as critical questions. For example, questions about the state of myself, rather than the secrets of the world or the reason behind the cataclysm. I then spoke up once more, looking at the being made of mana. Am I able to awaken now? I tried to make the question sound more specific. Do I qualify to receive the seal of awakening, awaken unique skills, open regular skill slots, connect with system messages, and activate potential mana? Then the mana aggregate replied. The latent mana in the summoner's body is enough to receive the seal of awakening. So, of course, the summoner. She stopped talking and frowned. Wait a minute. What is this? She was evidently surprised. This time, she flew toward me as she dismissed all of the screens surrounding her. Then she put her face right in front of my nose and stared into my eyes. My face was reflected in the blue eyes looking at me. We remained there for a while before she spoke again. This is driving me crazy. Why is the seal of awakening embedded in the soul and not the body? What? She told me to wait a moment and then began searching for something anxiously. Anyone, please come here. It's urgent. Then, after a while, the dark space split long like it was cut with a knife, and a similar entity emerged from there. Likewise, it was a woman formed by lumped blue mana. The two began to have a serious conversation right in front of me. Really? The seal is already in place. All the more in the soul. The one who first met me posed a question. This is what I'm curious about. Can I put the seal on a mortal like that? I've never seen such a case. You expect me to know? According to the regulations, there are 3 conditions under which a mortal can receive a seal on his body. Enter the altar of trials, must have mana that meets the minimum qualifications, and choose to awaken of your own free will. You know what the first condition meant here, right? Yes, I know. The fact that you entered the altar means that you have met some of the qualifications because there is a rule that a mortal who is already awakened cannot enter the altar of trial again. No, wait a minute. Technically, that wasn't exactly what you just said. Oh, I'm busy. Should I stamp the seal on the body and send it away? Anyway, it's the soul that's got the seal right now, and the body doesn't yet. You could get into trouble for that. What happens if, like us makes the decision to break the rules? For the first time, among the telepathic energy they emitted, a piece that I couldn't understand came up. Certainly, something went into my consciousness, but as many hunters testified, I couldn't understand the meaning as if it were foggy. At the same time, the entity seemed shocked. Is it okay to say those things in front of mortals? Anyways, the force will filter it. Oh, is that so? But somehow, the system message came to my mind once again. It wasn't the conversation-like message between the 2 beings in front of me, but the dry telepathy I always heard after being awakened as a hunter. The successor's eyes, rank, X, detects the interference of the force. Attempting to recover the filtered semantic fragment. Recovery complete. The beings who talked in front didn't respond, it seemed they hadn't heard the message echoing in my head. In the meantime, the portions that I couldn't understand found their form again. It was as if the foggy haze was clearing away. I could now understand the meaning that was just filtered out. Those 2 beings called themselves Ministry Spirits. The dialogue between the Ministry Spirits continued. Look at that soul. The seal was stamped, and there is a terminal in it. It is the terminal connected to the #. And you're going to awaken him again when he is already connected? Again, the word changed to a blur and then came back into my cognitive range due to the successor's eyes effect. The word filter this time around was, control sentience. In summary, my soul is stamped with a seal of awakening, and there was a terminal connected to something called the control sentience? We can't handle this. It's a problem that we can't answer by talking to each other. Open the full text of the business rules. As soon as that was said, the space around the altar of trial began to tense and shake. What? A huge status window suddenly appeared, tearing through the darkness. It was incomparable to the previous status windows surrounding the 2 spirits. A blue mana barrier covering most of my field of view overwhelmed surrounded all of us. I felt like an ant standing in front of an elephant herd. Countless characters and figures flowed like a river current inside the mana wall. The spirits, who were observing the mana status window like a great wall, nodded. Then, they made eye contact with each other. It must be so? It is so. The spirit who first greeted me here spoke up. I remembered it wrong. No regulation says that mortals who have already awakened cannot enter the altar of trials. This is the original text of the rules. Mortals who have already been given the seal of awakening on the flesh cannot enter the altar of trials. On the other hand, that summoner's body is clean. That's why he was able to enter the altar. There are no rules preventing mortals who have their souls stamped. In the first place, there is no sentence mentioning the case where the seal was stamped on the soul. No regulation yet. Yes, there are none. It's a regulatory void. They nodded again. As space fluctuated once more, the huge mana barrier disappeared. After removing the status window, which was called the work regulations, the spirits turned to look at me. Summoner, I'll answer your questions. I gulped dryly as they addressed me. As a result of looking up the regulations' full text, no regulations prevented the mortal body from being sealed if they already had a seal on the soul. I pushed back the desire to sing out the pleasure in my heart. I needed to hear the answer more clearly. If so, do you mean that if I want to, I can put another seal on my body while keeping the seal of my soul intact so that I can get a new unique skill? The spirit was quick to answer. Yes, you can. I understood it perfectly. The reason I was able to retain Choi Sung-Yun's unique skill, the Successor's Eyes, as it was in my current state was still unknown, but the seal of awakening of my previous life followed with my soul, and the unique skill attributed to that seal survived. And now, like ordinary hunters, what if I get another seal on my body? I would get one more unique skill attributed to that seal. For the first time in history, I would become a hunter with two unique skills. I held back what I screamed and shouted in my heart. I was right. The question I had in the first place lingered in my mind. What would happen if I touched the awakening stone in my current state? In a way, it was an adventure. Seo Jin-wook's body had enough potential mana to become a hunter. The accidents up until now made that clear. That being known, it could cause unnecessary suspicion if I didn't react to the awakening stone. If they start to doubt if I had already awakened, a deep investigation would be conducted, and the matter would become very complicated. If they were accused of forcibly would be imposed under international laws and regulations onto the guild. I might be permanently suspended from working for the Celestial Dragon Guild's benefit if a forced awakening were suspected. However, I was expecting it would end with the conclusions that the spirits made now. Anyway, there was no seal on the body, and so my thoughts fit. Sorry, but it took too much time. No further questions are allowed. Summoner, will you accept the awakening and proceed with the tutorial quest? There was no more need for hesitation. Yes. The spirits nodded. Confirmation of quest acceptance. Awakening has proceeded. At that moment, light flowed from the altar of trial and reached me. Immediately, a feeling of uplifting built up in my body. A clear change had begun. Ah! All sensation poured out of my body, mixed with the surrounding space, and seemed to flow back in like a waterfall. The rowdy energy broke down in me and reaggregated. It was a phenomenon I felt once more after a long time. And after a while. Completed. Whoosh. My field of view changed in an instant, and the surrounding landscape turned back into the reception room. I returned to Earth. Expectant gazes greeted me. After the body awakened, the mana stored in my core could be quantified. Active mana, 400. Potential mana, 71,600. My mouth felt like it would split open. At the point of awakening, that level of active mana wasn't all that bad. Currently, the limit of the mana that could be used was 400, and there was no consumption yet, so of course, it was natural for my mana to be full. What surprised me was the potential mana. The feeling was different than when it was perceived with a vague sense compared to when it was quantified. That number meant, as I practiced and consumed mana frequently in the future, my mana could be expanded by up to 71,600. In other words, the maximum could be expanded to 72,000. The last thing I remembered was that the great mage Hibiki's mana was about 50,000. My heart was thrilled by the confirmed information so far, but I have to check on the more important things. I shouted with joy within my heart. Acquired skill, check. It responded with a stiff tone that felt completely different from when I talked with the spirits just a while ago. It was a system message that had long since been familiar to me. Details of the unique skills acquired by the user are as follows. The moment I checked the explanation that followed, My eyes widened like they were going to pop out. Chapter 14. Awakening, 3. Monodrain, rank, SSS, semi-active. Skill effect, can absorb stored active mana and potential mana by coming into contact with the mana core. Restrictions. 1. Active mana can absorb up to 100% of the amount stored in the attached core and can absorb more than the user's original active mana limit. On the other hand, active mana absorbed above the limit isn't recovered after being consumed. 2. Potential mana can only be absorbed up to 10% of the amount stored in the attached core, and the rest is evaporated during absorption. The absorbed potential mana is added to the user's original potential mana. Thump, thump. My heart was beating like crazy. Was this the unique skill of Seo Jinwook that was unknown in the future? Mana core, which changed the entire Earth industry, could only be used by going through a delicate process. The applications were nearly endless, from potions that filled up depleted active mana to energy sources that replaced traditional fuels. However, I had never heard of a hunter that absorbed them to make it their own. Indeed, the Celestial Dragon Guild must have been sure to keep its secret tightly. It was a skill that could be used as much as possible without being noticed, and if rumors had spread, they would have received worldwide attention. Gulp. I swallowed dryly upon the realization. Once again, I checked the system message, and I wasn't mistaken. What was commonly referred to as the hunter's mana capacity was the active mana, the amount of mana that the hunter could control according to their will. And as the hunter made desperate efforts, the potential mana changed to active mana, and the absolute amount of mana the hunter could use expanded. It was the proper growth of a hunter. However, it was known that effort alone couldn't increase its limited amount. That was the potential mana. Originally, the limit of the potential mana capacity given to Seo Jinwook was 72,000 when assuming that all potential mana had been activated through the process of his growth. Rare items must be used to increase it more than that, but it was almost impossible to secure it with the knowledge of the present era. However, Seo Jinwook in his lifetime wouldn't have been constrained by such limitations. It would have been possible to increase by simply absorbing the mana cores that could be obtained from the dungeon. I mumbled to myself. If Seo Jinwook didn't die young. Instead of dying after a year of awakening, if he survived to absorb mana cores and continued to expand his potential mana, and if he kept activating them, indeed, history may have been completely different from what I remembered. Theoretically, the growth would be limitless. A hunter without limits, it was like a dream. Well, the awakening is definitely complete. After breaking the silence in the reception room, the official spoke to me. The awakening stone on the table turned gray and then vanished without a trace, clear evidence of awakening. Hunter registration must be done by visiting the management department. For a detailed explanation of the future procedures. He looked at Seo Gyuchul and spoke. Well, you will find it unnecessary. The face of the government official, which had been heavily stiff, was now relaxed. I could almost feel a little relief. He approached Seo Gyuchul. I began to find the constitutional officer's attitude peculiar, almost even suspicious, considering he was here to observe an awakening. Guildmaster, I'm sorry, but we need to speak to you for a moment. Seo Gyuchul seemed desperate to talk to me, but he followed the two out of the room. And after a while, Seo Gyuchul's face, as he returned with the officials, seemed very discouraged, unlike a moment ago. Ragged breathing, anger flashing around his eyes. What the hell was that about? He contorted his face, but upon feeling our gaze, he calmed his emotions. Secretary Kim, you've done well. Leave us for a while. Yes, sir. Then, only Seo Gyuchul, Hansol, and I remained in the room. Seo Gyuchul looked at me with eyes full of anticipation. Next to him, Hansol was smiling but still seemed a bit conflicted. The two people gave their congratulations one after another. Congratulations on your awakening. Congratulations, Jinwook. Thank you. Seo Gyuchul leaned forward as if he couldn't wait any longer. How much was the potential mana measured? Direct to the point. I was reluctant to have Hansol together with us in this place. Seo Jinwook, in his previous life, would have opened up about everything here. As I know what he didn't know, I hesitated. However, considering their relationship before, suddenly asking Hansol to leave would cause suspicion. After a short moment of thought, I decided to answer honestly about the potential mana. Anyway, it would expand more than the current level. It's a little over 70,000. A moment of silence wrapped around the room. I once again told exactly what it was to its last digit. Then, Seo-Gyu-chul's face, which was shocked and lost for words, soon turned into joy. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Good. Very good. His laughter filled the entire room. Oh, my days. I've guessed that it could be over 30,000 basing on the tumult you've been making, but I didn't expect you to go beyond that. The minimum qualification for a hunter to be promoted to the SS class was 30,000 active mana. Should I have lowered it a bit? Seo-Gyu-chul asked another question as he could not hold back his laughter. What is your unique skill? I glanced at Hansol, sitting next to him. At this point, she was the number one suspect who was trying to hurt me. Should I reveal my power as it was in front of such a person? In particular, a unique skill whose strategy completely changed depending on whether the information was disclosed? My head processed the situation quickly. Seo Jin-wook must have revealed his unique skills to both of them. Because of the skill's nature, it would have been the same as having wings when receiving the guild's aid. However, I didn't need the guild's help to get my hands on mana cores. It was much more effective, and some means were harder to reveal to them. Eventually, I settled my mind and gave them an answer. As soon as they heard me, Seo-Gyu-chul and Hansol each made a different facial expression. Among the two, I kept a close eye on the expression Hansol made. Before leaving, Seo-Gyu-chul instructed me to train for the time being to get used to controlling my mana. If I did mana control training for about a month, they would choose a skill card that fit my aptitude. After training for another month with the given skill, they would select an appropriate dungeon and arrange an expedition team, so I could gain experience. But of course, I had no intention of waiting for a month to enter my first dungeon. Being alone in the room, I checked the time. It was 11 p.m. It had only been over 8 hours since I awakened, but I already had adjusted enough by playing around with the mana in my core. Even in the process, the activation of mana had progressed to some extent. As I focused inside, I checked again. Active mana, 510. Potential mana, 71,490. It hadn't even been half a day, but 110 mana had already crossed from potential to active. In other words, the amount of mana available immediately increased by 110. It was a speed that couldn't naturally exist. The results showed a degree that I could only hope to one day achieve by training vigorously with a mana core comparable to a saucer in the past life. Activation speed was quickened as you dealt with the mana simply releasing and pouring it out. I could promise that nobody would be better than me from the point of view of being in control of precise movements. Now, then. Among the numerous skills I remembered and witnessed in my previous life, I thinned out the kind I needed now. Among them, I chose one that could be used with active mana of 510. Stealth, rank, E. As I rolled a unique mana pattern in my body, my skill was activated naturally even though all 4 of my skill slots were still empty. Vroom. I could feel the mana covering the entire body in a constant flow. I looked in the mirror, but I couldn't see it for myself. Good. I muttered on purpose like I was talking to myself, but nobody could hear it. There was no noise even as I stomped around while walking. The stealth skill was completed perfectly. This was why I didn't need a skill card. I had already seen numerous hunters cast countless skills in my previous life. I perfectly memorized the mana pattern of each skill without error, and with my sophisticated mana control, I could accurately mimic it. Therefore, any skill could be reproduced as long as my mana permitted me to use it. And now that I had a mana box with no limit for its growth, everything was just a matter of time. I tried to walk around in that state, but I couldn't help the light footprints left on the carpet. For now, the skill that could be activated with 510 mana was only this much, but more and more skills would soon be available. As my breathing disappeared and the room went silent, Iponia let out a meal from under the bed. With shining eyes, it scanned the room, but it didn't come out. It must have found it weird that my scent remained even though I wasn't there. I'll be back soon. I left the room with words of farewell that couldn't be heard. After going out of the office without any interference, I took a taxi after putting on a mask slime. The destination was a mountain in Gyeonggi-do that nobody went to. After getting out of the taxi, I ascended the mountain again with stealth. When my active mana was about to be depleted, I ingested the potion I had previously received for training. Just like that, I finally got to my destination. It's here. It was the center of a dense forest even hikers wouldn't accidentally enter due to its steep slope. There, a faint light undulated and swayed in strange shades. It was a door that led to a middle dimension called a dungeon. This was what people call a gate. I approached and put my hand on it. Vroom. Vroom. When I injected mana, the gate reacted to it and expanded around me. Any awakened hunter would experience this phenomenon. The system message reacted to the gate, spilling information into my mind. I came to the right place. What I read in the papers in my previous life seemed to have been accurate. Dungeon information. Level, F. Maximum number of people able to enter, 5, currently no people are present. Clear condition, unknown. Time remaining until evolution, 45 days 8 hours 41 minutes. Status, very unstable. I paid attention to the information given by the last bits. After about 45 days, this dungeon would evolve to a higher level than level F since the condition was very unstable. The exact timing was unknown, but there was a risk of the gate collapsing soon. If so, there were probably two possible scenarios. It collapsed as an F-class state in less than 45 days, or it collapsed after it had evolved into a higher class dungeon. In the future I knew, the worst had already happened. This dungeon, which was left alone beyond the state's control because it occurred in a remote location, eventually collapsed without preparation. The problem was unfortunate events overlapped each other, and it collapsed not as an E-grade, which was the predicted category, but a break occurred after it evolved beyond several steps to B-grade. Therefore, countless human casualties occurred in adjacent cities. What made the accident even more tragic was that some discovered the dungeon in advance and didn't notify the government or even bother to close the gate. It was an event brought about by those who showed off presumptuous greed, and the results were disastrous. However, the history from now on would be different. I took a few steps forward. You have entered the dungeon. Chapter 15. Status, very unstable, 1. As I stepped inside, a strange sense of lessened gravity surrounded me. It had been a long time since I experienced it for myself. As darkness and light intersected, the darkness was swept away, leaving only bright light. Even if I closed my eyes, the bright glow permeated my mind. And there was a sense of unreality that followed. Some had stated that their consciousness went infinitely slow, while others said that they felt a sense of discomfort as if they were contained in a shell that they didn't fit in. Passing through such an unpleasant tunnel, I stepped into the dungeon. Splash! The first thing that stimulated my ears was the sound of a waterfall. I began to mumble to myself. It was indeed a field type. The air was completely different from the mountains that I was in just a moment ago. I looked up at the light green sky. In the air, a pale green glow danced along with the wind in a wave-like pattern. The flow of the atmosphere was also visible. I looked down again and saw the dense forest in front of me. The color of the leaves on the tree was a vivid blood crimson. Rumble. I turned to the place where I could hear the loud vibration of the waterfall. Then, a huge island floated in the western sky, and the waterfall, which started from that floating landmass, began to fall. I had come to realize it again. After all, the dungeon wasn't a normal world. It was a middle dimension that looked like a mess of fragmented pieces from various worlds. I took a few steps. There was an opaque wall behind the gate, a phenomenon commonly referred to as the boundary of the dungeon. The creatures living in the dungeon could freely pass through this wall, but hunters like us couldn't. The boundary here was a hemispherical shape covering the ground. I measured the curved angle of the boundary wall behind the gate. From this data, I could calculate the area of the overall boundary by inference. The calculation result came out quickly, revealing this dungeon's area to be approximately 35 kilometers in radius. It was fortunate for me that it wasn't wide. I was unsure how wide this dimension would be, but it meant that the radius I could move in the current situation was that much. I looked around the gate and sewed it in my memory. And without hesitation, I walked into the woods. Swoosh! A heavy wind blew, causing leaves to fall like rain everywhere. Cock, cock. The forest was full of small animals that made up this peculiar ecosystem. Although I couldn't see their appearance as they hid well, blue mana flashed everywhere between the branches and behind the bloody leaves, looking like starlight shining in a red night sky. Every time I took a step, the little things spread out and hid. Cock, cock, cock. They exchanged signals with each other through their cries. Most of these weak guys weren't worth dealing with. They were similar to a small rodent-like animal on Earth, except each of them had monocores in their bodies. In here, even such life forms had a core that only the Awakened had on Earth because of the dungeon. However, I didn't even bother trying to hunt them. The monocore of such a small animal was weak. I could perhaps say that, by capturing a few hundred of them, I might be able to extract 0.001 mana. No other expedition teams found it necessary to mine them. In such a dungeon, there were other targets to be concerned with. How long had it been since I started walking? Middle dot middle dot middle dot. There was a moment of rowdiness made by the rustling of leaves as the little creatures passed, but the forest quickly silenced. I saw it then. Sha. I stayed alert and moved slowly. The wind blew again, causing the shadows of the branches to sway and a rustling sound to be heard. In the shadow of the forest in the distance, the afterimage of blue mana fluttered by. It was an intense light that couldn't be compared to that of the insignificant creatures I had seen so far. It was a monster. As it must have sensed me first, it noticed my change of state immediately. Growl. The monster swiftly crossed through the gap between the trees toward me. It had an appearance that one couldn't find on Earth, with distorted turquoise skin and the size of a gorilla. It also has a threatening muscular form that seemed capable of smashing rock. Fluid flowed freely from its pig nose, and it has sharpened teeth. His murder soared toward me. At that moment, I dashed and ran toward it. Kata kata. The ground flowed like water, the landscape of the forest passing in an instant. The wind ripped by my ears. Physical abilities that weren't possible for ordinary humans, such as a reinforced body and agility, were given to every hunter. But it didn't stop there. I drew a mana pattern from what I remembered. Acceleration, rank, E. Acceleration was added to my speed to push even further beyond human limits. As it was about to throw an axe at me, approaching in a straight line, the orc's expression turned stiff. A glance of panic was reflected through the wrinkled flesh of its face. I broke through the laws of physics and disappeared from its sight. It was too late when the orc finally found my location and once again aimed his axe. Growl? I approached him from the side. Like any other dungeon creature, its body was surrounded by a shield of mana. However, it was distinctive. The areas where the blue light was strongly agglomerated to protect and the areas that weren't defended. All these observations, judgments, and executions were made at the speed of light. I thrust my fist through the weakest part of the shield as the axe that was aiming at me had just been drawn up. Crush. My fist that was concentrated with mana pierced the weak barrier and crushed his skull, crushed brain fragments, bone shards, and fluids splattered in all directions. Thud. Its heavy body collapsed, colliding with the ground and causing it to shake. All right. I looked down at my fist, smeared with blood. The excitement didn't subside. At that point, I realized something. Everything that I simulated countless times in my head in the past life could now unfold by my power. It worked. The mana shield that protected the orc was a defense mechanism close to the instincts of a wild animal. Unlike the hunter's defense skills controlled by the system, its density as it wrapped around the body was rough and uneven. The difference was obvious just by looking at the head area, and I had deftly aimed for that part. Soothing the overwhelming joy with a few deep breaths, I went on to the next thing that needed to be done. As I concentrated mana on my finger, I squeezed it in near the heart of the corpse. Even though it had already died, the mana remaining in its body maintained the barrier like a type of post-mortem stiffening. My fingers pierced the remaining barriers and penetrated its muscle tissue. This was why the hunter was more efficient than modern weapons for dungeon exploration. The most effective way to pierce mana was, after all, mana itself. After a while, my finger reached its mana core, pulled from the orc's heart. Without delay, I activated the skill. Monodrain, rank, SSS. The little green crystal between my fingers disappeared without a trace. Afterward, I stiffened and stopped breathing for a moment. Middle dot middle dot middle dot ah. I couldn't help but let out a little groan. It was similar yet different from the moment when I came into contact with the awakening stone. It was a sense akin to something strange penetrating my skin. It gradually made its way into my body. However, the unfamiliarity turned into a familiar and pleasant feeling after a while, like I was full. So, it's like this. The newly injected mana that was filling me couldn't be distinguished from the mana originally in my body. I scanned myself right away with the successor's eyes. Active mana, 530 plus 20/510. Potential mana, 71,492. Originally, my active mana box was limited to 510, but thanks to the core absorption, my active mana now rose to 530. Although, if I use that mana exceeding the limit, it would be impossible to recover it. And the potential mana, although slightly, had increased. Yes, it's like this. I couldn't stop the ends of my mouth from rising. While killing the orc, I used up some mana, but I gained more active mana than I consumed while absorbing its core. Rather, the mana increased above what I used. In this way, it would be unnecessary to consume mana potions as I hunted. It was truly self-sufficient. Very good. Moving on, I looked at the orc's body. What it was holding was a stone axe. Nevertheless, since it was a dungeon object, it was possible to inject and aggregate mana into it, so it would be classified as an artifact if taken outside. Of course, it would be valued at the lowest level. Would they use it for beginner hunter training purposes? I decided not to bring up the axe. Looking at both weaponry and clothing, they were at a very low level of civilization. Orcs were monsters that commonly appeared in, but they could also be seen depending on the dungeon. This was true of not only orcs but most monsters. The orcs of the dungeon that I entered today had evolved enough to allow complete bipedal walking, but their weapon level had not yet escaped the Stone Age by Earth standards. According to the hunter's report, among the orcs found in the dungeon, some orcs were quadruped, literally beast-like, they resembled wild boars, and some used sophisticated iron weapons. Furthermore, some orcs used magic. Fortunately, no case had yet been found with civilization at the Earth's level for the orc race. In this kind of civilization, they can't even build an organization or use tactics yet. At best, it would be close to the level of wild beasts hunting in groups. Confirming that, I nodded to myself. I could go deeper. According to my memory, there were no orcs among the monsters that poured out when this dungeon collapsed a few months later. It meant that all the orcs in this dungeon would go extinct before it would collapse. Perhaps, in the period that the dungeon evolved after 45 days, another race would join this place within that short time between evolution and collapse. However, this time, it wouldn't happen. Because it will be cleared before evolution, by me. Of course, I wasn't here to clear it. Once I have absorbed a lot of mana cores. There wasn't even one mana core in stock in the Celestial Dragon Guild warehouse, which was full of various artifacts and dungeon byproducts. Even in the black market, at least to the point that I could go in, I couldn't see the mana cores. That market probably didn't handle those types at all, as well. The reason for this was simple. This was because the highest level of national control was applied to the mana core, far stricter than the Awakening Stone or dungeon creatures. Once the dungeon was reported to the country, a checkpoint was created around the gate. The first piece of equipment installed there was the mana core analyzer. Hunters had to sell the mana cores collected in dungeons to the state unconditionally. Anyway, all of this was until subspace artifacts were discovered and became widespread, but at this point, it couldn't really be helped. The Celestial Dragon Guild of the past life must have solved everything in the dungeon to support Seo Jin-wook. If others knew Seo Jin-wook's skill, they wouldn't have left him unsupported. Instead of taking out all the cores that came out during the exploration, they would have passed a certain amount to Seo Jin-wook and let him consume it, only to the amount the country wouldn't be suspicious. But now, if I were to do so, it would be disclosed to potential enemies inside. It would also be faster to receive guild support initially, but I knew it would become much faster to proceed on my way now as time passed by. And in the process, some parts couldn't be revealed to others, such as this instance of hunting orcs right now. With these thoughts in mind, I made my way deeper into the forest. Chapter 16. Hey guys, please support this story on New if you like it so far. The quality increases a bit later as the budget has slightly increased. We release about 50,000 words per week. Anyways, cheers! Today is new index day, so it's going to appear like we're mass releasing 40 plus chapters. Status, very unstable, 2. The deeper I entered, the more it felt like a maze. Gradually, the scenery became closer to that of a jungle rather than a forest. A new tree tenaciously had started to grow, its red leaves blooming in the space between the trees that were all tangled and dried up. That dense scene repeated. This was a purposeless maze created by the unnatural environment. However, I didn't worry about anything concerning getting lost. By just seeing it with my own eyes, I could naturally draw a map in my head. As I walked in this manner, I began to see orcs roaming in groups. 3, 4, 5. That was just the right number. Growl. It was they who had found me first again. Trying to surround me, they rushed as they screamed so loud it felt like my ears would tear. I breathed lightly. Acceleration. I split the wind as I jumped between them. Krrrr. The guy in the lead bared his teeth and threw a stone axe, but before he could lift his shoulders, his movement was already clearly visible to me. The monsters in the dungeon all had a wild instinct wherein they could concentrate mana on their body parts each time they attacked. Although the flow seemed obvious, I had no intention of waiting to be hit. Air jump. I jumped to an altitude above what was possible without an enhanced physical ability. The axe thrown by the orc tore through the empty spot where I had been standing, raising its head a second later. However, my reaction was faster. Drop attack. As if my gravity had suddenly multiplied several times, and I fell faster than I had jumped. Mana was concentrated at the tip of my toes. Crush. With my kick, a sound like a watermelon exploding resonated through the dungeon air. Its head burst and began to spurt out a fountain of blood. Evading the mess, I moved again as soon as I reached the ground. Next. Dash. I kicked off the ground. With just one step, distance lost its meaning and gradually narrowed. The panicked expression of the guy standing in the back filled my sight. It made me feel as if I was reducing and expanding the width of the world at my will. I felt the pleasure of unfolding everything I had initially imagined in my head. The blade of my hand, wrapped around with mana in precisely calculated angles, hit the intended point accurately and broke the neck of my foe. Smash. Squeal. I felt a chill of pleasure down my spine over having complete control over the body. I took the stone axe from the corpse's hand and threw it at the one hiding behind them. Swoosh. Hack. The orc collapsed with the stone blade embedded in its forehead. Finishing the remaining two didn't take long. Measuring their position, I leapt forward. A beat later, all the orcs had fallen to the ground. Phew. I began to ponder as I pulled out and absorbed the mana cores. After all, I still figured that I should have a weapon. It was impossible to continuously break the bone and smash a monster's skull with my bare fist. However, I didn't want to pick up and use their weapons. Once again, I felt it after throwing a stone axe, but these crappy artifacts were right for use when throwing. I felt that the mana's cohesion and absorption were much lower using this than when attacking with my bare flesh. A lot of things are supplied in the guild warehouse, but weapons are thoroughly monitored. There was no problem with using trash skill cards at will or receiving mana potions for training purposes. However, taking in weapon-type artifacts was a completely different story. Not only did the procedure require approval by the guild master, but the supply of weapons that could be used in the first place was in a state that was less than the demands. It meant that there was no such thing as a useful weapon that hadn't yet found an owner. Besides, at the level that the guild recognized me, they would only give me a training-level weapon. It may be similar to the level of this stone axe that I wielded now. So, the conclusion was that I had to get the weapon that fit me somehow. I need to find something as soon as possible. After that, I encountered a few more orcs. In the process of battling, my movements grew better and better. The more I moved my body, the more I got used to it, and the more efficient it was for me to move. Useless movements were gradually omitted and converged toward the optimal shape. I enjoyed observing this process myself. Meanwhile, it wasn't as if I was walking through the dungeon without a purpose, hunting the orcs and collecting mana cores. As I proceeded, I closely observed the flow of mana in the dungeon. In the information I read before entering, the clearing condition was clearly stated as unknown. I hadn't read any documentation on what the conditions for clearing this dungeon were. This was because, in the first place, this dungeon was only known after the normal clearing opportunity had been missed and it collapsed. However, some clues could still be inferred here. I paid attention to the fact that mana's flow was heading to one place. Dungeons that gave off flows like this had what one would call a nucleus. Breaking the nucleus was one of the most typical dungeon clear conditions, so that I would try that first. Besides me, most hunters who couldn't see mana's flow could also find it through experience, know-how, and knowledge of estimating the nucleus's location. However, for poorly qualified and inexperienced hunters, finding a nucleus was very difficult. Therefore, if the clear dungeon condition was nucleus destruction, the chances of clearing them were very low. Another user has entered the dungeon. System messages resounded in my mind without warning. It detected the gate's change and conveyed information that a hunter other than me had entered this dungeon. Any hunter exploring dungeons would earn experience. The message repeated it exactly 4 times, then stopped. 4 more people came in apart from me. The maximum number of people in this dungeon was 5, so the entrance was filled at its maximum. The timing that they entered is just amazing. Their identity was easy to guess. At some point in the future, until this dungeon collapsed, the government didn't know about its existence. The result was a disaster in Gyeongwon, where more than 10,000 victims were slaughtered. At that point in history, that was the single most deadly dungeon break, and society fell into a state of panic. The voice of criticism against the government was also high. But there was more. Some facts revealed by the government's performance survey made the people angrier. According to a later official statement, the dungeon was discovered in advance by a series of hunters before it collapsed. The guild named Optimus bought the dungeon's information through the dungeon explorers and made it their private hunting grounds while the government didn't intervene. It was a so-called illegal dungeon. They privatized dungeons to fill their greed. The purpose was mainly dungeon byproducts, among them, the Monocore. It was mined exclusively and sold to buyers who bought it at a higher price than the Korean government. The punishment was very strict when the law required you to report and sell all Monocores to the state, so they risked losing everything. The Optimus Guild still took such a risk. It was illegal and selfish, but it often happened in modern society. The worst mistake they made was that they had missed the timing. When the dungeon, which wasn't cleared even though it was F-class and only farmed without boundary expansion, evolved to B-class, they didn't inform the outside world despite witnessing the change. Even if they didn't report directly to the government, they could have taken appropriate action even if they had only leaked such information to the media, but the fact stood that they didn't. Instead, they wanted to secretly clear and take advantage of the B-class dungeon's clear reward. If so, it would have been better if they had succeeded in clearing and took the reward for themselves. However, they weren't able to clear it, and the dungeon collapsed as a result. The opportunity that could have saved over 10,000 lives was missed because of ego. They must have noticed that I came in first and are currently chasing me. The 4 additional people who just entered the dungeon must be the guild members. Since an intruder came into the hunting ground that they were hogging, a fire would have set under their asses. They were arrogant, greedy, but ultimately incompetent pieces of trash. I couldn't help but frown. I wasn't waiting, but I had no intention of avoiding them. It would be better for me to achieve what I had come here to do first, though. I better hurry up. Squeal. Caw. Even after that, I didn't avoid the orcs, but I moved with the highest priority on reaching the nucleus. My movements, becoming more skilled as the battles were repeated, helped to shorten my work speed. So, after some time, I finally reached my destination. It's here. I found a giant living tree buried among dead vines. It was clear that the flow of mana throughout the entire dungeon was concentrated here. I raised my fist and broke it in two without hesitation. Bang! Crush. After the tree was crushed, a soft light leaked out of it. This was the core of the dungeon. Once again, without hesitation, I thrust my fist, penetrating the nucleus. Shortly after that, a message rang in my head. You have satisfied the clear dungeon conditions. Clear condition, dungeon nucleus destruction. The boundaries of the dungeon are weakened. Fortunately, my prediction was correct. If it was a rare case where the dungeon's core was present and the clearing conditions were different, the order of work would have been a little complicated. Now, it was time to get the clear reward. The message continued. The ranking of the user's contribution to the dungeon walkthrough is ranked first, contribution, 100%. The item dungeon key is awarded to the user recognized as the first contributor. At that moment, as a light flashed in front of me, an item appeared. To describe its appearance, it was similar to the steering wheel used to control a ship. 12 large and small angular crystals that seemed to serve as handles extended outward along a round rim that sparkled with bright light. However, unlike a steering wheel, the inside of the circular frame was empty, much like a hoop. It was awkward for me to see it with the naked eye, as it was something that only others had handled directly in my previous life. I held it in my hand, floating in the air in front of me. System messages were continuously ringing out. Key to the dungeon. Item description, an item given after completing a dungeon attack. Keys once used for any purpose are destroyed and cannot be reused. If you use this key on a gate, you can close the gate. If you use this key on the dungeon's border, you can expand its border. It was a description that I was already aware of. Of course, the key was intended to be used to close the gate. It was also in a very unstable state, and it was impossible to spark any possibilities to reach other dimensions by expanding the boundaries. It was still too early. Additional rewards are prepared according to the user's contribution. Would you like to accept it? Of course, I nodded, and as soon as I did, everything around me disappeared, and darkness surrounded me. I had heard the stories of many colleagues, but it was my first time to witness them personally. This is the space to choose additional rewards. I rarely participated in dungeon explorations in my previous life, and I had never achieved enough contribution to receive additional rewards, so it was the first time I had ever witnessed it. It was a new sight, so I slowly looked around. I thought it was a dark similar to that of the Altar of Trials for some reason, but if to tell the difference. I looked at the white crystals that filled the dark space like stars. It continued to fill up no matter where I look, up, down, and on both sides. Perhaps it was a few hundred in total? Choose a reward. I could understand the agony of my colleagues in my previous life. Every single one of those many white ores was a reward. You had to choose only one of them, but it all just seemed like sparkling white light. It was no different from selecting a random box out of 100 in the same wrapping paper. Oh, would this even mean anything? When it came to rewards for such F-class dungeons, they were almost always F-class skill cards or inexpensive items with the equivalent value. All the more, the majority of cases weren't just F-class cards, but it was often useless trash cards as they chose random rewards. Where would the source of all of the cards stored in the guild warehouse come from? It was the stocks that were accumulated due to failure to draw a good one from this place. The system messages replied in a dry tone. It is up to the user's free will to choose which of these rewards. Everything looks the same, though? There are no duplicate rewards. It's all different. If it's going to be like this, I'd rather not make me pick. Anyway, everything seems the same, no matter where I look. I couldn't carry on my complaints. There was silence for a moment. I blinked my eyes. And once again, I looked around. Middle dot. My open mouth couldn't do its job and closed again. I paused for a moment and then opened my mouth. I was embarrassed, so my voice trembled slightly. Perhaps. They aren't all the same? When relying solely on human vision, I could only see a sparkling white light, but when I concentrated, I could see what was hidden behind it. Each of them had individual and unique mana patterns. Mana was dancing in different forms in the light. Chapter 17. Status, very unstable, 3. Pretending to be bummed out, I looked around me mindlessly. I can see them all. Originally, since there was no way to surely check the other option's identity from the standpoint of the person who chose the additional reward option, it was a procedure in which everything was clearly rigged. However, if I could see it clearly like this, the story would become completely different. Oh, my God. It wasn't that hunters had never thought of this method in my previous life, taking me to dungeon exploration and letting me pick a reward. However, all attempts had failed. First of all, I couldn't increase my contribution no matter how much effort I put into it. I was often riding the bus, which was commonly thought when another hunter knocked out a monster, and then I would kill it. That was why my contribution didn't accumulate. It was considered pointless even if I held powerful artifacts in my hands, as I didn't have enough mana to activate them. Even if I drank mana potions, my mana box remained in the tens digits, so it was of no use. The contribution wouldn't go up at all by solving the trick or finding the nucleus's location. In the end, I tried all the methods, but I had never succeeded. Moreover, as time passed, our guild's standards increased, so we didn't even care about it unless it was a high-end item, and I couldn't even tag along in those kinds of dungeons since the higher the level of dungeon meant it was going to be more dangerous. Wouldn't it have been possible to change history if we had tried a little more tenaciously and found a way in the previous life? What if we could raise the level of human strength and prevent the collapse of civilization? It's meaningless to feel sorry about it now. Shaking off my lingering regrets, I looked at each of the white light bodies that lit up dark spaces. There were many skills and items in the world that I had never witnessed. However, I'll pass on that. That's not the one. This is also garbage. I quickly scanned the surroundings and took in everything. The speed of cognition couldn't keep up with the speed of my eyes rolling around. Although, in the case of a skill card that I hadn't seen, the activation and mana control method would need to be observed by my eyes after putting them in the slot and using them. I could still roughly predict what level it would be with the amount compressed in the card. For example, I didn't know the exact effect of that type, but it was roughly a movement-based skill card, and it was an F-class without a doubt. Picking those kinds was unnecessary. I recorded everything with my eyes, saved it in my head, and made a conclusion. That's the best. Without my skills, I wouldn't have to focus on it, and it was just one of the many light bodies, an inconspicuous option. The drawn pattern wasn't a skill card but an item. The clarity of light was comparable to that of a C-class skill card. It was a great level for the rewards you'd get from an F-class dungeon. And what I liked the most was that, although I wasn't sure of the exact kind, it did look like a weapon artifact. It was perfect. I've decided. User-specified rewards are awarded. You worked hard. The system message praised me, which was rather gritty because no emotions were displayed. Weeing. Then, the white aura that I chose came to me and circulated around me. As if a small firecracker exploded, it sprinkled gentle rays of light in the air. An item was placed in the air where the rowdy light disappeared. It was just a small dagger. I hefted it up. Even without the analyzing scroll, the system message was generated with the successor's eyes effect. Lordo's dagger. Item description: the dagger favored by the Lordo tribe in the Rahuki jungles. Having specialized in assassination and pursuit, their main weapon was dipped in a neurotoxin, and even a brush could paralyze their prey. If you are a diligent hunter, make sure to replenish it in advance before all the poison stored is consumed. Note that poisoned prey must be stored at room temperature for at least 2 hours and consumed after detoxification. I didn't know what kind of race Lordo was or what dimension Rahuki was placed in. It was my first time seeing this weapon as well. What I knew was that this item had an effect comparable to that of a C-class skill and that it was an item that could respond to mana and worked with it. As I read the description, even the additional function of the paralysis poison lasted for 2 hours. It wasn't all that bad. As soon as I chose the reward, the dark and white lights disappeared, and I returned to the forest landscape that I was exploring before. And ... They're pretty fast, huh? In the distance, 4 lumps of mana were approaching. It was natural for these guys as they spent their time here and repeatedly farmed this dungeon. Besides, it would have been easy to trace me because I didn't erase any of my tracks. I watched those who hadn't found me yet. Optimus Guildmaster and Expedition Leader Guy Yonghwan's mood wasn't very good. The information on the F-class dungeons purchased from a dungeon explorer a year ago was a bold investment for his guild, and to be precise, for himself as the Guildmaster to gain greater wealth and honor. If there was a small problem, was the limit of the number of people that could enter the dungeon was only 5. The orcs living in the dungeon were of a type with poor farming efficiency considering their hunting difficulty. Anyways, how many dungeons in the world would there be these days that we can have it all by ourselves without the government intervening? Guy Yonghwan had bought the gate information, and, after that, they regularly farmed by forming a party of 5. By hunting the orcs, they collected cheap items and monocores that could be sold for a high price. All byproducts from these unusual dungeons, opened beyond the government's awareness, went into the guild's treasury. In particular, among them was the monocore. Dungeons were the only way to source the most useful gems in the world, which already had formed the industry's foundation. And, since not all countries had the same level of hunter pools, there was a big difference in each country's monocore supply/demand ratio. Countries that didn't have many excellent hunters eventually had to pay high prices to buy them from other countries. Meanwhile, those with many resources weren't going to sell them easily, even if they had surpluses or sold them at ridiculously high prices. This trend was closer to a kind of national protection. Naturally, securing monocores was directly related to a country's strength. Due to this situation, new criminals eventually arose to meet countries' demands to get monocores cheaply, called monocore smugglers. The source of profit for the Optimus Guild was, of course, to mine monocores and hand them over to such smugglers. They then sold the purchased items to other countries without the knowledge of the Korean government. However, it was difficult to make up for the investment because the information was so expensive. Out of all the possible numbers, the limit is 5 people. If only it could accommodate at least 10. Hunting with only 5 people had limitations from a perspective of efficiency and was dangerous. There were also quite a few guild members who had already left the world. Additionally, it was a problem that the boundaries of the dungeon weren't so wide. The resource is dry again today. Brother, we can't. Let's withdraw for now, and wait for the orcs to settle again. The gate opened within the hemispherical boundary, where hunters couldn't pass, but monsters could freely enter. In the case of the field type, the barrier area became the dungeon area. However, even beyond that opaque barrier, the dimension continued, and a similar ecosystem unfolded. By killing all the orcs slowly with 5 people, it took time for new ones to come in and fill their seats. Of course, Guy Yonghwan wanted to gain the dungeon's key to widening the boundaries, but he couldn't know what the clearing conditions were. Damn, how the hell are we supposed to clear this? It should at least tell us the conditions. Damn. Such an inefficient hunt continued, and the investment's recovery was still lacking, as Guy Yonghwan's mind continued to be polluted with negative thoughts. Therefore, as he tried to proceed with the ritual-like dungeon entrance and saw the message, it was reasonable for him to be blinded with anger. Maximum number of people entering, 5, currently 1 person entered. Currently, the number of people entered, 1? He looked around. All of the people working today were here. No other guild member could have entered the gate without his permission. If so, there was only one conclusion in the end. There was someone foreign, someone who wasn't from the guild. Guy Yong-hwan shouted, spraying plenty of spittle. What kind of a 20 bastard wishes to die? Which fucking bastard crawled in here? Guy Yong-hwan left one of the 5 expeditors outside the gate and quickly entered the dungeon. It wasn't difficult to find traces of some stranger. As soon as they're caught, we'll slice open their guts. How long did they run? Suddenly, a system message resonated in the air. The dungeon has been cleared. The boundaries of the dungeon are weakened. Pop. The guild members who were moving together quickly swallowed their breath. "Br brother. What does that mean?" They had no idea about the clear condition even though they worked so hard for a year. They tried hard to clear the dungeon to expand the hunting ground, but until now, they hadn't reached anywhere near success, but now the clearer was suddenly completed. Guy Yong-hwan felt suddenly fatigued. Was this just a dream? His head felt dizzy. However, his thoughts continued to flash by. Wait a minute. Look at this. He thought that the situation wasn't the worst right now. No, rather this was good news. Guy Yong-hwan put a smile on his mouth. Mumbling sloppily, he revised his plans towards the intruder. He's a son of a bitch, but a son of a bitch that we should be thankful for. The intruder had cleared the dungeon. In other words, it had solved his homework, which had bothered him for a year. Brother, that is, but when you've got that motherfucker, noticing that he figured out the clearing condition, his skill must be related to those kids with navigation and detection, you know. Those weak bastards that smell things so well that they make their living out of it. Guy Yong-hwan laughed, looking down at those rare and weak but skilled ones who usually led expeditions. Due to the limited skill slots, they didn't learn auxiliary skills at all. In his expectation, the intruder was a powerless subclass, and he had the confidence to cook them well. Furthermore, did you see the message outside the gate? It definitely said one, right? I mean, he came in alone. Well, of course. There is a limit of 5 people, but since we're 4, he's alone. Yes, that's it. We are 4, but he is alone. Guy Yong-hwan regained his relaxed self as if he never lost his calm. The group was also superior in numbers, 4-1. That fact inflated his pride like a balloon. He felt as if there was no chance of things going wrong. Let's quickly catch the bastard and put him in the sack. So, we only have to take the key. And we can expand our hunting ground. Oh, yes. If the bastard expanded it by himself, it's better since it saves us trouble. If Guy Yong-hwan and his subordinates had accumulated a lot of experience or were hunters with critical thinking, the moment they knew that someone had cleared this dungeon, they would have withdrawn to the gate. However, the option for someone with the key to close the gate was beyond his thinking. Who in the right mind would make the stupid choice of burying with their own hands the fertile land that can be used to make money, only to waste time and effort by clearing it? In the first place, there was no concern about the dangers of this dungeon in Guy Yong-hwan's mind, especially about the state marked as very unstable. He thought everyone else would think the same way since he thought so. That was the limit of the world in his sight. Let's go quickly and deal with him. Make him spit out what he received as an extra reward. Of course, you're the best, brother. Their state and moods were completely different as they hurried in an excited manner. There. Brother. Yes, I can see it too. Guy Yong-hwan laughed, baring his teeth. Their prey could be seen in the distance. Chapter 18. Status, very unstable, 4. Optimus Guild. I had seen them a lot through video footage in my past life. During the ethics study session and the regular training sessions for hunters in the future, data on the incident was included. The purpose was to keep everyone's minds on what kind of ramifications could occur when the ethics to be followed as a hunter were violated. I had enough of it after seeing it every year, but the expressions of hunters who saw it were dark and gloomy every time. The number of victims due to the disaster in Gyeongwon was even greater than the chaos caused by the cataclysm. In Korean society, every other person was associated with a disaster victim, and the hunters were no different. It caused that many casualties. The documentary, used as educational material, calmly recorded the victims' stories. I don't know how to live from now on. The video began with an interview with a father crying about losing his entire family. The scene changed, and the survivors' interviews followed with how their ordinary lives were ruined, explaining what happened in that nightmarish day. There were those who sacrificed themselves to protect their loved ones, the scene where even those who the heroes wanted to protect were gruesomely murdered, students who hadn't yet deleted the number of their dead friends stored on their cell phones, children waiting for their parents who couldn't return, And people who had been saved but were forced to live with mental traumas that couldn't be cured, even with magic. Next was the story of why this had happened. The target that all hunters poured out their fierce anger at every education session. The cause of the situation. Their leader, their guild master, was in front of me. What kind of bastard are you? They didn't even think of ambushing me as they confidently surrounded me from the front. They had made a mistake in only relying on their numbers. I quietly glanced around as I thought. What could make them so prideful? With what rights could they vomit such anger? I then asked, pretending not to know. You guys must have been secretly farming here? Yeah, you fucking bastard, what do you think this is for you to crawl in? You got a death wish? His personality leaked through his speech. Well, this is a dungeon on the verge of collapse. What collapse? This is our area, hell. His eyes flashed with murder. At the same time, I sensed a strange sense of superiority in that attitude. He was underestimating me. He pointed his finger at me, his neck veins all bulged up. You, what kind of bastard are you, huh? I'm asking you, bastard. The intention of that question was this: he spouted threats, but he wondered if there was support behind me that he wouldn't be able to handle. If there was such a background, it was expected that it would be revealed here right away, just like Secretary Kim did to threaten the man who had attacked us before. When I didn't answer, his face became more distorted, but at the same time, I could read a sense of relief from their eyes as well. A punk with no name and nothing to give puts his dirty toes on another's sacred table? Fuck you. As I didn't immediately protest, he must have made up his mind. He had seen the dagger in my hand and had decided on picking a fight. Looking at how you cleared it, you must be an explorer type. Are you very confident? Huh? Do you believe that you could mess around and still be able to live just by trusting in your skills? Huh? It was clear what they were misunderstanding. A dagger was a favorite weapon for hunters who had mastered exploration and stealth skills, as it worked well with those skills. Won't you answer? He again pretended to be agitated and started shouting once more. The screaming resonated in the air. He stared at me and began snorting steam. Perhaps him pretending to be angry was actually making him pissed. On the other hand, while Guy Yonghwan was swearing in the front, the guys standing behind quietly concentrated on gathering their mana. He was aiming at me with a sword in hand, but this was all just a front. It was clear that the runestone hidden in his arms was sucking up mana. Looking at the pattern, he was preparing a magical skill that would strike at me from a distance. Weeing. In the first place, this was a dungeon. No matter what background I had, they would think that it was okay if they just finished me here. Moreover, they would be judging that this was a dungeon that was unknown to anyone and that only these guys knew. I could read their obvious thoughts. And so, I spoke to Guy Yonghwan. Status: very unstable. He showed the whites of his eyes as he responded. What is that, you crazy bastard? I calmly explained. Didn't you see the dungeon status when you entered the gate? Don't you know what this means? If you leave it alone, it means that it may collapse at any moment. A dungeon with only 40 days before its evolution. What the hell were you thinking? To leave this unattended? Do you know how many large cities are nearby? You endanger all their lives. How do you know if it will collapse or not? Fuck, are you a shaman? What if it collapses? What will you do about it? Who knows what class this dungeon evolved to? If your mistake results in that many casualties, then how is it my fault? You dumb bastard. ... I looked at him wordlessly. If the gate collapsed, is it my fault that the gate was opened in the first place? You let shit out of your mouth about a thing that doesn't even make sense, idiot. He sarcastically continued. The idiots are the government bastards who didn't discover this gate. Why is that my fault to take advantage of it? What if the gate collapses, you ask? What can I do? We're all fucked. Isn't that how it's supposed to be? Why do you ask me what to do when the world is changed like this? If that happens, it's just shit luck. Is it my fault that the luck of the people in this neighborhood is bad? He laughed and swore sincerely as if it weren't his fault. There were such people. They were endlessly tolerant of themselves and pretended that it wasn't their problem, no matter what damage others suffered as a result. I watched the spell being completed by the hunter standing next to Guy Yonghwan. Perhaps that was the most powerful spell he could use right now. In short, they were trying to finish me off. If I were a common hunter, I would die in an instant if I were hit directly. However, I was confident about this. They were trying to kill me here. Perhaps a signal must have been exchanged between them. Or perhaps they came up with a plan in advance. Thanks to this, My choice had also been made simpler. I spoke once more. Now I'm talking about it. Fortunately, the situations I assumed won't happen, so don't worry. What? Suspicion ran through Guy Yonghuan's eyes. This dungeon, I'm going to close it. You puny bitch. The moment his face flushed red, I moved. Dash. Acceleration. Guy Yonghuan tried to say something, but instead, a wispy scream came out from his lips. As I passed him, I cut the neck of the wizard who had been aiming at me with a sharp dagger. Sha. How? It was the moment just before the skill was completed and the magic circle formed. Fuck. His expression was distorted. The sorcerer, whose artery had been sliced through, was shocked at the sight of blood spewing from his neck, and then his eyes rolled back. He fell over, nose first, in the puddle of blood he created. The group stiffened at the sudden carnage. However, in the next moment, the remaining three immediately ran towards me, breaking formation. Hit him. Kill him. Break him. Their swords and axes carved violent trajectories as threatening mana sliced the air, emanating blue light. Ah, fuck. Get it right. However, everyone missed it. In the process of preparing for an attack, the movement of their mana was obvious. Which way they would run, what skills they were preparing, and who would come first. I ran through that void. This son of a... Swing. Guy Yonghuan swung his sword downward. It took a lot of power, but its path was painfully obvious. I pretended to counter it, then immediately let it go and deflected it away. Ting. The sound of metal clanging rumbled in my ears. I overtook Guy Yonghuan and moved to his side. Twisting my body to the side, I stuck a dagger in the heart of the man running in with an axe. Crush. I murmured inwardly, pulling my dagger out of his chest. Thanks to the artifact, the mana shield activated by his skill could be penetrated without a problem. Only two were left, Guy Yonghuan and his subordinate. They rushed to either side of me. Fuck. This bastard. Such reactions and profanities were like drugs to try to forget the fear of battle. However, it could only be helpful to an extent. When yelling, breathing was disturbed, and efficient movement was eventually broken down. I lashed out with a foot toward the foul-mouthed subordinate. Smash. Ah. The opponent's mana barrier blocked my kick to his shin so that I couldn't break his bones. However, it was enough just to inflict pain to stop. The momentary sway in his balance led to him paying a great price. Pivsh. The dagger quickly moved through his neck. He spat out blood as he staggered his knees, then he collapsed, vomiting blood bubbles. The only person left was Guy Yonghuan. This. He tried to curse yet ended up swallowing his words instead. And then, as if he must have now noticed his blood turning cold with fear and tension, he didn't rush towards me. He slowly took a stance and aimed for my weak spot. I could feel him accumulating mana in the sword. In our exchange of glances, his eyes shone with murderous intent. Shook. As if he couldn't stand his impatience, he again swung his sword in an obvious path. However, the amount of mana condensed in it was serious. I judged that it would be impossible to counter it as it was, so I quickly pulled back. Acceleration. Sha. With one backstep, I quickly escaped from the trajectory of the sword. I quickly looked inside myself. Active mana, 720, plus 80/640. Potential mana, 71,600. Since I absorbed the orc's cores, the mana left remained above the limit, but I had no more room to absorb the cores or consume potions in the current situation. Cling. Cling-clang. His longsword and my dagger crossed a few more times. His mana level visible was about 2000. In terms of the hunter class, it was lower D class. I had a high probability of reaching E class if measured in this state. In other words, if I continued with a simple mana fight, I would be exhausted first. There was no reason to prolong this further. Hooah! As he yelled, he stabbed toward my chest. The blades collided and rubbed, followed by a tight tug of war. My short blade was at a disadvantage in terms of range, so he tried to corner me at a reasonable distance. As I read the path, I rushed and backed off with acceleration, looking for a gap. However, unlike his subordinates, he was better at evading my attacks. Their basic physical ability and mana amount were of a different level. He was a hunter, one rank higher than them. I have to break his balance. My moment had finally come. Cling. My dagger glided against his blade and touched Guy Yonghuan's wrist. Slice. Hap. Blood splattered from his wrist. However, Guy Yonghuan didn't care about the wounds. Perhaps in a determination to take my bones, he rushed in to slice me. Whoosh. As I pushed in too deeply, I couldn't completely avoid his attack. Rip. There was a burning pain as a long red line was drawn on my thigh. With a clenched jaw, I barely made the distance with acceleration, but when I stepped back on the ground, I stumbled. My muscle was deeply cut. Guy Yonghuan looked at me with a wicked smile as if he had captured the victory. He seemed to be convinced that I would no longer be able to move as freely as before. The only wound I inflicted on Guy Yonghuan was a light cut on the wrist. In return, my lower body was cut deep enough to make it difficult to move. What a rowdy bastard, now that his legs are cut that deeply, his end. However, he couldn't finish talking. Weeing. Light rose from the serpentine bracelet around my wrist. As the white light covered my body, only the cut cloth remained as the sliced flesh mended and the blood dissipated. What the fuck? The man baffled, then clenched his jaw. As he did so, I ran to him again. Guy Yonghuan struggled with fluctuating emotions as he swung his sword. Ugh. Huh. His movement began to slow down as if struggling in the water. What is this? Just a little while ago, with just a slight cut on his wrist, it took effect. This was Lordo's dagger, the paralysis poison was now showing its presence. Coop. He struggled to resist and swung his sword a few more times, but his movement was noticeably slower. From then on, I just wandered at a distance and waited for the poison to spread completely. Blue veins bulged on Guy Yonghuan's temple. He staggered, and his legs started to falter. I watched his sword and glared at him even when he was on his knees. It's over. I approached him with the dagger. Thump. He lost his strength, fell completely, and hit the floor. In that state, Guy Yonghuan's mouth bubbled, and his whole body convulsed as if he was shivering. He looked up at me, and our eyes met. Guy Yonghuan also felt that everything was now over. His tongue must not have been completely paralyzed, as he forced his mouth to move clumsily. Pair my life. My eyes were cold. Middle dot. The sound kept leaking out of his mouth. The pair my life. When I heard that, the documentary came to mind again. A mother remembered the last call with her daughter, who had been living in Gyeongwon-si. She cried over the phone, asking for help, and her parents, who couldn't do anything at that moment, cried with a heartbreaking sadness during their interview. In the future, the investigation and arrests were carried out by one of the guild members' statements. One of the guild members who couldn't bear the guilt had already committed suicide before investigators even found him. However, only one, guild leader Guy Yonghuan, who fled abroad in advance, wasn't caught. Even by the arrest orders of government councils worldwide and the Hunter Union, they couldn't trace his whereabouts. Ugh, please. Theft. My gaze fell over Guy Yonghuan's struggling body. The fact that made my heart heavier was that the disaster in Gyeongwon was just a prelude to the events that followed. Numerous incidents continued after the Korean disaster, and 40 years later, the SSS-class dungeon finally collapsed. Although it was impossible to weigh each victim's tragedy, it was an incomparable event in terms of how many more people were involved. And there was even the betrayal of a maniac, which was like the death sentence for humanity. All should be stopped, and I would be the one to stop it. Ooh. If you kill me, I looked down on him. Guy Yonghuan's eyes trembled, trying to say something desperately. Swish. Without hesitation, I swung the dagger and stuck it in his forehead. Chapter 19. Black Snake. Cold bodies were scattered across the red forest. The howling wind blew, sweeping Guy Yonghuan's hair past his eyes wide open. The blood pool that had accumulated among the red bushes was hard to distinguish since it was all the same scarlet color. The monocore that was in their heart had disappeared without a trace. I checked the time with the terminal. In a little while, dawn would arrive in Seoul. I have to go back. But before that, there was also an option to quickly exit the gate and close the door before they approach, but I deliberately waited for them to approach. For what reason? First of all, it was a low probability, but it would all be for nothing if they had a return stone. Aside from that, there was one more thing. When I saw the message that someone had entered the dungeon, I already knew that Guy Yonghuan was among them. I had read a testimony he was doubtful of his guild members. Afraid that they would smuggle the byproducts without his knowledge, he never let the guild go on an exploration without him. Grunt. Grunt. I took out the mask slime and put it on Guy Yonghuan's face. I waited for a while, and after it acquired the shape of his face, I put it back on mine. After letting out an unpleasant grunt, my face completely changed to that of Guy Yong Huan. Next, I grabbed his belongings and artifacts in order to prove my identity. I was now ready to move on. There was a feeling of softness around my wrist. Oh, yes. 5 snakes that had been entangled in a bracelet were now slithering after they untied themselves. I felt their anxious cravings in their movements. Thanks to auto heal, which was activated just a moment ago, the deep cuts on my thighs were healed, and the guys seemed hungry because they had worked hard. 5 snake bracelets. Item description: a bracelet made of 5 living golems modified from epinate black snake. The young genius succeeded in itemizing the unique power of circulation of the species. Black snakes aren't easy to tame, but they are known to be loyal to their owners once taming is successful. The golems that inherit that nature will return some of the blood and flesh they ate to their owners and use it to replenish the blood you lost and create new flesh. Be careful, as it may bite the owner if you starve them beyond their limits. If they healed that wound, they have to eat as much as that again, right? I could see why the hunters who had this bracelet before weren't left intact. Perhaps because they remembered the fact that I fed them properly last time, they were sending a sign with their bodies asking for food instead of chewing on my wrist, as they did to the former owners. I glanced at their movements and turned my gaze toward the bodies on the floor. Hiss. As I injected some mana as a sign of permission, the snakes, which had been reduced in the form of the bracelet, inflated their bodies. Their heads and bodies grew to the size of an anaconda, though the tail was still small and curled around my wrist. Sha. The 5 black snakes slowly crawled through the grass. However, these guys didn't approach the prey right away this time. I quickly realized the reason and frowned. Ah, is this a competition? There seemed to be no problem with sharing the guys who attacked us on the way from the black market, but this time there were only 4 bodies. This amount didn't seem to satisfy them at all. Sha. Hiss. To make matters worse, they even threatened each other with their mouths wide open and teeth exposed. However, they didn't attack. Hiss. The victor of the quarrel was quickly decided. The 5 snakes were of slightly different sizes and appearances when you looked closely. The smallest of them came back to me, flicking its tongue as if it felt beaten. As it approached, it gradually reduced its body and eventually returned to the original bracelet shape. Were you pushed out? A bitter smile came out. As a result, with the loser left out, the remaining snakes divided into 4 branches and crawled over the bush as if they each were assigned to a prey. By the way, ... Is that okay? I recalled the content of the message I saw earlier. Lordo's dagger. Item description: ... It paralyzes the prey just by touching it. Poison prey must be consumed after going through detoxification by storing at room temperature for at least 2 hours. Whether all of those corpses were poisoned to death or died instantly in one blow, the poison must have spread in the process. Would the snakes become paralyzed if they ate them? Even if so, the effect lasted only about 2 hours anyway, so I should leave them as they were. Then, they started to eat the corpses. Crack. Crush. But somehow, it seemed that the paralysis poison was also effective against living golems. Shortly after the meal was over, 4 semi-paralyzed snakes were crawling on the floor. Come back. By injecting mana into it, they forcibly returned to the bracelet form. If this happened, was the one starving the winner? If it were as the item description dictated, the paralysis would be resolved by itself, so it might not matter much. Anyway, since I now had fed the snakes, I began moving to the dungeon's opposite border. Acceleration. As I crossed the forest, I soon saw the gate that I entered. Before I go out, holding Guy Yong Huan's sword in my hand, I focused my mind and kept the successor's eyes in a state that could identify everything. In that nervous state, I broke through the shroud of light. A similar phenomenon to when I entered before overcame me. Darkness and dazzling light alternately covered me, and I passed through a tunnel of foreignness. Finally, my senses returned to normal. Weeing. There was the Earth's atmosphere. A familiar texture wrapped around my skin, the cold air of early dawn. A member of the Optimus Guild was waiting outside the gate. He was surprised to see me wearing Guy Yong Huan's face. Oh, brother. Since the number of people able to enter was 5, Guy Yong Huan would have brought at least 5. So, it was natural that there was one person aside from the 4 who entered. I looked around with sharp senses. He had asked for a backup, but none arrived yet, and he was all alone around here. How was the dungeon suddenly cleared? He made an expression as if he couldn't understand what was going on. He must have seen the message change from the outside. The status changed to clear, and then the number of current people decreased from 5 to 1. The information must have been shared with other guild members. Did all the rest die? What the hell is going on inside? Ah! Swish! I didn't hesitate to slay him with Gai Yonghuan's sword. Thump! He instantly collapsed. I approached the bleeding body and used one of my skills. Penetration, rank E. The structure of the internal board of the terminal that he hit on his wrist was visible. The terminal is worn by hunters also acted as a black box. Since they came for the purpose of dungeon exploration, the video recording and sound recording functions must be running. I wrapped my feet with mana and stepped on his wrist. KZZZT. The terminal was shattered. I checked that the video and voice recognition gadgets were completely shattered. However, in the meantime, I didn't forget to carefully control my mana to protect a storage device the size of a grain of dust. Now, whoever checked this terminal would see the scene where Gai Yonghuan was, for some reason, coming out of the dungeon and killing the guild member who waited alone. The dungeon was suddenly cleared, and Gai Yonghuan returned alone. There was even an attempt to destroy evidence. It was obvious as to what kind of hypothesis would unfold. Gai Yonghuan obtained a lottery-level reward that didn't fit in an F-class dungeon that was cleared strangely. Instead of sharing it with the guild members, he bagged it for himself and disappeared. There was a reason why only Gai Yonghuan wasn't caught despite the worldwide arrest order in the previous life. This was because of his desperate parents, who continuously supported him in the moment of crisis. Although he had been disowned a long time ago as he was reckless, he was their youngest son, and the relationship between blood was indeed thicker than water. They had the resources to hide a person under the radar of the arrest order. The reason why I left no loose ends was because of them. It is a different story, from the perspective of the parents. The remaining guild members or his parents would try to find Gai Yonghuan's traces instead of wandering in search of a third person who may have been here. Or, as they disowned him until now, they wouldn't bother to question his whereabouts. Either way, to prepare for any situation, his belongings in my hand would create evidence that Gai Yonghuan was still alive in a foreign country. I have to hurry. Other Optimus Guild members must be heading here, and I had no intention of having yet another rowdy battle. I held the key to the dungeon, which I carried around on my shoulders, with my hands. There were still a few months left before the dungeon collapsed, based on the previous life, but it may have had some effect since I had already cleared it. There was no guarantee that it would collapse at the same time as before. Weeing. When mana was concentrated in both hands, the key to the dungeon glowed blue, arranged along with the hoop-like circle frame. The 12 crystals that used to serve as handles sparkled. Each crystal fired a mana ray toward the center of the circle, and 12 blue rays passed through the empty circle to meet in the center. Woong. Then, horizontally, a cylinder of clear light swelled from the circle's center. The preparation was over. This is the first time I've closed it myself. It's obvious, though. I pushed the dungeon key forward and inserted it toward the gate. The pillar of light that extended to the front pierced through the swaying surface. To close a dungeon, it was counterclockwise. I held the crystal with both hands and rotated it slowly as if I were a sailor turning the helm. Drook. Drook. All of the 12 crystals slowly rotated to the left. As that happened. Rumble. A swirling pattern appeared on the surface of the gate along the direction of rotation. It wasn't just the gate, but I felt the sense that all the surrounding space and the flow of mana swirled like a spinning top in the same direction along with the rotation of the key. It was the same as when I had observed it before. Yeah. It felt like this. It's been so long. It turned. The moisture of early morning air, the hazy sky, the few starlights about to disappear shyly, the sound of my breath, the wind that tickled my cheeks, the flow of mana burning around, and the boundary of the dimension connecting other worlds. Everything turned along the direction of rotation of the key. Round and round. After turning it by hand, the key continued to turn in one direction as if it had been powered. The vortex on the gate surface also rotated faster. Even though the surrounding objects held their place firmly and stably, I felt the illusion that the gate was sucking in something. How long had it been like that? The size is reducing. The fluctuating gate surface was shrinking. As it turned round and round, the volume gradually decreased, and the bluish darkness at dawn was covered by a bright flash. After some time, it finally became as small as the size of the dungeon key. Chalk. Cling. As if the full bloom petals were folding in, The 12 crystals surrounding the circle were sequentially folded into the circle. The body that made such a perfect sphere disappeared as if it was sucked to somewhere in an instant. That was it. I closed it. Like it had all been a lie, there was nothing in the place where the gate had been. The gate is gone. The excitement and sense of accomplishment crept their way up. There would be no disaster in Gyeongwon City anymore. At that moment that I felt so proud. Ring. The terminal rang without giving me a moment to appreciate the feeling further. At such an early hour? Well, whatever the time was, I could clearly guess who the other person was. I looked at my wrist and read the message on the terminal. My eyes widened. Chapter 20. Choi Seung-yoon. I should get moving. It was dangerous to stay here. I hurried down the hill, grabbed a taxi, and called back the person who sent me the message. It had been a little over a week since I started my life as Seo Jin-wook, and there was only one person who would contact me directly. Yes, Secretary Kim. I got the message. Huh? You woke up earlier than usual. Team leader, I received the contents by secured email. If I leave for the company house now, I think I will arrive at around 8. Shall I go to the room right away? It seemed that as soon as he got up, he checked his email and contacted me. He was definitely diligent. I was calling in case you would do so. You don't need to hurry, so let's see each other around 9 o'clock as usual. It's not something to be discussed on the phone. We will talk about the rest when we meet. It seemed that it would take about that amount of time to get to the company house and secretly return to my room. After finishing the call, I looked at the terminal again. The message from Secretary Kim was as followed. The partial report you requested came in. I will head to work right now. There were 2 things he requested from an external intelligence agency according to my instructions. These were Angelica Hurd's current location and the background check of those who attacked us the other day. Which information about those 2 could have come in first? I closed my eyes as I buried my head in the taxi seat. The momentary darkness that filled my eyelids was sweet. Someone called out to me. Hey, Grandpa. ... Huh? What? Grandpa. Choi Seung-yoon. What are you doing, daydreaming like that? I opened my eyes. I got myself together and looked around. My senses felt awkward, but all the scenes that came into view were familiar. My head swiveled. Right, this was the 95th floor of the Tower of Choice. I could see my colleagues who had been together until here. On the floor, there lay the boss of the 95th floor, the Blood Lich, slain. My face full of wrinkles shone on the glossy black floor. From behind my back, Nate looked at me with a strange expression. ... Nothing. Are you tired? Do you need some support? Nate asked with a smile. Pa. I shook my head. It's all right. I was thinking about something else for a second. Then he approached. Now, there are only 5 floors left. Keep it up for a while. After a brief silence, the weight could be felt in their voices. In the meantime, you all have worked hard. To others, it looked like a young man in his 20s and an elderly man in his 80s shoulder to shoulder. However, there was a deep sympathy between the comrades who had survived together against adversity for so long. When we go down the tower, leave the rest to us and go relax. Did we perhaps abuse you too much? I will stop the elderly abuse, so please spend the rest of your life comfortably. ... Shut up. Nate snickered, scratching his curly hair roughly. It sounded like a joke, but the weight behind his words was obvious. I turned my head and looked at my colleagues. All of them were youthful in appearance, full of life. I looked down at the back of my hand again. My skin looked like twisted bark. Unlike the guild members who climbed the tower together, the life left for me wasn't long. Could it be about 10 years left? This was because it was impossible to slow aging and reconstruct the body with mana in my body like them. It was a fate that was already set upon awakening. Still, thanks to my unique skills, I was able to contribute like this. I was able to come this far. I spoke to them while trying to suppress my emotions. It's not over yet. Don't let your guards down. Who's going to solve the rest of the tricks? Don't worry about that. The guy shrugged whilst shaking his bone wand. Of course, I didn't doubt his ability. It was all thanks to his skeleton soldiers that a hunter like me was protected. It allowed me to arrive up to the 95th floor without dying. Of course, it wasn't that there were no close encounters with death. On average, it was roughly once per floor. By the way, isn't this puzzle taking quite long? Hibiki, the great mage, worked hard to place patterns on the door, exhaling enormous mana and sweating. To see it from a third person's view, enough mana was pouring down that one might think a meteorite was heading toward us. Nate spoke to her. "Are you lacking? Do you need some mana?" "I don't need it." Hibiki, who replied that way, again devoted herself to work. Randy, sitting on the floor, cautioned him. "Nate, leave Hibiki alone." Randy was feeding the monster's blood to the magic sword. Today, instead of stabbing the sword properly into the belly of the monster, as usual, he used a novel method. When the battle was over, saying he had to suppress the sword before going to the next floor, he inserted the sword into the giant chimera's anus, which looked like a mix between a hippo and an anteater. The sword faintly vibrated as if to speak the magic sword's emotion while making a wong sound. It seemed like it would be pouring curses and profanities through telepathy, and I felt fortunate that I couldn't hear them. Randy then spoke up, pointing at Hibiki with his chin. "You know that she gets sensitive whenever she solves a puzzle." "It was solved by Grandpa, I'm only moving the mana as told." "That's not an easy task either." In the tower, the floor didn't end with knocking down assigned bosses. After that, one had to solve a puzzle with mana. I didn't know who designed this tower, but I couldn't help but think of this as we went up. It made me question, was it made to check how humanity's control of mana has evolved? It was as if someone was going to score the results of the tutorial and the grades. That, or I might be overthinking. At that moment, a person interrupted our conversation. "Before entering the next level, we might need to gear up with electricity-immune items." The saint, who was concentrating with her hands together and eyes closed, stood up and turned to Randy, who was in charge of the supply. "Did a prophecy come out? Is the next floor with ones that use electricity?" "Yes." "Is there any more detailed information?" "That's all for now. As soon as we enter, there will be an electric strike." Upon hearing that, Randy opened his subspace without a word and took out an item. "I have enough stock. We can all endure a day." Currently, the stock was sufficient. However, there was no such thing as too much equipment. It wasn't just because one couldn't go down the tower and back up again, but also because the items we had right now were virtually all that humanity had. Randy's words contained such a heavy meaning. We could endure it for about a day from now on, but we had no choice but to endure it with our bare bodies if we were to need this item again. Everyone knew the meaning, but they didn't dare speak about it. They carefully distributed the items. This was so that they could use it right before the door opened. Angelica's expression stiffened. "Sorry, if I could have more detailed prophecies." I interrupted. "No, Angelica. It is because of you that we were able to come this far in the first place." That was right. Thanks to Angelica, we were prepared in advance and were able to climb the tower at high speed. "It's done." Hibiki came to us after completing the mana pattern. Behind her, blue mana began to circulate through the tightly closed door. We were now ready to open said door. Sweating, Hibiki began to spit out profanities. "Damn, I'm going to break the dimensional bird's egg or whatever with my own hands. Why does it demand so much work?" The gate opened, and the Earth tutorial ended when we reached the 100th floor. We had come all the way here to break the dimensional bird's egg there. When the tutorial was over, the egg was broken, and the dimensional storm raged. Our dimension would be swept away from the connected dimensional group. It was a phenomenon that occurred because there was no dimensional bird to guide our world. It was as if a ship hit by a storm without the captain was lost from the fleet and disappeared into the remote sea. As a result, all the ropes connecting our ship and other ships would be cut off. In other words, all dungeons will be closed. That was humanity's plan. After the collapse of the SSS-class dungeon, most of the world's governments collapsed, and civilization retreated. The hunters were leading the human race, and among them, 5 had gathered here. We had chosen the distancing of Earth or severance in our expression. Yes, since we had made that choice, we all had to go up to the 100th floor and find the dimensional bird's egg. Middle dot middle dot middle dot. Huh? Wait a minute. No, wait a minute. Stop. I froze in the position I stood in. The feeling of incongruity, driven like a cold wave, turned into a sense of crisis and then into fear. Something was wrong. Cold sweat beaded on my forehead. Everything that I saw stopped like a paused video. Someone's familiar voice in my head spoke in an unfamiliar tone. Too many had died that time. That's all. The landscape in front of me shook and collapsed, and new scenes passed by. She put the dimensional bird's egg, which must be broken, into a subspace. She had said that she would never break it. "What's up, Grandpa?" Nate looked at me. The smile that floated on his pale face was fragile, like a piece of glass that would break at any time. There was an elongated wound just under his chin. His bone was visible between the deeply cut gaps, the trace left by his attack skill, bone blade. Nate's half-cut throat oozed blood like a waterfall. It poured out as if it would never stop. When I got myself together, the hall we were in became a sea of blood. Everyone fell, the bodies of my colleagues quickly becoming immersed in blood. And in the middle, Angelica stood alone, looking at me. You. She was laughing with cold, twisted lips. Our eyes met, and I screamed. Angelica. Then the world came crashing down around me. Customer, we are here. I opened my eyes. Waiting for an answer, the taxi driver looked at me through the rearview mirror. I breathed out quickly. It was an unpleasant nightmare. I managed to get up, paid the fare, get out, and used stealth again. I began thinking to myself as I returned home while hiding. Am I mentally exhausted? On the very day of awakening, I trained with my mana all day, immediately entered the dungeon, cleared it for the first time, and even fought with the Optimus Guild. No, it must be both my body and mind. Even if I were a hunter, there was no way I wouldn't be tired of this level of a run. Currently, my active mana box was only about 600. Through training and combat, the limit had increased by 200 compared to the moment where I awaken, and thanks to the mana absorbed from the cores, it was more than the limit, but with this mana, I couldn't rebuild my body to my satisfaction. Compared to ordinary people, all hunters were like superhumans, but the level difference was remarkable, even when compared to other hunters. In particular, if it exceeded a 30,000 active mana box, which was the minimum condition for SS class promotion, the person became closer to something beyond human understanding. Compared to that, I was still far away. I had a nightmare because I was tired. I tried to shake it off, but I couldn't help but keep thinking. An unresolved question lingered in my mind. Why did Angelica have to do that? Why had she been acting for such a long time, and at the last moment, why did she try to overturn everything and lead humanity to a path of destruction? I can't understand her motivation. Why did she kill her colleagues? It was probably because others wouldn't support her choice not to break the dimensional bird's egg. Since it was a violation of her colleagues' strong beliefs and goals, she couldn't have suppressed it even with her brainwashing skills. If so, the question came back. What was she trying to achieve by continuously connecting the Earth to the dungeons without breaking the dimensional bird's egg? Perhaps today's report may give out clues. Even if I didn't get to know the answer forever, I would change history so that it didn't repeat itself. I have arrived. I quietly entered the house. I walked to the hallway in front of my room without being noticed by anyone. I tried to open the door. I heard an unexpected sound over the door. I soon noticed what was happening in the room. Chapter 21. Informer 1. There was a loud noise behind the closed door. Bang. Crush. It was the sound of a four-legged animal swiftly running around the room and gnawing furniture. There was also the sound of objects clattering to the floor. Then there was a sound of running away again, most likely to it being startled by a loud sound. I could roughly estimate so. I felt as if my nervousness from the nightmare was sinking away. I laughed and suddenly opened the door. Then, I saw the little guy in my room. He was standing up with his hind feet on the ground, perhaps about to grab the edge of the tablecloth with its front feet. The creature that resembled a tuxedo cat stopped moving, locking its eyes on me. Kyung. Iponia jumped into the air, its hair raising up as if it were startled. It turned itself upside down, making a U-shape in the air, and fell to the floor. Then, with a crackling noise, it hid under the bed. I closed the door before speaking. You must feel comfortable by now, huh? It tried to hide under the bed and keep silent. But then... swoosh. His long black tail, several times the length of his body, came out of the bed and fluttered, sweeping the floor on both sides. It was no different from a bird's intelligence to think that they are completely hidden if others aren't visible in their own eyes. Well, it's still a baby. I laughed at its fluttering tail as if it were sweeping the floor. Cute. I looked around the room. It must have regained its energy after being fed while I was gone, so it had roamed around and played. The tablecloth rolled on the floor, and there were scratches all over the furniture. I scanned for anything broken. Oh. I picked up what was placed in the corner of the room. It was a crystal ball that had a vivid green color like the eyes of Iponia. You really must have been comfortable, no? Iponia must have vomited when I wasn't there. I looked inside. Mana danced in patterns inside. In some cases, several types were mixed together, but it seemed that this was only one type. I looked around to see if it had vomited something else up. I lowered my head and lifted the bed. I could see Iponia's quite chubby butt, crouching with its back facing me. I can increase the amount of food you eat. It didn't look back, but one ear moved as if responding to my speech. I put the crystal on my desk. Knock, knock. At that point, I heard a knocking sound. Come on in. Secretary Kim entered the room, immediately confused by what he saw inside. This ... He muttered as if asking me to explain. Did the high of amnesia already go away? Still, you didn't scratch furniture before. I heard that in the past, Seo Jin-wook had many of his crazy episodes alone in his room. Relax. It's not me. The cat-like guy did this while I was sleeping. His gaze landed on the elongated tail on the floor. Is that so? Yeah. Please sit down. As soon as he realized that it wasn't a big deal, he started the briefing. A hologram floated in the air as he touched the terminal on his wrist. I quickly read it and expressed some disappointment. There seems to be no information about Angelica, right? The interim report was about those who ambushed us while visiting the black market a few days ago. Faces were photographed, and their hair samples were collected before the snakes could eat the corpses. Yeah. Instead, they did a quite detailed investigation on the men. I read through the hologram. They haven't officially reported as a guild. Although nominally registered as freelance hunters, in reality, they have their organizational system, and they take charge of dirty quests from guilds and companies. While listening to his explanation, I paid attention to the person's face on the hologram. This is the middle boss who is believed to have something to do with this job. He was referring to the very man in the picture I was looking at. He had sharp eyes slit on both sides, a hawkish nose, and an exceptionally angular chin. He was the one I had recognized. And so, it was like that. These guys were involved. I hadn't been directly involved with them in my previous life, but I had a detailed grasp of what kind of guys they were. Ma Song-hyun, 47 years old. According to the information registered in the Hunter Management Department, he is a C-class hunter that doesn't belong to any guild. Secretary Kim spoke while showing the place where Ma Song-hyun was photographed and the video that was secretly filmed. This is all of the information that has been obtained so far. Secretary Kim looked as if he was waiting for the next set of instructions. I pretended to be thinking about something before speaking. I see. Please give me some time to think before deciding on the next step. Information may be updated in the meantime, so. Yes. In fact, it was a lie to need time to think. The plan had already solidified in my mind. If I only had told Secretary Kim, he would likely be frightened and would oppose me. I pretended to be in serious contemplation, hiding my thoughts. Secretary Kim carefully spoke again. Do you still not have any plans to share this within the guild? Yes. Okay. I won't ask you any more about that. Thank you very much. No. Team leader, by the way. He then looked at the green crystal I put on my desk, as he had been glancing at it several times from a while ago. What is that? At first glance, it looks like an artifact. Nevertheless, a hunter's wisdom did see things through. From what he had seen once, he realized that the crystal was made of a material not found in this world. Team leader, perhaps. His eyes, looking at me, sparkling with anticipation and curiosity. Does that have something to do with your unique skill? He must have been itching to ask, but it seemed that he had endured a lot until the report was over. When I saw that expression, I suddenly felt playful. I picked up the green crystal, gave it a little mana, and threw it lightly at Secretary Kim. Touch it. It drew a curved line in the air, and Secretary Kim comfortably grabbed it with one hand. And then... Heck. What is this? Suddenly, the light shuddered, and Secretary Kim panicked, but he knew that it wasn't threatening, so he kept his ground. That was also great. A poorly trained hunter would have rattled out of his seat like a spring at the moment the light flashed and went in a frenzy. Anyway, he seemed like he was about to cry as he looked at the object, where the light had disappeared. Oh, real funny, team leader. What is this? The green crystal that I threw disappeared without a trace and only dense black hairs grew on the palm of Secretary Kim's hands where it had been. From my point of view, it appeared like he was holding black yarn. Looking at that, with an expression of half embarrassment and half annoyance, he looked at me, and his face stiffened as he came to a conclusion. Team leader, no way, is this the team leader's unique skill? Tossing a crystal and growing hair wherever it lands? Mumbling as if he found it all absurd, he concentrated mana in his palm and burned away all the hair roots and hair. Crackle. He couldn't control mana neatly yet. After all, the more I witnessed it, the more I noticed that his skill wasn't of a normal level. He grumbled, looking at his smooth hands. Man, should we name this hairball or hair growth ball? Wow, whatever it is, it's really useless. I think he was really disappointed. At that point, I corrected the misunderstanding. The guy that resembles a cat vomited several of those during the night. In fact, I had only found one, but I spoke as if I found several and tried experimenting with others beforehand. This was Iponia's unique ability. If you fed it a skill card, it would occasionally vomit that, and if you broke it, the effect of the skill would be reproduced as it was, even if you didn't use any mana. It wasn't that if you fed one piece, it would vomit one tablet, but the number of crystals, stamina, and nutrition. I think it vomited this time because there was a hair growth stimulation card among the skill cards I fed it last time. After hearing the explanation, Secretary Kim's eyebrows raised. You have to break it? But I didn't break the crystal right now? The crystal must be fragile, right? I deliberately let some mana flow so that it would break after a few seconds. After hearing that, Secretary Kim's eyes widened. I mean, team leader, didn't you awaken yesterday? That's right. That high level of mana control is possible after at least a few years of experience, though? He muttered as if he couldn't believe it. Well, I was suspicious of you already when you made a needle hole through a human head. Hey, team leader, what is your potential mana? There was no need to hide this. After hearing my answer of 70,000, Secretary Kim opened his mouth wide enough to fear that his jawbone would pop out. Say. Yes, 70,000. Secretary Kim exhaled a fierce breath, making an expression on the verge of fainting. Oh, my God. His pupils were shaking. I expected it from before awakening, but it's really beyond imagination. Once you go on a mana rampage, we did say among ourselves that the ability and the personality don't always go along. Secretary Kim did not hold back his words. He muttered 70,000. 70,000 and suddenly turned to me. Is the guild master planning to reveal this to the public? I don't know. Seo Gyuchul seemed to think that training came first in the current state. In the future, he would see the pace at which I grew and decide. Then. Secretary Kim seemed shocked as if he wanted to ask me what my unique skill was, but he refrained as he must have thought that I wouldn't tell easily. Instead, he came up with some unexpected news. About this, if the unknown people who tried to compete with the team leader get to know of this, it may be more chaotic. There is something that I heard yesterday just before leaving work. Secretary Kim paused, then continued his explanation. I couldn't see it myself because I was away, but right after the team leader awakened, I heard that the people of the Constitution Department called the guild master for a while to talk. They certainly did. I didn't know what kind of conversation was going on outside, but I saw that Seo Gyuchul looked very bothered. It was as if he heard something that he shouldn't have. It seemed that Secretary Kim had figured out the reason. About that. His expression became serious. A report came into the Hunter Management Department. About a week ago, about you, team leader. A report? About me? It's an anonymous informant, but the content is really... He shook his head as if he found it all absurd. It was said that a situation in our guild that violated the Youth Special Protection Act related to the Hunter Awakening condition was observed. ... Would you look at that? A picture was drawn faintly in my head. It was an accusation that our guild set up a situation for Park Chang-hee to deliberately attack the team leader, who was a non-awakened at the time, with mana and try to awaken you forcefully, and that it was successful. Of the two ways to become a hunter, it was an option that was rarely used now, but it was the only way in the past, to be put on the verge of death. However, of course, it was something that the Celestial Dragon Guild would protest since it was nonsense. They had prepared the awakening stone in advance. On what ground would they do otherwise? I mean, did it make sense to the common eyes? To do something like that because they couldn't wait for a week? I could have legally awakened in just a week anyway. Why would we do such a thing? The Constitutional Office also thought so instead of seizing and searching at the time of the report, it was said to wait until the day the team leader awakened as a hunter. If you put your hand on the awakening stone after a week anyway, they would know whether it happened in advance or not, but technically, you shouldn't do that. They found a neutral ground, looking at the guild master's reputation. I put my hand on my chin and thought about it. If they had just enforced it according to the law, they would have arrested the team leader. To avoid accidental awakening while performing tests, they would have several tests, including one with the awakening stone. If the result came in that you had awakened, you could never do anything related to the Celestial Dragon Guild. Of course, it's a meaningless assumption that the results will come out that way. To make such a report in the first place, you must have a solid conviction about the informant. About that, one was convinced that I, Seo Jin-wook, had surely awakened just a week before my 19th birthday. It seemed that the informant had such a belief. It was a report with no meaning, one without believing that it would reveal that I had awakened early once the Constitutional Department inspected it. And the purpose of the report? It seems that the purpose was to exclude me from the Celestial Dragon Guild permanently. Anyway, it was all fishy. Chapter 22. Informer, 2. Anyway, the informant's plan failed. I, who had no seal in my body, was accepted to the altar of trials and awakened on my 19th birthday. The guild master thought this was an act of retaliation from another guild. Retaliation? If it meant the team leader was dragged away, I wonder if they were thinking of spilling such news to the media regardless of the results of the investigation. To say that it turns out that the renowned Celestial Dragon Guild awakened a minor and was performing illegal training. It's to ruin our reputation. It's logical that they would do such. These days, we are taking all the good stuff. However, I had a different idea from what Secretary Kim was thinking due to the difference in the information we each had. I had already witnessed Park Chang-hee, who had tried to see through me. Now that I had seen it, was it his master plan to check the seal of awakening in my body? For what reason did he guess that I had awakened? Was it because of the too frequent mono rampages, even as a non-awakened person? I wasn't sure of it yet. I guess he doesn't have any suspicion that it's an inside job, my father. No way. Do you think this is also an act of our guild member? By any chance? Well, how is team leader Park Chang-hee? Secretary Kim shook his head as if he were sure that he wasn't the one. Even if he's also one of those who were reported? The report itself stated that Park Chang-hee himself was also involved in illegal activities. It's perfect to avoid doubts. To the point that he leads himself to self-destruction? Rather than self-destruction, what about sacrificing oneself? He may have been moved by receiving orders from a superior. He spoke with a glance that showed that he disagreed. Are you still suspicious of the sub-guild master? Secretary Kim regarded my suspicion about Hansol as a mental illness symptom that even amnesia couldn't resolve. It's very strange. Until you lost your memory, you only trusted the sub-guild master, even if you doubted everyone else, but now you're obsessed with doubting her. He shook his head as if he had given up. A plan to take the position of the next guild master? The person she loved so much? If you, team leader, were in that position, would you do so? Looking at the guild's in-depth circumstances, I couldn't sympathize with the motive to take over the guild master's position, but because of Park Chang-hee's actions, I couldn't resolve my doubts about Hansol. I wouldn't do that. But since everyone thinks differently. In the first place, in the current situation, the Celestial Dragon Guild master's position is a little. I chose an appropriate expression. In an analogy, isn't it like Madeline? The smell as it bakes is amazing, but when you eat it, the taste isn't as good as you expect. How do you know of that? Anyway, I'm not suspicious of the sub-guild master, but everyone would desire to be the head of Celestial Dragon Guild. Secretary Kim admitted the motive yet didn't doubt Hansol. I couldn't sympathize with the motive, but I was still suspicious of Hansol. Our thoughts conflicted. Well, it's just that I cannot sympathize, but I understand. For Hansol, the Celestial Dragon Guild might be a guild that was so juicy it was worth being desperate for. First of all, it was the #1 hunter group in Korea by current standards. But would it be in the future? In my opinion, it was impossible to stay just like this. The reason why the Celestial Dragon Guild's momentum had exponentially declined in the future was due to the deaths of Hansol and Seo Jin-wook at the same time in the previous life, and the reason that Seo Gyu-chul's growth stopped, but to mention one more, it was because the future planning was all wrong. If you look at the aspect of the hunters, they are excellent attackers at the current level, but there are fewer rookies to lead in the future than other guilds. Although the hunters that Hansol brought in stood out, they all left the Celestial Dragon after Hansol died in the previous life. Moreover, There weren't many support hunters relative to the guild size because they scouted with too much focus on attack power. For now, most dungeons were cleared by killing the monsters, and even if it were a little tricky, one could find and destroy the nucleus. However, in types of dungeons would appear, and the importance of support-type skills would increase. However, I couldn't tell him all this, so I reasoned it out well. The power is good, but there is a problem with the balance. So for you, team leader, if the position only smelled good and tasted bad, what? Are you going to give up being the successor of the guild master? And hand it over to the sub-guild master? No. In the future, I will bake it to taste delicious. It wasn't as attractive as it was, but the story could change once I handled it. Most of all, I didn't want to die a year later. Why must you be this way? Secretary Kim complained. It was said that during the training period, I was reported as taking a leave of absence from the guild. In fact, only in name was I the support team leader. I was there since I had the connections, and there was already a person who was the acting team leader, so they didn't lack the resources. I heard that the members had a party-like atmosphere, hearing that the crazy bastard team leader Seo took a leave of absence. After that, during the day, I received training from the instructor attached to me by my father, and I pretended to proceed at an appropriate pace while keeping Secretary Kim's mouth shut. At night, I picked a good dungeon that I had remembered and went in. Unlike the dungeons where I encountered the old Optimus bastards, the state was very stable, so there was no risk of collapse, and the field was wide. The monster level was just right as well, making it a perfect hunting ground. So, instead of attacking and closing it, the mana core supply continued steadily. Finally, after several of those monotonous days, I checked my condition. Active mana, 5,640, plus 3,440/2,200. Potential mana, 73,000. The mana tank was at the level of 2,000, but because of the mana that I was focused on absorbing, I could contain the 5,000 mana available for a while. I temporarily met the conditions for a C-class hunter. But now, what was more important than the rating was the amount of mana. I tried to reconstruct a skill I had witnessed in my previous life. I was emotionally resentful, but there was a real reason to try it. The controlling hand. This was the skill Angelica used to kill our colleagues. I followed her mana control that I saw before dying. Only 5,000 mana was needed to activate the skill, but the skill wasn't activated. Of course, it doesn't work. I confirmed it again with this experiment. No matter how precisely the mana was moved, a unique skill couldn't be copied. Of course, in the first place, one couldn't replicate a passive skill that didn't use mana. Even if I moved the mana in the same pattern as the active skill, the mana remained blue, not turning red like a unique skill. I was wondering if copying this skill would help in interrogation. According to the explanation, it was possible to freely control the opponent when it was activated and peek into their memories. If it could be activated, I thought of collecting enough mana to sustain this skill for a few seconds and using it on Ma Songhyun. I have the benefit of the doubt to point out Park Chang-hee and the sub-guild master as the culprit, but unfortunately, there is no physical evidence yet. Ma Songhyun would provide the physical evidence. A peaceful interrogation through brainwashing seems impossible. It seemed like some blood had to be spilled to get the answer I wanted from him. The building where the picture of Ma Songhyun was taken from was a low-rise commercial building in an area that wasn't crowded during the day. Each floor window was covered with a cover or blinds so that the interior couldn't be seen. Perhaps they were using the entire building. The moment I step in there, I can assume that all of them are enemies. While observing the building from the outside with a disguise on my face, I activated a skill instead of entering right away. Penetration, rank B. Thanks to the increase in available mana, I was able to use a higher rank penetration vision skill. The mana consumption was much higher than the E rank version, which Park Chang-hee used when he peeped inside my clothes, and when I looked at the internal structure of a small terminal, but the effect was convincing. Thanks to this, the building's entire internal structure could be seen clearly as if the blueprint were laid in front of my eyes as soon as it was activated. With penetration and the successor's eyes activated simultaneously, even the mana possessed by anyone that came and went was identified. It's a good thing. Even considering that is in the headquarters, there aren't as many people as expected. It must still have been this size in this period. The name of the organization to which Ma Songhyun belongs was called the Gangdong Reconstruction Association. It was like an alliance of hunters in charge of various sturdy and illegal tasks, as pointed out by external companies. What happened to the existing criminal organizations after the cataclysm happened and society overturned? They had lived off violence in the first place, and they reacted very swiftly to the emerging need for more powerful means of violence. The criminal organizations of the Awakened quickly absorbed and merged with other organizations. In Korea's case, they were divided into two major forces, the Gangdong Revival Alliance and the United Clan. The fact that both were named like union or alliance meant that they had merged so many organizations. At this point, they were pressed down by the major guilds and were moving in the shadows, but they had been growing in numbers and marking their names in infamy. But it's still impossible to go head-on and turn it over. There were about 20 hunters in there now. There were people with higher levels than those who had struck us before, and above all, there was Ma Song-hyun, a C-class hunter. I hid and waited for someone to come out and open the front door of the building. Stealth, rank, C. I sneaked through the gap when the automatic door opened for a moment. The building's internal structure, which I had already seen from the outside, had been saved like a picture in my head. Instead of going directly to the office on the third floor, where most crowds were gathered, I once again used a skill in front of the vents in the blind spot of the CCTVs. Body transformation, rank, E. Crack. Crick. After the sound of twisting bones and muscles, I opened the iron lid and put my body into a vent that was too narrow originally for my body to enter. My body, which became flexible like a snake, went inside without difficulty. In that state, I quietly crawled through the narrow vent passage. Following the map in my head, I saw a hole connected to the third-floor office. Faintly, interior lighting seeped through. Once again, I used a skill. Penetration. They each took their seats one by one and were sitting idly. Normally, it seemed to be a waiting system for dispatching when the mission came out. Each of them had a hologram on their terminal, and they giggled whilst watching videos or playing games. There was no tension in the air. Even though 10 members of the organization had recently gone missing, there was such an atmosphere. Oh, only one was different. Ma Song-hyun was sitting at his desk, frowning and reading something, as if he were uncomfortable. He had prepared all kinds of artifacts just in case he dies. There were unique mana patterns all over Ma Song-hyun's body. Among them, there were also counterspell-like artifacts, although disposable. There were protective equipment pieces that could neutralize magic that was shot at him. It's impossible to take down all at once with magic skills. To break that, I have to use a high-grade magic skill, but the mana and runestone consumption would both be too heavy. That, and I had a much more economical means. Fortunately, there is no such kind of protective equipment. I found a blind spot and quickly took out Lordo's dagger. I saw a poison gland spilling paralysis poison, flowing down the blade that shone even in the dark. Haze, rank, F. The activated skill absorbed moisture in the building through the vent. After waiting for a little, a cloud of misty water vapor formed around the dagger. Shit. Why is the office so dry? I heard someone complaining from below. I waited for the poison to seep into the fog around the dagger. After enough time had passed. Go. Very slowly, the water vapor seeped into the air and traveled in the direction I pointed. Intangible and colorless paralysis poison spread throughout the third-floor office. I waited again in that state. The effect didn't appear immediately, unlike when I sliced and cut someone myself. Oh fuck, what is this? One of the gang members noticed the abnormality. However, it was already too late. Thump. Gradually, one by one, they began to fall to the floor with paralyzed limbs. Feeling that something was wrong, they tried to run through the door, but they couldn't even make it a few steps, and everyone gradually fell to the ground. After confirming that no one was standing on their feet, I stepped out of the vent. The sudden flow of air in the room drove out the remaining poison. Among everyone who was shivering on the ground, Ma Song-hyun barely raised his head and looked straight at me. You, bastard, where did you come from? Perhaps it was the diluted poison, but his pronunciation was quite clear. There would be no difficulty in holding a conversation. Are you, from a clan? Bloody veins protruded in his eyes. He suspected me as a member of the United Clans. The war between the two criminal organizations was at the stage right before the start of a full-scale war. The two criminal organizations had been invading each other's areas and keeping up the tension. Fuck. You're over the line now. The line was crossed first on their side. Instead of Lordo's dagger, I took out another artifact. This was the sword obtained from a dungeon monster. Shall we create a good environment for a conversation with each other? I wandered between the fallen gang members and cut their ligaments one after another. Overall, it was laborious and repetitive work. Chapter 23. Lessons from the Future. GRR. The blood from the paralyzed gang members coagulated on the office floor. Cutting through their tendons was a measure that prevented the diluted paralysis poison effect from being prematurely ended by their strengthened bodies. "You motherfucker." On the face of Ma Song-hyun, who was staring at me, anger rather than fear lingered clearly. His spirit still stood great, even with his wrists and ankles cut through. It was a wound that would have made a normal person lose consciousness because of the shock, but it didn't work the same way for hunters. He couldn't move due to the paralysis poison, but the reason that only Ma Song-hyun maintained his mind and still could talk was that the mana of a C-class hunter had upgraded his body that much. At that time, I felt a presence outside the closed third-floor door. Eventually, I could hear a voice as well. "Branch manager. Brothers. Are you all right there?" I heard a thumping sound. I activated penetration. It's the rest of them. The few remaining gang members on the lower floor climbed the stairs with weapons in hand. They had all felt the suspicious atmosphere. I approached Ma Song-hyun and shook my head from side to side, pushing the blade into his neck. He glared at me as if he was going to hurt me, then shouted, "Go away. It's nothing." Ma Song-hyun continued to tell them that it was nothing and to continue doing what they were doing. There was a moment of silence outside the door. Yes, sir. Call me if you need anything." But, did they feel a sense of incongruity in his voice, or was it suspicious that Ma Song-hyun answered himself even after having so many of his subordinates on the third floor with him? They answered as if they were going to withdraw, but I could see that each gang member outside the door was charging up their mana. I moved first before they could get closer. Instead of taking Lordo's dagger out of my arms, I instead held the new longsword. Acceleration. I wrapped a mana shield all over my body and collided with the iron door. Thud. The waiting gang members stiffened. I pushed the fallen iron door with my shoulders and collided with the one in the lead, the door in front of me like a shield. Crush. Og. The man who got hit by the door spit out blood as he bounced off. Taking advantage of the moment, I stabbed his shoulder deeply with the sword. Ma Song-hyun clenched his jaw. "It's an intruder. Catch him, kill him." The gang members, who avoided the collision since they were a few steps behind, rushed in energetically. There were two with swords, one axe, and one mace. First, the guy with the axe jumped out of his place and struck down with both hands. The overbearing wind pressure narrowly passed my ears. Bang! The axe hit the concrete wall behind me and smashed it. At the moment the axe was embedded in the wall, I cut through his defenseless back. After confirming that his body was collapsing, I leapt over the stair railing and flew to the second floor. This bastard. The gang members were chasing me. The sharp murderous air gave me the chills as each person jumped down the stairs or kicked off the railing to follow. Hit him. Two swords flew for my neck and heart. I pulled my body back, then, this time, an iron mace followed from a higher angle. It was an attack I expected by reading the movement of mana before jumping into the air. Swoosh. The line made by my blade cut through the air. Along the blue lighted path, bright red liquid splattered. Rip. The iron mace rolled down the stairs. Gag. Each of the two remaining swordsmen drew a blue diagonal line. Sha. Swing. Gasp. Ah. The next moment, on the stairs connecting the second and third floors, everyone except me fell and rolled down. Those useless bastards. Ma Song-hyun mumbled on the third floor as if all were in vain. I grabbed the fallen guys off the floor and threw them in the third floor office in turn. Thud. Bang. Once I made cuts deep enough to make it impossible for them to move, they crawled on the floor with groans of pain. I purposely threw them right in front of Ma Song-hyun, for him to take a look so that he could observe well. This was also to let him know that none were dead yet. Ma Song-hyun gritted his teeth and spoke. "Fuck, what are you expecting to do now?" He already had an idea but still said that. I looked down at him. At this point, where 10 gang members had disappeared after pursuing a target, doubts shouldn't be raised about who I was. Fortunately, Ma Song-hyun suspected that I belonged to the United Clan, but I needed something crucial to turn that assumption into an assurance. So then I spoke, picking out the information that only the two organizations, the parties in the current Cold War, would know. "Look, boys. That's why you should have played with moderation in misery." His eyes widened. Of course. His veins protruded on his temple. "So, this is about you bastards' resentment. There was no way that a group of hunters who dealt with all kinds of illegal things would avoid touching such things as an illegal dungeon. The two organizations were doing what the Optimus Guild was doing over a much wider area. The dungeon that got caught by the government in the future would be called Hanam 4 Dungeon was stolen by the Guangdong Revival Alliance from the United Clan that sent it at first, as they were dealing with a broker. It was deliberately mentioned to Ma Songhyun because it occurred several months ago and wasn't known to the public as it was an illegal dungeon. Fuck, that is that, but you chose to take revenge in this way? He was now convinced that I belonged to the United Clan. I continued to act based on memory. You guys tarnished our boss's reputation just a bit too much. You almost embarrassed him. It was a situation where the table was set, and all we had to do was eat, but suddenly you intervened and chose to spit on it, and all the more, rob us? Ma Songhyun protested without any doubt. Fuck, the guy who claims it first owns it. Does it look like we have mutual respect in this line of work? Mutual respect? We keep that. Look at me. Am I not exemplary? I didn't kill anybody in the middle of this, right? That's because if you kill any of my family in this situation, the war's on, dumbass. If I were planning to threaten, I could start with snapping off one or two people's heads for faster cooperation, but I intentionally didn't kill anyone, to rather emphasize that fact. Ma Songhyun thought that the reason was to avoid a war that wouldn't end unless one of the two organizations was destroyed. Therefore, he would believe that I would stop my revenge at an appropriate level. I laughed and asked him. So, branch manager Ma. Where is the ledger? He opened his eyes wide. Motherfucker. Is that your purpose? It was a bad idea to specifically ask for the client who instructed him to raid the car moving on a specific road in a certain month and certain day. I just had to get all the records of what they had done so far. In the Guangdong Revival Alliance, a branched organization, each branch's profit management was independently monitored by the branch manager to be reported to and approved by the headquarters. Therefore, there must be a ledger in this office that monitored all the businesses through Ma Songhyun's hands. So, Ma Songhyun wouldn't doubt as to why the United Clan wanted it. The moment they got it, they got to acquire all the business secrets of the branch. Would I be crazy to hand over such a thing to you? Rip. A scream rang out. Ugh. I cut Ma Songhyun's leg horizontally. His calf was cut wide and thin along with his pants. Red muscle was exposed in the area where the skin has been torn away, and blood flowed out steadily. If I can't kill you, I can torture you. I laughed while baring my teeth. He then glared at me with bloodshot eyes. Branch manager, do you like hamon? Do you know what it looks like when you scoop out the hind legs of a pig thinly and slice out the flesh? Would you like to see your legs change like that while you watch? In pain, Ma Songhyun bit his lips as if in agony. However, I was already guessing what choice he would make. If he were sure that I'd kill him, and he thinks that the ledger is his only lifeline, he's not going to give it out easily. As soon as the other person got what they need, their lives would be taken away. However, Ma Songhyun, who was convinced that he couldn't be killed for a different reason, eventually decided to avoid torture. Fuck, it's on that computer. Take it and fuck off. On his face, there was also a light of worry that if he kept bleeding like this, he might really die. In any case, there was no deep sense of loyalty to the Alliance enough to overcome even torture when his life was already guaranteed. At this, I snickered. Okay, that's well thought out. I approached the computer Ma Songhyun was looking at until my invasion. He willingly gave up the file location and password to the information I wanted. I easily sent all the data to the burner terminal on my wrist. Crush. After all the work was done, I shattered the computer. Well, now that you have everything you need, bugger off. Ma Songhyun couldn't continue. Our eyes met. My face, with its expression completely gone, reflected in his eyes. What? I stopped acting from that moment. I didn't even have to talk loudly anymore. His voice trembled as if he sensed the coldness of death in the room. You, no way. I stabbed through his chest without answering. Gag. Ma Songhyun mumbled with blood bubbling in his mouth. You crazy bastard, a war like this. He must have been convinced that the United Clan could never start a war now because he knew the internal and external reasons for them not to be able to. Ma Songhyun stared at me with desperate eyes and then stiffened without even closing his eyes. Shook. I pulled out the sword. I didn't even need to make sure if he completely stopped breathing because I saw his heart's monocore evaporate. After that. Swish. PSHK. I also took the lives of the remaining gang members who laid on the floor, one after another. The evidence to be left in this place was enough with the CCTV and the cruise terminal that was deliberately left undamaged. Ma Song-hyun and the other members of the organization didn't need to be alive to testify. I wasn't just concerned that the testimony would convey vivid information and clues that could not be included in the video. If there was one thing that Choi Sung-hyun of his previous life learned through the chaos of the future, it was that if he left those who tried to kill him alive for any reason, they would return like a boomerang with deeper resentment and toxicity. Even if they misunderstood my identity now, the fact that they tried to kill me wouldn't change, so I was going to end it like this from the start. Swish. Crush. After a short period, the office was filled with a much more intense smell of blood. Chapter 24. Client. When Secretary Kim entered the room, I was lost in thought, playing with a new green crystal that Iponia had vomited out today. He spoke while glancing at me. Did it come out again? It's as if it's a hen that lays eggs. Yes, there's joy in harvesting them. I did reply like that, but there were light wrinkles on my forehead. By reading the mana pattern, I could see which among the cards fed was crystallized. Then it came to mind. Deep sea swimming, rank D, active. You could swim in the deep sea by stably maintaining the caster's internal pressure above 7,183 pounds per square inch. Mana cost, 17 per second. It would be a handy skill if you had to swim 5 kilometers deep with your bare body for any reason. However, it was unlikely that would happen, and in the first place, there was a product of civilization called submarines on Earth. Therefore, there were no hunters who learned this and wasted skill slots. That was why I fed it. But this is a little dangerous. The moment Iponia's crystal was broken, the skill was activated. If I accidentally broke this, it would take effect with me as the caster once I came into contact with the flowed mana pattern. What if the air pressure in my body on the ground rose rapidly like that? In a short time of less than a second, the body's pressure would increase by almost 500 times compared to the surrounding pressure. My body would go bang and burst like a balloon. There is going to be no occasion to use this, but I will have to put on a safety device. I made a protective layer with mana to prevent the marble from breaking and then put it in a sack where I collected the crystals. Inside it was green crystals that looked similar to each other. Have you gathered so many already? Yes, it's enough to play dropsies, right? Dropsies? How do you know such a word again? Such a young man like you is using a lot of expressions that my father would these days. The moment I heard him, I felt discovered. Should I pay more attention to my words and actions? Huh? Secretary Kim looked at the window as we spoke. He's not hiding under the bed anymore, and he's running around? On the window frame where he looked, Iponia sat up and watched the employees of the company house coming and going through the window. It showed its back to us and fluttered once in a while, its long tail hanging under the window frame. I couldn't understand what was so fun about it, but it stayed like that almost all day long. But it isn't open to pets yet. Did you name it? It's been over a month already. Since the species name was Iponia, I wanted to call it Iponia, but if I did that now, I could be asked how I knew it in advance when the species was identified later. Therefore, I lied instead. I just call it cat. What? Secretary Kim's eyebrows wriggled. Did you name your cat Cat? Perhaps, you'd call a dog just dog. Strictly speaking, it's not a cat. That's the case. Secretary Kim scratched his head. Well, cat. Look at me. Cat? It was being called, but Iponia didn't answer, not even turning its head. However, I could see its tail wriggling slightly in response to the call. Look, team leader. He also rebels silently. Someday, it will know that it is his name. I don't know. Well, anyway. Should we slowly depart? Today was the day to visit the Constitutional Department. According to the law, an awakened hunter must stop by the Constitutional Office within a month and measure their level. In the case of promotion evaluation, there is combat skills in addition to measuring active mana. Still, rookie hunters who had just awakened like me were graded by measuring only the amount of active mana. Before that, I suggested for Secretary Kim to take a seat. Let's sit down for a moment. He sat down at the suggestion, albeit with a puzzled expression. I put up a hologram in front. Try reading this, please. Don't ask for detailed sources. What on earth did you bring? The face of Secretary Kim, after mumbling, suddenly stiffened. Without even breathing, he started reading the contents of the document in front of his eyes. After finally flipping through the last chapter. Team leader. His expression was seriously appalled. "You told me not to ask, but I can't help it. How did you get hold of this?" I showed Secretary Kim the secret ledger of the branch, which I confiscated from Ma Song-hyun a few days ago. Among them, there was a document explaining how they were commissioned for the ambush and how it was processed. No matter how much I knew, I couldn't say that I had robbed the branch myself, and he wouldn't believe me, so I reasoned out that I got it through a third party. I proceeded through a company that handled the work more roughly than the company that Secretary Kim had commissioned. It wasn't a complete lie, as it was processed more violently than the informational company he had contacted. No, more than that. After complaining for a while, he showed a slightly upset expression. "You can leave this to me, rather than the team leader going to find such people himself." "That's because they are people with a nasty little background. I was afraid that they would use it to blame you if any situation with Secretary Kim came out. They are far more dangerous than the information companies." It was quite embarrassing to describe myself. "This started because I needed it, and I didn't want to make evidence by pulling you into this. Team leader." But he tried to protest a bit more, yet eventually turned his attention back to the documents. According to the ledger's contents, the person who requested to attack us didn't only conceal his identity but also didn't inform them that the target was the Celestial Dragon Guild. Since it was a frequent occurrence in this world, Ma Song-hyun sent 10 appropriate personnel without further questions. He thought that there were only 2 targets, and one was a non-awakened, so he thought it would be enough. However, the result that returned was the disappearance of every member dispatched. Naturally, Ma Song-hyun seemed to be quite bothered. First, he investigated the target's identity based on the vehicle number. Still, nothing came out because it was a rented car that we deliberately borrowed under a fake name to go to the black market. So this time, on the other hand, he started researching who the client was. He suspected that it might be a counterwork towards them. The call that requested the work came from a number that couldn't be traced. A recorded voice could be heard. It has been deposited. After finishing them, you can appropriately dispose of the bodies. It was an artificial voice mixed with mechanical sounds and noise. This was the voice of the client. After the gang members went missing, Ma Song-hyun paid a large sum for the fake voice to be restored and secured a voice identification close to the original. However, there was no further progress. To find the person by voice alone, samples should have been secured in advance to be compared with each other. The original voice was restored, but it ended there. The account was also a kind from overseas that couldn't be traced, and from their perspective, that would have been the limit. However, I spoke to Secretary Kim. The client who made the phone call, he seems to have been strapped for time, right? He agreed with my guess. Yes, because our trip was unplanned. Going to the black market was decided on that day and carried out nearly immediately. Within the time that Secretary Kim rented a car under a fake name and drove to Incheon, the client would have contacted the Gongdong Revival Alliance to place the request and complete the deposit. I smiled widely. If I were to do this, I wouldn't have done it this way. Instead of putting in a direct request, I would have put one more bumper in the middle. However, he didn't have time for that. At the time of having a week until the awakening, the client seemed to have a clear motive and reason to kill us. When he knew that only the 2 of us were going out, he tried not to miss that opportunity. Because the time was limited, he had to make a direct call to the Gongdong Revival Alliance. I looked at the hologram and placed my hand toward the audio file that was successfully restored. Then the play button was pressed, and the voice we just heard played back closer to the original sound. There was still some distortion and noise, but the voice was familiar enough to our ears. Secretary Kim's face distorted. He swore, almost as if he were vomiting fire. "This son of a bitch! Wait. Check this out." The Gongdong Revival Alliance didn't have a sample to match the client's voice. However, we did. I played another video. During the guild's New Year's Day celebration, each team leader took turns announcing their short thoughts and goal. When a man started to speak, I ran the program, took the voice print, and matched it with what I just heard. Fortunately, I came back to 2038. If we had returned to farther in the past, this verification would have been difficult. Soon, in front of Secretary Kim's eyes and mine, the results showed that the 2 voice prints matched perfectly. Crack. Secretary Kim turned to me while sharpening his teeth. "Are you going to turn him over right away?" I shook my head. "No. We have to pick the most critical moment." I had to pick the right moment that gave me the most benefit while also inflicting the most lethal damage to my opponent. If I turned it over now, One of those clients could surely be blown away. However, there were areas to dig further. Was it an independent act? It seemed unlikely. I needed to make sure that the person behind it was the one I thought. In any case, the person could detach Park Chang-hee like a lizard's tail. Secretary Kim, you can hear a lot of the guild's internal circumstances, so please dig deeper into the information about this person from now on. Yes, sir. And, also about the sub-guild master. Secretary Kim no longer spoke or refuted my doubts. He just replied with a stiffened face. I will. Yes, please. I turned my head and looked at the hologram. A man was standing at the podium, giving a presentation. The report must have been their work, right? The curse? I didn't know that far. It wasn't a skill that could be cast at his level. That was why it was hard to believe that this was a crime committed by only one person. I muttered to myself. Is Hansol such a great person? Was loyalty to Hansol important enough for an A-class hunter to risk losing all of the wealth and fame that the Celestial Dragon Guild gave to an exploration team leader? The answer would be available soon. In 2038, this year as well, our Exploration 2 team will secure and deploy optimized combat personnel and achieve results through near-realistic training. The gaze of team leader Park Chang-hee, speaking in the hologram, stopped several times in the center of the audience seats. Seo Gyuchol, who had a cold face like ice, and the original Seo Jin-wook, who sat crookedly with an unpleasant expression, were sitting there. And, there was Hansol, faintly smiling at the podium. Chapter 25. Measure. Grading was not available every day, but every other week at the Hunter Center. If I missed this opportunity, I would have to wait more than a month, so I had to go. The grading process that I experienced after a long while was still primitive. Mr. Seo Jin-wook? I will verify your identity. Yes. That's good. Please put your hands on the stone here. It was complicated to measure potential mana, so measuring active mana was really the only way to do it. It has almost been a month since you awakened. Do you have basic mana control? Then pour all the mana in your body on this stone. It was a method to quantify the mana when the hunter himself injected mana into a stone-shaped artifact. The problem with this method was that they couldn't catch the hunter in the act when they chose to pour just a little amount of mana. By the logic of the current era, since a hunter had nothing to benefit from having one's active mana measured less than it was, they would stick to this method. How much should be suitable? Meanwhile, my capacity had increased. Active mana, 7,200, plus 4,100, 3,100. Potential mana, 76,000. The Constitution Department had no means to measure the potential mana, so that was out of the question. My real active mana capacity was 3,100, which belonged to the upper class of the D-class hunter. If I included all active mana created from Monodrain that could not be recovered when consumed, it was 7,200, but this was the amount of mana that could earn a B-class rating if I did well at the promotion test. And, in the first place, a D or B rating was never given to a hunter immediately after the awakening in this era. Therefore, it was a number that was unacceptable by common sense right now. I read in the report that Seo Jin-wook, of his previous life, received an E-class rating at the time of the first measurement. So a reasonable number based on E-class standards should do it. I began mulling this over. Since there's a background that people are aware of, it's complicated even if it's too normal, perhaps to a reasonably excellent amount? Unfortunately, I had never seen the average and peak active mana data for hunters who had first measured their rank in 2038. Since I had never seen it, the successor's eyes did not work, and I had no choice but to rely on the vague memory of was it this much in these times? When mana was poured into the stone, the official's eyebrows in charge of the measurement rose. He couldn't hide the surprise as he looked at the machine. The official then asked, "Are you finished?" In my sense, it was no different from scooping out a few spoons of water from a well, but I spoke confidently, pretending. Yes, I made sure to scoop the last handful and put them all in. I harbored a strange feeling of stupidity. When I thought about it, Choi Sung-yeon of his previous life had said similar things. The official who was in charge of the measurement urged me to concentrate a little more and push with more strength. Then I answered, I put in until the last grain of it. The official shook his head, saying it couldn't come out so little, but the result did not change. As my system message told me in advance, Choi Sung-yeon's active mana was 9. In shame, I used to think that he must faint if I told him that my potential mana was 1. Ah, yes. Returning to reality to myself now, the official in front of Seo Jin-wook operated the device and printed out my hunter certificate. He spoke with a shaken glance. "Congratulations. You are in E-class. Active mana is 760. I asked as I received it. "Thank you. Is this better than average?" "Average? Originally, I shouldn't be telling you in this way. I will tell you since it seems that our bosses are likely to give private messages of congratulations to Mr. Seo Jin-wook's father anyway. It came out so much better than great. Probably would remain a record considering that it's the first measurement after awakening." The official still looked at me with disbelief. Looking at him, I muttered inside. If he found out that my potential mana was 76,000, he would faint. However, from the Constitutional Department's perspective, there was no way to verify the potential mana other than one statement. Therefore, there was no mandatory reporting required. "Keep up the good work." I opened the door and came out. "We will deliver the next news." Secretary Kim was fully concentrating on watching TV in the waiting room. The police spoke about the inter-hunter violence in a warehouse the day before yesterday evening placed in Okcheon County, Cheongbuk. An investigation set to examine the injured, 4 arrested at the scene. Meanwhile, they plan to set up the special headquarters for a joint investigation with the Hunter Management Department. The unidentified dungeon, also known as the illegal dungeon, currently found in the building was found to be in a somewhat unstable state, increasing anxiousness among nearby residents. According to the relevant laws, the Hunter Management Department must assemble an expedition unit to be assigned to the dungeon within 2 weeks. I approached him and spoke up. "It's done. Let's go." "Yes." Secretary Kim jumped up. He then asked in a whisper as he came up to me. "Is it middle dot middle dot middle dot?" The question was obvious. I immediately answered. "It's 760. I am not surprised anymore." "Speak up after you relax those wide-open eyes." Seeing Secretary Kim and I moving along, other hunters in the waiting room murmured. As it's being measured every other week, there were quite many crowds, from the newly awakened hunters to the hunters who visited for promotion. "Did you hear that? They said they came from the Celestial Dragon Guild." "Oh, right. The eldest son there was the same age as us, right? Oh, I envy him. Those kids even have bodyguards when they come to be tested." "Then, is that the guy behind those rumors? That his potential mana will be huge. Is his measurement results good? Since he has potential, he shouldn't have a small amount of active mana, right? Oh, those kids have instructors attached to them 24/7. Wouldn't he have already activated as much as he can?" I held back my laughter while listening to their murmurs. "Instructor? He did try to stay near me 24/7. It was difficult to play along." On the other hand, unlike most hunters who just envied, the conversation between a few people in the corner was negative. I gave a little glance to them with the waiting number on their chest, 2 women and 1 man. What they had in common with me was that they were each accompanied by an attendant like me. They tried to lower their voice as much as possible, but my body, which had already been significantly upgraded with mana, captured all the smallest sounds. "Sister, that's him. Seo Jin-wook. Seo Gyu-chul's eldest son. I was wondering if I'm going to see him next month or so, but I get to see him here. I heard that he's a complete lunatic? My brother despises him. Well, I'm okay with a shitty personality with that face. Is he a bad guy style? It's charming, you know. Sister, please wake up. You fall by looking at his face. Celestial Dragon defends him as much as possible, but the rumor has spread through most major guilds. They said that he's not just a bad guy but is a maniac. More than the personality, they say it's an illness. I can hear you all, people." Secretary Kim also deliberately turned the topic, quickening his steps as if he heard their conversation, too. These days, I had changed like a completely different person, but he must be worried that if it got into my ears, I would cause trouble in the same way as before. Away, what did he mean when he said he would see me next month? I familiarized their faces for now. "Oh yeah. Team leader." Secretary Kim whispered quietly. "You do know that you have to see the guild master right away when we get home, right?" I nodded. It turned out that after awakening a month ago, Seo Gyu-chul only had an instructor attached to me. He never ate a meal with me. And the time to find me again was the day the level measurement results are released? I could see through him so clearly that it made me sick. What kind of father-son relationship worked this way? For a moment, I thought that Seo Jin-wook's mental illness might not have been 100% due to the curse. Instead of working in the guild office today, Seo Gyu-chul was working in the office of the company house. Was it because of me? As I stood at the door, I heard a conversation inside. A hunter in the level of Seo Gyu-chul would have noticed the presence of a person standing outside the door even if he could not see Mana. I waited without knocking. The conversation between them followed. As they withdrew, almost all of the machines that were left on the site were damaged, so there is no data. The police and the Constitutional Department interrogated the arrested gang members and sent the contents primarily. It's not that big for an E-class dungeon. Yes, it is. How is the Constitutional Department holding the bottom line? They hope that the expedition teams will be deployed at least by the beginning of next week. Statistically, if the state is somewhat unstable, there will be a time of at least 3 months, but the residents are anxious, so to appease the public sentiment. You say it's a dungeon with clear conditions? We wouldn't have to rush like that. Because the perception of ordinary people is somewhat different. Okay. You can leave now. Come in. The word to leave was for the person he was talking to, and the next phrase was to me in the hallway. I opened the door and entered. Seo Gyu-chul's secretary bowed to greet me and went outside. After a few steps, I made eye contact with him sitting at the desk. He gave a dry gaze that even a handful of emotions can't be felt. I heard that you got an E grade. 760, right? While returning home from the constitutional office, I didn't see Secretary Kim contacting him. As the official said, did the high-ranking official of the Constitutional Department directly contact him? I answered briefly. Yeah. I think it's okay to conduct live practices in the dungeon now. As soon as I got the rating? He continued. The original plan was to select an appropriate F-class dungeon to send you. A suitable hunting ground that has already been explored and waiting to be cleared. It's a common practice for just awakened hunters. If that was originally the plan, did that mean the plan had changed? However, strictly speaking, such a hunting ground is a dungeon for the mining team, and it is not suitable for the exploration team. Seo Gyu-chul planned to remove me from the support team I belong to and insert me into the exploration team sooner or later. What's more, hearing the results today strengthens my conviction that you don't have to follow common hunters. He tapped the top of the desk, which was also used as a touchscreen. A huge hologram floated in front of my eyes. It is an illegal dungeon found in Chungbuk. The grade is E. Deliberately, I pretended that I was unaware. Illegal dungeon? Yes, an uninhabited dungeon that has not been reported. There are dirty things that mines in that kind of place unbeknownst to the government to make a few more pennies. Well, they're not worth that, you must know. Perhaps I knew more about the guys he described than Seo Gyu-chul himself. Anyway, they are battling and fighting among themselves these days for some reason, and it is a dungeon where the government found out about its existence. Now it is passed to us. I read the description. I understood the situation. The war between the Guangdong Revival Alliance and the United Clan had already begun, and the illegal dungeon that one of the sides had hidden in a mess had been exposed. Looking back at the memory, in the days of Choi Sung-yun's life, this dungeon also collapsed before being taken care of by the government. History had changed because of the advanced war between the two organizations. I began to ask Seo Gyu-chul. Is this my first practice site? It would be better not to think of it as a practice, but to think of it as the first mission. Unbelievable. This was a ridiculous case, based on the standards of this era. To push a just awakened hunter, even more, his son, into an E-class that hadn't even been explored yet? This wasn't even Spartan. It was just illogical. It's a low class, but the state is somewhat unstable. So I have to attach an exploration team leader level with you. The name that made me say no way came out of his mouth. I am thinking of Park Chang-hee. Even though he knew clearly what happened between his son and Park Chang-hee, he did not take that into account. Instead, I thought it went well. Seo Gyu-chul's cold gaze looked at me. What do you think? It was a question with many implications. The eyes seemed to be experimenting with me. I smiled and answered. That's good. It will be a great opportunity to improve our relationships with each other. Only then did Seo Gyu-chul put on a light smile on his lips. Yes, you can go now. The support team will prepare detailed data and skill cards. Yes, it would be an excellent opportunity to improve our relationship. Sometimes, getting rid of one of the components at all could be the best method of improvement. But this is not enough. The scheduled entry date for the dungeon was about 10 days from now. Until then, I had to be prepared. I should be hectic for the time being. What? What the hell are you saying? Nonsense. It would be safer to get into the tiger's den at your own will. Secretary Kim jumped when he learned that I would be exploring the dungeon with team leader Park Chang-hee, but I persuaded him. Actually, there aren't many opportunities left for the perpetrators and other forces that are targeting me. It was known that the guild members had learned about my potential mana, and the activation speed was extremely fast. If left like this, they were afraid that soon I would grow out of their reach. Seo Jinwook's current specifications that they knew were an inexperienced E-class hunter with over 700 active mana. If they were trying to hurt me, now was their time. So, I'm going to put out some traps. This was for them to be able to rush and do whatever they want to do. The environment of a dungeon was optimized for burying a person. If I died in an unfortunate accident, the primary criticism would go to Seo Gyuchol, who pushed the newly awakened hunter into the E-class dungeon rather than Park Chang-hee. Secretary Kim listened to me and thought about it for a while, and finally spoke, as if he had decided on something. Okay. In return, I will go in with you. I'll try to suggest that. I delivered the contents to Seo Gyuchol, and it was accepted right away on the same day. The day after, it was confirmed that Secretary Kim would also accompany me. On that day, less than 10 days left from the exploration of the uninhabited Ocean Dungeon, Secretary Kim and I sneaked out of the company house and headed somewhere. Chapter 26. I'm in the process of replacing the editor with a better one. Accompanying the enemy, one as soon as I applied for reinstatement to the guild for dungeon exploration, the personnel team processed the notice of dismissal and approval simultaneously as if they were waiting for it. Congratulations on being released as the team leader. Secretary Kim approached with a cheerful voice. With this announcement, I came down from the Support 6 team leader position, which was rather superficial, and became a trainee in the headquarters. Seo Gyuchol planned to let me build experiences for a few months this way and assign me to an appropriate exploration team. This was because an exploration team that ventured into the unexplored dungeons was genuinely the flower of the guild. Thank you. By the way, please don't call me young master. The successor's eyes continued to assemble and collect Seo Jinwook's memories, and now I remembered many different scenes. Before taking the position of team leader with the connections, I remembered that Secretary Kim called me so, and I mentioned it before anything else. Then I will just call you the team leader, then. When you just said congratulations on being relieved as the team leader. Everything will pass in a blink of an eye, and you will be team leader or part leader soon, anyways. It would have been the case with Seo Gyuchol in power. Since he was in a hurry to put me, a newly awakened, into an E-class dungeon, he would be willing to skip all the unnecessary formalities. He was the type of man who would defecate in his pants if he was in a hurry. By the way. Secretary Kim quietly approached and whispered. I dropped by the guild yesterday and heard something. It seemed that as we secretly went out together yesterday, he must have passed by the office before leaving work. It's about the position of the Ocean Dungeon Expedition Leader, and Park Chang-hee applied first. If the exploration team leader level had to go anyway, he wanted to be the one. Would you look at this? Well, knowing in advance that I am going? In chronological order, the application by Park Chang-hee happened before the team leader was notified to go to the E-class dungeon. It's ambiguous. And it's suspicious. Did Seo Gyuchol first speak about me to the team leaders? And another one. Secretary Kim's eyes sharpened. So, the dungeon is limited to 5 people, right? Yeah. As soon as the guild master's approval on letting the team leader participate as a trainee fell, the sub-guild master suddenly decided to go as well, saying that it's too dangerous for a hunter who's just awakened. My expression stiffened without me noticing. Hansol was going with us? The members of Celestial Dragon Guild who will enter this time, please gather here. A few days later, in front of Ocean's Gate. 5 guild members gathered to the call of a public official dispatched to manage the dungeon. I looked around as I prepared to enter. The number of exploration personnel for this time was 1 from A-class, Park Chang-hee, and 1 B-class, only Secretary Kim. Besides, there were 2 D-class and me. Fortunately, it was concluded that Hansol wouldn't join, contrary to the rumor previously heard. Hansol isn't here, but it's more than enough just with Park Chang-hee and Secretary Kim. For the composition of an E-class dungeon expedition. The reason for this arrangement was to protect me. I looked at the two D-class hunters accompanying us. All guild members' details were already stored in my head. Even for D-class, they're numbnuts. Coincidentally, both of them had been newly promoted, and the time they were in the guild was short. More coincidentally, neither of them belonged to the Exploration Team 2. Park Chang-hee was the team leader of Exploration Team 2. Even if Secretary came and I said it was force majeure, why did he not include his people for the rest of the slots? For sure, they're not the line of Han Solo. Was he worried about making witnesses? After understanding, his intentions were revealed clearly. Now, I'll check your belongings. Government officials checked whether we had anything other than previously declared items. It was logical to check because humanity did not yet have a concept of subspace. Park Chang-hee, who assumed the position of the expedition leader, checked with the official. He then asked while looking at the snake-shaped bracelet on my wrist. Mr. Seo Jin-wook. That. He suggested leaving the past behind at the preliminary briefing, but he still threatened to obey his orders as he was now in the expedition leader's position, and I, the crew. And, of course, how he addressed me also changed. Wouldn't it be better to go without that auto-heal bracelet? I heard there were side effects. It was natural for the exploration leader to note the artifacts the crew possessed in advance, so I reported to the guild in advance about the 5-snake bracelet. Of course, the content of real abilities and side effects was shortened. I couldn't report it as a fine auto-heal artifact without any side effects because it was something that couldn't be bought with the budget that Seo Gyuchalo gave me. Wouldn't it be difficult if you were suddenly bitten during battle? Even if there is no such thing, I can provide enough protection. It is only an E-class dungeon. I spoke, looking straight into Park Chang-hee's eyes. No, thanks. If it seems like that would happen, I will take it out in advance. His intentions that he couldn't even hide were visible in his eyes. He would pretend to protect me thoroughly in front of others, so there would be no auto-healing. However, at the crucial moment when he tried to send me, he was afraid that, if I was wearing something like this, it might be in the way. Well, do whatever you want. Instead, you should report any signs of side effects immediately. Okay. I kept the bracelet whilst sighing in relief. Then, we will proceed. As the guild support team and officials watched, we followed Park Chang-hee's lead and stepped into the oscillating gate. Squeal. An arrow flew into the goblin's eye. In a faintly lit cave, we were confronting a group of goblins. Kim Byung-ho. On the side. Secretary Kim jumped out in the direction of Park Chang-hee, who omitted the honorific title and position. Swoosh. As he swung his sword as if dancing, the goblins rushing from the right were swept away. Blood splattered along with the sparkling mana, limbs fell, and the intestines scattered. Geek. The goblins in this dungeon had no weapons, let alone clothes. They ran wildly with their naked body and with a bunch of things hanging from everywhere, a horde of creatures, literally close to beasts. Fireball. The rune stone on the neck flashed, and the magic circle rose with the activation of the skill. A flame erupted from the hand of a D-class guild member. Boom. Swoosh. A flame storm swept over the goblin. Instant death was relatively lucky. The surviving ones were lit on fire on the whole body and struggled with all their limbs. Secretary Kim swung his sword and cut off their breath one by one. The goblins had no organization and no strategy. They followed their violent instincts and rushed in. Their difference from wild beasts was that, unlike normal creatures that would have run away at this point, they were engulfed in unknown anger and continuously repeated to attack. Shook. Swish. Gnar. Park Chang-hee, who blocked my front with his back towards me, struck the goblin's head with a sword, looking around. After confirming that the amount of monsters in the area had decreased, he looked at me. "Are you okay?" I was about to yawn inside, but I replied, pretending to be nervous. "Yeah." "Then, try to take this guy out." He kicked a goblin running, which staggered with its whole body wounded. Ka. If he were determined, the stomach would have burst, and its intestines would have been crushed at once, but the goblin stood up even as it staggered. It was as if Park Chang-hee controlled his force. What is this, hunting practice for wolves? To bite it once and then toss it to the baby? As I complained inside, I faced the approaching goblins. Park Chang-hee seemed to confront it and then quickly pulled out his body. Then, now, the goblin and I faced each other in a straight line. Kyak. Kya-hack. The goblin hesitated for a moment and then ran to me. Instead of Lordo's dagger, an unreported item, I grabbed a long sword lent from the guild and aimed at it. Moderately, very moderately. Mixing in unnecessary movements. I moved into a state of full consciousness. The guy ran. I blocked the goblin's movement, pouring in my sight like slow motion. The body creaked by itself under the control of the brain. A moderately flimsy sword path was made. Slice. A blue line was drawn, the slight resistance of the bones and muscles breaking tickled my hands. Soon, as if to go against gravity, the head of the goblin soared vigorously to the ceiling of the cave. Chack. Hop. The guild member who was reloading the bow from behind opened his mouth. I was conscious for a moment. Was it too neat? The movement was clumsy, but the power was too strong. Thump. A headless goblin corpse fell to the cold cave floor. The cut above the neck was neat. Park Chang-hee once again made an unexpected look. He stared closely and then raised his sword again. He said, spurring the ground toward the next one. That was great. It was the least happy compliment in the world. After the battle was over, Park Chang-hee came up to me and asked me as if pretending to take care of me. Was I feeling nauseous? Was my body okay? Were there any injuries or wounds I hadn't seen? And the likes. I got up from the seat because it was uncomfortable to talk any more than this. While taking a break, I'll have to go dump a big one. Let's go together. I looked at him with a tired look. Even if I'm going to poop? It's because one of my tasks this time is to protect Mr. Seo Jin-wook. When even Secretary Kim got up and joined him, I had no choice but to go along with two men. Meanwhile, I began to think while watching Park Chang-hee's actions. At this point, everyone will take it as a given that Park Chang-hee follows me everywhere. And someday, an environment where only Park Chang-hee and I were left without Secretary Kim would be created naturally. He will be aiming at me then. The break was quickly over. Let's resume. After that, until the middle of the dungeon, there were no injuries, and the exploration went smoothly. The Ocean dungeon was enclosed, and the interior was similar to an ant cave. It was a structure that connected small rooms with numerous passages arranged like spiderwebs. Each room was almost big enough to accommodate a few people, but there was a large cave, comparable to that of an auditorium, where dozens of passages sometimes met at once. We mainly fought in such a large cave. If we fought in a narrow passage or a small room, we were likely to get caught up with each other and injure ourselves. I think we're halfway there now. Let's take a rest here. When his signal fell, everyone threw one's air sofas all over the place and laid back. Park Chang-hee looked around them once and then came to my side again. As expected, after a formal confirmation followed, I stood up. I'll have to excuse myself. Park Chang-hee's face was distorted. Again? It was a process that had been repeated many times while coming here. As soon as he said that we would rest, I replied that I had to take a dump, so his reaction was valid. Between his distorted eyebrows, the words "How many liters of shit do you make every day?" were omitted. I calmly spoke while watching Park Chang-hee. It's because I have irritable bowel syndrome. As I turned around, he tried to follow me. Then I, too. Even Secretary Kim, who heard our conversation, tried to get up from his seat like a familiar protocol, but I shook my hands. It's fine. We can't do this every time, and this time I'll go alone. Honestly, it's unpleasant to see two guys standing nearby whenever I dump a big one. I will be right there. I deliberately pointed to a corner with no openings. I imprinted on Park Chang-hee that I couldn't wander or run away anywhere else. Sure. Go ahead. Indeed, Park Chang-hee did not follow me this time. As he didn't move, Secretary Kim also sat quietly. Thus, I was alone for the first time after entering the dungeon. I felt Park Chang-hee's gaze poking to my head as I walked. Good. I turned around the corner and settled. Silence, rank E. First, I blocked out the surrounding noise. I looked down at my wrist from a place that was not captured by anyone's eyes. Wriggle. Wriggle. Upon receiving my signal, the snakes on the bracelet moved. Hey, get up. Hearing my voice, the black snakes relaxed and stretched. No, not all of you, just you, Snake 1. Despite being told only one to stand up, the two snakes inflated to their huge original form. Hiss. 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 I was swamped before coming to this dungeon. It was because I had to absorb as many cores as possible through the Monodrain. In any case, I had to fight with an A-class hunter, so it was a needed preparation. While going to and out of the dungeon like that, there were many opportunities for the bracelet to trigger auto-heal, while feeding the snakes several times. In the meantime, it seemed that the snakes had some degree of trust in me. Oh, unlike the bastards before that, this owner at least does not starve us. Type of faith? And, the belief that they didn't starve seemed to be a pretty important factor for them. Thanks to this, from some point, the black snakes understood my words to some extent without being forced to use mana. Only after that did I learn some of the hidden abilities of unknown guys that the system message didn't point out. Hiss. Hiss. I rebuked the smaller of the two swollen snakeheads. Hey, I said you're Snake 4, not Snake 1. You still can't remember your name. Go back. Hiss. Snake 4, who got scolded, returned to its original bracelet shape with low spirit, and now only the largest Snake 1 remained. I spoke to the guy. Vomit that back. Mana began to move in a strange pattern in Snake 1's body. The guy opened his mouth wide and roll. Report in advance came out. Watching the bracelet shape in the body of a giant snake convert freely, I guessed in advance that this bracelet had spatial properties. However, it was only recently that I discovered where it could be used while traveling through the dungeon, saving time to eat. I took a break after a battle and muttered, "Oh, I'm hungry." At that moment, the snakes weren't even ordered to, but they tried to return to their original form. I panicked a little, but I thought if anything could go wrong, I allowed them to change. Then, among the guys who had raised their bodies, Snake 2 swelled his throat and vomited something. What is this? Seeing it, I couldn't help but freeze. That's just great. It was because what he vomited was a human forearm whose shape was almost intact. Looking closely at it, I looked at the tattoo on my wrist and realized it. Isn't that the Optimus Skill guy? Snake 2, who had vomited, looked at me with bright eyes like a pet waiting for praise. As if to say, "What are you doing? Go ahead and eat it." As it stuck its tongue out. If they are full while eating, do they store it in their body instead of leaving it? The next thing I noticed was the condition of the arms. It's been a while since I've fed the Optimus guys, but it was completely fine, and I couldn't find any signs of decomposition. Items that performed the same function as this phenomenon in the future were called inventory item. It was a concept not yet known to humanity in this era. Chapter 27. The new permanent editor plus a better proofreader already started working on this series. The quality is much better from Chapter 49 plus. Accompanying the enemy, too. After taking the Lordo's dagger and a few items that the snake had been storing, I hid it in my battle uniform. Then, I picked up an item that Secretary Kim and I had bought when we snuck away. Clarice's red stone. Item description: this small stone, made up in pairs, confirms the holder's safety. The other stone glows red and guides the way under the following conditions. If either stone is broken. When a person who has one of the stones becomes unconscious due to another person. When a person who has one of the stones suffers a severe injury. In dungeons, where radio wave communication was impossible, we had no choice but to rely on artifacts. Still, there were only such inconvenient and basic types of objects that were available. There was another one as well. Mirage's shield. Item description: creates a powerful shield surrounding the caster for 3 minutes after activation. As long as the shield is maintained, the user's movement is also limited. Please note that it cannot be recast once activated. I bought this for a pretty high price. I didn't have enough cash that I could divert, so I gave incomplete information about the source and sold some of the items I collected in the dungeon. Secretary Kim reminded me. Do you understand? When he reveals his true color, break the stone immediately, and open the shield. We agreed to stay at a distance that he could run up in 3 minutes, considering that he was a B-class hunter in the dungeon, which was about 2 kilometers in radius. It was an artifact I bought because Secretary Kim nagged that I would have to be ready with something like this, or I could never go with Park Chang-hee. Are you done? I came back as I pretended to be clueless while hiding items all over my body. I did not forget to hand over one of the red stones to Secretary Kim, avoiding Park Chang-hee's eyes. Let's continue. The clear condition for the auction dungeon was the destruction of the hive. Park Chang-hee did not speed up because he was being considerate of me, so we got there after spending a night in the dungeon. This is the hive. I nodded my head lightly. The walls and floors of this enormous room were covered in organic matter, much like scarlet flesh. I could see the veins that ran across the organic skin that spread like a carpet, body fluids that had accumulated and wrinkled holes that spewed. It's been a while, so it's even more disgusting. In the center was a vast mass connected to the ceiling and floor by a mucous membrane. The lump kind that looked like a pocket and the several tubes connected to it made it seem similar to a heart. Can you see that big lump? A monster is born through a long gap in the middle. Unlike the field type, in this closed-type dungeon, monsters were respawned through the hive. Your contribution rate is mediocre. He frowned at the estimates on the terminal. You take care of the hive, please, Mr. Minsaki. A member of the guild called by name stepped forward and activated a magic skill. Sonic wave. A magic circle was created, and violent atmospheric vibration spread out. Whoosh. The vibration wave struck and started tearing the soft tissue in front. Pop pop pop. Soon, the remnants of ripped flesh, blood lumps, and strange things roam. At the same time, a message that everyone could hear resonated. You have satisfied the dungeon clear conditions. Clear condition, hive destruction. The boundaries of the dungeon are weakened. Rumble. The air in the dungeon vibrated. The movement of mana that was connecting all over the space like the pulse became rowdy. I felt that the overall mana composition had changed. The user's ranking on clear contribution is 5th, contribution, 2%. I was the 5th. And the number 1 was probably Weeing. A light flashed in front of Park Chang-hee, and the key to the dungeon appeared. The first place is, of course, Park Chang-hee. After that, Park Chang-hee and Secretary Kim disappeared simultaneously, and both reappeared with something in their hands. Even though Park Chang-hee only gave directions at the end, the system judged that only those two had filled the contribution needed in order to receive additional rewards. Seeing that it took less than a second for them to disappear and return, it was clear that they picked arbitrarily as soon as they entered without thinking too deeply about it. Well, it's random from their standpoint anyway. It was such a waste. Compensation is rather worth nothing. Park Chang-hee shrugged at the card and immediately put it into the battle backpack. Secretary Kim also got a crappy item. There is no jackpot. Park Chang-hee looked around the expedition team as he talked. Now we just have to go back the way we came. As you can see, the dungeon clear does not mean that the monsters have disappeared. It's likely that the combat noises we've made as we got here have made them more sensitive and packed around the path we passed. Monsters that have lost the hive go into a frantic state by chance, so be more on guard from now on. On the outside, it was the appearance of the impeccable expedition leader. On our way back, we passed by huge caves, and those became our hunting ground. It was to lure goblins hiding in the path ahead of us and deal with them in a wide area. Secretary Kim, who had been on reconnaissance, reported to Park Chang-hee while looking at the movement information recorded on the terminal. 1.4 kilometers ahead, and the number is about 70. Park Chang-hee frowned. A lot had flocked. Let's use bombs. Knowing that no crew had mastered Earth Mastery, he took the scroll out of his arms, infused mana, and tore it. The spell was completed in an instant, and the magic circle shone in the air. Dig. The hard rock floor wobbled like clay, then created a vast pit. Following the instructions, a guild member pulled out a mana core bomb from the battle backpack and placed it in the hole. As could be seen from its characteristics replacing fuel, high-density energy was contained inside the core. This bomb was a weapon made for anti-monsters using the attributes of a core that exploded when given a severe impact. Of the weapons that can be made with science and technology, it is the most effective against monsters. Mana storms emanating from the explosion rips up their shields. A bomb contains only a few grams of the core, but it is difficult to manufacture and is quite expensive. Park Chang-hee explained to me and added, if we can make guns with this principle, there will be no hunters who use swords or that sort. There were no races that possessed such a civilization, at least at the tutorial dimension, even in the future. Now, then. After covering the ground again, he pulled an artifact out of his arms. It was a flute with 5 small crystals embedded in its body. You said 1.4 kilometers? 1 would be fine. As Park Chang-hee infused mana, one of the crystals lit up. In that state, he put his mouth on the flute. He played the flute eagerly, but it was quiet without an audible sound. The 2 guild members whispered among themselves. It's my first time seeing that. Does it really make a sound? I know, right? That's amazing. Park Chang-hee spoke, taking his mouth off the flute as if he heard the whisper. It's outside the human audible frequency, but the goblins can hear it. Beyond just listening, they rush in wildly as they go frantic. Be prepared. They will come soon. As everyone took out their weapons and waited, a group of goblins jumped out like a flock of dogs from a small burrow in the front. Kya! Roar! Just in time, Park Chang-hee pressed the switch. Then, a loud blast that sounded like it would tear my ears apart resonated. Boo-boo-boom. In the place where the blue monostorm swept away, the goblins' torn limbs and guts lay around. Squeal. Those who luckily survived rushed blindly without giving a glance to their colleagues' remains as if they couldn't feel fear like a zombie. It didn't take long to finish everything. Park Chang-hee spoke after the last one fell as it made a sound of being slaughtered. Please wait without letting your guard down. All the bastards that heard the blast within the range of the explosion will be rushing. We'll clean it up, then move on. After that, crowds of goblins were pushed out of the narrow caves, and we took turns killing them. Phew, I think it's over now. How long must it have been? No more goblins appeared even after we waited. Organizing the battlefield briefly took place after that. I have completed collecting the cores. Collected monocores extracted from the corpse were placed in a separate backpack. In front of everyone, I thought it was a shame that I could not absorb it. I glanced at my backpack and began to think. How much should it be if to absorb all those? Park Chang-hee looked at the terminal as if trying to input the amount collected. And then, he frowned. Damn, I finished another one. Guild members approached. Is the terminal broken again? He pushed it out as if to let them look at the jammed screen. The terminal manufactured for the hunters records the user's battle and movement path to estimate the contribution and automatically generates a three-dimensional map. It was designed to withstand strong impacts due to the characteristics of hunters who fight violently. Still, the damage rate was high because it was an industrial product, not an artifact. In the present age, the probability of being damaged when exploring dungeons would be well over 20%. Park Chang-hee shrugged. It's a given that a close range is bound to damage a terminal. Mr. Min-sok-gi, I'll request a spare terminal. Is it the last one? Yes. This is the last of what I brought. If I break another again, I will have to roam around without a terminal. Secretary Kim and I quietly exchanged glances. Park Chang-hee, that bastard, was building up reasons very diligently. If I disappeared here without clear evidence, the guild and the Constitution Department would first check the survivor's terminal black box. And at that time, Park Chang-hee's terminal would be broken with 100% probability. They would suspect him, but no physical evidence would remain. He would make a move soon. On the way back, we resumed the move after staying for a night as well. We will arrive at the gate within the day. The faces of the guild members who accompanied us were bright. They relaxed their faces as if they thought they could comfortably stretch their feet and sleep. I began to think as I looked at them. Usually, they loosen a lot of tension at this point. At this time, when people thought that they could return to Earth and home within today. The only opportunity is today anyway. He must have waited deliberately for this moment when my alertness was lowest. Let's do mass hunting here before we go. When the last big cave came out, Park Chang-hee spoke. After all, only two people, Mr. Kim Byung-ho and Mr. Yoon Taek-soo, have been scouting until now, right? While the two went on reconnaissance, Park Chang-hee and I, and Min-sok-gi, who possessed magic skills, had a routine to rest and make traps in advance. This time, Seo Jin-wook and I will scout. He will also have to learn how to scout. Secretary Kim then spoke up. Then, I will go with you. Park Chang-hee shook his head. Then there will be only two D-class hunters left here. It's dangerous. The power distribution is right only when Mr. Kim Byung-ho remains. For a moment, there was tension. As I watched, I interrupted the conversation. Okay. Only both of us will go. As I talked, I slipped my hand into his chest pocket. This is where Clarice's red stone was placed. He looked at me with an anxious look. I nodded slightly, as if to say that he should be relieved. I made a discreet gesture that I would open my shield and break the stone if I feel any abnormality. Park Chang-hee, who settled the situation, looked at me and spoke. Then, let's go. Park Chang-hee and I moved while looking through the narrow passage. I looked closely at the path he was taking. He avoids the goblin trail amazingly well. One could notice the monster's traces as they passed by, but he avoided those places on purpose. He is sure that I won't notice. Moving on, We arrived in a small empty room. Park Chang-hee paused to see if he was far enough away from the group. I got tense. It's now. He turned his gaze toward me. He reveals his true color. Park Chang-hee did not explain why he brought me to this place without goblins, as he only held a knife in his hand. Swoosh. He swung his sword and ran into me. His shadows poured out before my eyes. This is bad. Bad was not enough to describe the sword flying towards me as a threat. Damn, I tried to dig up some information while pretending to be scared. It was because of the situation where I had no choice but to show my actual color right away. Clang. Park Chang-hee's eyes widened. In the room where we are alone, terrible murderousness, the reverberation of the metal crackling, and the bloody silence flowed together. You ... His gaze was fixated on my long sword that parried his blade that burned with mana. I sensed the rush and prepared myself for defense. The two blades taunted against each other without being leaned to either side. The confrontation was close enough to hear each other's breath. His expression was distorted over the crossed blades. Did you just block it? Considering the mana on the sword, it was a blow that could not be blocked by an E-class hunter unless it were to be avoided. He started attacking, but I had no intention of calling Secretary Kim by breaking the stone in my arms. I couldn't show him what would happen from now on. Hob. He tried to press me with more power, but I shed his sword. Cling. We both kicked the ground and fell at a distance. Park Chang-hee, who regained his posture, did not run right away as he aimed the sword. He muttered at me. I was right. The murderousness, like a pointed needle, poured out. E-class cannot parry my sword like this. I knew you had awakened way back before. I stared at him silently, yet let him keep talking. His harsh words continued. How did you trick the Constitutional Department? Did Seo Gyuchul offer another bribe? That's why the report didn't work, and even on the day of awakening, you passed it safely. ... He glared at me and threw every word as if he was spitting each one out. How long have you been awakened? 1 year? 5 years? Seo Gyuchul, when did that greedy piece of trash prepare you? That unworthy bastard that does not have anything, aside from the ego that he was the first in this country to receive S rank, must have planned to crown you as the youngest to receive an S rank. Idiot. If this were to be heard by that person, they would surely be angry, so you must have kept this to yourselves. It was clear who he referred to as that person. However, there were still things that I didn't understand. I looked at Park Chang-hee and asked as I was aware of the terminal on his wrist. Why the hell do you assume so? For what reason do you point out that I awakened early? In Park Chang-hee's eyes, there was a terrible murderous intention. He shouted as he was filled with angst. The day you attacked me. Because you survived my counterattack. ... What? Because I had survived? The moment I heard that shout, I remembered what Secretary Kim said to Park Chang-hee before. Protests poured out, accusing Park Chang-hee of attacking me. I heard that you hit our team leader? Witnesses say that it was an impossible move without using mana. Whatever it may be, a hunter using mana against civilians? What if he dies? Wasn't it intentional? The day that Seo Jin-suk attempted to fly kick Park Chang-hee. Park Chang-hee said that he had retaliated by using mana. However, everyone thought it was Park Chang-hee who controlled his strength so that I would not die. Seo Gyuchul also thought so. If Park Chang-hee responded sincerely in the first place, this guy couldn't have woken up again. Even if he used mana, it wasn't a fatal attack. It is thanks to the brilliance that he controlled mana output even at that moment. I even thought so. Seo Jin-wook of the previous life survived the incident and died a year later for another reason. If Park Chang-hee sincerely attacked, the non-awakened Seo Jin-wook would have died on the spot. However, he survived. That was why I... Yes, you survived. How the hell? Park Chang-hee burst into anger. When I went to see you for an apology as an excuse, I realized the moment I saw you walking around in good shape. The fact that you were already awakened. Not at the moment that you got attacked, but even before that. He gritted his teeth and continued his words. Because that day, when you ran into me, I was determined to be impulsive for a short moment. To give up my career and position as a hunter, and all of that for the rest of my life. He burst into anger and shouted at me. I attacked you with the determination to kill you, who was a non-awakened. Chapter 28. Curse, 1. Did he attack Seo Jin-wook with the determination to kill him? Was it an instruction you received from Han Solo? To kill me? A much more intense flame burned in the eyes of Park Chang-hee, who heard me. It was a different type of anger than before. A violent reaction emerged, as if asking how I dared to say that. Crazy, delusional bastard. He poured out profanities, and I was more and more confused by his reaction. Seeing that he was getting mad all by himself made it seem like he was the crazy, delusional bastard. Were the symptoms of Seo Jin-wook like that before the possession? In the middle of thinking about that, he moved. I ran as well. Clang. Park Chang-hee swung his sword like a gust of wind. I also blocked it with my long sword. Whenever the blades clashed, sparks appeared. Park Chang-hee's movement was relaxed until the first few hits, and there was a determination and assurance to cut my throat right as soon as possible. However, the more the clash continued, the more surprised his expressions became. How? When all attacks were blocked, he displayed a face full of disbelief. It was fortunate that I took extra time to prepare it well because of this. Active mana, 13,500, plus 8,700/4,800. Potential mana, 79,000. Thanks to core absorption, my active mana had already reached the level of an A-class hunter. Clang. Clang. The offense was getting more and more brutal. As I swung the sword, I saw the pattern of artifacts he had all over his body. As an expedition leader and a melee line, he possessed the most number of equipment, including the supporter type that stabilized mana's flow, the dispel type and detoxification type of rank A and the defense type of specific attributes. I could see all of them. However, unlike me, he couldn't see what I have. Cling. Swoosh. As I let his blade flow, a curved shock wave cut the cave wall behind my back. I moved my body and noticed the condition of my long sword. It's already starting to deteriorate. The quality of artifacts that would be assigned to E-class was apparent. After blocking a few times, the durability was almost seeing its end. As if he noticed it as well, he continued to attack heavier rather than critically. A master plan to destroy the sword for good. Clang. He aimed for the neck and stabbed, but it was easily blocked, the moment when the blades intersected, and tension was tight. I released the long sword from my hand and removed my body. Middle dot middle dot middle dot. His response was a little late, as if he didn't think I would give up the weapon so quickly. At that moment, I took out Lordo's dagger. The eyes of a guy who saw an unreported item, where there would be no way to bring it in, widened. I did not miss the opportunity and cut him in the blink of an eye. Swish. Thanks to that brief moment, the blade touched Park Chang-hee's arm. His skin cut open, and blood splattered. Weang. His detoxification artifacts emitted mana. Realizing that he was about to be poisoned, he frowned for a moment and immediately launched an attack. There was no sign of paralysis. He continued his attack on me with caution. Knowing that the artifact was disposable, I swung the dagger even more intimidatingly. If I stab him once more, he would be poisoned. The problem was that Park Chang-hee would also be thinking about it. He clenched his jaw. Damn it. He couldn't believe that he was struggling with me like this. Park Chang-hee activated a skill as if he couldn't keep this up. Red mana created a storm and wrapped around Park Chang-hee's body. Unique skill. Flame skin, rank B. Boosh. Insane amounts of heat burned in the narrow space where we were confronting. A high-intensity heat flame covered Park Chang-hee's body, like wearing an armor that smelted flames instead of metal. The guy's equipment, which was commissioned by the world's best enchanters and applied intense flame immunity, stood without any soot and flames. On the other hand, crackle. Tiny sparks popped up and fell all over my combat suit. Sparks scattered through the fiery air. Coop. It was damaged by this much just by being nearby without even direct contact. The temperature was enough to destroy the airways and lungs when inhaled. However, I did not fall, and he guessed why. Did you also bring an item for flame immunity? Park Chang-hee, who checked together, knew that there was no such thing in my belongings. It was natural because it was an item that was stored and brought inside by the 5 snake bracelets. Boosh. Whenever Park Chang-hee swung his sword, a fierce flame flew in. The heat that burned the cheeks followed the trajectory of the pillar of fire that I managed to avoid. Without a break, it poured out fierce flames as it followed the path of the sword. I managed to block it with a dagger. Cling. The two blades clashed with each other once more. Flames were burning in front of my nose. The existence of Park Chang-hee, who wrapped his whole body in an incandescent flame, was also a weapon. Sizzle. The simple act of narrowing the distance was like an attack. He poured high heat as it pierced my mana shield and through the artifact effects. Pain ruled my whole body. It smoked as the skin was ruined and burned. The smell of burning hair and flesh pierced my nose. At that time, white light covered the burnt area. The burnt wound disappeared in an instant. Auto-heal was triggered by the 5 snake bracelets. But the problem was, injuries happened endlessly. Boosh. Weeing. While confronted with force, the figure of Park Chang-hee, who was burning in my sight, disappeared and reappeared. This was because the cornea burned due to the high temperature, and the loss of vision and recovery were repeated. It's dangerous to keep up in this way. Knowing that the snakes would soon run into their limits, I made a critical move. By surprise, I drove a tremendous amount of mana into the blade. Even A-class hunters ran the risk of ruining their organs doing so by the sudden movement of mana. Park Chang-hee seemed to be baffled, increasing his force, but unlike me, he took time to collect the corresponding mana. As a side effect, when the mana supply to the shield covering his body seemed to decrease, the embarrassed opponent mobilized another energy instead of mana. The fiery flames and flame skins that wrapped his whole body are concentrated in the sword. Park Chang-hee condensed all the fire only on the blade. He intended to explode the flame bomb after focusing it all on the sword. Naturally, the body of the guy wrapped in flames appeared again. It was the timing I had been waiting for. Now. On the signal of my yell. Gyok. Hiss. 5 black snakes in the form of bracelets suddenly returned to their original state and attacked. They bit all over Park Chang-hee's body, where the shield weakened, and even the flame disappeared. Crack. Crush. This middle dot. Before their scales burn out by high temperatures, I quickly put the snakes back into bracelets. Such a cunning move. Park Chang-hee did not care about the bite and struck down the blade. There were ugly tooth marks all over his body. I was waiting. It was enough just to bite it once. It's done. The flame that was driven by the sword had now weakened. Middle dot. In the meantime, I found out another ability of the snakes. Written on the bracelet's description, the black snake's circulating power was to provide healing from fed flesh and blood, and it was more than returning items as it functioned as an inventory. Without knowing when to give up, these guys who continued to eat the poison prey by the dagger and repeatedly awakened from being paralyzed were able to spew poison from their firm, sharp teeth, incomparable to any snakes of the earth. It was of the same properties as stored in Lordo's dagger. My God! As Park Chang-hee felt the danger, he distanced himself. The detoxification artifact that had already been used was useless, but the A-class hunter's reinforced body was resisting paralysis poison a little. Lunatic. He took a stance while swearing. He didn't collapse right away, nor did he completely lose his freedom of movement. But he was definitely slow, and that was enough. I activated the mana I have left so far for only one skill. Dash. Unlike the light rays of mana, there was a light that anyone could see in my arms. Park Chang-hee, who knew the source of the light, was surprised. Even magic. A runestone that cannot be distributed to me who hasn't officially learned magic skills shone in my arms. A magic circle floated in front of my eyes. At the same time, Park Chang-hee moved. Ga. Boosh. He, who couldn't read the magic circle, rushed to me like a cannonball, leaving a ray of heat like a shadow. It was an act of trusting in a piece of equipment that could reliably block A-rank or lower spells at least once. The moment Park Chang-hee jumped on the ground, and I spat out the spell. Neutralizing chains. The magic circle expanded and covered all the sides. If the poison had not spread, it was of enough speed to avoid, but instead of avoiding, Park Chang-hee crashed into the spell as he was. He would have imagined a scene where his artifacts would negate magic, and a sword that ran without hindrance would split my head open. Of course, that expectation was betrayed. Rumble. Park Chang-hee widened his eyes. This. He trembled while screaming. Then, there was a moment of silence. Middle dot. His pupils looked around, flustered. What the hell? Are you? When the magic was activated, he couldn't move anymore. A thick chain had been created through the distortion of space. The summons that protruded from all sides tied Park Chang-hee's hands and feet together. Park Chang-hee, whose body was locked, hung with his limbs outstretched in the air. He struggled, but the chain refused to move. The flame was burned more aggressively as if to melt it, but the heat was not conducted through the chain that violated the laws of the physical world. Only then did he realize the situation. S-rank magic? He shouted as if he couldn't believe it. Nonsense. This is nonsense. How? His body kept struggling, but the chain stood firm. He began shouting in agony. No matter how powerful Seo-Gu-Chul is, he does not have ways to deliver S-rank magic cards to you. It was like that in this era. Among the randomly given cards, magic was rare, and certain international guilds were collecting most of the S-rank or higher magic skill cards. I watched Park Chang-hee consuming mana while burning only the flames as he was completely tied up. His rebellion, closer to a struggle, did not work. It was an S-rank skill that I unleashed by consuming almost all of my remaining mana just because I had to. Gulp. Gulp. I took out a mana potion and drank it, and my active mana recharged. Active mana, 4, 800 fourths, 800. Potential mana, 79,000. Mana that could be recovered with potions had a limit of 4,800, matching the original mana capacity. If there had been a time for Park Chang-hee to drink potions during the battle, I would have been defeated. Unlike me, he can restore to the entire mana capacity. Shall we start the conversation again? My eyes met with those of Park Chang-hee, who had been disabled. He stared at me as if he was going to eat me alive. The process of finding out the answer I want from a hunter with a physical condition like that of him would be complicated, so I grasped the knife. This motherfucker, he just babbled some strange words. He made an analogy as if Han Solo was not involved in all of this. I can't believe it as it is. Above all, I will ask again. If not for Han Solo's instructions, how did you curse me? I do not think you have that kind of ability. Middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot. His reaction was strange. It's not the look I expected. Middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot curse? His face was distorted. What a crazy bastard. Can't you distinguish between reality and delusions? What? Curse? If there was such a thing in the world, he spat out words full of malice. I would have melted you alive without leaving a single piece of bone. Watching Park Chang-hee's reaction, I continued to feel uncomfortable. Although it was said that he was impulsive, trying to kill Seo Jin-wook while there were many witnesses in the conference room. Who in the world wanted to kill the guildmaster's son during a meeting by impulsive anger? Since Seo Jin-wook first attacked, would he have gone for negligence or over-defense? But it was considered as a hunter attacking the non-awakened? There were so many lunatics in the guild. No, this bastard was more severe. Seo Jin-wook also did many crazy things before becoming possessed. Still, self-injury was most dominant, and attempting to give a flying kick to Park Chang-hee was the worst physical violence against others. Is Park Chang-hee originally this kind of a person? Why didn't anyone know? Even now, considering how emotional he was, his words and actions were strange. He was literally mad and mentally ill. I could tell just by looking at those flipped eyes. Middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot. At that moment, I stopped thinking because his mana boiled in a strange direction. My God! He would have thought that I wouldn't notice. When the magic chain absorbed all the mana that Park Chang-hee released, he began to reverse the flow direction. I could see it. He was condensing all mana in his core. Why does that person deal with a bastard like you too? When the torrent of blue light, which was initially supposed to erupt from the heart like a waterfall, flowed in the opposite direction, it collided with the flow in the expected direction, creating a terrible stagnation and pressure. If he forced mana to move like that, the nature of the core in it will self-destruct. I rushed. A smile of giving up everything hung on his mouth, flowing irrational and blind hate. I will at least kill you. At least you. The last attack created by the A-class hunter by destroying all of himself. Will the chain be able to stop it all? I couldn't gamble. I had judged and acted simultaneously. Reflexively, I poked the tip of my hands toward the boiling mana core. Crush. His ribs broke, and my fingers made it through. Coop. Blood emanated from Park Chang-hee's mouth. His phenomenal physiology avoided immediate death and maintained consciousness even in the case of a pierced heart. The man who continued to live his limited life force with my finger in his heart opened his eyes and glared at me. Thanks to this, I was able to do something I couldn't have tried with other hunters so far. After clearly reaching his core with my fingertips, I activated the skill. Monodrain. Woong. Park Chang-hee spat out a silent scream with his whole body. In that short moment before death, I touched his mana core, absorbing the mana that was about to explode. The blood vessels were thrilled, and the feeling of excitement rose. Is it a success? I absorbed the rest of the energy in it. The time it took was close to an instant. Eventually, even the last vortex of mana left in the body disappeared. Huh. Ugh. The expression of panic, anger, and meaninglessness gradually faded. Park Chang-hee's self-destruction failed. The light disappeared from his pupil. Then. I saw something in my eyes, and an unexpected system message resounds. The unknown caster's skill, Seed of Mercardius, Supermoderator rank, SSS semi-active, was activated. What? I thought of it in the agitation. The day I first opened my eyes as Seojin Wook. There was so much potential mana stored in my core that I couldn't find anything alien hidden in it. It was similar this time. Park Chang-hee's potential mana was not remarkable, but unlike me at the time, he who had already awakened was always releasing intense active mana from his core. I didn't see it because of the blue waves. Mana possessed by one hunter hid it as if wrapping it. I faced the bafflement I felt at the time again. Geek. The cry of a little beast. But this time, it didn't come from my body. I could feel it at my fingertips. The red energy that I hadn't yet absorbed remained where Park Chang-hee's mana core was. Because it was in contact with the skill effect, the successor's eyes, read the identity log then. Seeds of Mercadius, rank, SSS, semi-active. Skill effect, intervenes in the host's mind to amplify the most intense desires and emotions and induce thoughts. After growth is over, the seeds that encroach entirely on the host will bloom, and what it will become depends on the caster's intention and the characteristics of the host. Restrictions: as the host's mental health and resistance are stronger, the encroach rate slows down, and there is the danger of the voice being exposed. Chapter 29. Curse, 2. Woong. Park Chang-hee's mana raged all over my body. It was the first time that I had absorbed this much at once. But now, there was no time to worry about it. Park Chang-hee was also cursed by the same kind. It was like the one Seojin Wook suffered from. I could feel red mana at the tip of my hand. It was a seed that was the composition and result of a curse that looked like a sphere with entangled blood vessels. It was baffling that the host died, so I poked the mana in the form of bloody tentacles all over Park Chang-hee's body. However, there was no response. Park Chang-hee, who was hung on the chain, laid cold as he was lifeless. Geek? A low and small cry from the seed continued endlessly. Geek. Geek. The sound grew louder and then louder. And finally tore my ears, almost as if it was groaning. Geek. At that moment. Swoosh. An aggregate of red mana, free from the material's resistance, jumped out of Park Chang-hee's heart and ran toward my heart like in a blink of an eye. As if it was trying to change its host. But then. Geek. Queek. Queek. What unfolded was a very unexpected scene. The curse's energy originally residing in Seojin Wook's body, the seed that was dormant in the mana after being blocked by the successor's eyes, at first, and that was unable to speak again, suddenly revealed its power. It wrapped itself around my heart as if to threaten me. It was almost as if it was telling me that this core was at its place, so I shouldn't invade it, like a beast's territorial battle. It was only then that I could see that the size of what was in my heart was much larger than the seed of Park Chang-hee. Geek. Geek. Park Chang-hee's curse couldn't penetrate my heart in the end. Then, this time it turned its direction towards my head. At that moment. The skill, the successor's eyes, rank, X, resists the skill, Mercadius seed, rank, SSS. The successor's eyes, thoroughly defended this time, suppressing Seojin Wook's curse. Unlike Seojin Wook's seed that existed before the possession, Park Chang-hee's curse could not even penetrate my body. Geek. The Mercadius seed, protruding from the corpse, stretched out something like a red tentacle in all directions. However, there were no hosts around for it to live on. As there was no other way, it stretched back to my body, but the successor's eyes, and the seed that was originally in the body defended. Eventually, the momentum of Park Chang-hee's curse began to falter. Geek. Losing host and without taking over my brain or the heart, the seed, which trembled outside the corpse, gradually decreased in size. Then. Swish. As if it was aiming for the window of opportunity, the curse that was hiding in my heart stretched out its tentacles and attacked Park Chang-hee's seed. Geek. It penetrated the seed of Park Chang-hee. It was seen that the energy of the red sphere that constituted it was scattered and gradually disappeared. Like a scream in the agony of death, I began to hear a particular voice from the thing in contact with me. "How can you think that way, knowing how much Miss Hansol has cared for you so much? Her instruction to hurt you? You are ungrateful for even thinking that way. Why? What would the one have to do with this bastard? Why this psychopath ... Yes, let's kill him. This kind of bastard isn't worth living." At first impression, it sounded like Park Chang-hee's own voice, which was frowned upon with delusions of being the victim, but there was a difference. It was not that things like voices and speech were different. That telepathy was not human in the first place. The voice of the seed. It must be the voice that had led his thought process until now. Was Park Chang-hee not aware of this as he listened to it? He may have mistaken all of those impulses and thoughts as Park Chang-hee's natural things, his raw feelings, and his own choice. Unlike Seo Jin-wook before the possession. The original Seo Jin-wook recognized this voice, so he suffered because something that was not his thoughts forced him to act. He resisted trying not to be manipulated, and when he felt the urge to harm someone, he repressed it and even hurt himself. Meanwhile, Seo Jin-wook went crazy for a genuine reason, and he became suspicious of everything. Until which line of the guild are affected? As the leader of the exploration team, who was in the top tiers in the rankings of strength, was affected, I could imagine even the worst situation. I thought it was fortunate that I didn't tell Seo Gyu-chul about the curse. If this was the situation, I shouldn't trust anybody. Seo Jin-wook in the past life must have felt like this. I could understand his attachment to suspicion. Why such a curse? Park Chang-hee and Seo Jin-wook. Apart from them belonging to the guild, if I were to find an error or commonality. Both of them were endeared by Hansol. The curse's effect was to amplify the host's most intense desires and emotions and induce thoughts. In the case of Seo Jin-wook before possession, it was clear what it was. Anger. The wrath that cannot be suppressed. And the desire to express it. Did the curse take place during his childhood? Perhaps from that age, he might have lived with anger that could not be resolved in his heart. The curse slowly amplified it. On the other hand, in the case of Park Chang-hee, I heard the voice again. Ms. Hansol. All the rest of my life is for her. It had blind loyalty to Hansol. Ah, Ms. Hansol. The voice of the seed in the memory of Park Chang-hee resonated, and I listened to it. Then, like a phantasm, a person's life unfolded in front of my eyes. It was a typical story. An E-class hunter who was rejected from the guild because his growth rate was too slow. It didn't work even if he insisted that he had A-class potential mana. Many hunters died without activating even half of their potential mana that they insisted on having. It was tough to train hunters with verifiable abilities, even indirectly, that even the country had ultimately given up. There was no guild to use such means for an E-class. Hansol came to him who lived in despair in that way. The training method is completely wrong. And you don't even know what you're good at. Why is your use of unique skills that way? Do you want to be a human stove? Hansol's teaching was magical. After joining the guild she led, Park Chang-hee's growth was remarkable. The day he was finally certified as an A-class hunter, he cried. Life had changed. Park Chang-hee decided to repay Hansol this grace throughout his life. But then, the Celestial Dragon Guild? Come on, our guild is small in size, but we do not lack in skill. What's so disappointing that we integrate ourselves to be absorbed there? Hansol smiled bitterly in Park Chang-hee's memory. I have already made a decision. If you don't like it, you can leave. But, if you want to be with me, believe in my choice and support me. He eventually came to Celestial Dragon, following the Hansol like other guild members, and found a thorn there. Seo Gyu-chul and Seo Jin-wook. Why should Ms. Hansol be under those guys? Since he couldn't accept it, Park Chang-hee decided to act for himself. Seo Gyu-chul only despised it because it was like an already setting sun, but did not care for it much. However, he collected the evidence step by step. When the crucial moment comes, he could let out a few of the corruptions connected with the Constitutional Office, limit them to personal faults, and blow them away. In terms of skill, he thought it was only a matter of time before Hansol surpassed him. On the other hand, Seo Jin-wook is the problem. That prick. This was a prospect who was evaluated to have the highest potential in the history of the Korean Hunter Society. However, he was a lunatic that made a mess everywhere because of the mental illness that didn't fit him. And such a being was receiving Han Sol's love solely. It was absurd. It was nonsense. As Seo Jin-wook got closer to adulthood, twisted thoughts began to sprout in Park Chang-hee's mind. Let's get rid of him. If the bastard is gone, Ms. Han Sol will be the next guild leader. He barely turned away from jealousy. The purpose of bringing down Seo Jin-wook was only to make Han Sol into a guild master. He decided to think so. At some point, he did not realize the irrational madness permeated his loyalty to her. Do you dare to attack? Then, I will give up my life, and I'll kill the bitch. And so, he tried to kill Seo Jin-wook, who kicked him. He is alive? Seo Gyu-chol, that greedy piece of trash, must have awakened him early. He thought Park Chang-hee himself had found a way to get rid of Seo Jin-wook while remaining beside Han Sol without being arrested. He attempted clairvoyance and failed and reported to the Constitution. This was only to make Seo Jin-wook unable to return to the Celestial Dragon. Since there is one hunter and one non-awakened, the work should be simple. Although the hunter will make a mess, not to make it easy, target the non-awakened first. Although he tried to provocate him through the Gongdong Revival Association to expose the truth of being awakened, no traces were left on the scene. Ocean Dungeon Expedition Leader, I will apply for it. He volunteered for Seo Jin-wook's first expedition. He thought it might be the last chance. Suddenly, on the way, Han Sol said that she would be accompanying, so the opportunity was almost in vain. At the last minute, Seo Gyu-chol rejected Han Sol's participation. There was also a problem of excess power, but it was mainly because Han Sol had a mission to be dispatched to urgently. The Gongdong Revival Association and the United Clans fought without watching their backs, that led to civilian casualties, so the Constitutional Office had been taking care of them. I don't think I can go with you because I'm called there. Chang-hee, please take care of it on behalf of me instead. Okay? In this piece of Park Chang-hee's experience, there was a voice of seed he had not noticed. For Ms. Han Sol. T is all for M''S. Han Sol. Get rid of Seo Jin-wook. Kill him! He must be finished in this dungeon. Click click click. When I removed the chains, Park Chang-hee's body laid on the floor. This curse is a unique skill. Who was it? There was only one suspect in my head. There is only one in the guild who knows Han Sol's unique skill, Seo Gyu-chol. It also wasn't witnessed by any enemies in battle. I unwrapped my wrist accessory and destroyed it. The terminal is completely burned. The storage device, both Park Chang-hee's and mine, burned irreversibly due to the high heat. I took his other belongings and, most importantly, the keys to the dungeon. In Park Chang-hee's thrown-away backpack, I found the goblin-provoking flute. It wasn't something to bring while scouting. After killing me, I think he was planning to call the monsters and destroy the evidence. That's an obvious plan. If we go outside the dungeon without Park Chang-hee like this, the Constitutional Office will not allow the gate to be closed. They would send an investigation team inside. Of course, that would have been the same even if I went missing. Therefore, for the same reason that Park Chang-hee had planned, I was about to play the flute. Even when the goblins flocked in, it was easy to escape. While messing up this place, I would join the group and leave the gate. No one would think that an E-class hunter could have killed Park Chang-hee. At the moment, I was trying to play the flute, inheriting Park Chang-hee's plan. Suddenly, the system messages resonated. The boundaries of the weakened dungeon have been broken. What? Without knowing, I shouted out loud. The message content continued. Reason for border collapse, external entry. Unconsciously, I hardened my entire body muscles. The curse came out. Fuck. Fortunately, the gate was not collapsing, and monsters would not be pouring into the earth. It was not the collapse of the gate but the collapse of the boundary. It meant that the wall on the other side other than the earth's was broken. In the previous life, this dungeon did not experience this kind of thing because the gate collapsed without clearing. Which dimension is it from? The world in which the dungeon existed was called the Middle Dimension. The Ant-Man-like space classified as the Ocean Dungeon was only a part of a vast middle dimension, and we could only roam within the boundary now. It was the same as having occupied only one room, dungeon, in a mansion, middle dimension, with more than 100 rooms. What if you wanted to go to another room? First, You must clear the dungeon to weaken the border, and instead of closing the gate with a key, you must expand the border and expand the dungeon, like tearing down the walls of a room that has become flimsy. That was how the second stage began, and the expeditions could once again attack the expanded dungeon. It was possible to expect more monocores and another reward. If this were all of what's around, there would be no problem. However, as the word intermediate dimension implied, the gate connected to this giant ant pit was not pierced only through the earth. There was also a gate connected to this middle dimension in the other worlds, and the explorers from there would also roam the den within a given area like Earthlings. At first, that was. But what if they chose to continue expanding the dungeon instead of closing the gate after clearing? What if they desired more cores and rewards that they continue to expand the boundaries? Won't the boundaries not touch each other at one point? The explorers could then go beyond the wall they touched as the middle dimension as their medium, from their dungeon to the dungeon of another dimension. What's next? They would be able to penetrate the dungeon they have visited further and enter another dimension. And now the problem was. The time difference between was less than a few days since we cleared and they entered. The unknown ones must have already widened their borders enough to make contact with our dungeon wall. It must have been waiting for this side to be cleared and the borders weakened. They weren't savages, as observed from their behavior. Rather, I prefer those with low civilization levels. Assuming we encountered each other in the dungeon, the ideal foreign beings are civilized and peace-loving. However, it was only a wish, and humanity would realize it in the future. That sophisticated culture and peace-loving tendencies did not necessarily accompany each other. It was while I was hoping that it was not the worst case as I was in a hurry. Weeing. Suddenly, bright red rays emanate out of my arms. I reached my hand in my pocket and pulled it out. Clarice's red stone. Item description: this small stone, made up in pairs, confirms the holder's safety. The other stone glows red and guides the way under the following conditions. If either stone is broken. When a person who has one of the stones becomes unconscious due to another person. When a person who has one of the stones suffers a severe injury. The rays emanating from the item were pointing to the place where Secretary Kim would be. Chapter 30. Foreign race. When I hurried to the place where the rest of the party was, the first thing that caught my eye was Secretary Kim's bloodstained and torn combat suit and two relatively fine D-Class Guild members. Oh, team leader. Right after he made a happy expression, he was surprised to see that Park Chang-hee wasn't with me. What about the expedition leader? I had confirmed that his injuries have already been neatly healed with potions. There was just a battle here, and Secretary Kim had gotten injured quite a bit, so the red stone reacted. But it looked like he won, anyway. The next thing that caught my eye was the opponent who had died while fighting against him. Is that? As the system message saying that the boundary had collapsed sounded, it suddenly appeared and rushed toward us. From now on, all of us must quickly retreat out of the gate according to the government-mandated protocol. You know that, right? However, the expedition leader. He spoke with a curious expression, but instead of answering Secretary Kim, I approached the fallen creature and looked at it. Blue scales covered its skin. The overall shape of the body resembled a dog. There were 6 shiny eyeballs on the front of the head, without even an eyelid. It looked slightly different from any creature I knew, because this was a creature that had already been modified so much that it was difficult to find traces of the original being. Fuck. Another profanity came out of my mouth. This was because I found a symbol that I could read on the corpse's forehead. The non-Earth text was similar to an autograph left on the work by a craftsman who had completed a classy product. In other words, what I was seeing was what was engraved by a person who modified this beast. And the name of the races that used these letters was Earthman, those fucking pricks. Earthman was the one who always stayed at the bottom when ranking the races that we wanted to encounter in the dungeon. There were many reasons, but to pick 3 things off the list. Firstly, when encountering other beings from other dimensions during exploration, they attacked and plundered first if they seemed weak. They had such a unique moral notion. Secondly, they did not feel appalled at eating the meat of a civilized race, and they possessed a liberal food culture that digested anything well without being picky about race. Lastly, if the meat did not suit their taste, they had a nasty habit of killing them after harassing them for a long time, instead of eating it quickly and cleanly. There is nothing good that comes out by facing them. No, we will be 100% attacked at this party level. Earthman's notoriety was exceptionally high in the dimension that humans were the main population. This was because the meat of most mammals, including humans, were awful to their taste. The team leader Park Chang-hee decided to move separately. He should have heard the system message, too. We should move quickly. I will explain the details on the move. Secretary Kim nodded without saying something, as if he had foreseen something. Even if he didn't think I had killed him, he would have expected there was a good reason for this. The other two guild members also stiffly moved. Rather than being convinced of me, who wasn't the expedition leader, we had to stop all work according to the protocol anyway and withdraw as soon as possible. We were also on the way back to Earth when... Damn, it's too late. Mana chunks that gleamed from a distance approached us at high speed. Unfortunately, those who crossed the border were the strongest among Earthmen's awakened. P3. 5. With no time to run away further, we were surrounded by a group of foreign races that appeared with the wind in an instant. The number of opponents in total was 16. I clenched my jaw at the misfortune that had befallen us. It's the worst. The dungeon gate connected to the Earth was an E-class, and was limited to the number of 5, but as it expanded from the other side, the rank and the number of people that could enter increased slowly. It seemed that the ones who corresponded to the rank had all gotten dispatched. Even if I estimated this with what I could see, no one had an active mana of below 20,000. When it was measured to the scale of the Earth, everyone was rated S-class. 16 guys were all one level stronger than Park Chang-hee. On the other hand, active mana, 14,500, plus 9,700, 4,800. Potential mana, 81,000. It was only this much, thanks to absorbing all the remaining active mana in Park Chang-hee's body. There is no chance to win with a head-on match. Secretary Kim and other guild members were also nervous and prepared for battle. Holding a weapon, they wrapped the entire body with a mana shield. It was a natural stance that came up from training. Earthman, who I encountered after a long time, was still bizarre and disgusting. A mixed face of cockroaches and stag beetles, and brown skin was covering their entire body. The arms, covered with small sharp thorns, pointed to us. They exchanged their language at high speed while keeping us surrounded. P5. Among them, the biggest Earthman came forward. Its gaze touched the corpse of the modified life form. He screamed. Pi5. That, in our language, meant this. My baby. Who killed my baby? It didn't exactly mean that it bore that animal, but that it had lost a loved and endeared modified beast. It seemed that he was the owner of the pattern. P55. They looked at us and went wild. A monkey? Such livestock feed dares to do this to my baby? Just as the future Earthlings would call them cockroaches, Earthmen called humans in a similar manner. I will kill you. A green bubble swelled in its mouth, expressing feelings of rabidness. It is pissed off. In this way, instead of cruelly playing with us, they will instantly. As soon as I said that, mana quickly concentrated in the Earthman's chest. I knew what it was about to do, but the time to respond was tight. I began to shout. Everyone. Immediately, let disable the mana shield. It was the same as saying to disarm in front of a foreign race. However, there was not enough time to explain the reasons in detail as much as I could compress it, as short as possible. At that moment, I tried to spit out the next word. Weeing. In a short period of less than a second, Secretary Kim's expression had changed from light of suspicion to a face that was determined to do something, then clenched his teeth and disabled the shield. The mana that had been released to the outside was collected and stored in the core. He believed in me. However, the remaining two guild members did not listen to me. Following the E-class hunter's instructions who came to the dungeon for the first time today, it would not be easy to discard the protective equipment in front of the enemy. I yelled. If you release mana, it will at. He didn't wait for me to complete my sentence. Bo-oh-oh-oh. His chest swelled, and a black mist emanated from his mouth. It turned out to be a swarm of insects the size of a fly, about thousands or tens of thousands in number. All of those objects covered the inside of the large cave, with blue mana enveloping their bodies. Then. Ah! Hell! Ah! The scream did not even last a few seconds. The black insect swarm ran toward the two guild members who had not disarmed the mana shield. It broke through the barrier, tore and dug into the flesh, and ate their blood and meat. There was no time for Secretary Kim and me to run over and help. After a brief moment. Bo-oh-oh-ung. The worms returned to Earthman's mouth, and the torn bodies of two guild members remained on the floor. Secretary Kim turned to look at me with a disturbed expression. Meanwhile, I gave all my attention to Earthman. Pay? How did it know? This all felt puzzling. What Earthman just unfolded was an intricate technique that grafted enchant-based skills and manipulation-based skills into a modified creature. Those insects, whose vision had been deteriorated, detected, and attacked creatures that emitted mana to the outside, all while excluding the Earthman's. Most of the dungeon monsters and awakens surrounded their body with mana to protect them, so this was obviously a method they often used. Secretary Kim, do not attack. We can't win. He looked like he wanted to ask a lot of questions, but he followed my instructions. I looked around them. There was 16 with more than 20,000 mana. What skill could I use to finish them all at once? The list began to spread in my head. I could see many possible skills. There were many ways. However, the problem was, none of these can be activated with my mana right now. While contemplating, it prepared for the next attack. If the bug refused to work, it would eventually plan to rip us apart themselves. There was no more time. At that moment, I saw a backpack thrown to the floor, a backpack with mana cores collected from here. This is it. Body transformation, rank, E. Earthman guys didn't waste limited skill slots with translation magic. Anyway, the races they encountered in the dungeon were targets to attack and kill, or targets to avoid and escape in advance. It was between those two. In an instant, my vocal cords changed shape. Since the human body could not correctly pronounce their language, the structure had been changed a little. In that state, I began to shout. P5. Pay. You, children of Leah. Do you interact with the children of Jerut? If so, you've probably heard the rumors. The story of the human race that they met in a dungeon with acid rain. Those who were trying to attack stopped, taken aback by my words. Secretary Kim looked at me with an indescribable expression. It was full of feelings of wanting to ask what the hell I was doing now. At this critical moment, I found myself suddenly beeping and screaming strangely. But then... Pay. 5. Earthman thusly replied. What are you? How do you know our language? When the cockroach-like guy responded to me, and it seemed that the appearance that we were able to converse to each other took place, Secretary Kim's expression changed as if he himself felt more shocked. I kept shouting. Have you heard the rumors? I am a resident of the world where the children of Jerut attacked and were retaliated against. For Earthman, there was no concept of a state, and blood relation replaced it. Looking at the guys' appearances in front of me right now, they must be all born from eggs laid by an entity named Leah. This fact was unknown to Korea, but several months ago, an American guild met the Earthman in a vast dungeon where more than 100 people could enter, and was thusly annihilated. The U.S. government's response to the situation was reliable. They put a tactical nuclear bomb in the gate and exploded it. No matter how much mana shield protected the Earthman, they could not overcome the high heat and shock waves. Critically, as they could not overcome the radiation, it ended up annihilating them. Now he looked at me as if baffled. I picked up a backpack with mana cores and threw it at them. P5. Your purpose is mana core anyway, right? In exchange for taking it, let us go. Killing the remaining two will lead to dire retaliation, just as the last time the children of Jerut were wiped out. Of course, it was unlikely that the US government would retaliate for us, but I was screaming now and thinking about it later because they still lacked information about the Earth. Pay. I'll take this first. The Earthman, who were looking from behind, came forward and smelled the backpack, then turned it over to open. It revealed the core in it to everyone. P3. What? There aren't that many. As if it was a given, he put down a lump of slime he was holding and removed its snout. Inside, it contained many mana cores that they had collected so far, incomparable to what we collected. While one packed the core from behind, the guy who confronted me moved forward. P. You know our language, but don't know how we function, huh? No, I knew. I quickly changed my vocal cords back to human ones. I then began to whisper. Secretary Kim, when I signal, stick close to me. He nodded quietly. I saw the movement of the being that was collecting mana cores from behind. They turned our backpacks over and tried to pour the contents into a slime mass that served as their bag. P3. He spoke as if mocking us. Retribution? That's funny. In the first place. Those guys didn't care about those. Clink. From behind, the mana core in the backpack poured down. I did not miss the opportunity when they were exposed to the environment. Pay. We don't worry about retaliation. At that moment, I took an Iponia crystal from my arms and threw it with all my might. It hit one of the mana cores that had fallen into Ursman's slime bag accurately. The Iponia crystal was broken, and the mana in it began to leak out. Initially, the skill in it only affected the caster himself. Still, if it was activated from outside the body like that, the first to contact was recognized as the caster, an anomaly, only possible with Iponia's crystals. I then shouted, "Now!" Secretary Kim stuck to me. Ursman pulled out a thorn and ran. I then triggered an item. Mirage's Shield. Item description: creates a powerful shield surrounding the caster for 3 minutes after activation. As long as the shield is maintained, the user is also limited in movement. Please note that it cannot be reused once activated. The colors around us fluctuated, creating a blurry shield. It completely wrapped up Secretary Kim and me. Shortly after the shield was completely formed, I saw the mana crystals that fell into the pockets of the Ursman swayed. The crystal of Iponia that was broken in contact with it, the skill in it was Deep Sea Swimming, rank D, active. You can swim in the deep sea by stably maintaining the caster's internal pressure above 7,183 pounds per square inch. This was when an intense pressure over 500 times the normal atmospheric pressure was applied to the inside of the mana core. Boosh. The blue light swallowed everything up. Chapter 31. Cleanup. Boosh. As Park Chang-hee installed the mana core bombs, he spoke up. A single bomb contains only a few grams of the core, but it is difficult to manufacture, so it's quite expensive. By blowing up the bomb containing a few grams of it, several goblins had their bodies torn apart. In addition to this, the Iponia's crystal that was thrown blew up a whole mana core with an intense pressure had erupted from the inside. Bo-boom. A blue energy storm rushed in the mana core. The other cores around it also exploded as a chain reaction. The blast seemingly tore my ears and vibrated my bones. A mountain of blue flame covered the surrounding. Even with Mirage Shield, we felt the pressure, heat, and vibration following the explosion. This alone was not enough. "This explosion can't be held by only one item," I shouted to Secretary Kim. "Create a mana shield around the whole body. At full power." "Yeah." As Secretary Kim clenched his jaw, he concentrated all of the mana in him to the barrier. I did the same. Crack. Crack. Mirage Shield began to crack. As the cracks increased, the colored barrier made by the item leaked the external shock towards the inside, rather than blocking 100% of the impact. We then blocked the leaked impact and heat using the mana barrier. Ugh. Secretary Kim stumbled. Seeing this, I wrapped my mana barrier over his. Secretary Kim's eyes widened. It was the first time that he was able to see such use of mana. He couldn't feel my mana. He must have felt his mana rearranged by responding to something. I supported his shield as if one placed a wooden log to support a structure on the verge of destruction. Like that, the 10 seconds that passed felt like 10 years. Ugh. The mana storm that was caused by consecutive explosions of cores finally disappeared. Blue burning debris rolled around everywhere, and the survivors were only the two of us. Secretary Kim knelt as if he was deeply fatigued. We were still in the barrier that was created by Mirage Shield. Initially, it should be maintained for 3 minutes, so we still had to wait for more than 2 minutes here. But then... flick. I concentrated mana in hand and lightly flicked the shield. Then... shatter. The color barrier that protected us shattered, much like a window that had been struck by a metal bullet. It must have reached its limit. Should I ask the store for a refund? Secretary Kim murmured while bitterly smiling, as he was the one that strongly suggested buying this item. As he said those words, his eyes flipped over, and he fainted. Mana exhaustion. It was the side effect of using up all of his active mana on the mana shield. I took out the mana potion that I carried in my bag. The active mana that was available for more than 10,000 was already almost emptied, and as I drank the potion, it returned to about the figure of 5,000. I approached Secretary Kim as I tried to give him the other bottle of potion. At the same time, I snuck a look at his chest. The mana that should be covering my sight while emanating like a fountain was almost invisible. Like the surface of a calm sea, the potential mana silently settled in the core, and I could observe it inwardly as if I was seeing through him. When I woke up as Seo Jin-wook, I couldn't see the inside of the potential mana in this body. It was like how one would not be able to see the deep ocean floor from outside the water. However, Secretary Kim's potential mono was visible, like seeing the shallow water along the shore. There are none. The tension dissipated from me. As the worst-case scenario that I had to be suspicious of Secretary Kim was avoided, I could relax a bit. There is no curse on Secretary Kim's core. Originally, on his list of tasks, there was no obligation to go to the dungeon with me. However, he voluntarily came along. I had lived 80 years in the past life, and I still didn't have the answer to such a tremendous question if a man was originally good or evil. The helping hand that approached with goodwill would come back to stab you in your back, and sometimes, the infertile garbage field would bloom a flower. There was no way to be able to look into what Secretary Kim was thinking about. However, what I was sure of was that he was the one who stood up for me. Groan. As I dropped the mana potion around Secretary Kim's mouth, he opened his eyes as he escaped from exhaustion. Like a person who woke up from a dream, he began to look around, muttering in a dispirited manner. So, it wasn't a dream. I am not sure if it's a shame or fortunate. Everything is real. He stood up with his posture upright. And then he spoke, staring at me. Putting everything aside. I should tell you this first. What was this, all of a sudden? Secretary Kim then spoke with a serious gaze. Thank you. Thank you for sparing my life. I will repay this grace. He then looked around. The bodies of the other two guild members did not even leave a trace. It was comparable to the Earthsman, in which they left a few identifiable body parts. What is this, all of a sudden? Because anyone can see it. It is because of the grace of the team leader that I was able to live. Indeed, it would have been difficult for Secretary Kim to survive had he not interfered with my actions and trusted and followed all my instructions. Thank you. You are welcome. Secretary Kim, who had thanked me several times that way, suddenly had a change of expression. I'm aware that the situation is not the best, but may I ask a few questions before we move along? I focused my senses. There was no sign that the latecomers of Earthsman were rushing. Carry on. Staring at me, Secretary Kim asked once more. Who are you, really? Inside the cave, where the last screams of blue flames echo everywhere, an awkward silence flowed between Secretary Kim and me. Who am I? Secretary Kim spoke calmly. His pupils held no excitement, nor did they hold fear. I could accept that you did not get angry as before after the accident. The guild members around murmured that beyond the level of having a changed personality, it seemed like another person was wearing the cover of the person but... My heart dropped. I, for the longest amongst the secretaries, served team leader Seo Jin-wook. You asked me the secret of long-term service before, right? After jokingly saying life struggles, he added. I told you. There are times that it comes back intermittently. Your sanity. He then continued. Team leader Seo Jin-wook's 364 days among the 365 days in a year was filled with instability and anger, but there are times that he kept his sanity. The actions and personality the team leader showed then is very similar to you right now. Almost to the point of not being able to understand the scolding of the guild master, blaming the weak mental state. In those times, the team leader instead showed a strong heart and sound mind. He frowned as if he was reminiscing the past, and then continued. So, I was happy. Finally, the illness that interfered with his sound mind had been cured. It didn't matter if the reason was the impact on the brain or the aftermath of amnesia. Now, 365 days a year, you can keep a clear mind. I was glad. ... However, this isn't it. The team leader Seo Jin-wook of my memories does not have this ability. Finding the bracelet's function that nobody was aware of could be reasoned with genius mana control. However, no genius could realize the attack methods of a foreign race they encountered for the first time. Team leader Seo Jin-wook, who I had been serving for 3 years, had no such opportunity to acquire that knowledge. His voice deepened. Among the unique skills and items, there are kinds that can indefinitely maintain the polymorph magic beyond the mask slime function. If so, where is the real team leader? I was able to read the determined light from his gaze, realizing that he was risking his life by talking about this, not being able to predict what kind of reaction I'd show. ... I looked at him and spoke. Who am I? That is such a weird question. I am Seo Jin-wook. When I realized that Choi Sung-yeon's traces had been entirely erased from this world, I made a decision. Now I was Seo Jin-wook. I had no choice but to live as Seo Jin-wook. But... I intercepted his words. And you don't have to thank me. You don't even have to swear solemnly to repay the favor. Secretary Kim had already saved my life twice. This is me paying it back. One occasion was when he protected me from Gondong Revival Alliance's attack before I awakened, and the other one was. Secretary Kim, as if he understood what I referred to, loosened his face. No way. 2035. You saved me then, too. It was a thing of the past that only Seo Jin-wook and Secretary Kim were aware of. The successor's eyes was still slowly but steadily gathering and arranging the original memories together. Now, I could see a lot of videos as well. 3 years ago, 17-year-old Seo Jin-wook, tired of the whispers of the curse, made a radical choice and put it into action. Having sensed a strange atmosphere that day, Secretary Kim deliberately did not leave work but stayed by the company house, and found the blood-smothered Seo Jin-wook. Secretary Kim saved his life with the potion he kept around, and by Seo Jin-wook's request, who did not want that to be known to Seo Gyu-chol, the tale of that day had remained between the two. Secretary Kim's confused gaze subsided a little. However, it seemed that he had not wholly cleared his doubts. Let's talk again once we are out of this place. I can't tell you everything right now. I had no choice but to do this now. As the number of persons entered in the system message had decreased to 2, the rescue team must be dispatched soon. Let's quickly clean up first. Change your terminal. We don't have to reveal what happened here as it is. He expressed a complicated emotion, but he must have decided to follow my instructions for now. He began to ask as he stood up. Could the team leader have killed Park Chang-hee? There was a need to match our words anyway. Today, we all moved together and encountered those foreign races, and team leader Park Chang-hee passed away with them. And we couldn't save those 2 guild members in the process. He nodded and collected the debris of dead Earthsmen that would serve as the evidence. And he moved along with me to take care of Park Chang-hee's corpse and the evidence of our battle. Secretary Kim could not close his mouth as he saw our battleground. When we finished cleaning up, I could feel that the rescue teams were fast approaching. Team leader, can I ask something for the last time? I nodded. I guessed his next question as probably how I managed to grow this fast, and how I could kill Park Chang-hee. However, what came up was none of those. I mean, how the hell do you know to speak cockroach? As only 2 out of 5 people barely came out alive, the Celestial Dragon Guild and Constitutional Department flipped. After we had been rescued, they dispatched another expedition team. Still, there was a danger of a foreign race to send another expedition team as well, and as the evidence was clear, the expedition team returned and closed the gate. It was a big accident for the Celestial Dragon Guild that Park Chang-hee died. It covered the headline of the media, and conflicting interpretations against the action of saving the life of the successor by sacrificing his own life followed. Some unique media blamed the incompetent Seo Gyu-chol for being greedy that got Park Chang-hee killed by assigning weak Seo Jin-wook to a dungeon that he couldn't handle. There was a good reason to interpret it that way, yet Secretary Kim explained that to write that way without watching out for Celestial Dragon Guild was because other guilds protect them. We went through the Constitutional Department's investigation and internal investigations as well, and the case closed as Secretary Kim and I received a stamp of no charges. Sure enough, this must have had quite an impact on Seo Gyu-chol that he did not nag me on going to another mission, nor did he assign a trainer for me. Thanks to this, I leisurely explored the undisclosed dungeons and continued to absorb mana cores. Then one day, Secretary Kim approached me with a serious expression. Assistant Guild Master Han Sol is here. She returned to work after having a leave of absence following Park Chang-hee's death, and she dropped by the company house as she was leaving work. Please tell her to come in. Han Sol tightly hugged me as soon as the door room opened. As I sat down, she asked my regards with words of comfort. Losing a colleague is what we have to go through once we have become a hunter. But isn't it strange? It doesn't get dull even after repeating it many times. It's always equally hard and sad. Han Sol, saying so, had swollen eyes that were bloodshot. I continued the awkward conversation with complicated thoughts swirling in my head. She then suddenly asked, Jin-wook, I'm sorry to ask this in this situation, but... Her face lingered with a light of hesitation. But soon, she opened her mouth with an expression as if she had made a big decision. Was that all just an act? It almost made me doubt if there was a skill card that enabled such things. I'm sorry. But I couldn't get it out of my mind as it keeps on lingering. She spoke. Jin-wook, the unique skill that you taught us at that time. Is the effect the same as how you described it to us? Chapter 32. The unique skill of the two. I barely suppressed the rising suspicion in my eyes towards her. Instead, I just shuddered while still wearing a smiling face. Of course, it is. Why would I lie with such a thing? I lied. About a month ago, I was asked about my unique skill where both Seo Gyuchul and Han Sol were around. I briefly worried about how I should answer them. First, it is impossible to expose Monodrain. Telling the enemies that I could grow limitlessly only gave them another reason to kill me as soon as possible. Indeed, the time that Seo Jinwook died was within that short time, only a year from the point that he had awakened. But all the more, I shouldn't reveal the successor's eyes. The effect was maximized when the opponent was unaware of the state. In the previous life, Choi Sung-yun's true abilities were only known by a handful. Thanks to that, the competitors were always defenselessly attempting a surprise attack. They will not believe me if I don't have a unique skill altogether, they will catch me if I state a normal skill, and I will be caught right away if I state a unique skill that I cannot perform. After such a short deliberation period, I decided on what skill I would state to Seo Gyuchul and Han Sol. Jinwook. Han Sol spoke. The unique skill is called Replica. Replica was a unique skill that a hunter named Roadman possessed in the previous life. He kept his secret tightly, yet as he had to face us off due to a conflict against my guild, his skill was revealed to me. As he performed a mediocre sword dance in front of Randy, he lost his head by the swung magical sword. The overview of the ability was, to put it, a lower-end version of the analysis of skill and reproduction by the successor's eyes. When Replica was activated, even if the skill card wasn't equipped in the slot, it saved the skill used by another hunter in a certain distance for a limited number of times. I chose it, considering that there would be many occurrences that I would be working along with other hunters from now on. If I used only 4 officially declared skills, my active skills would be too narrow. From the enemy's perspective, they would lower their guards, thinking that the skills that an E-class hunter could copy would be limited due to the mono capacity. You said that copying the unique skills of another awakened is impossible? Yeah. If your mastery of the skill gets higher, wouldn't it be possible to copy the unique skills as well? I'm not sure about that. System messages did not explain that far. Is that so? Why do you ask such a thing all of a sudden? She made a look that revealed the fact that she was contemplating for a good moment, then barely opened her lips. Keep this as a secret from the guild master that I'm telling you about this, okay? What was she going to talk about? I nodded my head silently. Jinwook, have you guessed what my unique skill is? It was an unexpected question. My heart beat faster, but I tried to pay attention to my expression in order to calm down. As I would expect, her unique skill would be something related to the curse. It was about the red seed that was hidden in Park Chang-he's body as well as mine. I responded calmly. Of course, I don't know. That's only known between my father and the assistant guild master. Yes, only the two of us know. With an awkward silence, she continued. You know that guild master trusts me wholeheartedly, right? I know that well. An absolute trust enabled her to stay grounded that, even if anyone said anything about Han Sol, he would support everything she did. Seo Gyuchul trusted Han Sol that much. How do you think that happened? I heard you were his lifesaver. That's right. Before coming into Celestial Dragon, it was said that Han Sol saved Seo Gyuchul's life. Everybody thought that Seo Gyuchul's trust began from that incident. The fact is, there is one more reason why that man trusts me. She stared at me with calm eyes. You should be aware of this since you are well aware of the guild's history. After absorbing the guild that I was in, the Celestial Dragon Guild started to grow exponentially. That was the truth. Seo Gyuchul carried the symbol of the first S-rank hunter in Korea with fitting physical strength. However, the capability to run a guild was indeed a different story. When he was still building up his guild, nobody commented that Seo Gyuchul was the best hunter in Korea, but when it was said that the Celestial Dragon Guild he led was the best in Korea, there were a lot of doubts. However, all of this changed as Han Sol and the hunters she led joined the Celestial Dragon Guild. What do you think is the most crucial element of the Celestial Dragon's growth? Well, the fact that the assistant guild master joined? She laughed in reply. No, not that. I thought hard about this. Well, they had good luck. It wasn't always lucky, but there were few crucial events right after Han Sol joined. They voluntarily got the right to explore a dungeon, which others were not interested in, and got expensive items close to a jackpot. They did not know about the changes in hunter-related laws in advance, but they accidentally benefited from preparing due to internal circumstances. The financial benefits from that event were then used to scout high battle rating hunters. Considering the performance, there were few failed attempts to clear. Celestial Dragon Guild's dungeons rarely had unexpected anomalies during clearing that caused hunters to die or the dungeon to collapse. The auction dungeon was an exceptional case, which made it even more newsworthy. Han Sol, who listened to me quietly, nodded. Yeah, the Celestial Dragon was lucky. Coincidentally, right after I joined in. The calm gaze stared at me, almost as if to see through me. The examples of luck that you shared. And the choices made to make that luck into a reality. What if I were actually behind all those choices? What if I gave the guild master all the pieces of advice? But those things. Without being able to continue my words, a storm rushed in my head. But such advice can't be. Without knowing the future. No way. No way? My speech slowed down without me realizing it. My mind was in a perplexed state. Assistant Guild Master, are you? My heart beat even faster, and the veins around my whole body were about to explode. Now, what you're saying is that what I'm guessing it is? Yes. Han Sol quietly continued. It was possible thanks to my unique skills. All wise choices. A choice that was followed by luck. I could know it before anything happened. She briefly stalled, then she finally spat out the words that I had guessed. Jin Wook, my unique skill is called prophecy. It felt like blood was flowing out of my face. I was genuinely surprised and didn't even have to act out the feeling. Han Sol just said that her unique skill was foretelling the future. In addition to that, I knew someone who had made the same statement in the future. Angelica heard. Han Sol continued to explain in a calm tone. She couldn't fully control this skill yet, and she didn't know if she would get better at handling it with mastery in the future, but for now, she said there were limits to the time zone and place she wanted to see. Telling the future was said to come in a random moment, much like an oracle. Moreover, all the detailed information wasn't clearly visible yet vague, like a watercolor painting with the smeared paint. She said she could understand part of the context if she were able to see the scene. I asked while listening to the explanation. So why are you suddenly telling me those today? Jin Wook, I just thought your unique skill, replica, might have copied my prophecy, and activated it. Have you ever had a similar experience? Why did you think so? Han Sol took a deep breath and spoke. Sometimes, there are times that the scene I saw changes. After I activate prophecy, and put into action after determining to do so, the consequences are implied. Yes. But then, I recently saw the reality being played out completely different from the future that I have seen. Her expression darkened. Because Chang He died. From the future that I've seen, Chang He is alive until at least 5 years. At a point later than that, Chang He did not appear, so I can't be sure of the far future, but he should have been alive for at least 5 more years. Heavy silence passed after these words. But then, that suddenly changed. The future changed because someone saw the future. I cannot analyze the butterfly effect, but at least I haven't made any determination or put something into action that would change Chang He's life. I couldn't explain it in detail, but at least I have evidence that it's not because of my prophecy. So, I just thought that someone other than me had seen the future. In the end, it was a hypothesis that my imaginary replica was activated by copying her prophecy. As a result, it was an assumption that Park Chang-hee had died because of the butterfly effect from my actions. I shook my head. No, at least I've never had such a strange scene in my head, as Assistant Guild Master said. Okay, I see. She nodded. It seems like I've only let out disturbing words. Come to think of it, it could have sounded like I was blaming you. I'm sorry, but my chest felt so heavy that I couldn't stand it. And I wanted to tell you something to be careful about if you have copied prophecy. Knowing the future sometimes puts unbearable pressure on you. Even if it's a vague, faint scene. Thank you for your concern, but I'm really not the one. Okay, I see. Han Sol made a look as if she was convinced and stood up. I'm sorry if you felt bad. No, it's not bad at all. It's okay. Yes. Please keep the secret that I've told you today. Okay? Of course. I looked at her, purposely with a peaceful smile on my lips, and then spoke. I was stunned. Prophecy, thank you for talking to me about it. No, thank you for understanding. As she was about to turn around, I spoke in an almost joking tone. Since you said that you could see the future, I have to ask this. What happens to me in the future? Do I live well for a long time? The end of the original Seo Jin-wook came to mind. I waited for her answer with a bright smile. Han Sol, who showed her back for a moment, slowly turned around and looked into my eyes. After a moment, she answered. Yes, of course. The farthest future I've ever seen is 40 years from now. I can see you, Jin-wook, in that scene. 40 years later. It was when the Tower of Choice would rise, and Choi Sung-yeon of the previous life would face death. 40 years later? Then how old am I? Wow, how do I look? Just for a moment, a stiff look passed over her face. Then she replied right away, recovering. I won't tell you. If I'm going to say good things, you're not going to put effort into it, and if I tell you harshly, you will feel bad. So train hard. As soon as she closed the door of my room as she left, there was a chill on my face. I muttered inwardly. Han Sol. Angelica heard. What they had in common was that they claimed to have the skills to predict the future. In Angelica's case, the words were half right and half false. She really predicted the future, but she didn't have that skill. What about Han Sol? What kind of case would she belong to? I floated a hologram using my terminal. It was the final report of Secretary Kim's request to an outside company a few days ago. There was a survey on an ordinary civilian, called Angelica Heard, who was a non-awakened at this point. The summary of the report was as follows. A person who meets the conditions suggested by the client cannot be found at present. The fact that they avoided the expression non-existent but failed to find it after this much investigation meant that at least none of the people registered by the census normally existed with that background. I thought of the past memories once again, memories of my past life. As for the past of Angelica Heard, almost strangely, nothing was known. What if the identity itself was created suddenly? There was one more thing that got on my nerves. It would be announced that Han Sol and Seo Jin-wook were dead in about 10 months, and it was only about a month after the tragic accident that a hunter named Angelica Heard appeared in the world. I thought hard before I sent a message to Secretary Kim through the terminal. I wrote down the names of 3 people there and asked him to investigate them. The names were as follows. Nathan Drake. Randy Samuel Hickerson. Amano Hibiki. Excluding Angelica, these were the names of my future teammates. ... The more the evening progressed, the more my thoughts deepened. Chapter 33. Change of plan. Meow. What woke me up early in the morning was the cry of a cat-like creature, otherwise known as the cat. The sound came from under the bed, and I just sat there, yet did not react. Thump. He jumped up onto the bed, and the sound of 4 feet walking on the mattress resonated in the room. It came up and sat down with a plump hip next to my pillow. In that state, it cried loudly again and reclined its neck in protest. Meow. I then spoke in a morning voice. Wait. It cried louder as if responding to me. Meow. ... Okay. He was such a brat. I got up. I could feel him staring at my back. As I put on my slippers, the cat also leapt out of bed. From then, I pulled out a handful of skill cards from the drawer. Sitting on the floor, the cat was raising its neck while attentively staring at my hand movements, almost making me worry that its chin would flip to the back. I wouldn't have had a bone left if it could eat off something with its gaze. I looked at him again while I was turning over the cards. Meow. The little guy came up to me and brushed its furry body on me as if to tell me not to make him wait. Afterward, it sat down and cried again. Making me hurry, huh? I wasn't taking time for it to be desperate. Beyond it having gained some weight, I was comparing him to his previous state as he had definitely gotten bigger. You're surely larger. Perhaps its growth had stopped, since there was no food in the black market. The records then said that it would remain in that size for a few months. This would be good enough. I took 2 of the cards at the bottom of the deck. Sword Mastery, rank C. Mana Barrier, rank C. I received the cards before I entered the auction dungeon. Even though I had replica, it was only right that I should be equipped with basic skills, so the supply team prepared it. All 4 skill slots were not filled all at once, because the items that expanded or overwrote the slots were expensive. If one got too high-ranked skills from the start, it would be exhausting to keep up with the mana usage, and if one were to get too low of a rank, you had to replace it quickly, so they had prepared only 2 cards of a reasonable level. However, I didn't mean to fill in the slot with these. When I received the card, I had this thought in my mind. That's great. I'll use them to feed the cat later. I thought it would have to wait a bit more to digest this card's level, but seeing it now, I could at least feed him a C-ranked one. Having made up my mind, I activated the Mana Barrier, rank C, card first. The card had become a powder of light and disappeared, and only the crystallized mana remained on the spot. At that moment, The eyes of the cat widened to a circle. His nostrils twitched, then his reactions that followed were very intense. Meow. Meow. As if it was telling me to give it to him right away, he rubbed his body on my calves and covered my ankles with his tail. You do know what's good for you. Did you call dibs on it? I reached out to lay down the mana crystal in front of the cat. I thought that it would eat it if I put it in his feeding bowl as usual. But then... Ratata. He must have been in a rush. He did not wait for me to put it down, but instead placed its mouth in my hands to eat hurriedly. It was his first time eating something directly in my hand. After he finished his meal quickly. Grr. The cat opened its eyes slightly as if he was satisfied. He lay on the bottom of the carpet with a throbbing sound, showing his belly before beginning to roll. Compared to how he was wary of me at first, he had undergone a considerable change of attitude. There's no business in front of food. Whether it was a snake or a cat. But, I think you still need to grow up. The ability of Iponia was not limited to eating the skills just drawn from the skill card and making crystals out of it. They also consumed already activated skills that had been maintained for a long time. I had no choice but to rely on the cat unless I had my own skill that could invalidate all other skills. Do you want to test the waters? If you can eat it? The curse's energy that was once wholly asleep would reappear following my lead after the auction dungeon incident. However, each time it surfaced, it was beaten hard by the successor's eyes, and hid back into the core. I tried moving the mana quietly. I reproduced the wave that occurred when the thing in my core penetrated the curse of Park Chang-hee. What I saw then was a red mana, and what I was moving now was a blue mana. Therefore, even if I were to move it like this, there was no activation of new curses or creation of new tentacles. However, the guy in the core had reacted to this. Like a squid that mistook the light for a full moon, it was attracted to it, rising up to the shallow water. Geek. Red energy began to spread out of my heart. The cat, who lay around in satisfaction, suddenly got on his feet. How is it? Do you want to taste a? Ratata. I couldn't finish my sentence. I apologized to the cat, who immediately went under the bed after a long time, staring at my chest with a wary eye. Okay, I'm sorry. We still have a long way to go. As I felt the red tentacles exploring outside the core hide again as the successor's eyes suppressed it, I sighed. I then sat on the chair, recalling the thoughts I arranged in my mind until I fell asleep last night. I couldn't fall asleep easily after Hansol dropped by yesterday. Her words lingered around my ears. Jin Wook, my unique skill is called Prophecy. She gave a strange answer to my question about my future 40 years later, saying Seo Jin Wook was alive until then. Maybe it's a lie, and maybe it's because the future hasn't changed yet. Anyway, it's clear that Hansol has a way to get information about the future. Otherwise, she couldn't immediately conclude that someone who knows the future has intervened in Park Chang-hee's incident. Of course, that wasn't because of prophecy, but me intentionally changing the history. Seo Jin Wook might have held out in his previous life by being against going to the dungeon with Park Chang-hee. Perhaps that was why he lived for another year. It can't be a coincidence that she mentioned the name of the skill, Prophecy. What was the relationship between Hansol and Angelica Hurd? The more I thought about it, the more I narrowed it down to 2 things. Hypothesis 1. The 2 were the same person. Hypothesis 2. The 2 were independent characters, but were related. Angelica Hurd had colluded with Hansol or had used Hansol. Whatever the truth of the 2 is, the curse remains questioned. It may not be moving alone. No, I'm almost sure. A person must be a regressor like me to have more than one unique skill. I thought about the hypothesis, that there were no traces of Angelica because it evaporated like that of Choi Sung-yoon, and that Hansel in this life was indeed a regressionist. I soon erased it from my head. If Angelica had returned to this era, she would have made many more changes than I, thanks to her unique skills. If the goal was still to secure the egg of Dimensional Bird, there was still too much room to reach out with her past life memories. In other words, there should be a change in history that was not registered in me, but I hadn't seen any so far. Whatever the hypothesis is, I need to speed up the execution of the plan. The situation had become urgent because, contrary to my first guess, I was not the only victim who was cursed. I had no idea how far the curse had spread in the guild, and if I were to leave it as is, the number of hosts would increase, possibly strangling my neck. For me, who knew the future, my previous life's death wouldn't be repeated the same, but the possibility of threatening me in a different method was indeed high. Now that it had come to this point, should I abandon the celestial dragon whose existence value was uncertain, as protection? It was enough to leave it as my last move. To prevent the collapse of SSS-rated dungeons, it was better to have a foothold called Celestial Dragon. To put it into action faster, I have to get stronger even faster. Unlike the external data that Hansel was an A-class hunter, she was someone much stronger than Seogyu-chul in reality. So far, I worked hard on the undisclosed dungeon to absorb mana cores, but it was still not enough. In fact, there were other ways to reinforce the power other than Monodrain. One is to increase the number of trusted colleagues. The prodigies and the members of my past life. I could not stick to the original plan to prepare for the price they would want and scout at the best timing to bring them in. I would advance the timing, even if it was too much. And the other one. Through collecting legendary items that had shocked the future Hunter Society, surpassing what had been known so far. Faster than planned, and taking the risk. However, it was not as simple as it sounded. This was because both methods were not possible by being only in South Korea. First of all, I needed to travel to another country. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting so long. I am Director Oh Jinhua. I'll take you inside. I headed to the black market in Incheon after a long time. I was wearing a masked slime that depicted a different face than before. The one that welcomed me this time was a woman hunter named Oh Jinhua again. I guess the last time she said about us being a special guest wasn't because she recognized me but rather just a formality. I rejected her offer to be guided to an internal warehouse. Last time, I pretended to look around to get items at low prices that were not properly valued, but I didn't need to do that today. I hope to both sell and buy. There is a list of items I want to buy. I don't think I'll have to look around paying my deposit several times. Deposits paid in stages were the same as paying the price to open the black market inventory. When I said that I would skip it, Director Oh Jinhua gladly nodded. Would you like to sell first? Buy first. I see. I didn't have to sell my stuff first and raise the available budget expectable on their end. Instead, I said the first thing I needed. I need an awakening stone. Do you have it? The sale of an awakening stone was only possible through government intervention. However, the state didn't apply the margin or set the value, but it was just an expression of the state's determination to thoroughly identify sellers and buyers. They intended to minimize the creation of hunters outside the country's control by letting the awakening stone flow to the wrong places. However, not everything in the world could be controlled within the boundaries of the law. Yes, there is. I received an immediate reply with a calm smile. Here it was, an awakening stone sold outside the country's surveillance network. How much are the ones from an F-level dungeon? Director Oh Jinhua spoke politely yet persuasively. Many hunters have told us from their experience that using the awakening stone from a high-grade dungeon will increase the potential mana and the chances of becoming a hunter with excellent specifications. In fact, many customers prefer items from high-end dungeons. Pardon me, but if you tell me your budget, I'll recommend the appropriate awakening stone. The willingness to shake off more money was fantastic, but I was not gullible. Is it scientifically proven? Unfortunately, that's enough. Just give me an F grade. It was one of the superstitions of this age. Just as there was a higher chance that useful items would come out from high-grade dungeons, the awakening stone's quality would change. Of course, it was not true. The only factor that influenced a hunter's specifications was his potential mana and talent. The awakening stone was only the key to give such opportunities, and the effects were practically the same as those from any other dungeon. Director Oh Jinhua did not cheat. Nothing had been proven yet. I was just explaining that conventional ideas were indeed like that. Psychologically, it made people become all ears. The price is middle dot middle dot middle dot. What she offered was a total of 10.1 billion won. It reminded me of a thesis that I had read in my previous life. The page went over in my head, Article 7, Graph 15. Awakening Stone Price Trend Graph according to the period. A picture appeared in my head, 2035 to 2040, F-level dungeon source, average market price, 62.7 billion. What an expensive time. The price given by director Oh Jin-hwa had added a premium that it was out of government surveillance. Did you purposely call on 10.1 billion to give a discount of 0.1 billion? No, it's because I'm discounting 0.9 billion from 11 billion won. What the heck? Director Oh Jin-hwa spoke without even changing a facial muscle as she flicked off my words. Either way, it was an item that I couldn't get unless it was the black market, and the opponent knew so, and the value of the item was certain. And with this, I gave up the bargain. I'll buy it. The deposit can wait until my sale is completed, right? Of course, sir. I told the next item immediately. Next, do you have Pesado's coffin? Of course. If you buy a single coffin, you buy for 7.2 billion won, and if you buy the package with the identity, you can get it for 7.5 billion won. The package, please. Yes, I'll get it ready. And then. And, by any chance, are monocores available? Middle dot middle dot middle dot. When asked if I could buy a monocore, director Oh Jin-hwa gave a brief silence. Then, she spoke, all without removing the gentle smile from her mouth. I'm sorry. We don't handle those. Of course, I had no business buying a core with my money. I was just testing the water for now. There was a black market side that handled a monocore, and one which didn't. Here was the latter. That meant there was a 99% chance that they were connected to someone I knew. At least, now in 2038. Even if I remembered all sorts of things through the successor's eyes, I had no choice but to face things myself to check the information that was not passed on to the future. Fortunately, Oh Jin-hwa's answer met my expectations. Well, that's it for the items. Do you want to go to the sale? No, that's not what I meant. You do sell information other than goods here, right? Information-wise, they say this place is better than Tokyo. It was a few years ago that Tokyo and Incheon turned their ranks around in the information market. I knew because I had already talked to someone from the market in Tokyo in the future. Director Oh Jin-hwa's eyes painted two pairs of crescent moons that went beyond the glasses. There aren't many customers that know those. It seems like I have a very special guest today. The way she talked was still calm, but I could still read a little agitation from her eyes. I asked a question right away. I'd like to know how to contact the black market in the US. The light of tension disappeared from her eyes once more. You've bought a lot today, so I'll give you this much information for free. As you know, there isn't only one American market. If you would please specify to me which one you need, Cupertino or Jersey City or Chicago. I need a contact in the DC area. The moment my words came out, for the first time, the smile disappeared from director Oh Jin-hwa's mouth. Chapter 34. Long outing. She spoke, almost as if testing me. When you're referring to the DC contacts, I need a connection with the Washington DC market. People thought that black markets operated independently, but that was only half true. Some of them exchanged information and products in conjunction with each other, and also shared profits. At the heart of the alliance was the black market in Washington, D.C. At this point, ordinary people in many guilds did not know their existence, since it was a place where black markets dealt with each other. To achieve my goal, I had to face the owner there. I wanted to meet with the owner of the D.C. black market, in other words, the senator. Oh Jin-hwa did not smile anymore. How did you get to know him? The presence of the fourth market in the United States. She was still testing me. Isn't D.C. the first market? Considering America, even all over the world? It was only then that Oh Jin-hwa stopped pretending. I'm sorry, but I can't give you this information for free. I guess so. I can't get paid for it. Middle dot middle dot middle dot then? If you give us a safe route we can reach you with, we'll tell you within 3 days, whether or not we'll be able to provide information, and how much it costs. I informed her of a burner account. Do you have anything else to buy? I bought some things that I had left later on. They were small items, but would be tagged if I purchased them from a standard hunter store. Let's move on to the sell-off now. I turned to look at the trunk, a huge suitcase with rolling wheels that followed me automatically in this building without a touch. When the device was operated remotely, the fuselage was laid to the side, and the lock was, in turn, opened. Tick. The top shelf of the bag, from which it was divided into several layers, was opened. The item is Lordo's dagger. If you don't mind ... Go ahead. One of the staff came in and tore up the analysis scroll. You've been a very useful dagger. I obtained artifacts to be used as weapons from the dungeon in the meantime. It was not for nothing that the item description explained to replenish the poison diligently, but this sword's poison gland was an object that needed to be charged when it was consumed. When paralyzing poison was needed, the 5 snakes could be used, so I thought of selling the dagger. Oh Jinhua, who finished the analysis, spoke up. We offer you 2.2 billion won. Alright. It was a little cheap, but I still gave way for the next deal. Rattle. When Oh Jinhua took the dagger, the trunk shelves went over, and the next frame came up. It's a skill card. There were 10 skill cards, all ranging from A class to C class, and all were goods sold at high prices in this era. After attacking the dungeon, I always picked a skill card if there wasn't a useful item for me to use. Skill followed the flow of the time, so I picked the time-limited one for present times. It was not hard work to choose the reward, as it was apparent through the successor's eyes. If I released these cards on the Hunter store in Yangji, I would be tagged, and investigations about the source would be pursued. The black market was perfect for shaking off this much at once. You have only good ones. You have a good eye. I'm amazed. She said that she was amazed in words, but her voice was calm. However, I didn't miss her gaze, staying a little longer on one card. Fire Mastery, rank A. A rank, the highest level of magic skill cards available in a normal dungeon. However, that was not the only reason Oh Jinhua was attracted to it. Right now, the KH Guild had won the bid and had now been targeting the gate in Dunkendong, Daejeon, and although the stability status is normal, the attack had been dragging for 4 months. It was unknown to other guilds, but they were having a hard time dealing with the boss monster, Blizzard Ant. According to KH Guild's simulation results, Lava Field, which could only be used by learning Fire Mastery above A class, must be cast by at least 2 people to destroy ice burrows that the boss was hiding in, but ... The problem was that there was only one such hunter in the guild. Although it was not a dungeon in danger of immediate collapse, the fact that it would take a long time to attack could have caused concern among the residents around, and KH Guild began secretly searching for skill cards, aware that the right to clear could be transferred to other guilds depending on the government's influence. Unfortunately, however, there were no supplies not only in Korea but also in the world. Oh Jinhua's eyes glow quietly. I would be thinking about how expensive I could sell it back. I was sure there must have been KH Guild contact in the black market. We offer 38 billion for all 10 cards. 3.8 billion won each. Is that the best? It's at the best price, considering that you trusted today's purchase transaction through us, also that the cards you are selling are all valuable, and you are trading 10 cards at once. I spilled it as a passing word. I heard it's very chilly in Daejeon these days. Oh Jinhua only had a little silence, but she did not seem baffled and immediately responded. I learned many times from your wisdom today. I offer 43 billion. She had undergone a quick change of tone, understanding my implication that I knew about the KH Guild. Thanks to this, it jumped by 5 billion won in an instant. This was less than half the premium that they would receive from the KH Guild. I thought this was enough since I was not going to deal directly with the KH kids. Alright. Unlike the past life, the Dunkendong dungeon would likely be cleared by KH Guild this time. After that, I sold a few more things that I had prepared, and I settled the money that I spent and earned that day and returned home, having made more than 30 billion won in cash. Seogyu Chul called me back that day almost a month after the auction dungeon incident. I've prepared your next mission. Since the day I was known to barely have managed to survive the auction dungeon, I had only encountered Seogyu Chul in a series of reporting occasions. This was the first time I had been with him alone since then. What a great daddy. That's a great daddy. The exploration is next week. The dungeon grade is E. It had been a while since the media beat him up for sending a novice hunter to an unsuitable dungeon, and yet again, he had chosen another dungeon that was too much for a novice. He floated the hologram, like the last time, and gave me a brief explanation. His tone made it clear that he found nothing wrong with this at all. It was as if he didn't know about the accident that had recently happened. He didn't even ask his son for consolation or regards. The reason why the most intense emotion of the original Seo Jin-wook in response to Mercadius Seed was anger was in front of my eyes. The reason why he had such deep anger since he was young. "Do you have anything to say?" When I stood still without a reply, Seo Gyu-chul asked in a cold tone. And so, I replied in a tone that was similarly cold to him. "Yes." "Say it." I said it. "Well, I can't go to a dungeon." There was a chill of silence in the office. "What does that mean? Are you disobeying my orders?" "No, it's not disobedience. It's requesting, my superior." "What's the appropriate reason?" Now, Seo Gyu-chul looked at me with eyes that seemed to kill. Wow. Are those eyes one could give their kid? "What part of this dungeon do you not like?" "It's not just this specific dungeon, it's about dungeons overall. I don't think I can go to a dungeon for a while. I don't want to go." There was no dungeon exploration with Celestial Dragon for the time being. We didn't know how many Park Chang-hee could be hiding within this guild. I wanted to wait until Ipponia grew up. "Are you kidding me? It's not a joke." I spoke with a stiff look on my face. "I've had nightmares since the last dungeon exploration. I can see Team Leader Park Chang-hee's last appearance. It's not that I won't go to dungeons forever. I don't mean to quit as a hunter. I need time to get back into the dungeon, a time to relax. I can't talk to anyone else, but I'm telling you because you're my father. Please understand this." The moment I said that, something flew into my sight. I let myself get hit on purpose. Puck. Shatter. Now, would one look at this? I barely held in my desire to raise the ends of my lips. "What? What did you just say? Talk to me again." Seo Gyu-chul's roar resonated within the entire room. He, who had never made a loud noise so far, keeping his cold atmosphere, was venting his anger for the first time. His eyes were burning. As he was shouting, I glanced at Seo Gyu-chul's crystal glass broken and rolling on the floor. It just hit my forehead and shattered to pieces. If I were an unawakened, my forehead would have been torn with it. "What a mess, huh?" Seo Gyu-chul kept shouting. "What? Having nightmares? You're so spectacular in many ways. For a hunter, fighting and accidents are routine. What are you going to do with such a weak mind? That's amazing. Incredible. I don't know from whom you have inherited the fragile mind that could shatter with a puff." I simply listened, all without moving. This was a bit more intense of a reaction than I had initially expected, but the way I intended for it was about right. "What? You can see Park Chang-hee? Are you going to turn Park Chang-hee's death in vain? He wouldn't be able to close his eyes if he knew he died because of an idiot like you. I don't care, get ready on your own. If you can't make it, I will hang a leash on you like a dog and drag you there." It was not just the curse that made Seo Jin-wook's sanity off and blew away in front of Seo Gyu-chul in his previous life. Seo Gyu-chul also worked hard to add to it. I have to make sure if there are seeds in the core once he charged up enough of mana. When I was silent, Seo Gyu-chul reached out his hand as if he was about to throw a coaster this time. All right, that was it. Whip. I gently caught the crystal coaster that he threw. Seo Gyu-chul's eyes widened. "Put a leash and drag me? Is that something you would say to a son that is suffering?" It had only been 2 months, so it was just about time to relapse. Not to the point of disrespecting the parents. Should I start flipping things over? I fumbled the memory of how Seo Jin-wook expressed his anger against Seo Gyu-chul. As soon as I revived the closest memory, I thought about how I could express it with my awakened body. Right after I had thought it through. "How can you, to your father? This bastard?" I shivered as if I couldn't contain my rising anger, and with the glass coater in my hand. Whip. Clang. I threw it right in front of where Seo Gyu-chul was looking. The expensive pottery that had been placed all over the room was broken continuously. Seo Gyu-chul shouted. "Somebody outside. Get him out of here." I played the original Seo Jin-wook with the textbook example of anger management disorder, who kept breaking things in the room and left himself to explode in anger. My riot with force continued until the hunters rushed into the office and dragged me out. The next day after a ruckus between Seo Gyu-chul and Seo Jin-wook took place, Secretary Kim Byung-ho headed to Seo Jin-wook's bedroom. The quiet gaze of the company's employees followed his path. Rumors had already spread about what happened between the father Seo Gyu-chul and his son, Seo Jin-wook, yesterday. There was also a murmur that Seo Jin-wook's mental illness had finally recurred. He knocked on the door with curious eyes in the background. Knock, knock. Team leader? After a 5-second wait, he knocked again. Team leader? Team leader Seo Jin-wook? After 2 mechanical repetitions, Secretary Kim took the key out of his arms and opened the door. Something he would never do in ordinary times. He entered the room. And inside was middle. There was no one in Seo Jin-wook's room. Not only himself but also no cat. That resembled a cat that he raised. What was left inside was all the shambles of furniture and utensils. Some were broken, torn, shredded, and slightly tanned. He outdid himself. The housekeeping team will have a hard time. Secretary Kim was not at all shaken. He calmly straightened up the fallen chair, sat down, and made a call. Yes, this is Kim Byung-ho. Team leader Seo Jin-wook, I think he left home. He left a note. The paper he was holding was in rough handwriting, with all kinds of profanities scribbled on it, saying that he would leave the house, and that nobody should come after him. After putting down the note back, Secretary Kim waited for someone to come. As he turned his eyes out of the window, the sky was unusually blue. He muttered something that no one could hear. I don't know what you're thinking, but please come back safely. Welcome to Chicago. Chicago O'Hare Airport, immigration checkpoint. After I got my passport back from an immigration officer, I came out of the immigration office and saw myself reflected on the window. It's comfortable. No mana consumption, too. The reflection of me was the face of Kang Min-guk, a businessman who perfectly matched the picture of his passport. What had changed was not just appearance. Now, if someone pulled out my hair and did a DNA analysis, the result would be consistent with the present Kang Min-guk, and not of Seo Jin-wook. Thus was the power of the item purchased on the black market. In fact, this kind of preparation was not necessary to avoid airport inspections. A few days later, I needed this item to participate in exploring the Chicago Gate dungeon as a hunter of another status. Chicago. I had only been here once in my previous life. I had no chance to visit twice, since the city itself was annihilated entirely afterward. Beep. As I operated the terminal, a self-driving car came with an empty driver's seat. I opened the door and registered the user, and it drove downtown. I came here today to get my hands first on the items that one of my former colleagues would use. Not long ago, I discovered that Randy, Nate, and Hibiki all existed in this period. I think I'm the only one who was reincarnated among the 4 dead in Angelica's hands. The 3 of them and I had something in common, that we died at the Tower of Choice. It would be highly beneficial if I could meet my former colleagues in this life. In such a situation, if I stoked the items they would use, I would feel guilty, but this would be done for a reason. I came to Chicago to get the sword that Randy had used in his previous life. Would I take it and guide it to Randy? Of course, I had the intention to. However, it was still going to be a long time from now. Randy, of a common fair nature, often acted as a mediator between us, and someone might have mistaken him for the eldest, but in fact, he was the youngest of the last 5. To estimate how young he was. Randy Samuel Hickerson, his birth date was December 3, 2033. In other words, the Sword King, Randy, who was the strongest hunter in the previous life, was just currently a 4-year-old child. Chapter 35. We're finalizing the quality, more will be uploaded to catch up to our target upload rate. The chapters for this series are 1.52x longer than the average KR chapter, so the number of chapters might be a bit less. Kevin McKidd. How long are you going to follow me? It was less than 3 minutes after I followed him when A-class hunter, Del Parker, noticed my tail. He was bound to notice that I had been following him openly without hiding at all. With this, I silently invoked the artifact and covered the surrounding area with a barrier. Then, he tilted his head, looking at my face. That's strange. I haven't made someone hold a grudge against me recently. Even though he knew he was being followed, he deliberately led me to this dreary alleyway. It was an expression of confidence, one because he knew that he wouldn't lose in a 1-to-1 fight. I don't hold a grudge against you. It is true. I had never even been involved with hunter named Del Parker in my previous life. It's only that you were the most appropriate. I ask for your understanding beforehand, Sling. Without a word, he rushed at me with a double sword pulled from his back. Cling. Chang. He handled two swords brilliantly. He cut, stabbed, crossed, sliced from bottom to top, swung it across each other, and ripped over a short time. The remnants of the blue mana along the path drew a net-like dense spiderweb. However, no attack was able to hurt me. I pulled out a long sword and blocked all attempts. His face was now getting nervous. Swish. I took a step back and avoided the sword that he swung forcefully. I struck him as I stepped forward with a strong rebound on the ground. The sword ripped through the air and made a sharp sound. It was not an attack meant for him to die, but for him to block. He crossed two blades and blocked it, as I expected. Clang. I concentrated a lot of mana on this attack so that his hands would tingle. As expected, Del Parker seemed baffled by the heaviness that suddenly struck him. The blocked blade trembled. Why would this kind of hunter do such dirty thing as assassination? After seeing me attempting to corner him, he mistook me as an A or S class hunter. It was too high quality of manpower to handle a contracted murder. To get rid of one hunter, it was more economical to use such means as poison and radiation. It's not an assassination. I replied, over the blazing blade of mana, I won't kill you. While his arms were grounded, he didn't notice a small change on my wrist. You just need to sleep a few days and wake up. Then it'll be over. At the moment, his eyes were stained with suspicion. Hiss. Kya. 5 snakes hidden with the disguise skill by the Iponia crystal had been activated and suddenly appeared in the air. What the? He tried to respond belatedly, but the snakes that stretched out on my wrist rushed at him from all directions. There was indeed no way to escape. Crack. The teeth, concentrated with mana, pierced Parker's barrier and flesh. That in itself was enough. This. The effect was much faster than against Park Chang-hee. Thump. Del Parker fell to the ground and convulsed. Park Chang-hee was also an A-class hunter, but the difference had not been because he was much better. I spoke to the 5 snakes that didn't go back to the bracelets but rather stare at me as if asking, did we do a good job? You guys. Your poison is getting stronger day by day, huh? Hiss. Hiss. They hissed like they were in a good mood. 5 pairs of sparkling eyes stared at me. However, that only lasted for a while. Hiss. Hiss? They looked around, and they were very baffled to know that there were no other humans or monsters around besides Del Parker, who fell on the floor. They were searching everywhere in the barrier as if this could not be true. Hiss. After finding nothing, they put their 5 heads together and stared at Parker's body. Then they looked at Del Parker and me in turn. Hiss. Hiss. The 5 began to hiss at once, and the response seemed to protest, we have 5 mouths, but whose stomach is this supposed to fill? Hey, hey! That's not food. Hiss. Hold it at this time. I'll give you next time. And Snake 2, take that out. No, Snake 4, not you. Again, this time, Snake 4, who misunderstood his name, threw up half of the item box that he had swallowed before, but when I scolded him, he hurriedly ate it again. Then, as if nothing had happened, he crawled around the alley in innocence, not even making eye contact with me. Meanwhile, Snake 2 vomited a huge object according to my order. It took time because it was big and so long. The Pesado's coffin. It was an artifact that really looked like a coffin to bury a body. The difference was that the outer material was white metal, and the lid was pitted with holes in the top part that could not possibly be opened. Now then, it was time for the most laborious task. I looked down at Del Parker, lying on the floor. I needed to take a little body sample from his body. I took off the beanie hat he was wearing to get his hair. What? Why is his hair so short? It was the uniquely shaved head that some Americans insisted on. I then activated the skill without hesitation. Hair growth. Greedy blonde hair grew on his scalp, which was like that of a monk. Out of nowhere, curly hair covered the floor of the alley. It was almost similar to that of Rapunzel. I roughly grabbed the middle of the hair and cut it with the knife. Even if I cut it off, he still had long hair, so Del Parker looked like a rock band vocalist that was popular back when I was young. Then I cut off some nails and skin, pulled out a tooth, took out a syringe to pull out some blood, and detoxified it. Everything taken from Del Parker's body was put into a hole above the coffin's head and poured in a special solution. Burble burble. After making sure everything melted, I took off my clothes, went into the coffin, and then closed the lid. After a few minutes of fighting with the mad itch and a tingling, I opened the lid of the coffin again. Blarg. I spat out a protein mucus that had instantaneously filled my mouth. The body was also covered with something like a sticky mucus membrane, so I removed it by hand and stepped out of the coffin. I washed my body clean with magic and looked in the mirror. My body had perfectly transformed into Del Parker. As I removed the real Del Parker's terminal on his wrist, an electronic sound rang. User recognition complete. His terminal, which recognized all scannable information, including the distribution of veins in my body, the retina, and the appearance of my bones within a second, immediately unlocked his terminal as it recognized me as the real Del Parker. Let me see the email. I quickly found the mail Del Parker received from a hunter agency. Most Korean hunters joined a guild, but many in the US focused on being a freelancer or small teams that were freer to join and leave as they had a higher class. Even if there was no supply from the guilds like Korea, there was always a dungeon waiting for hunters in the US, where the land was large, and the dungeon was never short. When a new dungeon was found, it was usually handed over to the hunter agency from the state first, and the agency gathered appropriate hunters and organized an exploration team. Hunters could choose the dungeon they wanted from the invitations sent by various agencies. I replied to an email from the agency to explore the Chicago dungeon a few days later, informing that I would add a bracelet among the items to be brought into the dungeon. The reply came within 10 minutes. Of course, the content was okay. They were good with their works. I shoved Del Parker into the coffin to take him to the hotel room. He just needed to sleep a few days like this. Yes, I'm at the gate near the DuSable Bridge. The expedition will enter the gate in about 30 minutes. Usually, Chicago citizens enjoy leisure time, and the cruise ship carrying tourists has to sail along the river. Still, there's a lot of tension in the area, where the entry is controlled except for the expedition team and government personnel. As the viewers already know, the dungeon has been confirmed as an A-class. Reporters were seen filming loudly beyond the police line. Yes, Mr. Del Parker. We'll proceed with the identification and inspection of belongings. Of course, I had passed without a hitch. The number of people who would enter the dungeon was 15. However, 3 people were absent, even though the departure time was fast approaching. I could see the agency people making a hasty call urgently. Hunters who arrived first had no choice but to wait for the 3 late people even if they were ready. Here they are. I heard a commotion, the tumult of many people moving at once. The reporters burst and flashed instantly. It's McKidd. Kevin McKidd. A large number of people were approaching, crossing the police line. There were 3 hunters, and the rest were all just ordinary people. They were all employed by one hunter at the center, a tall black man, wearing a white shirt and leather pants, looking well over 2 meters tall. Kevin McKidd. An SS rank hunter that was non-existent officially in Korea at this time. Wow, there's a superstar. A hunter, who was waiting with me, mocked him. Is he out of his mind? How dare he wear those clothes when he well knows we're waiting for them? If one was a member of the expedition, they should wear combat uniforms. McKidd seemed to be planning to change his clothes here, even though he was late. I laughed and spoke up, but now that we're all here, we'll be on our way. However, that didn't happen. There seemed to be a serious discussion between McKidd's party and the agency. I could also hear McKidd screaming, which was full of irritation. I listened attentively. No, you mean, out of 15 people, only me and 2 people who I brought are the ones above S rank? The other 12 are all A rank? Why did it change suddenly? McKidd, honey. Please help me. It's because of a sudden vacancy today. And I paid a lot of attention to the A-level dungeon clear at this level. No, that'll slow down our clear. Didn't my secretary tell you that I'm going on vacation to Nice's villa next week? If it's delayed, you'll mess up the schedule. I'm in a situation where I'm going to babysit 12 A ranks. Do you think I'll be able to finish on time? As he said that, McKidd gave us an irritated glare, which had been waiting in advance. As hunters who could hear all the sounds of words come and go, their expressions turned fierce. It's sickening to hear that. There were murmurs everywhere. However, no one directly spoke against McKidd. If an A-rank hunter had said such things openly to B rank or C rank hunter, their life could be in danger in the dungeon. Either way, they were still colleagues who would protect each other in a life-and-death situation of a battle. Doing so was an act of making an enemy. However, it was different for SS rank hunters. There was a large wall between the A and S ranks, and there was a larger wall between the S and SS ranks. Now, McKidd knew he could be that arrogant, so that's what he was doing. Please understand me. The middle-aged agency man seemed to have managed to persuade McKidd. However, the problem continued. Oh, damn it. Why are we just on standby and not going in? One hunter spat out profanity. The man who kept listening answered his question. This time, McKidd is persistent that he won't carry his own luggage. That crazy bastard. Originally, there were no porters at the dungeon expedition. The gate always held a limited number of people, normally one person, including belongings, and dependent on volume and weight. All hunters must enter the gate with similarly distributed public loads attached to their bodies. If the dungeon required a lot of packing, equal loads were carried, regardless of whether it was SSS ranked or F ranked. McKidd was rejecting that now. No, Lloyd. Come here. How did you review the contract? A man who appeared to be his personal lawyer came next to him and explained the situation in embarrassment. Because of the internal environment of the dungeon, we inevitably need a lot of luggage. Oh, shit. Nothing's going my way. McKidd, who was sure to coordinate everything else at will, cursed continuously. He eventually changed his clothes reluctantly and put on his combat backpack. Taking over as the expedition team leader, as if it was natural, he stood in front of the waiting hunters. Briefings are replaced by materials distributed. Let's go. There was no apology or expression of regret for why everyone had to wait for him. Hunters threw themselves into the gate in turn with expressions of disapproval. Isn't it creepy? As soon as we entered the dungeon, a hunter began to mumble. It was a dark and cold environment, like a cloudy day. The expedition team walked through the forest, where there was no sign of life. After an hour of following the map made through a preliminary survey, it finally came out. Oh, is there a boss monster in there? In front of us was an oddly shaped giant castle that did not resemble the Earth's architectural style. The surface of the castle wall, which could not be known what it was made up of, was covered with lumps that looked like a mix of dough with guts and soil. More than 80% of the exterior surface of the castle had been eroded by it. You mean that attacks when people approach it, right? The reason why each hunter's bag became heavy was to deal with that. Start to assemble. Following McKidd's instructions, everyone took out metal parts and small missiles from their battle bags. It was a missile equipped with materials similar to the monocore bomb in the warhead. 15 launchers were assembled in time. While the hunters were moving, McKidd sat still while watching us. It's one of the terms of the contract was that he wouldn't do any chores. Indeed, he was a superstar with a high nose. After a while, all the preparations were complete. 15 temporary launchers aimed the missile at the giant castle ahead. Everyone, back up. When the hunters stepped down, McKidd manipulated the terminal. Fire. Pew. 15 missiles flew with sparks on their tails. Flying along a smooth orbit, they struck the surface of a strange mass covering the castle. Bang. Swish. Cuckoo, coo, coo, coo. It was a blast that could rip the ears. White flash took place in the distance, and a blue flame covered the place where the explosion had swept away. The ground shook, and that it was necessary to re-establish our balance. After a while, the shaking stopped, and the dust and smoke that covered the castle completely disappeared. The castle was then revealed. Wow! The expeditors exclaimed in amazement. Even amid the explosion, the black castle walls showed no signs of collapsing or breaking. On the other hand, much of the wiggling lumps that covered the outer surface disappeared. If it was about 80% before the attack, it was now about 20% covered. McKidd muttered, "It means that we have to beat the rest with our hands to get in. That's troublesome. Come on, march." At his instruction, the expedition team began to move again. I began to think while looking at the back of that McKidd. In my past life, that man, McKidd, eventually took over the sword. It was more than half a year that he managed to wield the sword in his hand. After getting the sword, he lived just about that much longer. Kevin McKidd's end was never a beautiful sight. He held the sword firmly in his right hand, cut himself little by little from the end of his limbs, and died after leaving a total of 386 pieces. His body was reportedly shocking enough to cause even experienced rescue workers to retire in shock. An autopsy also revealed that Kevin McKidd must have been alive for about a day since he first put the blade into his body. It was not confirmed whether he was in a state of pain when the sword had completely possessed him. Once he's slain after he gets his hand on the sword, the only way to change the owner is to kill him. In other words, I had to intercept Makid before he could get the sword in his hands. It would be less complicated than to fight and kill an SS hunter that way. 6 months later, I could wait for Makid to die on his own and retrieve it, but if he went the same way as in his previous life, I would have to shake off the federal government when he had gotten detained at home, which was formidable. It was best to take it away from here now. I quietly followed in Makid's footsteps while organizing the plans in my head. Chapter 36. Swordmaster 1. Penetrating the rest of the lumps of flesh covering the exterior of the castle, we entered inside. As we stepped in the entrance, we saw traces of touches by unknown species all around the area. The seemingly unusual items were everywhere, but no hunter dared to touch them recklessly. We did not know which was an artifact and which were the components of the dungeon. All the more, this kind of dungeon was always accompanied by traps. Emily, scan. A hunter brought by Makid stepped forward and used her skill. Based on the mana pattern, it was a B rank clairvoyance. In the meantime, I was quietly pulling up mana, too. Penetration, rank, A. This was a level of clairvoyance higher than what she used. A detailed view of the trap structure required both the successor's eyes and physical projection. But then, the dungeon structure resists the skill. The results of the clairvoyance are somewhat blurred. The dungeon was resisting. It meant that the building itself was much like an artifact. Then, I have to take it one step higher. I was instantly glad that I had absorbed a lot of mana cores beforehand. Penetration, rank, S. Now I could see the structure properly. While I was observing everywhere, Emily grimaced as if she had finished her clairvoyance. The resistance of the structure is too strong. What about the projection rate? 60% no, 55%. This meant that she watched a little more than half of it. At this, Makid clicked his tongue. That's ambiguous. Just tell me what you saw. The statue-like structure over there is a sensor. Looking at the structure, I think the blades will fall from the ceiling if I approach it. It's not enough for the people here to be killed, but if we want to save mana, we'd better take care of the ceiling first. Runestone shown as fast-witted magic hunters seem to be preparing spells. The front door is made to be automatically opened and closed. It'll open after the blades fall, right? It tempted you to go in, but it's just a front. There is a complex structure hidden underneath the floor. If I step on it, I'm sure the door will close again and will get me stuck, and I'm sure something is going to happen after that, but I'm not entirely sure what it is. Anyway, we can't go in there. However, the wall on the right is colored a bit differently. If you break it, you'll get a passageway. They're clean. Anything more? None. Okay, get the spells ready. We'll deal with the ceiling first. It was then that I stepped in, for a moment. Wait a minute. Everyone's eyes were on me, who was posing as a hunter named Del Parker. Makid spoke in an annoying voice, if you're going to drag on, stop it. From my point of view, this dungeon started as a losing business from the beginning. You don't need to be a bitch about it, bastard. Listen to me first. One of the reasons I had chosen Parker as my cover was because he did not publish his unique skill to the public. I then asked Emily. You said your clairvoyance was in the B rank, right? She nodded. It was the individual's freedom to reveal his or her skills in advance. If you didn't write anything on your profile, you wouldn't be contacted by the agency, so you could tell them what you wanted to say for adequate self-promotion. In her case, she participated as a support, so the skill rankings had been revealed in advance. I didn't write it on my official profile, but my unique skill is also support type. It's similar to clairvoyance. But somehow, I think my skills work better than your penetration in this environment. Makid did not dig into what my skill was called or what the environment even meant. He then decided to ask a single question, as if it would be a waste of time to ask for more. Emily said she had a 55% perspective. Your name is Del Parker, isn't it? How much do you see? I stated a number not too perfect, but a level that was better than Emily's. 85%. Surprisingly, Makid's eyes widened a bit. He moved right on to another question. Well, what did you see, Del Parker? What is prepared inside the front door is a flame trap. It's the same that if you break the right wall, you'll get a passage. But that is also a front. The doors won't close immediately, but after about 10 meters, they'll be closed and locked inside. Everyone changed their expressions once again at the word 10 meters that I mentioned. It meant that I could see it until that very distance. We have to stay here and break that statue instead of moving forward. Then the whole room will move and connect to a new passage that is now cut off. I don't think it could be known just by clairvoyance, though. I told you. It's of some sort. Okay, then let's go over one by one. It's a matter of life and death so that you wouldn't have been just talking nonsense. At his instruction, a magic hunter made a spell, and blades hidden from the ceiling poured down. Almost at the same time, the door that had been closed in front of it opened, like it was calling them to come in. Next, Erickson? Under McKidd's directions, another hunter he brought threw a crystal at the floor, and a pile of stones appeared to form a lump of a golem. It's a sacrificial golem. Expensive golem crystals were consumed to verify my unique skill. Boom. Boom. The golem walked, creating light vibrations. As soon as it entered the door middle dot. Bang. As if it was waiting for it, the door closed, and light and heat leaked out from the inside. Everyone should be aware of what was going on beyond the door, traps that could turn the entrance into whole roasts. McKidd's eyes became slightly different. Next, a hunter broke the right wall, revealing a passage. Erickson made another golem and sent it away. As it moved forward about 10 meters as I said. Bang. The door closed again by surprise. The sound of breaking and grinding within the vicinity continued. This is the last one. McKidd broke the statue, exactly as I had stated. Then. Hoo-oh-oh-oo. I felt the room with the expedition team rising like an elevator. After some time, the entrance we entered disappeared, and there was a passage leading to the other floor. Now, the route to retreat was gone, and only the way to the inside was left. McKidd felt dumbfounded. Damn it, is this an A-class dungeon? I answered back with a nonchalant expression, the traps we've just seen, you've been able to stop them without a scratch. If it were other hunters or me, they might have been hurt, but they wouldn't have died. The fact that we had to get rid of that statue could have been figured out in the end through a hidden hint somewhere here. But it would have taken that long. I felt it once again when I saw McKidd's expression. This guy wanted to end the clearing as efficiently as possible and with the least amount of time. And thus, I spoke, I don't think there's a need for two people to project at once in this team, and what do you think about me taking charge of it? Instead, I request this to be reflected upon the distribution of compensation after clearing. Apart from the system's additional compensation in a separate space, hunters should judge and distribute such things as dungeon acquisitions on their own. McKidd looked around the expedition team and asked once more. Do we need to ask for opinions? Of course, everyone agreed. After that, I was in charge of sensing the traps. Victory welled up inside me. All right, all is as planned. Since then, there had been several battles, and I had helped identify and removed most of the traps in advance. Of course, I didn't forget to make mistakes little by little because I could have bought suspicion if it was too perfect. Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't see it. The expedition team was wiping out the slime debris all over their bodies because I let them touch the traps on purpose. Everyone frowned, but they didn't dare blame me. After comparing it a few more times, they had no choice but to admit that my clairvoyance was better than hers. There's nothing we can do about it. Whenever I moved to such a new room, I didn't forget to look everywhere by penetration. I also meant to grasp the trap in advance, but it had a more important purpose. How far did we go like that? It's here. I then found the place I was after. I could see it. It was a trap as soon as we entered. A structure that black tentacles would come out of the floor when touched, tying the intruders tightly and dragging them underground. Wait, everybody, stay still. I need to take a closer look. In here, no one else should be set up, and only I should be the one to be caught. Right now, I had been taking the lead in clairvoyance to make a reason for me to be the impromptu leader. I walked away as if I was letting them watch closely with the explorers behind my back. Then, on the frontmost trap activator, I deliberately stepped hard on it. Thump. Ah. At that moment, the floor where I was stepping on fell away, and a tentacle like black sea anemone wrapped my body. I struggled, coupling this with a scream, which effectively made me look desperate. Damn it. McKidd's face was distorted. He lifted the weapon. He was the one to be in the most trouble if I was gone. Meanwhile, I struggled with my body wrapped in a black tentacle, and I was thinking this. Why are they so slow? Pull me down quickly. As if they heard my inner voice, they pulled me underground. McKidd's attack, trying to cut off the tentacles, split the air above my head. Oh. Ah. In an instant, the explorers disappeared from sight. After being dragged underground, I fell, trapped in a dark, narrow passage. The hole under my foot seemed to go way down. If I keep being dragged away like this, my body will crumble and soon become pulverized. There was no need to go that far. I had already identified what the structure was at the bottom through penetration. I calculated for the chance. I fell, and now I blew up the flames of mana all over my body. Boosh. All the tentacles tied to me were all burnt out. Thump. I stretched my arms and legs to the wall to stop the fall. I stood still in the middle of the vertical passage. Dig. After digging a hole in the middle of the passage, I entered. There was an area of the dungeon where other explorers had not yet even entered. MC Kid will continue to explore instead of risking and running to save me. Emily's clairvoyance isn't that useless at all, nor does it make a fatal hindrance in their battle manpower to lose an A-rank person. They would probably think of Del Parker as a dead man and keep going. I will be one step ahead, outside McKid's eyes. I continued on the dungeon expedition after being alone. I simply relied on the maps in my head and perspective skill to advance. I avoided traps and minimized battles. After penetrating such a complex maze of dungeons alone, I finally arrived at my destination. Here I am. Where my steps stopped was an empty room with a completely different atmosphere. Among them, a human-like skeleton sat down, which looked unique. He held the sword's handle with his two remaining bones and dived that way with the blade facing him as the sword penetrated one's own chest. I approached without hesitation and grabbed the sword handle that the skeleton was holding. Then, "Hoo-oh-oh-oo." The sword began to cry, and a refreshing voice had started to resonate in my head. Ah! I didn't hear it wrong. I could listen to it one more time, a resonance like that of a refreshing spring breeze. Oh, my God, how long has it been? My senses are back. The ones in this room now were the skeleton, sword, and I, including both living and non-living things. There were only 3 of us. Unless the skeleton spoke to me, the one behind this voice was definitely the sword I was holding. When I came into contact with the item, a system message popped up. Devil Slayer. Item description: it was said that a legendary being first used this sword to make mountain ranges out of the corpses of countless demons and make the ocean out of their blood. If you listen to the sword's voice, you will be able to learn the essence of the sword that the previous owners have learned. Precautions: this sword amplifies and releases the user's sword mastery and may take a long time to get used to it. A sword to cut demons. In other words, the demon-slaying sword. However, in our previous lives, we all called this sword Magic Sword. The name was short, and it was considered much more appropriate due to its nature. The voice then kept ringing. Oh. I see it. I can see everything. How long has it been? My senses are back. The voice that came directly into my mind. How should I put it? Suppose telepathy could be compared to a substance, then it would be like unspoiled soft cotton. Its voice sounded like the rays of the sun breaking through the early morning air. A brilliant ringing that must make you feel better just by concentrating on it. If one could turn telepathy into this, they would probably make the person want to give out goodwill and trust for no reason whatsoever. I knew I might if not for the system messages continuously popping in. Oh. You keep looking at me? A voice whispered to me, by any chance. Can you hear this voice? I nodded, holding back the corners of my mouth rising. Yeah, we need to talk first. Oh, my God. It's been a while since I met someone who could hear my voice. This is fate. Let me introduce myself first. I was listening for a moment to the voice of the sword. I'm a sword that has slain countless demons in the past. And I remember all the sword movements of the swordsmen who had me in their hands. Oh, my heart is full. Thank you for holding me. It's fate. What do you think? Would you be my master? The echo sounded full of good faith and pure joy. Nevertheless, the common sense of a hunter who had been through a lot would not immediately accept such a voice without any doubt. Surprisingly, more than half of the hunters who held the sword in the future accepted the offer as soon as it was in their hands, as if it was possessed by something. I was speechless. The sword babbled again when there was no immediate answer. Of course, it must be hard to accept it right here. That's okay. As you can see, I'm a pretty good sword. Hold it in your hand and swing it a few times. I may have a chance to give you a few words of advice. Most of the other half's hunters would also be tricked on in the next step. Just listening to the sword's voice has the effect of filling in years of sword mastery. The system was said to take care of the mana control for skill activation, but using a lot of it to increase mastery was another problem. However, this sword allowed one to skip the process, whether it was a familiar, sword mastery, or a mastery skill specialized in swordsmanship. They relied on it, built trust, and eventually accepted it. They accepted the teachings of the sword to be the true master of the sword. The process of being a true owner is simple. I can offer you all the movements of the sword I have accumulated so far by accepting in your mind that you will allow me and accept me. Don't worry. You don't need to acquire the skills that the awakened has. All you have to do is let me. It doesn't have to be right now. We have a lot of time left in the food. I cut off the sword's words there. Hey! Yes. Go ahead. I rolled up my lips. Don't bullshit me. There was a momentarily flowing silence. The reaction of the sword was a little bit late. What's that? What does that mean? I spoke in a cold voice. Cut the bullshit. From the moment I caught this sword, system messages were ringing noisily in my head, apart from the voice of the sword. Devil Slayer, attempts, whisper of the sword, to the user. The successor's eyes, blocks the, whisper of the sword. Devil Slayer, attempts, whisper of the sword, to the user. The successor's eyes, blocks the, whisper of the sword. Devil Slayer, attempts, whisper of the sword, to the user. The successor's eyes, blocks the, whisper of the sword. Devil Slayer, attempts The whispering of the sword was sweet, but that was why one should be more careful. The devil did not give out unpleasant sounds to your ears. Their whispers were just so sweet that their tongues would tingle. Just like the voice of this sword. As always, there was no lie in the description of the items displayed by the system. However, it didn't explain everything kindly. As the message said, it was true that, Devil Slayer, had massacred many demons through an unknown time. However, the first owner to slaughter the most demons with his sword in his hand was also a devil. Chapter 37. Swordmaster, 2. Let's say a hunter, who was about an SS rank, suddenly thought of this. Shall we kill just 30 people by random today? Of course, he could turn this idea into action, day after day. The scariest thing was that a person could kill thousands of people over a long period without having to leave a single piece of evidence. With the experience, physical strength, skills, and items of an SS rank, it was indeed possible. There were more than 7,000 unsolved murders by the blade in the US between the time that Kevin McKidd took the blade and until he drew his last breath. The figure increased more than 30 times compared to the previous year. At least 80% of the victims were presumed to have been killed by McKidd. Since there were no bodies left, the number of victims could increase exponentially, considering the number of missing persons. Nevertheless, the reason why he was detained in his home and not in Hunter's prison just before his death was that there was only situational evidence and no clear evidence to put him in. In addition to this, as soon as he passed a week in captivity, the magic sword decided to kill his owner. After he died, the magic sword was lost while the federal government kept it. The thing that kept complete mastery of the Earth's public power and government concepts was not recovered by the government for a long time. I didn't know how many hunters it went on since. The thing, which changed its owner in the dark and jumped like a grasshopper, was eventually caught by Randy's grasp, ending the wandering by being overpowered. At first, it used a similar method of enticing that it used against other owners to Randy. Whisper of the Sword, rank, A. Until I knew Angelica's real skills, B rank was the best brainwashing skill by humans. However, expanding the subject of skill rank beyond humans would change the story. The self-aware sword had an A rank mental type skill even if it was just an item, and how powerful it was that about half of the hunter who held the sword was immediately bewitched. If one agreed to become a master, fascinated by its skills, the sword's full-fledged takeover would begin, and the hunter would become a hard-working butcher. They spent days of slaughter after setting goals of murder for a day, and achieving their goals thoroughly and faithfully so that they would not get caught. The other half resisted skill at first, but the temptation to teach the swordsmanship of the former owners broke down the wall of their hearts. But Randy grabbed the sword knowing that it was sugar-coated from the beginning. The sword tested, persuaded, soothed, begged, and pleaded for him to accept the temptation and to be the true master. However, Randy didn't fall for any whispers. Many people assumed that Randy did not fall for it because he had prepared special skills or items. But it wasn't like that. Randy was able to endure for a long time because he first grasped the identity of the magic sword, and, crucially, he had the miraculous will to withstand the A-rank mental type skills. Although Angelica's skills eventually destroyed that mentality. Not everyone believed, but that's the truth. He didn't have any items. When he did not fall for the trick, the magic sword must have concluded that it should kill Randy quickly. It suddenly changed overnight and began hurling unspeakable curses and profanities at Randy. The telepathy attack, carried away by the mental type skill, lasted from the moment Randy grabbed the sword and put it down. It wanted him to be distracted and attack during the battle. However, Randy held on. I stopped reminiscing and glared at the sword in my hand. How can it seem nice when I know all about it? It was a shame to think about it. If we had provided Randy with a psychological shield, his life would have been a little easier. We were actually on the verge of success. At that time, among the alien races who were just beginning to interact with humankind, we received intelligence that there was such an artifact among the race of Sortig and pushed for a deal. We were on the brink of success, but we unilaterally broke the deal up after hearing Angelica's prophecy that they were preparing to backstab humankind, not wanting a real bargain at the last minute. Oh, wait a minute. I stopped thinking. At that moment, an ice-cold chill passed through my spine, and then the heat boiled from my intestines. I clenched my teeth and murmured, "Angelica, you son of a middle dot middle dot middle dot." Now I could understand her reasons. Was Angelica's prediction then right? Wasn't it a lie to prevent our party from carrying any type of psychological armor? I felt afraid it would affect the skill that she used to manipulate our colleagues in secret. Since when has she been holding it in her hand and played with us? How many times has she been involved? "Oh, are you okay? You don't look good." It spoke up once more. I tried to calm down my anger and shot my words at the sword. "Keep your mouth shut. I don't know what made you angry, but I'll keep quiet for a while, as you said. Please talk to me whenever you feel better. You have a long tongue when you're just telling me that you're going to shut up." Although I temporarily blocked the mouth of the magic sword, it would not last long. Being quiet for now would be a kind of strategy. I looked around with penetration. The next stop was not the entrance to the dungeon. I had my goal, but I had no intention of withdrawing from it. This dungeon is A-class. However, the system's high level of difficulty is largely due to the numerous proportions of traps and boss monsters scattered everywhere. In other words, it meant that if I were to avoid traps well, and if I only knew how to finish off boss monsters, it would significantly reduce the difficulty level. In addition, I had both the memory and the ability to solve the problem. There's no reason to come all this way and concede the clear and reward to Makid. If I were lucky, additional compensation for the dungeon would come with a dungeon-grade skill card or an equivalent item. Since this was the A-class dungeon, it was worth looking at an SS rank skill card or its equivalent. I don't need a skill card anyway, but in the previous life's clearing, an A-rank card was released as an additional reward. However, there was no reason to aim for such a thing at a time when I could see compensation clearly. I'm going to aim for the items that are equivalent to the SS rank. The goal was an item that humanity had never taken in its past life. Determination permeated my heart instead of anger. I came back to the pit, the long, vertical passageway, where I just crashed. The path of this dungeon, in which Makid would have no idea, was made up of a structure that went up to the top of the castle in an elevator functioning room from the ground floor entrance and continued down to the underground level of where the boss was. I came down faster than my team by taking a shortcut. In terms of height, it would be about the middle part of the castle. I looked down at the dark cliff, and I took a step without hesitation. Whiz! I fell. I fell into the black air, and the wind beat my face relentlessly. Inside the narrow passage surrounding me, I concentrated mana as I held the long sword. "If the opportunity allows, why don't you give me a squeeze?" The mounted sword whispered telepathically, piercing the combat uniform. What a moment of silence that was. Instead of snapping back to shut it up, I made a stance as if I was placing down the sword. Down there, I could see the origin of the black tentacles. They waited for me, intertwining their vine-like tentacles. I measured the window of chance and concentrated mana, and then it exploded. Boo 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 boom. I burst my mana as I struck down my sword. The flash from the blade tore through the narrow passage. Squeal. The pile of tentacles that burst into pieces created a blue flame and swept it all away. "Wow, that's great. You've reached a high point in mastering the mana." Instead of answering back, I picked up the core and looked around. The inside of the dungeon was divided into sections that could and cannot be destroyed. Like the outer wall of this castle, the part set by the rule of the system could not be broken no matter how hard one would try. Bang! I punched through the wall in search of a destructive zone. Through the hole, it was the first floor of the castle. It is a separate space apart from the entrance of the first floor where the expedition team entered. You couldn't go out of the castle through this place, but you could instead go to the first basement floor. While I was walking down the stairs, the magic sword talked to me 6 more times, and I mostly ignored it. As soon as I entered the basement, I met again with a swarm of monsters. Oh, it's minotaurs. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr ordinary long sword that I had been holding and picked up the magic sword. "Oh. Are you finally swinging me? I'm glad. May I say something? For example, minotaurs are very hard on the outside, but it's effortless if you aim for the leg." I concentrated mana on the magic sword without replying. Whoosh! The blade rang, and the sword stopped whispering. I then swung the sword forward in a large motion. At that moment, I couldn't hear its telepathy, but I felt as if the magic sword had given me a mysterious smile. Swish! The blue light in front of me began to draw a large line. It was a clear line that cut everything in sight into two parts, up and down. The scenery in my eyes was pieced apart and tilted to both axes. As soon as the flash disappeared, rumble! The walls of the dungeon split and columns collapsed everywhere. The minotaurs rolled while divided in two, unable to scream. And I middle. Coop. Hoo-oh-oh-oo. Mana's output, which poured like a storm from the sword, pushed me back. For a moment, I lost my balance and stumbled. It's even more than I imagined. I quickly somersaulted in the air and put the sword forward again. I kept an eye on the front. Monsters were. All of them died instantly. However, some of them had a cut in the chest, and others had their backs cut off, unlike as I aimed at their legs in the first place. The sword whispered like a clear echo, almost as if to make a fuss. "Next time, aim for the leg. Even if you swing it much lighter, it will be cut at once." I remembered the item description I just read. Devil Slayer, item description: if you listen to the sword's voice, you will be able to learn the essence of the sword that the previous owners have learned. Precautions: this sword amplifies and releases the user's sword mastery and may take a long time to get used to it. A note of caution regarding sword mastery amplification was written below. The truth was, this was the biggest reason I had ever tried to get my hands on this magic sword. It isn't that easy as you thought, right? As you can see now, I have the function to amplify the sword mastery. I knew. The problem here was that the magic sword was not a simple function amplified to 20 when one was to add 10 mana. The next time I put in 10, 30 can be released, or 11 could be released. It may seem optimistic that it would be unconditionally strengthened, but the fact that it could not be predicted means that the battle's balance would collapse, like just now. It was tough to acquire this through experience and control it completely. However, it was not simple, and there were definitely rules. But it won't be easy to control. What do you think? If you become my true master, you can control the amplification as you move your limbs, without having to control your mana with a headache. In the end, it proved to be a temptation to me once again. He tried to entice Randy several times with the same words, but he silently trained with the sword and eventually managed to control it freely. Was it about 6 months before it happened? There is no formula for amplification of the sword mastery. Even a slight change in the swinging path changes the outcome. It isn't something you can learn by getting used to it. Unlike system messages, the magic sword told lies. So if you just leave everything to me I will not only pass on all the sword movements of the former masters but also give you the authority to control me completely. Its whispering became intense and harsh as it went on. I could guess that it had been thrown out in this dungeon for a long time. I kept walking with the magic sword, all without reply. Attention! Attention! Death to intruders! The knight armor came running with the sword. There was a black shadow in their silver armor. I swung the sword with a weaker mana than the Minotaur. This time, I tried to swing it twice in a row. Swish! Boo 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 boom! I'm going to go mad. I inputted smaller mana, but rather a stronger mana storm swept the front. There was no room for the second attack. Again, the sword whispered to me as I was pushed into the air and stepped on the ground. It's not easy, is it? You don't have to be shy. Everyone who holds me goes through it. Next, I encountered a group of fire sprites. I stabbed the sword with the least amount of mana. There were 6 consecutive stabs as I intended. The problem was that the mana spewed out in consideration of amplification was microscopically amplified and weakly unfolded. The monster hit back immediately without a scratch on its body. Without the mana shield, my whole body's fluid would have boiled up and died instantly. Phew, it was really dangerous this time. I hate to say this, but now I'm really starting to worry about you. If something big happens to you at this rate. Shut up. I went on. I recalled mana's amount that was inputted for all the attacks until now and how those unfolded. I analyzed what pattern the mana-absorbed sword had made by the successor's eyes. One way or the other, it was ultimately a matter of mana's control. Oh, it's another monster. It's not too late, so. I said, shut up. Towards the rushing herd of werewolf, once again, I held up the magic sword and swung it. One output was excessive, the other was ridiculously feeble, but the last one was almost as I intended. The last attack was lucky. But it's dangerous if you keep going with this kind of luck. Please listen to my earnest request. When I opened the room's door, zombies crawled in slowly. I swung the sword with the idea of experimenting with all this and that. As time went by, the output began to converge within a specific range. There was some bafflement within the whisper of the magic sword. Fortunately, you're fortunate in succession. It went by safely this time, too. The release was great, too. Do you have any luck items with you? The rain of my sword movements cut off the metal golems like tofu. The recoil no longer swayed me. However, it was regrettable that the continuation of the attack was a little squeaky. Now the number of words said by the magic sword had decreased little by little. This is a little. And finally, I arrived at the basement floor where the boss was located. Cuckoo. Blasts from my sword movement made the chimeras explode like a balloon. The sword movement did not penetrate them, nor did it bounce off their hard skin. It went right into the center of their bodies and exploded inside. It made their intestines melt and ended their breath at once. It was because of handling that controls both time differences and destructive forces. I murmured at the magic sword I held in my hand. It's a little useful now. Randy took half a year, and I took half a day. In a stunned voice, the magic sword murmured, "Are you like the incarnation of the god in charge of the martial arts?" Now it was making me laugh. The earth wasn't even done with the tutorial yet. What did one mean by incarnation? Now, then. I glared at the door of the last tightly closed room before my eyes. It was finally the boss round. Chapter 38. Boss Monster. The Chicago Dungeon Gate showed the following information. Dungeon information. Level, A. Maximum number of entrants, 15. Clear conditions, eliminate the boss monster on the last floor of the castle. Time remaining to evolve, 102 days, 3 hours, 22 minutes. Status, steady. The system message did not explain what the boss monster was capable of or looked like. When one would meet with a boss monster, it didn't even kindly tell him or her, "That's the boss monster." It just notified them that the dungeon had been cleared once they had ended it. Experienced hunters are confident that they can tell the boss with their own eyes. It was usually the boss who was waiting alone in a vast room, having to be very large, or some ability that no other monsters had, or something that looked very bizarre, or on the contrary too normal, or of an unknown species. But when experience and age accumulate mediocrely, it becomes a poison that hinders judgment. That was the knowledge of the elite hunters of this era. Since some time had passed since the cataclysm, they were confident that they knew the dungeon ecology well. Still, the knowledge that humankind had acquired now was only a first aid procedure on a bleeding wound, relatively or absolutely. For example, I was now in front of the last room of the dungeon. However, the expedition team that had attacked the site in my previous life would never have imagined that to be the boss room. The system explained that the boss was on the last floor. I was definitely at the bottom of the dungeon at this moment. However, the dungeon explorer's analysis, especially by Emily's B-level clairvoyance, would have differed. There was a bigger room beyond this room from her eyes, and most of all, there seemed to be the next floor underground. It was all fake. That was an area that Hunter could not enter in the first place, and it was not part of the dungeon. That meant that the last floor of the dungeon was right here. There was a lock on the door. It was not easy to get in from the perspective of other hunters, even if it was not even the last room. In dungeons, these areas were usually called the treasure rooms. Woong. I made a key with various mono patterns and stuck it in the door. Creak. The door opened with an eerie sound. In front of me was a room similar to what I had seen a few hours ago. "Oh. Is this?" The sword murmured as if it found this strange. The room's scenery was too similar to the room where it had been locked up for many years. As same as then, there was nothing in the room except one pile of bone and a sword that penetrated its chest. Even the structure of the inner wall was entirely identical. As soon as I opened the door, I heard telepathy as if it had waited for me. "Oh, I've been waiting for you. I can't believe you woke me up. An adventurer from another world. You've already got your hands on Devil Slayer, haven't you?" It wasn't the sword that was whispering in my mind. Considering the direction, another sword in that room was thought to be the source of the telepathy. At this point, the expedition of their previous life must have had this thought from their point of view, especially when they had a clear memory of getting the sword that way. There's another item like the Devil Slayer in this dungeon. Furthermore, Emily would have confirmed that there were no traps in this room, that it was just a room. Well, that was what it might seem to her. The sword spoke as if it found this all odd. "I don't know how it knows me." Of course, it didn't know what that was. The sword wasn't born in this dungeon. It was just swept away when parts of the other dimension were recombined and sealed in this middle dimension. When the expedition team in my previous life encountered that thing, the sword was in possession by Kevin McKidd. No matter how he may be, he couldn't hold two similar artifacts. In other words, that sword would go to one of the other explorers besides McKidd. This was a treasure house, anyway. Confident that they had to pass through it to get to the next room, they would have entered the room to identify the artifact's true nature. "You can use the sword and me to deal with the boss downstairs. Please, if you would accept, I'll be." However, I didn't have to. Even before the telepathy had entered my head at the speed of light, I threw what I had in my hand into the room. Swish. "Oh, no. What is this? Wait a minute. Listen." It shouted in dismay. On a thick bundle of monocores flying in midair, an Iponia crystal was attached to it. And then... Whoong. This was a room that wouldn't open the door again once you entered until you cleared it. This was the unbreakable construction of a dungeon playing by its own rules. However, I didn't go in yet. Thump. In an instant, by combining the monopatterns, the door was closed again without stepping into the room. When the skeleton and sword disappeared from my sight, the sword murmured. "Whoever your opponent might be, you don't listen to others until the end, do you?" At that moment. Boo 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 boom. Vibration and blast sound was faintly transmitted over the door. It was the sound of the monocore exploding with deep sea swimming sweeping the inside. I opened the door again once the noise stopped. Squeal. The scenery in the room was completely different from what I had just seen. The familiar bricks that I saw throughout the exploration of the dungeon were nowhere to be found. Sword and skeleton also disappeared. In the first place, the sword lured its prey like the tentacle of an anglerfish. If Emily checked it with penetration, she would not find any traps because they were hidden like the wall's bricks when, in fact, they weren't even the wall. One had to use a different skill than penetration to find that. Squeal. The smell of burning flesh and the disgusting smell of rotting organic matter mixed in and stung my nose. In the room where the hexagonal shape collapsed, dark red mud was waving. They surrounded the outer walls of the castle and resisted the hunter's entry. Slimy things that appeared to be a mixture of mud, flesh, and intestines covered the whole room and twisted themselves in agony. The dungeon's boss monster was the last room itself. Rip. Tubes protrude from all parts of the burned and torn flesh and shoot acidic solutions in all directions. I would have been in trouble if I were attacked in the room. But still, I blasted the sword movements from the outside without stepping a foot in the room. Swish. The rain of the sword blasts, amplified by the magic sword, stabbed everywhere. Depending on the monster's thickness, some flew like a spear, and some flew like a contrail, burning the monster and piercing it. All the strands of the sword blasts attacked perfectly under my control. The best thing about the function of sword blast amplification was the mana consumption was drastically reduced. I was able to launch an attack that would have been overwhelming, no matter how many cores I had managed to absorb. Squeak. The pile of flesh, which had already been fatally damaged when the core exploded, was helplessly cut off whenever the sword blasts passed through it. As the pile of flesh decreased, the interior space became wider. The dark red organic material, hanging around the wall, disappeared, and the stone that was initially making up this dungeon began to be revealed. As the blue flame from my sword sprayed and burned to the last piece, the system message rang out as if the firecrackers were ringing in celebration. You've met the clear conditions of the dungeon. Clear condition: eliminate the boss monster on the last floor of the castle. The boundaries of the dungeon are weakened. And there was even a message that the maze-type dungeon uniquely had, which was not heard in other dungeons, as I completed the clear. All traps in the castle. Hunters who entered the castle must only move in one direction according to the system's prescribed path unless they use the same anomaly as mine. The restriction was now gone. In other words, now even Makid's companions are free to move around the castle. They had just heard the message of completing the clear. I was sure they would have figured out what the situation was. It would have occurred to them to be reminded of Del Parker, who had disappeared underground and whose death wasn't confirmed. I've got to hurry. The user's contribution to the attack is first, 89% contribution. With a flash, the key to the dungeon appeared in front of me. Next was, "This is the moment I've been waiting for. Additional rewards are available that correspond to your contribution. Do you want to accept it?" I nodded vigorously. Familiar darkness gathered around me, causing my heart to pound. White ore bodies were scattered like a mosaic. I looked at every one of them. It was time to choose the additional reward. That's the most amount of things I've ever seen. Until now, when exploring the dungeon alone, B-class was the highest dungeon at best, and it was my first time to choose additional compensation for an A-class dungeon. Then, it's probably the first time that one person has contributed 89% to a dungeon of A-class or higher. That may be why there were many options for compensation. And it does not end with just an increase in options. With most hunters choosing randomly unconditionally, it would be a disadvantage for the hunter if the number of mediocre items increased and the proportion of trash items increased. However, the scene in front of me right now was nothing like that. There's almost no A rank. The compensation for the A-class dungeon did not mean that there were no F-class or E-class things. It was just that there was a higher probability of getting a higher grade item. However, most of the visible ore bodies were above A-class, and S-class seemed a lot more than average. It appeared to be due to my high contribution. If any of the hunters who had a lower contribution than me were to choose additional rewards, their options would differ from mine. Please select a reward. It's so hard to pick just one. Each ore body danced, making its own mana pattern. The observation narrowed my options to two. One was an item with SS class value when looking at the clarity of light, and it was believed to contain the power of movement and protection, although its actual performance was not known. The other one also had an S-class pattern. I think it was a kind of weapon. I saw some other skills cards that might come in handy, but it was hard to choose. If it was something I had already learned, the only way was to sell them and cash them, but it was a shame to give up the items and choose money when I came all the way here. Yes, it's an item no matter what. As originally planned. An item that humans couldn't have had in their previous lives. Therefore, I chose an artifact that even I could not know. The contemplation didn't take too long. I chose an SS class item. I already have weapons, so. And with that, I made my decision. Granting user-specified rewards. Thank you for your hard work. Wing. The ore body I chose came near me and exploded. A beam of light flashed through the sky. This is ... What remained was a small, transparent glass-like object. Inside the space were fine white-blue particles that were shining brightly. The system message popped up as I touch it. Stardust Wing. Item description: mana injection type self-flotation movement equipment used by former Subrarian inspection administrators. They use this item to handle the grueling schedules needed to travel several times a day within the vast territory. When inserted into the body, it is imputed and activated according to your will. It helps protect users from external threats such as atmospheric composition, atmospheric pressure, temperature, and frictional energy while in motion and fly at high speed. Given that the territory that had to be controlled by one inspector general in the Empire in the past expanded to an entire planetary system if there was a shortage of workforce, so, it can be inferred from the intensity of the administrator's work at the time. Precautions: if you collide with an obstacle that is more than a certain altitude during a flight, you will burn your mana twice as much, and in some cases, you will be hurt badly. If the user's mana is wholly consumed during flight, all the item functions will disappear, so be careful. I thought while looking at the message. Did it itemize the levitation spell? Flight type artifact? It's a shame that it is the kind that constantly consumes mana. I didn't even care about the explanation of what it had to do with the Sabrarian Empire. It seemed to be another level of history that I had never heard of in my previous life. Planetary systems and other expressions would be a table of unnecessary past knowledge, rather than an item's function. What I was thinking about was how to use this in combat. They wouldn't have showered an SS-class light for nothing. This type is eventually determined by what happens to mana consumption efficiency and how precisely it can control movement and speed during flight. It told me not to run into obstacles, so I was planning to go out and experiment. As I paused to recollect my thoughts. Boom boom. I heard something exploding upstairs. MC Kid's starting to move. Chapter 39. Stardust Wing. Boom. Boom. I could hear the sound of them breaking the wall from upstairs. I could also imagine what was happening. Originally, this place was a combined dungeon of the field type and labyrinth type. As I completed it, it became an ordinary field type dungeon. Thus, the invariance that was forced on some structures to maintain the maze was eliminated. The parts that could never be destroyed could now be destroyed. The quickest way to do this is to break it down and get through. McKidd's people would be heading straight from the last place they were into the castle's outer wall, almost as if to drill horizontally. It's been more than half a day. No matter how dizzy the path has made them, seeing the bigger picture, they must have realized that the direction of movement is downward. With that in mind, what would they choose? First of all, they would probably break out to the outer wall and jump to the ground floor. I grabbed the Stardust Wing that I just got my hands on. It was a glass bottle, like an ampule full of sparkling powder. I couldn't get this confiscated. Stardust Wing. Item description: when inserted into the body, it is imputed and activated according to the user's will. To insert it in my body? But how? Thinking of the method made me feel very complicated. There are about 6 possible ways, considering the human body structure. 5 of them were worth a try, but I couldn't seem to like just one way. I put the bottle on my arm to put the most plausible method into practice. Wing. A small needle popped out of a pointed snout as if it had been waiting. And much like a holographic instruction guide, a light arrow was seen at the end of the needle and pointed to my arm vein like it was telling me to stick it in here. It was meant to be inserted like an injection. It was fortunate to be able to scrap the other 5 possibilities. I put the needle in the vein. The powder of light that filled the bottle was absorbed into the veins in an instant. At the same time, I sensed strange energy inside my body. While searching all over the body with warm traces, it quickly settled behind my back. As the process ended, the empty glass bottle melted into the air without a trace. Let's get out of here. Boom. Boo-boom. I managed to get to the first floor of the castle before McKidd's company. I just ran the way I knew, but they broke everything on their path to come out. Bang. The black wall, which had prevented any attack before the clear, had holes and smoke. It was at the moment when I arrived at the ground and just operated the Stardust Wing. Wing. The wings made of blue light rose symmetrically on my back. The white-blue particles that were seen inside the glass bottle gathered to form a wing shape, symmetrical left and right, 2 on each side, a total of 4 wings. But, how to use this thing? Boom. Stealth. My body melted into the air with the wings behind my back. As soon as I disappeared, 4 golems jumped off the wall. With a few members of the expedition on each of their backs, the fall's speed, compared to the mass, was a little slower, as they should have enchanted the golem with a levitation spell. Meanwhile, as soon as Golem stepped out of the wall, I ran to the gate in stealth. I then looked at my mana. Active mana, 26,000, plus 14,500/11,500. Latent mana, 85,000. 2 months after the awakening, my active mana capacity had become 11,500. If I didn't ruin the promotion screening process, I would be certified as an A-class hunter. The ridiculous rate was beyond common sense. Thanks to the cores absorbed from continuous hunting, my available mana had been more than doubled to 26,000. The minimum active mana of a SS hunter is 30,000. There is no big difference in terms of my available mana of now. Unlike when I entered, there is also the magic sword, so if it's McKidd alone, I could fight him one-on-one. The problem was that there was not only one person after me right now. In addition to the 114 composition, there was 1 SS class and 2 S classes. In the end, it's best to run. I tried to use an item instead of a skill because it would be discontinued if I used another skill like acceleration, during, stealth. As I came outside and there was no obstacle on the ceiling, I tried to fly with the Stardust Wing. I thought it would be possible to fly the same way as I activated it with my will. However, it didn't go as well as planned. Damn it, how the hell do you use this? If I had ever seen someone use this in my past life, I would have been able to imitate Mana's usage using it. I injected mana in various ways, but it was the same as hoping for the opportunity to fall into my lap. While running away, I knock on the Stardust Wing with mana several times in a second, creating patterns. Thump. Meanwhile, the golem fell on the floor. I had already gained a considerable distance. The hunters were about to enter the castle right away, but Makid stopped them. Wait. He may have already come out of the castle. Emily? Emily seemed to have activated some kind of support-type skill again. I turned my eyes for a moment and read the pattern. Mana detection. I spat out profanities inwardly. Damn. A skill not on the official profile. It could not observe the mana pattern like the successor's eyes, but it detected where it was being concentrated. At a primitive level, like the swarm of worms residing in Ursman's stomach. It was not useful in Mana's maze all around, but the story changed in these open fields. And, of course, mana is consumed while my stealth is activated. 80 degrees. 1.1 miles. Emily recited where I was. As soon as the words fell, 14 hunters kicked and bounced off the ground at the same time. They surrounded me everywhere, like catching a fox, and estimated where I was. While running, Makid screamed, "Del Parker. Do you really want to die, you bastard? This is a clear breach of contract." I mumbled inwardly as I ran away, "He doesn't know I've extended his life." I was displeased to see a man who would have carved himself and died 6 months later if I hadn't intercepted the sword, chasing me with such murderous energy. In addition, if I hadn't blocked him, he would have held the sword in his hand and killed so many people to the point that it would be hard to track. Oh, why isn't this working? I cursed the system message inside. Instead of useless knowledge like histories of other dimensions, they should have stuck with a manual. While continually tapping the wings with the mana, hunters followed behind my back. I turned sharply and increased my speed up. However, Emily's detection skills continued to follow. 20 degrees. 0.5 miles. As the distance seemed to have narrowed, hunters' attacks poured out from behind. The sword, spells, and arrows were all over the place, but I continued to keep my stealth activated. As they could not see where I was, all the attacks were directed by Emily in my direction and distance, and they were all off the mark. Makid seemed to realize that he couldn't catch me this way. "We have no choice. Let's just blow everything up in that area," he commanded the hunters. "Everyone, retreat." Thus, the sound of complaining was caught by my enhanced hearing. Damn, this dungeon doesn't play well from the beginning to the end. I felt uneasy for a moment and looked back again. In the place that he stopped running, a mountain of mana boiled up from his core. It soon turned red and covered his body. Unique skill. Spark. There was a spark around Makid's body. Colorless flames made soot on the floor, and small flashes like discharged wires repeatedly appeared and disappeared. While he stopped, I continued to widen my distance, but I did not relax my mind. Instead, I became more urgent. TSSSS. I was definitely farther away, but my skin already stung. My hair rose and pointed everywhere as if I was experiencing static electricity. That meant this is within the target range. Since the exact location was unknown, they were trying to wipe me out with a wide area attack. Emily. 35 degrees. 2 miles. Makid reached out his hands forward. I gave up my stealth and prepared myself for acceleration. Wing. At that moment, Stardust Wing, which had been distracted and disobedient so far, finally began to respond to my mana. Yes. Yes. Now. I instilled my will into the artifact that responded to mana. You damn wing. Fly. Just before the sense of floating enveloped me, I turned my head. A well-refined red mana exploded all over Makid. Thunder God's Wrath, rank S. The moment he activated the skill, the wings on my back also started flying. Wish. At that moment, all the surrounding scenery seemed to elongate like taffy, but it returned to its original form. I realized that I was trying to keep running under the inertia of consciousness. My foot kicked the empty air. After that, however, my legs continued to hover in the air. The surrounding landscape had changed entirely. I was in the air, looking over a desolate forest beneath my feet. I could see the black castle I had been running away from up until just now, far away. Yeah, I could see it away. To compare how far, 10 kilometers from where I had just been standing. And, without a moment for me to be even baffled. Flash. A fierce white light that seemed to burn my eyes covered the distant sky. The violence towards my hearing reached just a little later than the violence towards my eyes. Boom. Boom boom. Hundreds of lightnings struck the woods around the castle. It was the very place where I ran away from the kid. Each lightning strike left a few seconds of afterimage. All the flashes were extremely destructive. The lightning, which fell while tearing the air, burned a particular forest area into ashes. When the beams of light that had been scattering through the sky finally stopped, I thought to myself, he really blew up the location where I was. That ignorant bastard. Traces of devastation showed signs of being developed to forest fires, and thick smoke rose. Now it seemed impossible for my kid to catch up with me as I ran outside of Emily's skill range. It would have been too late should they have chosen to spend their time trying to find my corpse. Well, I'll go back to Earth first. Take care, guys. I turned my back without regret. The gate, which was not visible around the castle, was on the other side. I adjusted my body angle in the air, maintained a straight track, and, once more, I delivered my will to the wings of my back. My body slipped again like an arrow that had no air resistance. I flew at a speed beyond the range of cognition. The distance between the gates back to Earth was quickly narrowed. I passed through the gate as if I was penetrating it. Well, I think my guess was wrong. I don't think you're the one in charge of martial arts, you're the incarnation of the one in charge of luck. My guess is right. I respect you very much. I was lost in thought, ignoring the voice of the sword, mumbling again. The downtown Chicago scene slowly passed under me as I maintained stealth while I spread my blue wings. Passing through the forest of buildings, I followed a contrail. Compared to the speed that I didn't even realize my body was moving in the previous dungeon, it's much more relaxed. I muttered inwardly. If I flew at such a fast speed as a while ago, I would waste too much mana. It was a good thing I came back to Earth right through the gate. There was no reason to stay there and fight with my kid's party when they didn't know who I really was, but my mana would have been ridiculously lacking even if we did. I couldn't just absorb cores relaxedly in the middle of a battle. On the other hand, flying at the right speed is tolerable. I had a rough idea of how to use this wing. The most surprising part was that there was no resistance felt on the body, not only now but also when I flew at ridiculous speeds in the dungeon, and there was no physical inertia when it came to stopping the flight. As if I was slipping. Everything happened so fast that I couldn't notice when I stopped flying. Maybe it wasn't an unnecessary explanation for the planetary system, and so on. It seemed possible to fly between planets through the stratosphere. Of course, that was going to cost me a lot of mana. Will it be possible if I have 300,000 mana capacity? It wasn't impossible, but it wasn't something that would be achieved soon. Through my thoughts, the telepathy of the magic sword penetrated. The snakes could not swallow it. As a result, I had to keep the sword on my back, and the telepathy continued, unbroken. It was the same, even if I spaced it a bit away from my body. How could you get such a good item from that dungeon? That's that. But how was that possible against the boss? I was really impressed. I had no idea that I was stuck there for a long time, but the monster mimics me and digs a trap. But your response was overwhelming. You didn't respond to the conversation as if you knew it in advance and threw the bomb. He seemed to have changed his tactics. Since I wouldn't be swayed by unilateral persuasion, for the time being, he would praise me and keep me lifted. He's doing that because it doesn't know I've noticed what it is, but one day he'll use the method he used against Randy. He was pouring curses and profanities with metal-type skill throughout the one holding it in his hand. The brainwashing didn't work on me, but I didn't intend to endure the struggle while keeping the sword near me. I didn't want to make Randy suffer the same pain one day if I ever gave him this sword. The man holding the sword deciding to close his ears isn't the only solution to this. Instead of finding a way to stop the telepathy, I was going to bring the sword to its knees. Chapter 40. While Seo Jinwook disappeared. What do you mean? It's been 4 days, and does it make sense that you still couldn't find him? A harsh shout rang out at the office of Seo Gyu-chul in Celestial Dragon Guild's company house. His hot face showed anger and agitation, instead of his usual cold expression. Those who were vented of his anger were the hunters hired privately to guard the house. Seo Gyu-chul instructed them to look for Seo Jin-wook because he could not mobilize the guild members to find his son for the reason of finding a runaway child. You couldn't even stop him before he went out. Now, you couldn't even find him when he's out there. What the hell are you guys doing? When Seo Jin-wook disappeared a few days ago, Seo Gyu-chul seemed a little surprised, but he was not very shaken. He was sure that he'd be back in a day. He did not report his disappearance so that it wouldn't leak to the media or other guilds. Over time, however, his confidence turned into suspicion, and suspicion into shock and anger. How many awakened guards are there, and none of you saw him go out in the first place? It was not surprising that Seo Jin-wook, who had lived his life in this house, moved only within the blind spot of CCTV. However, it was a problem that he was not found by anyone in the house in the process. Being an E-class, Seo Jin-wook, who had only learned sword mastery and mana barrier, would not have been able to use some specialized hunters in hiding and infiltration. Nevertheless, the fact that there was no sign of him leaving made him angry beyond recognition. Hunters, whose faces turned shitty, bowed their heads. There's really no sign of anything? Even if he leaves, he'll have to spend money to eat and sleep. The secretary then spoke, as you instructed, I left his account as is. As of 3 days, he doesn't have any electronic payments or cash withdrawals. They wouldn't have known that Seo Jin-wook cashed the items unbeknownst to the guild and deposited them into a separate account. The secretary spoke cautiously, if there is no trace up to this point, I wonder if he has already gone abroad. Seo Gyu-chul shook his head. We have already looked into it through the Ministry of Constitution. Immigration records are clean. No matter how Seo Gyu-chul may be a father, he could not merely obtain an adult's immigration records with no report of missing persons and no letter of attorney. It was illegally processed by pulling a string on the side of the Ministry of Constitution. Seo Gyu-chul's eyes went back to Kim Byung-ho, who has been called together with the others. You haven't heard anything? You had no idea when you followed him around the whole time? Secretary Kim bowed his head, I'm sorry. The day before he disappeared, as you're aware, he was so agitated about the incident that he didn't even want to face me. The incident referred to the disturbance in Seo Gyu-chul's room the day before he left the house. Seo Gyu-chul grunted and bit his lips. If there were no signs to this point, they could suspect a kidnapping, but the situation was too clear before he headed out. He couldn't hold back his anger and shouted again. Everyone, get out of here. Go and get him, even if you have to put a leash on him. Secretary Kim left Seo Gyu-chul's room with the other hunters. It wasn't until he was far enough from being heard that the hunters began to grumble. Oh, it's shitty to make a living. Is it such a big thing to be bullshitting that he can't find his son that ran away after fighting him? Damn, I should find another job or something. Honestly, how can you find a person who's wearing a mask slime? He's an E-class but also an awakened hunter. What's the use of being an S-class? It's a waste of the guild master's title. What a look, being sullen and breathing out steam. Is it true that the number of people supporting the assistant guild master is increasing in the Celestial Dragon Guild? It's understandable. No wonder. Secretary Kim, who had been walking at a distance from them, was also thinking about Seo Gyu-chul. Come to think of it, he's famous for getting angry with cold expressions, not like that, but as if he was going to kill someone with his glare. However, whenever Seo Jin-wook was involved, he acted like a person who lost control of his emotions like that. In the past, Seo Gyu-chul played a substantial role when something was broken or shattered, rather than Seo Jin-wook having the sole responsibility. When Secretary Kim was about to turn the corner, thinking about those things, after splitting up with the hunters. Secretary Kim? Hi, hello. He looked at the person waiting for him with a slightly stiff look. Assistant Guild Master. It was Han Sol. You must be on your way out from being scolded by the Guild Master. Secretary Kim did not respond. Instead, he spoke as if trying to send Han Sol away. The Guild Master is in his office now. No, I can visit him later. There were usually 2 reasons why she would visit the company, Seo Gyu-chul or Seo Jin-wook. Secretary Kim's eyes slightly widened on the suggestion that it was a business apart from the 2. Perhaps. Secretary Kim, can we go to a quiet place and have a word? The 2 went to a deserted place and sat face to face. Secretary Kim observed Han Sol's expression with nervousness. Unlike the hunters a while ago, Secretary Kim belonged to the Celestial Dragon Guild, and although he was not directly related to Han Sol, she was a distant superior. It was their first time having such a private meeting. And of all things, it happened now when he almost believed Seo Jin-wook's reasoning because he witnessed various circumstantial pieces of evidence. This situation was uncomfortable. It was Han Sol that broke the silence and spoke out first. "I'm sure the guild master has already questioned you many times, but I'll ask you one as well. Jin-wook had no friends. Secretary Kim is the one who has been with him for the longest time. Was there really no hints?" Secretary Kim shook his head determinedly. There was no mention of such. After talking, Secretary Kim felt odd. Han Sol's expression changed while looking at him. Just as Seo Gyu-chul broke his usual icy expression today and vented his anger, Han Sol was also different from usual. Han Sol always had a gentle smile on her lips and treated everyone with a friendly expression. However, now, there was no smile on her face. She just completely wiped emotion from her face, but Secretary Kim felt a sense of unknown threat. Is she going to show her true colors here? Han Sol spoke again after a moment of silence. So far, Jin-wook has made a mess inside the house if he couldn't control his emotions, but he has never left the house. Even before Secretary Kim was with him. Do you know why? He had a guess, but he waited for her next words without saying anything. Jin-wook once confessed to me that he was scared. He was afraid of what he's going to do if he goes outside with his anger rising to the top of his head. It was just as Secretary Kim had expected. He nodded with a firm expression. Seo Jin-wook had caused a series of chaotic releases of potential manas even before his awakening. It all happened inside the house, mostly in Seo Jin-wook's room. When that happened, the non-awakened employees evacuated, and the hunters in charge of security held Seo Jin-wook down. The reason for hiring private hunters in homes where S-class hunters lived was not to guard the guild master's safety but to protect other employees and suppress Seo Jin-wook in an emergency. That Jin-wook left home this time. Do you know why? Secretary Kim murmured inwardly, because he knew that this guild was no longer a safe fence. Seo Jin-wook did not explain everything but confessed that someone put on a curse on him and even Park Chang-hee has it, too. In some way, when Jin-wook confirmed that there was no sign of curse on Secretary Kim, he decided to tell him. He doesn't know how many people have been cursed in this guild, so he said he would meet someone who will be able to help him in the future and come back after looking for artifacts that will be a secret weapon. However, Secretary Kim was keeping it secret from all the other guild members. I'm not sure either. He didn't say anything to me this time. Actually, Jin-wook was a little weird for the past 2 months. The amnesia and the sudden relapse of symptoms. It's clear that something has changed. Han Sol's gaze was sharp while muttering. As the gaze struck him as if it were to pierce him, Secretary Kim struggled to hide his agitated expression. He muttered inwardly. Yes, there has been a change. Now they had to worry about what they haven't had to worry about. That was Seo Jin-wook's change. Secretary Kim thought so. Then, Han Sol opened her lips again. By the way, by any chance, what if the reason why Jin-wook went out is that he no longer had to worry about what he had been worried about before? What if that's the reason? A rough silence filled the gap between the two. It took some time for Secretary Kim to understand the meaning of Han Sol's words, which were completely opposite to his guess. No way. He spat out what he understood. The contents of Seo Jin-wook's worries he thought of and Seo Jin-wook's worries that Han Sol just mentioned were different. You think that his paranoid disorder has gotten worse, don't you? He turned angrily, knowing that this was because of a curse, yet Secretary Kim held back. Yes. What if the symptoms are worse than before? He used to hesitate on the possibility of venting his anger outside and sacrificing innocent people by his own hands, and what if he no longer hesitates? What if he didn't have the fear that his illness might hurt innocent people? Also, Jin-wook is already awakened. It spilled water. Han Sol closed her eyes for a while. She looked like she was contemplating something. She opened her eyes again and added, turning her gaze to Secretary Kim. The mana rampage before the awakening might have been better. Now Jin-wook is a hunter. Even an E-class person is much superior physiologically to a normal person. If Jin-wook goes on a rampage outside in that state ... Secretary Kim cut her words. No. I trust Team Leader. He's completely different since the incident 2 months ago. But what happened a few days ago? And why do you think he left home now? Secretary Kim, please. Let me know if you know anything. If Jin Wook doesn't come back like this, and if he continues to build up his strength outside the fence of the Celestial Dragon, it can lead to irreversible results. I feel sorry and regret that I failed to fulfill my responsibility as a secretary to the team leader. But I can't come up with something and tell you something I don't know. I've already told the guildmaster about everything I know. Secretary Kim stood up. It was rude in front of his superior, but he could not suppress his rising anger. If I didn't know anything, I might have let it pass. But not now. After leaving work, he organized the conversation with her and sent it to a burner account. It was Seo Jin Wook, of course. If you wait a minute here, he'll be here. I was led to contact the black market of Washington, D.C. It was in a villa in Maryland, just off of Washington, D.C. I was escorted to a spacious living room full of expensive furniture. The employee who guided me was an ordinary person, not an awakened person. I sat down and looked around. It looked like a typical villa, with a green pasture on the front and a quiet forest with a lake on the back from the outside. How many guys are hiding on the first floor? The lights of Mono were proving that awakened people were lurking everywhere. As I waited for a while, I saw a person I was meeting today nearing outside the door. The door then opened. "You're looking for me?" An 80-year-old man with a whiskey glass in one hand approached. "Let's skip the handshake." He sat on the sofa in front of me and faced me. It would prove that one had that much confidence to come in front of someone and face him one-on-one as an unidentified awakened. I thought so. However, the guess was only half right. The old man spoke as he lit up the cigar. "I'll give you 5 minutes. It's just 5 minutes to satisfy my curiosity. So, why did the heir of Korea's #1 guild come all the way to the US without even letting his guild members know? It should be fun, clever, and beneficial to each other. 5 minutes is a long and worthwhile time to spend trying to figure out why to kill an awakened." TSK, I clicked my tongue inside. Oh, Jinhua, that woman must have known who I was from the beginning. Chapter 41. Senator. He let out a warning that he already knew who I was to ensure that I didn't make any sketchy moves. He was trying to start a conversation after inserting some pressure. I looked at the old man in front of me. Edward Danton. Although his popularity was low due to little media coverage, he was a well-known figure between politicians and business people. As the head of the Danton family, who had invested in various fields such as steel, oil, finance, and IT since the 1800s, he was currently focusing on companies related to the processing of dungeon byproducts and production of related products. That is what is exposed to the light, and in the dark, he's running a pretty big sideline. On the other hand, very few people in this era called him the senator. In the United States, hunter, dungeon, and gate-related things were grouped into national defense categories and must be approved by the Senate. Also, Danton lived in D.C. and mobilized numerous lobbyists behind the scenes to influence the legislation to pass in the way he wanted it to. His attempt was almost successful. In the process, of course, the votes are divided, but the result alone was going to go his way. It meant that he was the only real senator, making 100 senators move as he wished on that subject alone. And so the personnel of the black market named him with respect. His lobbying direction was to lower state restrictions and regulatory hurdles on dungeon artifacts. Since the research lab or the federal government would hold onto the item for too long until the item's stability and performance were proven, he recommended to send it to the dungeon in the hands of hunters. Meanwhile, he also planned the first black market to secretly trade such items and visit hunters. If I'm gone from here, then the Celestial Dragon wouldn't stay still. That's a pun that's not even funny. Things that can't even track you will very well find out where and who you died to. Indeed, the black market in Korea did not seem to have contacted Celestial Dragon separately. Oh Jinhua knew who I was but kept her mouth shut. Wasn't your belief that we should train more awakens and increase their power as soon as possible? In preparation for the worst case of the collapse of an S-class or SS-class dungeon, or even higher class dungeons that may appear and collapse. I'm a hunter, too. And you threaten even to kill me as soon as you meet me. Since I'm much more important than a hunter like you. And you've been tracking what I'm doing behind the scenes. You may be from an influential guild in Korea, but as an individual, you're an E-class, and I don't know where you heard the rumor and how the story spread, but don't worry. I'll find where it leaked out and clean it up. You got 4 minutes left. He must be stir-frying Korean information lines like crazy. Although no matter how hard he may flip things over, nothing will come out. I didn't care about the threat for him to kill me in 4 minutes. He looked at the metal box next to me. A bodyguard inspected it before entering the building. Danton, who was informed in advance, would be itching to hear an explanation about that. You couldn't kill someone that way. You should listen to the explanation before you kill me. There's also a choice of torture to extract the information, and kill you. Torture tends to produce answers that perpetrators want to hear rather than telling the truth. Anyway, let's cut back on the introduction. I opened the box, and Danton's eyes widened. It contained Ersman's severed corpse, especially the head. It was perfectly preserved, almost as if it had just died. It was collected separately from the evidence collected from the auction dungeon to be submitted to the government. Danton could not hide the interest on his face. He noticed at a glance the identity of the corpse that the bodyguard had not seen. That's the foreign race corpse that was recently obtained from Korea. Yes. It's almost the same type as the one found in the 12th dungeon in New York. The ones encountered at Auction Dungeon were born from eggs of an individual named Leah, and the ones from the New York dungeon were the children of Jerut. It looked a little different, but Danton understood that it was the same species. When he saw it, Danton leaned slightly forward. Now, we could talk. What about the Korean government? The question was whether the government was aware that I brought this here. Of course, they don't know. What about the guild? They don't know. Are you saying you're here solely as a private person? Yes, at this moment, I do not represent the Korean government nor the Celestial Dragon Guild. I'm proposing to negotiate as an individual named Seo Jin-wook. To give you the right to do business with me? That's right. Danton usually dealt with black markets around the world that were linked. To make a deal as an individual meant that one could make a deal with items and information on par with a single market. In fact, some hunters had such qualifications in the future. Angelica was an example of it. Their encounter was ostensibly seen as a meeting between the guildmaster and an investor, but deep down, they met to exchange items and information. Of course, I was there, too. I continued the conversation with Edward Danton I had experienced then in mind. What's the benefit of doing business with you? Why do I have to keep talking instead of burying you when a guy, who I have no information about his roots and who hasn't been in a long time business, comes forward knowing who I really am? He was asking if I had prepared a tempting deal. He was a merchant, after all, even though he had beliefs. I then answered. The cockroaches, they're probably starting to snoop around in the New York dungeon again. Danton's mouth finally caught a smile for the first time. Instead of the consternation of how I knew it, he had decided that the other person was someone he could talk to, and he was interested in it. His eyes glistened through the thick wrinkles. That's something the Korean government doesn't know yet. A few months ago, the U.S. government detonated a tactical nuclear weapon in New York's 12th dungeon, annihilating the Earthsmen there. Since the clear was not over, the gate had not been closed, and since then, continuous exploration had been carried out by hunters in protective suits, and the Earthsmen had recently crossed the dungeon border and started to come around again. The new ones were not affected by radiation at all. The Earthsmen adapted themselves to everything, whether it was poison, temperature, or air pressure. They could survive as long as their body was not entirely fragmented. This time, they were deployed after evolving to overcome radioactivity. However, there was only one substance that they could not have immunity to. I then spoke, pointing my finger at the head in the box. It looks different, doesn't it? The corpse's body fluid is as poisonous as the ones in New York dungeons. A being that lays eggs among the Earthsmen, to base it on Earth's logic, the qualification to become the queen was the ability to produce a unique chemical. The substance, which flowed in Earthsmen's body fluid as soon as they hatched, acted as a poison to individuals with different genetic information. Furthermore, Leah was a much older being than Jerut, so the eggs rate was slow, but the poisons were highly toxic. In other words, the children of Jerut who appeared in the New York dungeon would die if they were exposed to the fluid of the children of Leah that I brought. It was impossible to respond without indefinitely preparing detox artifacts. That was why Earthsmen, who had no qualms about eating civilized tribes, fought a war between their bloodlines and avoided eating each other as much as possible. Poison, that was? Yes, it's a poison that they can't develop immunity to. Leave it to the researchers how to extract body fluids from this corpse and to process them. I don't know about that either. Actually, I knew a little bit, but I shut up because I thought providing too much detail would cause more suspicion. We'll need proof. Now there was no countdown mentioned in his mouth, saying there were a few minutes left. Whether what I said was true or not, The items and information I brought got his attention. Now, Danton would send the sample through the back door of the Pentagon. After a few intermediate steps, the entire corpse would be handed over to the appropriate guild. Yes, I'll be waiting. There was nothing to gain from holding onto the corpse, and it was enough to use it as a means of trading. If they stayed as they were, the U.S. government would eventually not be able to stop some of the Earthmen from escaping the New York Gate. In the absence of a dungeon key, it was helpless for them to block the gate with all sorts of means and obstacles. Those who had such immunity to radioactivity as an option would even lay eggs in New York. Since they moved away from the Queen's pheromone, which prevented reproductive development, they would start breeding as soon as they escaped from the dungeon's hostile environment. For some time, they transformed New York City into a human hunting ground for the Earthmen. Many hunters had died to exterminate them. It was not my wish to recreate that history. Well, what do you want? He knew that I didn't come here simply to get the right to trade. I spoke about the things that I didn't entirely need first. I'm looking for an item that looks like this. I put on the hologram. It was an artifact that I reproduced as similarly as possible based on my memory. It was a statue depicting a creature that did not exist on Earth. Danton tilted his head. Do you have any features that you could describe other than the looks? No. This shape, luster, and color are important. There was no particular function in this product. It was not a weapon, and it was not a shield. It was an ornament made by a race to commemorate something. And so, even after it was found in the dungeon, it was traded among the collectors who gathered them as a hobby, so I didn't know who owned it at this point. In the past life, by the time that Randy got his hands on the magic sword, that was not available anymore, so I had to find it in advance. Danton's network of information could find it out since it was from a gate in the US. What are you going to use it for? I just laughed without answering. What I needed was the metal that made up that statue. I was going to melt it as soon as I had it. Since I can't always listen to all the babbles of the magic sword. Danton spoke sullenly. Anyway, hand over the data. Is that the only thing? No, there's one more thing. I asked, do you also have shares in a company called Decker and Jefferson? Danton frowned. No, there's something a little dubious about that. This guy had smelled it, too. Have you dug in? No, I don't think it's worth it at this stage. Do you know anything? Instead, he tried to dig up information from me for any rumors I have heard. I live up to the expectations. Soon, if the IRS and the Department of Defense will work together to find more about the company intensively, I think there will be interesting results. Danton raised his eyebrows. Do you know how many businesses the company owns and how many subsidiaries there are? It's enough to shake down the headquarters for now. The subject is. I had better narrow it down. There will be interesting information on research that could give non-awakens the effects of healing potions found in dungeons. I was trying to make a deal with Danton because of this, after all. First of all, I would be going around to get the items that were considered necessary in the future. That was the case with the magic sword. However, when those ranked down to a secondarily important thing, it would be challenging to get my hands on it by going around the world even if I had more colleagues later on. That could be achieved through Danton. And another thing, those too crucial for me to be less than of any other priorities, but I couldn't figure it out by myself. When I needed to shake off information against a large organization or company, I needed a backup. Now was the time. Will it be possible? Wait for the call. I will check the corpse first, and if what you say is true, I'll drop in some words. For Danton, it was simple to produce and leak fake letters or fabricated evidence to connect a congressman. Only then did I smile satisfactorily. I'll see him soon. Not long ago, when I commissioned my old colleague's whereabouts, I found out that 3 people, except Angelica, were born in this era. Unlike the fact that Choi Sung-yeon's existence had been wiped out. However, one of them had noticeable additions. Nathan Drake. He is 19 years old as he was alive. Specifics, no trace has been found since he went missing 10 years ago. Nate. One of the last 5, and was later called Necromancer. He had no recollection of where he had been locked up in the past. Even when he was moving somewhere, his view was blocked entirely. The U.S. government would now find out about the information that would serve as a clue. Chapter 42. Training. While waiting for the senator to contact me, I went around several undiscovered dungeons throughout the United States. You've met the clear conditions of the dungeon. Clear condition: eliminate all monsters on the perimeter. The boundaries of the dungeon are weakened. I just cleared another one. There was nothing suitable for additional compensation, so I took an A-rank skill card. Well, now. I thought about going out of the gate right away, but I changed my mind when I saw the environment. It was a jungle extending to the horizon. I had just finished off all the monsters, so there was no distraction for a while. Unlike closed-door dungeons like an ant cave, there was no chance of the ground breaking or ceiling collapsing even if the sword blast was blown as much as possible, and there was no need to worry about traces remaining like the earth. In other words, it was an optimal place for training. I took the magic sword and aimed it at the air, and it immediately realized it. It was troublesomely quick-witted. "Oh. Are you training? Right. Sometimes you need time to unravel the sword movements alone and examine them calmly. Training through real situations is important, but if you have an enemy in front of you, you're more committed to killing them than thinking deeply about your trajectory." Would I be able to train quietly when I was left alone, all while it was babbling like that? I swung the sword in the hope that Danton would get the statue as soon as possible. Boo-boom. I cut and cut as I felt like doing so. The sword blasts poured like rain and sliced the air. Instead of thinking and moving, I let my body flow as it went. The amplification of the sword movement was smoother and more sophisticated than in Chicago. I stopped when I thought this was enough to warm up. Contrary to previous concerns, the magic sword kept its mouth shut throughout the sword movements. I thought it was out of the ordinary, but soon I could see the reason. It must have been observing my sword path quietly. It was not a sword that reacted to the enemy's movements, but a sword that pulled out the potential in me. It could infer a lot from it. Now I know for sure. You must have been holding the sword for about 30 years. Or so. Wrong, it had been a little over 2 months. However, the analysis is not entirely wrong. The sword movement I've seen the longest and the most is Randy's, and it's all engraved in my head. The sword movement I unraveled was influenced by him unknowingly. Randy had been holding the sword for about 25 years, so its guess was roughly right. It's not a short time in terms of the human lifespan, but it's not enough by absolute standards. But it must have been supported by considerable exposure to hands-on experience. Since your race is human, you must have lived most of your life on the battlefield. It was an expression that accurately described Randy's life. You, like any other awakened, found a good teacher or a sword that you learned based on your skills in the beginning. However, it seems that the period of learning was not long. Oh, this was indeed kind of creepy. I could guess that it was not a magic sword for no reason. That had been why the previous owners were mesmerized. Another thing, as a whole, the mix of two styles that didn't harmonize. There is a mixture of rough texture that emphasizes bold lines and sharp texture that emphasizes precise mono-movement control. That was true. Instead of imitating Randy from my previous life, I tried to mix my strengths that he didn't have. I'm getting more greedy after finding this out. What do you think? Please help me so that I can help you more reliably and efficiently. Be my true master. Shut your mouth. It's because it's such a waste. There is a limit to telepathic advice. So if you accept my suggestion, I can teach you more efficiently. Oh, the bronze statue. When was the statue arriving? With my help, it's like putting another wing on your back. The wings I'm giving you can lead you to a much higher state than the one you got from the dungeon. Oh, of course, in a symbolic way. You understand, right? I didn't have to threaten it that I won't be swayed since I was aware of what it was. Then, it wouldn't even pretend to listen to me and curse and pour out profanities as I did now to give up the sword. Nevertheless, I should not rely on the successor's eyes, and agree to become a master. I began mumbling to myself, it's not like the devil could force me to sign a contract. The devil always sought the agreement of his opponent whenever he signed a contract. Urging one to accept the proposal on free will could be compared to deliberately ruining oneself's immune system in a biological aspect. In the physical part, it was like a hunter intentionally disabling his mana barrier. In my previous life, I had seen a hunter with a passive skill of poison immunity, temporarily disabling it because he wanted to get drunk. It was practically the same thing. As I clenched my jaw and was about to swing the sword, it spoke. Oh. I have a good idea. Are you learning any other swordsmanship than the sword mastery? I grinned. Swordsman skills? I had seen a lot of it. It said urgently when I laughed at it without answering. My advice maximizes the effectiveness of your sword skills. Yeah, many hunters who put up with the whisper of the sword ended up falling for it. Please show me. I'll be able to give you some meaningful help on proficiency. I meant to test the amplification of the sword movements with the skills. I performed Randy's mastery skill, Erta's sword dance, that I could remember. Hoo-oh-oh-oo. Blue mana that flowed inside the body transferred to the sword, and it transformed into a sword energy that could be seen, even if one was not Hunter himself. The color of the red energy emanated by the sword using the Erta's sword dance was dark purple. As soon as I wielded the sword for the first time, the magic sword exclaimed, "Ah! This is the sword movement of the King Erta." I recalled the movement in my memory. When the proficiency of King Erta's sword movement is low, it is often underestimated. But if you become truly skilled at it. It was Randy's favorite movement combination. Every time the sword cuts through the air, the purple sword energy remained like an afterimage. I left numerous traces of the sword in front of me, almost as if to fill the void. If you go to that stage, you break down the boundaries between dynamic and static, and you can cross over those at will. What that means is... I spoke, like this? He went silent for a moment. Yes, like that. In front of me, as I stopped the sword, the trajectory of all the sword movement I had wielded so far did not disappear but richly shone in purple. Web-like lines gathered together to create a wall. I swung the sword lightly in that state. And as I did so... swish. It was so fast that even my sight couldn't follow. The wall of the sword energy that I had made until now condensed both speed energy and destructive power that I made, swept my front. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-boom. When the dust settled, the result was visible. The thickly wooded jungle was devastated as if a bulldozer passed by it. "You were very skilled, aren't you?" I told him. "Do you have anything to add?" It's not flawless." The skill entered into the slot through the card was like a coloring book given to a child who had never drawn a picture. The system drew the sketch. Hunters just had to paint the right color in the right place, as they were told. They just condensed the mana along the path that the system told them to. However, if you were to copy the same page and paint it several times, for example, if you painted a picture of a flower over thousands of times, you might think of this: why didn't I add shades on these petals instead of painting them completely red? How many more leaves should I draw on that place? How about drawing a blue sky and clouds on the empty background? Hunters may experience this process unconsciously or consciously to raise their skill levels. What the system told them was the minimum prerequisite for activating the skill. It relied on a hunter's own effort to develop it. Just as artisans and masters, who had repeated the same work for decades, find the most efficient and economic movements, so did hunters. The magic sword's advice shortened that time. Yes, it's not flawless. No, before that. May I ask who your teacher is? There are traces of someone advising on this skill. Of course, it would be curious about the identity of my teacher. This now was the sword movement that melted in the outcome of the previous life's magic sword's advice to Randy. For a short time, before the magic sword gave up Randy altogether, it seduced Randy in various ways, as it did to other owners. Randy didn't have to cover his ears and ignore the teachings. He had picked up what he needed to pick up without accepting its offer. Nothing to know. Well, I don't think it's human, after all. You're noisy. Shall we get out? Oh. Wait a minute. So, I mean that it's still a bit unfortunate that the two strands are vaguely mixed. It said the same thing over and over again. Nonetheless, you need a very precise mana control to solve this issue. Precisely enough to fill in the gaps left by the destructive lines and the mixes lines that do not blend well. I don't know if you can make it. Just like the way I figured out the amplification formula of the sword, that much precisely? It may be harder than that. It's not about finding a fixed answer, but it's about making a new answer. It's not possible through a telepathic explanation. So, if you want to solve this, you have no choice but to be my true master. I ignored his noisy telepathy and closed my eyes for a moment. The skill I had just performed came to my mind like an explicit video. I played it over and over again, a precise and infallible memory. The mana was driven from inside the body, injected into the sword, and inflated to purple sword energy. I observed the whole process. The review lasted for more than an hour. In the meantime, I purposely didn't let go of the sword. The more I concentrated, the farther away the whisper of the magic sword drifted away. In between, I experimented by injecting mana into the become my true. The telepathy of the magic began to be heard distortedly. How long had it been since then? I opened my eyes when I could not hear any whisper. So far, no one has ever regretted it. I think I've already told you more than 500 times, but what it means if you accept, you and I will become one. The essence of all the trajectories of my masters that wielded me for a long time, you'll be able to do it in a moment. I heard its voice again. It was still laying. I then picked up the sword. Oh, did you finally decide? Oh, to be together in a true meaning from now on. Weeing. Purple sword energy soared on the blade. At that moment, the sword closed its mouth. It had also felt this. Weeng. Once again, I performed the Erta's sword dance, the sword movement combination that I had performed just about an hour ago. A purple sword wall appeared in front of me. And at the moment, I swung the sword in the opposite direction of what I did a while ago. Swish. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-boom. This time as well, the purple storm devastated the whole jungle and wiped it out. I compared the two symmetrical traces on me as the center of reference. The sword had gone silent. I saw traces of the sword blast that I threw an hour ago. Looking at it again, it seemed like the bulldozer pushed it. In other words, the traces were very rough. In many areas that did not come into contact with the sword, energy rose like a dirt hill, and there were branches and pieces of rock that were not thoroughly swept away. I turned my head. This time, I saw the trace of the sword energy that I had just thrown. How is it? Is it clean? Very, very clean. It seemed that it had initially been a middle of nowhere without a single grass blade from the beginning. A clean, empty flatland appeared out of nowhere between the trees and went through the jungle. I had supplemented the part that the magic sword pointed out. It was not perfect but to a considerable degree. Do you have anything to add this time? The sword did not answer. It was about a week after the first meeting that Danton contacted me. I didn't take the magic sword with me again this time. As I waited in the same place, Danton came up with a whiskey glass in his hand as before. There was no greeting, not even a simple acknowledgement. He went straight to the point, even before he sat down. You don't have to come all the way here next time. If you contact the Korean market when you want a deal, they will respond to those that can be solved there, and it will be passed on to me if it's something they can't. I'll give you the path to directly contact Gina. Next time, he had said. He recognized me as a trader and a subject of the same value as a country's black market. Considering that he asked me to contact the Korean market instead of coming here meant that he could not give me the right to face him whenever I need it, but it was enough at this stage. A piece of contact information popped up on my device. According to the name, Gina referred to Oh Jinhua of the Korean market, as I had guessed. It looks like you're done verifying it. The Ministry of National Defense tested the samples Danton sent on the corpses of the children of Jerut, which had been secured in advance, and the results were, of course, as I said. Now it was time to take something since I gave something. First of all, we haven't secured the statue yet. TSK. I clicked my tongue inwardly. What about Decker and Jefferson? We'll look at it together. What did he mean? What time is it now? Well, it's time. When he gestured, a whole wall turned into a big screen. A live news channel was evidently on. Wait 2 minutes. 2 minutes later, I saw what Danton meant. The news showed Decker and Jefferson's headquarters building with the caption of breaking news on the screen. The reporter's voice continued. This breaking news just came in. Today, it was belatedly revealed that Decker and Jefferson had received a special audit jointly conducted by the IRS and the Department of Defense. The audit was conducted behind closed doors for the past 4 days under the Special Act on Dungeon Management. According to reports, Decker and Jefferson is accused of evading taxes through a ghost company set up in a tax haven and using subsidies from the Department of Defense for other purposes. According to the company's official statement. I laughed contentedly. That's fast. In my past life, it was supposed to take place 4 years after this point. It took more than a month to set up an audit team and investigate the allegations. If the audit started 4 days ago, it was only 3 days after I met Danton. The preparation period had been reduced from 30 days to 3 days. This was the power of Edward Danton. There's not a single line of comment on the research on potions in the news. I'm sure they think this audit is really about taxes and subsidies. They'd be mistaken that is the sole purpose. Danton transferred a file to my device. The IRS and the Ministry of National Defense got this by pretending to be after something else. I looked through the contents and spoke. That's the Detroit research facility where the largest number of healing potions were shipped to. There are about 40 researchers who officially work there. But look at the details of the expenses. Food, bedding, clothing, and water. A large number of quality goods to just survive. I think they would feed over 1,000 people a year if it's this much. It's like a refugee camp. I only knew now that they had collected all of them in Detroit in this era. Later, facilities would be dispersed throughout the United States, and the number of inmates would be scattered. To avoid the government's eyes, the facility had been relocated several times, and all of its records had never been seen in the future. Even Nate didn't know. The Ministry of National Defense also noticed. The operation will begin in 2 days. If you're going to do something about it, you'll have to go now. Thank you for your advice. He looked at me with an interested gaze. So, what are you going to do? I answered while looking into his eyes. You'll find out soon enough. Chapter 43. Necromancer, 1. Nathan Drake's life was always on edge. Even before he saw the light of the world, he had to stand on the border between birth and non-existence. His drug-addict mother decided to get an abortion when she found out she was pregnant. If she had put it into action, he would not have existed. However, she changed her mind. She decided to give birth to the baby and rip off child support from the relatively better-pocketed biological father. It must have been fate that his father, who was also an addict, died a few days after he was born of a heart attack caused by an overdose. His mother did not abandon him because someone tipped her off to get paid by the state. He took a step closer to life like that, from the boundary between life and death. The street where he lived was where the people on the border between the poor and the low-income bracket gathered. Cheap drugs that suited the poor addicts were distributed here. His mother got her hands on drugs that could not be purchased if she was a homeless person with no money, making his childhood more miserable. Cheap drugs clouded her mind, and she scratched her skin every day until it bled. His emotions toward his mother were always lost on the border of love and hatred. The word indifference was not on the scale. For the longest time, only one person existed in his world, which was his mother. The moment the boundaries of the world were broken, his life became a little more miserable. Other men began to invade the world, in the home where only he and his mother existed. His mother's boyfriend kept changing. The last boyfriend he remembered beat him whenever his mother wasn't around. Once he was finished beating him, his right ear would keep ringing, and he couldn't hear well. When he was away, Nathan begged his mother. He asked her not to break up with her boyfriend but to take him to the hospital. While Nathan begged and cried, his mother claimed she had no money to buy the drugs, so she called from place to place. She threw the phone and shouted, "Please stop bothering me. You were an accident anyway. I've never meant to give birth to you. Leave me alone so that I can be happy now." He was 9 years old at the time. The 9-year-old Nathan wandered the streets until finally, he was approached by a man in clean clothes. "Why are you alone? Where do you live? What about your parents?" He shook his head without saying a word. "Do you want to come with me?" Nathan hesitated, not knowing whether this man was dangerous or not. "Are you going to hit me?" The man shook his head. "I won't hit you." He took the man's hand. At that moment, Nathan wasn't to know there was a terrible pain waiting. There was the fact that Nathan didn't know. The man was employed by a company called Decker and Jefferson, and they were experimenting with modifying healing potions from the dungeon to apply to non-awakened people. Healing potions were used to treat external trauma and mana potions to help recovering mana. These two were representative items that acted in response to the mana core of the awakened person. Only hunters could receive healing potion effects. They aimed to overturn this absolute nature. If successful, it was a study that would affect the entire medical industry. It was followed by competition and lobbying by pharmaceutical companies with other stakeholders. FDA's approval for clinical trials was a long way off. The failure of all previous studies also affected it. Due to the potion characteristics, which was a dungeon item, it wasn't easy to experiment if it was not administered directly to a human body. So Decker and Jefferson changed their direction. They decided to conduct the experiments discreetly so that not only competitors but also the government would not notice them. Of course, they set the subjects of the experiment to live people differently than before. It was unethical, but they did not mind crossing that line. After the cataclysm, the overall immigration process, including the Mexican border, became so strict that they had no choice but to seek subjects to be tested in the United States. Despite the image of being a first-world country, the gap between the rich and the poor in the U.S. was very wide. It was easy to secretly kidnap drug addicts, alcoholics, people who roamed the streets. Meanwhile, very few of the abductees were around Nathan's age. The development of drugs for pediatric patients was always behind that for adults. Considering the age, parents' expected income to pay for medicines are low. The same was true of the priorities of healing potion research. Nathan Drake was one of the relatively few children. It was a terrible misfortune. "Oh. It hurts. It hurts. Stop it, stop it. It's been a while, and the impatient personnel has crossed the line again." Experiments on recovering the damaged body tissues of the non-awakened could be very brutal, depending on the researcher's ethical threshold. As a representative example, the experiment to inject potions that were recovered from a dungeon that had no response to a non-awakened but was mixed in with a solution that showed a response to non-awakens. A typical example of the latter was poison potion, found in dungeons. He was injected with it with friends in the ward. That night, he crossed again the boundaries of life and death, which he had wandered so many times. He felt hot as if the whole body was boiling, and it hurt as if the intestines were being shredded. It was unparalleled to any pain that he had experienced up until now. When he woke up at dawn after the night that felt like an eternity, he realized that he had survived. With a slight change, too. What is that? He could see an invisible text, and he could hear an inaudible voice. He went through cardiac arrest yesterday and dreamed while being halfway up on the threshold of death. He talked with a strange voice in a dark space. He understood the meaning, but he didn't like it, as if someone was forcefully engraving the words into his head. It meant beyond his knowledge and intellectual development, but it remained like a tattoo on his brain, like it was branded onto him. He knew that he had awakened but was not aware at the same time. He trembled with fear in the ward where no one but himself had woken up. Doctors here called those who showed unusual symptoms different from other experiments as unique individuals. The end of those who were called so was not good. They had to go through a much more painful and tormented process, and they usually never came back. He looked around, trembling. What about the rest of the kids? What about the elder brothers? What about the men? What happened to them? Chris? Chris? Wake up! Chris? He tried to wake his friend up, next to him, by shaking him. However, there was no response. His body was cold. He was not breathing. Chris. He was his best friend who arrived here around the same time as he did and had survived until now. They called each other Chris and Nate. Both originally seemed to have longer names, but they couldn't remember any of them. The two always talked about what they wanted to eat, the places they wanted to go, and the games they wanted to play if ever they were to be free. Even after spending a long time in captivity, he kept his hopes up. He thought that this experiment would end someday, and he dreamed that he could go outside eventually, that he would be able to step out of this place as he stepped out of his house. He solidified the beliefs as he talked to Chris, calming down his fears a little bit. They were like a symbol to each other to keep such hope from disappearing. No. Chris. Nate knew what it was to die. To be cold, immobile, and never being able to come back to the sword again. At this rate, Chris would never come back. However, Chris wouldn't be able to go home as he would want to. No. His hands that shook Chris's body trembled. He thought this should not be the end. He felt that he had to do something. Then. Something in Nate's heart responded in desperation. Something like warm water that had been trapped there moved out. At the same time, a voice rang in his head. It was similar to what he heard in his dream, but it was a different voice. Chris opened his eyes. Nate found out that Chris was alive again. However, his condition was a bit strange. He was very pale. His heart beat slowly, and he breathed very slowly. He didn't talk or wouldn't even try to move. He talked by following his words only when he thought it would be nice to speak. He moved when he thought it would be nice to move. He knew that this condition was also suitable for doctors to name him the unique individual. That's the same with me. After opening his eyes, Nate realized that his body had changed. It was always painful all around, and he felt weak, but now it wasn't like that at all. He had never been as energetic as he was now. Doctors always examined the subject's bodies and never missed any changes. This, too, will be discovered. If we're both going to be classified as unique individuals anyways. If classified as the same symptoms, they could be isolated together in the same place. And so, Nate wished once again that he could look similar to Chris. Somehow he thought that he could do it. He couldn't be completely like Chris, but he thought it would be possible to cheat the eyes. Energy drained from the heart, and the wish came true once again. Nate's face turned as pale as Chris's, and his eyes blurred. The blood in his body began to cool down slowly. Researchers who entered the hospital room in the morning watched the experiments and isolated them. Nate whispered in his mind that Chris would move according to their instructions. Surprisingly, Chris moved as if he could read his thoughts. "Listen to the doctors. Move." Harsh tests continued for a long time. Nate did not know, but researchers considered the symptoms a side effect of the healing potion experiment. Nate and Chris were quarantined in the same ward as he wished. After that, time went by again. The researchers considered Nate and Chris's symptoms as a kind of achievement. Both of them were not dead, even though they were already in the right physical condition to die. They were on edge enough to interpret it positively. However, when other individuals did not experience such symptoms, they conducted an infectiousness experiment this time. The researchers put the subjects in a similar situation as Chris, just before he died, in a 2-bed ward with one's breath barely in place. The experiment was somewhat successful. Most suffered cardiac arrest, but some woke up again with side effects, and some died like that. Thus, the experiment went on for a long time. It was late at night. I flew at high altitude with Stardust Wing, looking down at Decker and Jefferson's research facility. I was high enough to prevent myself from being identified by CCTV monitoring the outside. Definitely, it's a strange structure. The research building itself was small, but the distance from other facilities and research complexes around it was more than necessary. Due to a parking lot that was as wide as a runway and the empty lots, it was distanced from the roads as well. A structure that if someone escapes, they have to run through an open space without anywhere to hide. And there are too many lights around. It's no different than a prison. I recalled the past. Nate didn't elaborate on what happened back then. Perhaps he had told Angelica. A few years later, Angelica was the one to visit and recruit Nate when he was rescued when these types of facilities were discovered all at once. Anyway, it sure was a terrible memory. When he decided to put the plan forward, he came to the United States instead of meeting Hibiki, who was closer, first. It had only been 2 months since his reincarnation, but he could have come earlier if he pushed himself too. However, he had no choice to gain the least amount of force he needed. Simple research facility? This could be called a fortress. Monoswirled in places that look like ordinary vacant lots, lighting facilities, and other building structures. My eyes were dizzy due to the many artifacts and barriers they had laid. It would be impossible to infiltrate quietly. First of all, to freeze the electronic system, including CCTV, I had to put the mana in the sword. Hoo-oh-oh-oh. As soon as the purple sword energy boiled, I poured the sword's energy into the ground as if I were to bombard them. The target was the self-power generating facilities in the complex and the electrical lines that pulled the power from outside sources. Boom. Boom. Parts of the building and surrounding vacant lots as the mana collided and flashed. Heavy blast sounds rang several times and shook the night air. Who? At this, I descended at a rapid pace. The research center was an enclosed structure that had no room to sneak in. There was no use in stealth, if it was this way. I then picked up the sword. Wing. Boom boom. I destroyed the whole artifact designed to seal the door and tear up the thick iron door. Then, I stepped inside. Beep beep. The artifact was the only thing that operated indoors when all the emergency power was out. The alarm sound made by the item tore my ears. Instead of electric lighting, there was a blue light lit inside with magical luminescence. Hunters that were hired for security sprang up. What? It's an intruder. Shoot. Based on their states, the level of hunters hired, after only focusing on getting various artifacts, was terrible. It was natural. If you were a high-class hunter, you didn't have to put your hands in the sturdy work. They shot, even though it was obvious that their opponent was a hunter. Ting. Ting ting. The mana barrier around my body bounced off all the bullets. Whiz. I flew to the end of the hall in the blink of an eye. The decapitated hunters had fallen along the path. Penetration. The building on the ground was a decoy, and a huge space unfolded underground. The real research facility and the room where the abductees were held were there. How much money did they pay in the trial in my previous life? The scale was enormous. Those numerous people were abducted, detained, tested, and even killed illegally, but most researchers and development executives served a few years in prison. To add, some were scouted by another company instead of Decker and Jefferson, who went bankrupt after being discharged from the prison. Well, most of them did die in mysterious ways afterward. As I continued thinking about that, I finally found the door to the basement. Chapter 44. Necromancer, too. I went down the stairs in front of me without any hesitation whatsoever. My eyes met with the guy who had come up from the basements. What the? Before he could even finish speaking, his neck was blown away, and his blood shot up like a fountain. Another hunter, who was turning around the corner from behind him, was covered with the guy's blood who was ahead of him. When he went to look at me with a bloody expression, I was already in the air. Swish. The flash then sliced across his eyes. He was also unable to scream and promptly died instead. There was not a drop of blood on the recovered sword. The hunters, who were surprised by the alarm, were forced to run into me in the process of heading to the ground level. Perhaps because they were concerned about the escape of the experiment, the structure forced them to pass through the corridor that I was passing by to get to the ground. In case the kidnapped people suddenly popped out, I thrust the sword into each hunter's body instead of using a wide range of sword movements. Ah! Stop him! I said, stop him! A short but sharp flash continuously struck the air. The bodies collapsed along the path I went through, blood puddling everywhere. I was scanning a wide underground area with penetration even as I ended their breath one by one. If the ground artifacts were focused on preventing external intrusion, the main purpose of the barrier here is to prevent the experiment's escape. No matter how awakened one may be, it would have been impossible to run away on his or her own. Then, I found something and hardened my face. I then moved faster. I killed the hunters as soon as I saw them and shot myself forward, destroying the barrier's functioning system. The place I reached was the room in the corner. The sight beyond it upon using clairvoyance was clearly different from where other subjects were held. Bang! I destroyed the most sophisticated and powerful barrier I had ever seen. It was a type that could only be opened and closed with an artifact that functioned as a key. However, it was meaningless if the lock would get blown away entirely. I opened the door roughly, my heart beating harder and harder. The door was very thick, and another door followed. The structure was more like a sterile chamber. When the last door opened, a disgusting smell hit my nose. I then entered the room. Although it was confirmed by clairvoyance in advance, it made me even angrier when I was to see it with my own eyes. It felt like something hot was coming up my throat. Did you live like this? For that long time? Why didn't he ever tell me? Was it painful just to recall the memory? Crack. I clenched my teeth. The ward's internal structure was no different from other rooms, but there were unusually many vents all over the ceiling. The facility, which would be sufficient to replace the room air in 1 to 2 minutes completely, had been shut down due to power failure. Below there were dozens of beds arranged at a certain distance apart. Each bed was bedridden with one person or, to describe it more accurately, what was once a person. I could hear a light breath and a faint heart beating. However, the rotting smell that filled the room was coming from their bodies. Oh. They had a cloudy white pupil and black spots all over the skin. Regardless of age, there were wrinkle-like things on their face, but that was due to the skin separating from the fat layer. Normally, it should ooze with body fluid, swell, and rot like other bodies, but it was being carried out at a much slower pace than it should. Some force that replaced the body's immune function was suppressing it. The magic sword whispered as if it found this interesting. Oh. This is a zombification. The caster also has a very high standard of treatment. What a treat to see this myself. The sheer pleasure of its telepathy made me sick. At that moment. Swoosh. All of those who were lying down without a movement like dolls suddenly raised their upper body. Then they turned their heads and looked at me. The sight of 30 eyes turning at me at the same time in sync was chilling. I walked straight, all in search of a bed. Others didn't have cores in their hearts, but only one was different. Where I stopped and stood, a skinny boy stared at me through his slightly crushed eyelids. By height and size, he only looked about 14 or 15 years old. The appearance was similar to that of other zombies, but Mono's clear sign was in his heart. The magic sword spoke, he's alive. But why is he performing such camouflage? I went closer to him. I didn't care any more about the stinging smell on the nose. Our eyes met, and I called out to him. I put in my mouth not his full name written on documents, Nathan Drake, but Nate. His eyes shook slightly. Yes, doctor. The people he faced at the facility must be mostly doctors or researchers, if not experiments. I didn't know what to say. After some hesitation, I spoke from my heart, I'm sorry. I came too late. Nate tilted his head. Are you not a doctor? No. I'm here to kill all of them and get you out of here. I'm going out? We're going out. You've been here too long. Yes, he had indeed been here too long. I could not allow him to be rescued until he endured for 4 more years. Did Angelica, who saw the future in an unknown manner, knew about this terrible situation? Did she let it be until the government rescued him? It's okay. I was playing with my friends. Friends? He reached out his hand. On the outside, a similarly decomposed zombie came out of bed. He's my friend. His name is Chris. Say hello. The zombie's mouth opened. As if his tongue melted and he couldn't move it well, a dull pronunciation came out of his mouth. Bro. Chris? It was a familiar name. I had seen the child in the future. Although at that time, all the organic tissue had decayed, and only the bones were left. He came here around the same time as I did. He's my best friend. Besides Chris, everyone here is my favorite person. This is Ally. The zombie lying in the next bed was a child with a smaller head than Nate. The child raised her hand and slowly waved at me. Ally was not an unfamiliar name as well. I'm sorry. She can't talk anymore. Ally is also a good friend. We used to fight a lot before. She cried every day and said her mom would come to visit her someday. Whenever I heard that, I felt bad. I have a mom, too, but I didn't think she'd come looking for me. Now, it doesn't matter. I knew why Nate explained for so long. He was nervous right now. He had noticed that I was different from other researchers. Was it an instinct of an awakened? This is Mr. Clark. When I was sick at night, he took care of me and shouted at the doctors. I don't like old men. But I like Mr. Clark. Clark was the name of a skeleton with a crack in the shoulder. The adult zombie, which still had flesh attached to the body, creaked to get out of bed. I couldn't watch it anymore, so I reached out to Nate and stopped him. Stop. He was looking at me with an uneasy look. How many years had he been here like this? I didn't know exactly how old he was when he awakened. Was it about the age that I could see on the outside? After that, he was, to this day, with the people who turned them into zombies here. Slowly rotting with the smell of corpses, trapped with his loved ones. Even changing his body to this state. I had no idea what he must have thought to hold on every day. Well, first of all, can you come back to your original state? Nate, you don't have to stay like this. I got caught, didn't I? Nate's melted skin returned to a somewhat pale hue as soon as Nate said so, but still that of a living person's. The crushed eyelids also regained their shape, and the breathing and heartbeat returned to normal. Unlike other zombies here, Nate was imitating them by just changing his body like them. It was one of the many abilities of his unique skill. Come on, let's get out. Nate. Reverting himself, he was still the size of an unbecoming boy. Nate's eyes showed a lot of emotion and disappeared. But, as if the attitude of obedience grew on him throughout his years here, he must have interpreted my words as a command. He kept looking around as if something bothered him while he was lifting his body. I knew why. The skeletons. Those corpses were still close to zombies, even though they had become skeletons in the future. I stiffened my face. This was a few years before Angelica and Nate met in the future. Is it still possible? Nate's special and unique skill was among the last 5. Traces across boundaries. It was hard to understand what skill it was just by looking at the name. What we observed and Nate proved several times was that it was a kind of mastery skill. Boundary referred to the line between life and death, and the effect of the skill was not fixed, but a new sub-skill had been created according to Nate's proficiency. He had the best unique skill of all 5 of us in terms of growth potential. In addition to this, Nate was constantly creating new sub-skills during our climb to the tower until he drew his last breath. Since when did Shadow Grave become available as a sub-skill? It was clear that it was even before he met Choi Sung-yun from my previous life. I then spoke to Nate. Would you please come over here? Nate nodded and obeyed me. On the floor, there was a shadow cast by a magical light-emitting object under his feet. I floated another light source to make it clearer. The shadow, can you see it? Oh, how could I explain this? I remembered how Nate moved the red mana in his past life, but it was hard to explain in words. However, that didn't mean he could see my mana. I just had to say this. Can you put all your friends in here and move them? Have you ever tried it? Nate shook his head. No, I've never done it. But... It felt like he was thinking about something, but suddenly his eyes shined. Is this how you do it? At that moment. Swish. The wind seemed to blow in the room, and the zombies on the bed disappeared in a blink of an eye. Then the shadow of Nate on the floor shook violently and slowly faded away. The shadow bore all the dead like a grave. "Oh, it's working. It's amazing." Nate laughed for the first time. The magic sword mumbled as if it was dumbfounded. "Unique skills I've never seen or heard of. In this world, how many monsters are there like you and this boy?" While I was moving with Nate, I didn't forget to find the rest of the hunters and the researchers and finish them. Most of the survivors were researchers, and they were busy moving data stored on local servers instead of fleeing to the only exit. They didn't know all about the situation, but they had noticed that Decker and Jefferson was done for. Therefore, it was a shallow intention to transfer experimental data to other companies at a high price or the price of their own life value. They must have thought that intruders would not indiscriminately harm those who were helpless non-awakens that dealt with important data. It was a bold and arrogant illusion. They are trash that isn't worth being considered humans. The experiment's condition, outside the room where Nate was in, was also much worse than I imagined. They would all be rescued today through government operations that had been pulled forward due to the situation right now. "Where are you?" I moved quickly and looked for one of the people I had not yet found. He was close to being the head of the project, but he passed the responsibility on to others in my previous life's trial and was given a light sentence. He was the one who chose to commit suicide in fear of his former colleagues' mysterious deaths after being discharged from prison. Isaac Harrington. I clearly remembered his face. Bang! The lab door then opened. A middle-aged man, who was downloading the data, looked at the door with a pale face. Who are you?" His gaze shifted to my side. He was shocked to find Nate, who had changed to his normal state. He shouted as if he recognized him, something like his identification number. 2-945? But how? I thought, he doesn't have the right to kill himself. The moment I lifted the sword. "Wait a minute!" Nate shouted urgently, but in a clear voice. I turned my head with a sword in my hand. For the first time, there was a clear light in his eyes, which had been moving unconditionally to obey me. "Why?" Nate hesitated and asked. "Are you going to kill him?" "Yeah, like I killed the others." His expression was clouded. No way, was it Stockholm Syndrome? Was he going to defend the man who tormented him? "These things are not worth keeping alive." Harrington spoke as his saliva flew all over, thinking as if he had found a way to live. "Oh, wait a minute. Wait. I mean, Nathan. Your name was Nathan, wasn't it? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I remember your name because you're a special subject. A special kid. And you've been here a long time." He begged for his life with glistening eyes. Please, save me. I gave you special treatment, didn't I? The reason why you were able to live much longer than other children was because I cared for you and took care of." "Bullshit. Nate, don't mind that." The moment I tried to lift the sword again. Whistle. The wind blew in the lab. I felt the density of the air changed. A stinky smell wafted through the air. Harrington's face was distorted at the sight before him. Ow? In the small room, 30 zombies that had just been put in the shadow reappeared. I could hear the voice of Nate, which sounded like a tight string. "You remember everyone, don't you?" Nate called out their names one by one. "Chris. Allie. Mr. Clark." The names were listed continuously. "Josh. Anthony. Julio." Just like that, a few dozens of names were narrated by Nate's cold voices, echoing the lab. Whatever Nate's intentions might be, in my ears, it sounded like a memorial service for the victims of the name, a tribute, a kind of a eulogy. "They are my favorite people." Nate's eyes turned red. It wasn't tears. The eyes were bloodshot with wrath. "They were my favorite people." Nate would have been aware that they're not alive anymore. As he held the traces of those who had already crossed into the realm of death, he forced them to be held on to the boundary of life. "To everyone, you've been giving them a hard time. And eventually. Harrington quivered while trembling. Stop. Don't do that. And my friends always said that, too. To you guys." The next moment, Nate said nothing. There was not even a gesture. There was nothing that could even be seen as a signal. But zombies rushed at once, as if they were one body and as if their minds were connected, towards Harrington. Ah! Flesh, blood, and organ fragments splattered on the ceiling and walls of the lab. It took less than a few seconds for what Harrington was to be torn into dozens of pieces. Chapter 45. A Revised History. It took less than an hour for me to completely flip over and get out from Decker and Jefferson's Detroit lab. As soon as Nate took a step out of the lab, he made an expression that would remain with me for a while. Whoa. Although the number of pollutants in the atmosphere had decreased since the cataclysm, it had not been long enough for large cities in the U.S. to suddenly turn into clean areas. The stars' footprints were still dim in the night's curtain above my head. Nevertheless, Nate mindlessly looked at it, the stars in the sky, without having enough of it. Next, he turned his head a little bit and stared at the moon that floated across the skyline of Detroit far away and the effects of light pollution it created as if it were the most beautiful sight in the world. Let's go. I regretted that I killed the researchers too easily. Swish. I spread the stardust wing and flew up together. This item's effect, which perfectly protected me from air friction, was applied to Nate as well. Nate spoke, looking at the scenery under his feet, which looked like a drooping beam of light through the darkness. Doctor. Don't call me a doctor. I'm Seo Jin Wook. Perhaps because he was caught at the age of 9 and was locked up at the now age of 19, his vocabulary and expression skills were not yet fit for his age, and his attitude was a little intimidated. I reminisced about Nate, who I saw in my previous life. It would take time for him to change into that cheerful and clever figure that I could remember. What should I do from now on? This might also be him trying to observe his position. Before leaving the lab, I promised Nate. Unlike these guys, I was not going to conduct any experiments. Instead, I wanted to get help from him, and it was not like something will be given to him just like he had been experiencing, but he still had to give something. I answered, choosing only the vocabulary that was not hard for him to understand. I'm preparing to stop something. Because if I don't prepare in advance, everything you see below you right now will be gone. I happened to pass through Lake Erie and face Cleveland. The nearing lights of the city were dazzling. Like Chicago, Cleveland was one of the cities that suffered dungeon-related chaos and was destroyed before other regions. Although after the collapse of the SSS-class dungeon, it would be the same everywhere else in the world. If we don't stop it, the view of the city from here will become like the lake we just passed. Then Nate turned and looked at the lake. The stillness of the water was like a dark mess that absorbed all the light. There was no sign of artificial light. You just have to get stronger this way. I didn't know what Angelica, who had rescued him in my previous life, had said, so I spoke what I could say off the top of my head. You need to be so strong that no one can lock you up, force you to do something you don't like, or bully you. Your friends will help you. Nate did not answer. I kept silent while flying so that he could be lost in thought. During the hours-long flight to Washington, D.C., the red mana pouring out of Nate's heart continuously traveled all over his body for a second, creating various patterns, and I was looking at it silently. I stayed at a hotel in D.C. for a few days. Nate's long captivity had him weakened even if his body had awakened. With proper nutrition and training, his body will soon return to optimal condition. In the meantime, I asked the senator for another deal through Oh Jinhua. It was to create a new identity for Nate. In the previous life, after being rescued by the government, he lived on by recovering the identity of Nathan Drake, who went missing, but he did not have to do so in this life. The U.S. government raided the Detroit research lab and rescued the locked-up experiments right after I left, but of course, Nate wasn't among them. Unless I hack all Decker and Jefferson's servers and wipe out the information, I can't completely wipe out Nathan Drake's traces. It was practically impossible to find and remove all the backup files. I was sure some of the personnel who weren't in the lab at that time had survived. So the information of the subject Nathan Drake, who was classified as an unusual individual, would one day flow into the U.S. government, and there was no reason to restore his identity as it was. If he disappeared like this, the government would assume that Nathan died in the uproar. He needs to come with me. When I asked him because it was better to change his name, he insisted on Nate as his first name. He also picked the last name with a completely different name for himself, not Drake. I didn't ask why he chose this word. I just nodded and passed it on to Oh Jinhua. Come eat before you continue. Nate, who was concentrating, opened his eyes like a lightning bolt and got up. He had instinctively activated his skills and consumed his mana until now, but he didn't even know the basic ways to train. He was starting mana the way I had told him to do so. It's food. At this, he ran violently to the living room. After returning to a normal human body, his face changed. He gained weight and grew a little taller just after a few days of rest. It showed an awakened's natural recovery that was of an industrial level. He then sniffed, looking at the plate. "What is this?" "Hamburger. You said you wanted to eat it." "It's a little different from what I remember." I ordered a handmade burger as a room service perhaps looked a little different from the fast food he had when he was 9. "Do you eat this wooden skewer in the middle?" "You eat the rest after taking it out." "It's too big. I can't eat it in one bite." He thought about it for a moment after looking at the enormous hamburger. Swoosh! The blue mana from his core turned red. A wave of red briefly swayed and activated the skill. Then, the vitality immediately disappeared from Nate's face. I knew what the situation was. External zombification. That too, of just the facial area. And crack. He turned to a zombie state only above the neck and opened his mouth wide by dislocating his jawbone. The skin on his cheek lost elasticity and stretches out. The area between the roof of the mouth and the tongue was enlarged. Meow. The cat, who was grooming on the sofa, was surprised and ran away to the bathroom. Nate popped the hamburger into his mouth with his mouth wide enough to chew on a whole human head. Crack. The dislocated jawbone was repeatedly joined and dropped again. It reminded me of the 5 black snakes wrapped around my wrist, eating food. It good. Anyway, he seemed to be satisfied with the taste. "Use this next time." When I handed him a knife, he held it in his hand and made a surprised expression. I looked at him in a perplexed manner. Since he just activated the skill, decomposition didn't take place yet, so it did not smell, but even fake zombies were almost the same as real zombies while they activated the skill. He changed his face into a zombie to eat a hamburger. Yeah, there's still a gap to fill. Nate didn't have the repulsion of an ordinary person. Even if it was a fake zombie that is transformed from a healthy body, it looks like it would frighten ordinary people. This is because it evokes instinctive repulsion towards the corpse. However, Nate, who had to stay in one room with real corpses for several of years, has no sense of that. Rather, he might feel intimacy towards it. All the experiments he turned into zombies while in captivity were Nate's favorite people. Because of the necromancer's nickname, people in my previous life had regarded him as a cold-blooded, bloodlust that enslaved the dead who were unable to rest. Of course, the truth was different. Nate did not control the real dead, but he just held the traces of them in his heart. In addition to this, he took care of them as if he was dealing with artifacts left behind by someone close to him. Next news. I turned on the TV while Nate was eating. A few days later, Decker and Jefferson's news was still making the headlines. Even though the investigation was not entirely completed, the quick-witted reporters finished figuring out the situation and stripped down the company. Major executives were arrested, and stocks fell to scrap paper overnight. Nate seemed a little surprised at first, knowing that was where he was at, but now he was watching the news calmly while eating. Yes, he needs to know how what he's been through is judged objectively and in a social context. Then the news screen changed. "This is breaking news that just came in. What's pushing the Detroit news away?" And as soon as I checked the following screen, my face stiffened. Nate, who was recovering his memory little by little after even forgetting to read and write, read the caption with a stutter. Korea? He turned his head before asking with a bright smile. "Doctor, is that where we have to go?" I managed to nod my head. That's right. The breaking news today was about the state of a dungeon in Korea. This dungeon, which the Korean government has named Shihong 8 Dungeon, is again rated S. It is an S-class. Early this morning, the dungeon's stability, which had been being cleared, led by the Celestial Dragon Guild and joined by 6 guilds to clear, for 3 months now, had changed. It changed from the regular normal state to very unstable by leaping several classes. Shihong 8 Dungeon. It was the giant dungeon that the Celestial Dragon Guild had been pouring most of its power recently. The internal structure was so wide, and the number of people who could enter was so large that they were conducting a long-term attack by partially rotating the exploration teams. However, according to the progress, there was also a prediction that it might take more than a year. In fact, that prediction is correct. It took nearly a year for Shihong 8th Dungeon to be cleared after it was first discovered in the previous life. In particular, many hunters were sacrificed in the final exploration that achieved the clear. And the reason why I was surprised now was, it's still half a year from now that the Shihong 8th Dungeon's rating had suddenly changed in my previous life. The time didn't fit at all. Butterfly effect? I couldn't calculate all the changes I had made by being reincarnated and the butterfly effect derived from it. However, it was hard to accept that it was because of me, including this one. Could human beings? Could an awakened affect the stability of the dungeon in any way in the first place? No, there isn't. Everything in the dungeon except the clear was controlled only by the system. If this was the case, then why did it change so suddenly? According to an official report, the Korean government has delivered an unusual request for other government's assistance. They decided that it was too difficult to respond only by domestic hunters alone for a limited time. There have been many cases where S-class dungeons have been found, but most of them have been stable or very stable. This is the first time that an S-class dungeon has turned into a very unstable state. The aftermath of an S-class dungeon collapsing was something no one could expect at this point. I remembered the list of hunters who were dispatched at the time. Of course, there was a support team from the U.S. I also knew which hunter agency formed this team at the request of the U.S. government. It was a company in Edward Danton's hands. As expected, it's hard to run a business related to hunters or a dungeon outside his hands in this country. I immediately contacted Oh Jin-hwa. The message was simple. I'd like to join the U.S. team that will be dispatched on the Shihong 8th dungeon. Not as Seo Jin-wook of Celestial Dragon, but as a different person. I want to talk to the senator directly about the price. There will be some parts that can be traded with each other. I sat next to Nate, who already ate all of the hamburger, was sucking his fingers and kept thinking. My head was more complicated. It is because the Shihong 8th dungeon is the place where Seo Jin-wook died in his previous life. Yeah, he died in that last attack. Together with Han Sol. I'm not going to reenact the death as it was. Just as the dungeon is the best stage to target me, it is a good place for me to target anyone. Now it's time to finish cleaning under feet. A few days after talking with the senator, Nate and I were at the airport. What is this? It's your passport. Take care of it. Nate took a long look at Korea's ticket via Japan in one hand and the passport I gave him in the other hand as if it was interesting. Then, suddenly, the shadows swayed under his feet. I held him back before a slightly melted arm came up from it and took his passport. Wait. You don't have to leave it to your friends in the shadows. Just put it in your pocket. Yes. I guess that was what it meant to take good care of something for Nate. To leave it to the zombies hidden in the shadow grave, so that no one but himself could touch it. Well, it's the surest way, but this is the airport. Nate opened the side with the photo again before keeping his passport and looked at it with wonder. That's your full name now. I made the last name the way you wanted it to be. So don't forget, don't panic if someone calls you by that name. Yes, doctor. Take out the doctor when you call me. Yes, sir. Remove the latter as well. I'm the same age as you. Okay. He continued to live as Nathan Drake after his rescue in his previous life, but now things had changed. His name had changed just as I had created the turning point of history. He looked at the photo of himself embedded on the passport, and underneath he noticed his name, which caused a faint smile. Nate Hope. Chapter 46. Archmage, 1 Magic. In the general public's eyes, all the skills used by an awakened person were close to miracles, and it wasn't easy to distinguish the true magic among them. Hunters, on the other hand, distinguish magic through the following characteristics. 1. Although it was not a unique skill, the elemental properties of fire, electricity, and water were applied. 2. Because mana consumption was very severe and took time to activate, it was essential to have an auxiliary item called runestone with the same properties as the skill. 3. Skill power level varied greatly depending on the proficiency. At the onset of activation, it required a much more intricate mana pattern than any other skills, so it was hard to increase the proficiency if you didn't have the talent. Because of the last characteristic, the magic skill card was given to a hunter in the guild who had already demonstrated the ability to control the mana by quickly increasing other skill proficiencies. Among those magic skill users, the name of the person who remained in the top tier in my previous life was Amano Hibiki, also known as the Archmage. There was a reason why she was called so. Was it because she could use all 7 properties of magic? No. It was common for hunters to open up additional skill slots in the future, and it wasn't that there were no awakened who had mastered all 7 mastery skills. Was it because she had excellent mana control and a huge mana capacity that distinguished her from other hunters? Certainly, Hibiki's control was excellent, and her 50,000 active mana was also the greatest in the human race at the time. However, even if she chose to use other skills, apart from magic, it would have the same effect with that kind of specification. The answer lay elsewhere. The most crucial key to Hibiki achieving the pinnacle of humans by magic was her unique skill: multiple cognition. To simply explain, she could think of same time. It was multitasking beyond human limits. This was impossible, even for me, now with the successor's eyes and excellent mana control. If you were a novice hunter who relied entirely on the system to activate skills, it was easy to activate a few skills one after the other, with little time difference. You just needed to think about it. However, suppose you were a hunter who had begun to care about proficiency and had got to the stage of improving the performance of skill at will. In that case, you must recognize and intervene in complex mana patterns every time you use a skill. The human brain couldn't do much at the same time. Hibiki's unique skills made it possible. The characteristic of magic, that one just needed to arrange the mana with no required physical movements, showed fantastic combination with multiple cognition. Her placing all the 7 properties runestone on the Ishart staff, and turning the boss monster into dust by casting various magic simultaneously still lingered in my memory. Let's get off here. Yes, sir. I mean, yes. We had arrived at Mito City, Ibaraki Prefecture, Japan. Amano Hibiki was in this small city, with a population of just over 300,000 people. Nate and I just got here by train from the airport. Wow. Nate couldn't shut his dropped jaw. The few days he stayed in DC must have been an interesting experience, but now, he suddenly came to a foreign country. From the sight of countless Asians filling the streets to signs written in strange characters, everything around him was spectacular scenery that would certainly shock him. I sent Nate into the hotel first. Keep what I said in mind. Yes, I remember. It hadn't been long since he was rescued from the institute, but Nate was already slowly regaining the personality I had seen in the future. Despite such a terrible incident, his face was full of bright smiles and energy. It was as if he couldn't stand it because he was so happy every day. At that moment, he recited the cautionary tips I taught him. Don't show my friends in front of ordinary people. Don't break the cat's crystals and keep them together. Don't train until mana runs out, but stop when I feel dizzy. All right. I nodded and stepped out to the street to meet Hibiki. I thought a lot about what would be needed to make Hibiki a colleague. She wasn't kidnapped like Nate, instead, she was an ordinary adult who lived a normal life. What did she need the most at this point? That's Hibiki. Where I found her was a bookstore downtown. Having lost her parents when she was a child, she was released from childcare facilities 2 years ago and made a living by working several part-time jobs. She had a face that was a little younger than I had seen in my past life. She would awaken about 3 years from now. If it went the way I remembered it, then she would. Thank you for your hard work. I'll go home first. After finishing work, Hibiki changed her clothes, and I got ready to follow her. I could hear her coworkers whispering in the background. Ms. Amano is scary as well today. I can't see her smiling except when she's dealing with customers. Don't you feel offended? She needs to watch her emotionless face. There are no ups and downs, no emotions. It's like looking at a dead person. I approached Hibiki as I let the murmurs flow. My face was disguised as an American hunter. Excuse me. Hibiki turned her head, and our eyes met. No emotion. Huh. Hibiki's face looking at me truly showed not even a faint color of emotion. No surprise or bafflement can be felt after meeting a foreigner who suddenly spoke in Japanese. She just had an ice-like expression. I'm sorry all of a sudden. This is who I am. I stuck out a calling card, which was a US-based hunter agency company created by Denton at my request. Although he had made it impossible to trace the stake structure easily, the major stakeholder was me, Seo Jin-wook. Hibiki's eyes leapt between my disguised face and the business card, one after another. Can I talk to you for a minute? I even thought about what I would say if she denied it without hesitation, but fortunately, Hibiki nodded. She still had an unknown expression, one that made it impossible to tell what she was thinking. We sat face to face in a cafe. After making a simple barrier to prevent the sound from leaking out, I spoke to her. I'm scouting promising people from all over the world who have the talent to become a hunter. I visited Ms. Amano this time because I think you had that talent. What is the basis of saying that I have a talent? Hibiki answered back for the first time. I replied with the utmost care not to provoke her. First of all, I have to inform you that I'm also a hunter. I concentrated the mana to lift the teacup in the air, but Hibiki was still unmoved, looking at her expression. I hope you don't misunderstand. Our way of finding those who are promising is still a bit primitive. It is to select and approach people who have had many unidentified, uncontrollable events around them. The original Seojin Wook caused a psychokinesis storm under extreme agitation even before his awakening. At that time, his potential mana was about 70,000. And Hibiki's potential mana was about 50,000. It was well above the SS class standard of 30,000. A person with this level of mana had no choice but to reveal oneself like an all in one's pocket in the process of growing up. While listening to my story, Amano's eyes did not look lost at all. Did you hear about my childhood accident? Yes, I did. But that was only once. I lied. I couldn't tell her right now that it was the story she had told me herself in the future. The accident she was referring to was about her parents' loss at an amusement park when she was 5 years old. At that time, I concluded that it had been due to outdated facilities. If you look at the CCTV at the time of the accident, the Ferris wheel that your whole family was riding suddenly snaps and collapses. That was the only big news in the media. But what we noticed was a photograph of the broken piece of debris. It was all a lie. Because I found some kind of trace in the picture. In the eyes of detectives who are not exposed to specific knowledge, it might be mistaken for the damage caused by ground collision. Still, as I saw it, it was definitely the damage caused by psychokinesis. Hibiki wouldn't remember. She must not have been herself to confirm and see how the Ferris wheel was torn. I suspect that Ms. Amano, then 5 years old, created a psychokinesis storm in the Ferris wheel. It was the cause of the accident. I'm not here to blame you for the incident. I know that there has never been a similar accident since then. Nevertheless, we would like to help Ms. Amano. A psychokinesis rampage occurs when you can't control your huge mana. When there is emotional agitation, it goes wild regardless of your will. Putting it in that state is like living with a bomb in your body. Originally, it was right for a promising person with this kind of potential mana to be awakened as soon as she turned 19. However, Amano Hibiki had never been in such contact before and was living a normal life. Hibiki remained silent even after listening to me. Her mouth opened again only after the green tea on the table had completely cooled down. Mana was the cause. Yes, it's a rare occurrence for a non-awakened. The accident was due to the mana inside me? It was all unknown knowledge unless one was a hunter. Hibiki closed her eyes when she heard something still unfamiliar to the public. Very small wrinkles formed between her eyes. Although very minuscule, it was the first expression I've seen so far after I met her today. I didn't know what it was at that time. Hibiki's voice, which I heard in my previous life, overlapped with her words now, recited in an emotionless voice in front of me. I was young. I don't remember why, but I was very angry. The beginning was a common whine by a 5-year-old child who didn't even remember what started it. My father, who was in the Ferris wheel with me, got annoyed. My mother sitting next to me tried to calm me down. I kept crying. I cried and got angry. I just couldn't calm down. My face turned red, and I got mad to the point that I couldn't breathe. When young children were under extreme stress, they went through something called explosive aggression. They could not control the torrent of emotions that adults would have suppressed and poured it out as a result. As soon as the anger rose to the top of my head, a sharp wind or something like the wind suddenly came out of my body. My mother screamed. My father kept shouting with a pale face. "Stop! Stop it!" Mother reached out. There was a shrill sound of metal. And I felt my body falling. We kept falling. Until I was unconscious. The people on the Ferris wheel at that time were only the 3 family members. It was never a coincidence that both parents died and Hibiki lived, and it was not a miracle, as the media said. Hibiki was unconsciously protecting her body amid a loss of consciousness. In the end, I'm the only one who survived. I didn't know what it was until now. I just remembered one thing. I was very angry at that time. That's how my uncontrollable feelings drove me to that point. The real miracle is that there was only one such accident in the process of growth of someone with 50,000 potential mana. Everyone went through a whirlpool of emotions. Sometimes it was sad enough to freeze your heart, it was annoying enough to create a headache, it was exciting enough not to be able to fall asleep, and it was compelling enough to heat the blood in your entire body. Seojin Wook's outbursts were unusually frequent due to the curse, but even if he wasn't cursed, it was normal that he would usually go through similar events several times if there were so much mana. It was evidence of promising talent. However, There was only one incident in Hibiki's life. Since then, you've been living with all your emotions suppressed. It was a wound-like memory that could never be forgotten. Yes, I tried not to feel anything. I knew people around me would get hurt if I were deeply immersed in my emotions. One accident was enough for everything around her to fall apart. After the accident, Hibiki had suppressed her feelings because she was afraid of being lost in them. Then, she lived a life completely suppressed by the joys and sorrows. You don't have to do that anymore. Again, Mana's rampage happens when one can't control it properly. It's called activation to bring Mana into control. I explained slowly from the basics. Hibiki, who heard the entire explanation, then asked. Well, if I do something called awakening, you mean I don't have to worry about that happening anymore? The possibility of a rampage is reduced, close to zero. And then through training, complete control is possible. The contemplation didn't take long. I'll do it. It meant the end of a long fear that she had embraced in her heart. The city of Mito would go through a dungeon break 3 years later. Hibiki's awakening was due to the threat of her life then. Then, Angelica came to the shelter and met Hibiki, sitting by, who almost lost her sanity. Although Angelica foretold many incidents, not all dungeon breaks were told in advance. She explained that her prophecy skills were never perfect at the time, and she could never know everything she wanted. It made me question another thing now. Was Angelica really not aware of Mito City's dungeon break? What if she had waited for her to be persuaded to join her as Hibiki had awakened due to that incident and let her develop hatred towards dungeon monsters? That was if she really had a way to know the future. The reason why I thought so was that Hibiki's method of awakening would be different in this life. After I moved to her house, I took out the contract form and the awakening stone. The contract lasts 3 years and is free to extend or scrap, depending on the will of both parties. For now, I was signing with my hunter agency, but I had written the contents so that she could naturally transfer to the Celestial Dragon Guild after the arrangement was completed. Nate also signed a contract under the same conditions. However, you cannot stay in Japan during the contract period. I then explained. You will register as a hunter in Korea. Although both countries are sensitive to export their hunters, they are flexible another way around. I thought deeply. Although I'm keeping her in the dark, it is actually illegal in both countries to awaken this way. When she officially fills out the document and registers as a hunter later, she has to process it as an accidental awakening. I tried to quantify the degree of freedom each country granted to hunters. Except for national emergencies, the U.S., which had left the hunter industry to capitalist logic, could be described as 10, China, which forcibly conscripted all people whose awakening had been confirmed, and could be described as 0. Korea and Japan were similar to each other, so they ranged from 7 to 8. Hunters awakening through the awakening stone must be carried out under the state's control, originally. Hibiki then nodded. Okay. It was time to check out what I was worried about. In this life, I awakened on the same day and almost the same time as Seojin Wook in my previous life. Nate would also have the same timing and method of awakening from my previous life. However, now, Hibiki had a different timing and strategy. When she awakens like this, will she be able to get her unique skill just like in my past life? After she finished writing the contract, I lifted the barrier on the awakening stone. You need to put your hand here. With a nod, she put her hand on the transparent jewel. At that moment, her image disappeared from my sight. Chapter 47. Archmage, 2. Hibiki, who had disappeared from the room, reappeared a few minutes later. When she returned, the awakening stone I had left on her desk turned gray. It crushed like burnt briquettes and melted in the air without leaving a trace. Hibiki had awakened successfully. Ah! She looked down at her hands as if everything was unfamiliar. Her face was calm, but she couldn't speak easily. I knew what that felt like, the feeling of lightness when you just awakened as a hunter. Refreshing feeling as if all cells had been newly woken up and reborn. Congratulations. Hibiki's eyes were slightly shaken. Now, about the chances of rampage ... As I said, now that you've activated the core, the possibility is close to 0. If you're still nervous, you can continue to activate the potential mana. In her previous life, Hibiki had almost activated all of 50,000 potential mana, and she had done it in a short time, too. Now, it was time to check what I was curious about. Do you see the system message? Yes. I asked her potential mana and active mana that I already knew. Next up. What's your unique skill? I waited nervously for the words to fall out of her mouth. Hibiki's eyes stared into the air and read it along. Multiple. Cognition. That was the one phrase I was waiting for. It's a success. Amano Hibiki was likely to be called the Archmage in this life, too. I sang of pleasure inwardly. Even if the awakening method and timing are different, the unique skill will not change. When gathering more colleagues in the future, there was no need to worry about their capabilities being different from the future. Just as the potential mana is set at birth, I can think of unique skills as being attributed to one person. It's literally a unique ability. I eased my worries. After that, Hibiki was busy reading the system message for a while, and I waited without hurrying her. I checked everything. I suggested how to nurture her from now on as if I analyzed the information I had heard so far. It's a unique skill that's optimized to use magic. Instead of starting with close-range type hunters' basic skills, such as sword mastery and mana barrier, Hibiki nodded unopposed at my proposal to fill all 4 now open slots with magic mastery skills. Rather than weigh the pros and cons of my words, she must be busy following me with the information in her head. The company will pay for the initial training, as stated in the contract. I also included an anti-eat-and-run clause in case she suspected it was a fraud if the terms of the contract were too generous, but I didn't have to worry about such a possibility. If Hibiki grew up like this, a lot of guilds would continue to offer scout proposals. Still, she wouldn't even bother with it. I knew her personality, beyond the fragmentation of her fundamental nature that she currently showed. She will find out after months of training and getting used to the hunter industry that I'm the one who can make her grow the fastest. There was another reason why Hibiki was called the Archmage. Although it was a tool to slaughter dungeon monsters she hated so much, Hibiki loved magic with all her heart. Magic was her only interest, work, and hobby in her hands. Whenever she had a chance, she constantly experimented with the mana in her body, thinking about improving her proficiency in each spell and studying to improve it. Some magic had been modified so much that there was little trace of the system mana pattern guide. Other hunters tried to learn such modified magic. Still, communication was difficult without seeing each other's mana, and I, who could see and remember it perfectly, had limitations in explaining it with words and videos. Of course, I was using it well after the reincarnation. Most of the magic skills I used now were improved versions of Hibiki's. I'm going to teach this to Hibiki again. Hibiki would be learning the achievements and heritage of the future herself. And then, she'll go beyond it. This life had changed from the beginning. Do you have any more questions? Hibiki looked down at the contract, hesitating for a moment before speaking. You said we were going to Korea, right? Yes. Here, your name. There was the real name I had just written down in the signature column of the contract indicated by my finger. This sounds like a Korean name. She took turns looking at my Western-looking face and the name of the signature column. The reason why I approached in disguise was in case she refused and would get into a long argument. However, there was no need to hide anymore. It would be quite unpleasant for the Japanese government to awaken someone and scout them to Korea in this way. That's why I'm registering you as a hunter in Korea. Beyond the unpleasantness, they would impose sanctions. And so, I inevitably disguised myself. In fact, there was a greater reason to remove the traces of Seojin Wook coming to Japan. Wobble. I took off the mask slime I was wearing on my face, revealing not the image of a hunter who would enter Korea, not the look that I used it in the US. The face, used only for today's camouflage, was removed. Hibiki's eyes slightly widened when she saw my bare face beneath it. Let me greet you again. I'm Seojin Wook. I look forward to working with you. I look forward to working with you, too. It must be interesting to see the mask slime for the first time. Hibiki, who had been staring at my face for a while, suddenly murmured. You're much younger than I thought you'd be. I gave her a few more days to arrange everything around her. I'm sorry for the tight schedule. Is it possible in 3 days? You don't have to terminate the house papers. The company will pay for the rent for the time being. Yes. I thought it was a tight schedule, but Hibiki contacted me the next day. I'm done fixing up. When I came to pick her up, Hibiki was waiting for me with a simple Boston bag, not even a travel carrier. Is this all the luggage? She nodded quietly. I had revealed that I was a hunter, I had confirmed that it was a real company in the US, and I had solved her problems, but this was a little unexpected. I then asked with a foolish smile. It's fast and simple. Aren't you nervous? To start a new life by leaving your previous life behind you? Besides, she was being led by a foreigner who came by unexpectedly, too. However, Hibiki's answer was unexpected. No, it's refreshing. It was the first expression I heard from her mouth after my reincarnation, although her expression was still cold. I'm really relieved. I see. Perhaps she had been waiting for an opportunity to leave the past, which was symbolized by anxiety, fear, and guilt. Here I am. Jin-wook. Welcome. When I opened the hotel door, Nate, who watched TV in the living room, ran out. Huh? Who is this? I introduced the two to each other. We'll be working together in the future. Hibiki bowed her head. Nate also said hello and asked me. Are we working together? Then. Is she an awakened? She's a hunter, right? That's right. Oh, you're not an ordinary person. That's a relief. What do you mean, that's a relief? Look, Jin-wook. Look at this. While Jin-wook was gone, the cat threw up 2 more crystals, so I kept it safe. That it would never break, in the safest way. The safest way? I somehow felt uneasy about it. Oh, wait a minute. At that moment. Wobble. Nate's shadow wobbled, and a zombie in the shape of a small child crawled out from it. Ooh. The zombie looked at Nate with a half-melted face and put out his hands together. There were 2 Iponia crystals on it. Thank you, Allie. Ooh. Oh. I looked at Hibiki, who froze on the spot. She would definitely need an explanation. Oh, what that is? Hibiki's expression was still unmoved. Her gaze pointed at the boy zombie that crawled out of the shadows without saying a word. Hibiki? Then. Thud. Hibiki then fainted on the floor of the hotel carpet with a blank expression. After sending Nate and Hibiki to Korea, I arrived in Korea on a separate flight. In an identity created by the senator, Lent, to be exact. As soon as the plane door opened, people from the government waited for me in well-ironed suits. Welcome to Korea, Mr. Bill Russell. My steps never stopped while I was moving under their protocol. After walking out of the airport through a separate immigration stand, I boarded the prepared vehicle. It was a black business car headed for Hanamdong. The entire house was rented for me, technically for a single person named Bill Russell. Well, the Korean government should serve the hunters who are coming in from abroad well. They were here specifically to help prevent the collapse of the S-Class dungeon. In fact, it was just as dangerous. Depending on whether you value risk or return, the decision would be different. Like the real Bill Russell, some people choose no risk and low return. Bill Russell, an S-Class hunter who lent his identity without knowing who I was, would be enjoying his vacation at his villa in Miami now, avoiding the eyes of others after receiving an acceptable amount of fee through the senator. I didn't know him in my previous life, but he was actually said to be one of the senator's people. Please dismiss all the employees. They're getting on my way in training. Will you be alright? Yes. After sending out the employees who were waiting for chores or miscellaneous errands, I was the only one who remained alone in the house. Now, I'm going to catch my breath. I rented another house under the name of the company not far from this house and let Nate and Hibiki stay there, and so, I went back and forth between the 2 places to watch their training for the time being. In the meantime, information was delivered that hunters were coming in one after another from all around the world. When all the hunters finally arrived in Korea, the first briefing began. Nice to meet you. I'm Han Sol. I am Seo-gyu Chol. I am Bill Russell. The multinational hunter team, of course, included the Korean hunters. Since they had experienced it directly by their clear, they led the briefing. Even I was a little nervous when I faced them in Bill Russell's shell. It was because of Han Sol rather than Seo-gyu Chol. May that be a skill or whatever. How does she, how far, and how clear does she see the future? If she had even predicted that I would join the expedition under disguise, she would not be to the point of being omnipotent, but the level of all-knowing. However, there was nothing I could do with that assumption. What plan would work in front of an all-knowing? I've heard a lot about you. Thank you for your help. However, a slightly tired-faced Han Sol passed by with a brief greeting, just as she greeted all the other hunters. We will start the briefing. After an hour of briefing and more than 2 hours of question and answer, the faces of the hunters gathered from each country became more serious. A hunter, sitting next to me, looked at me, and spoke. What a tricky dungeon. I answered bluntly. It is. I understand why they dragged it on for 3 months. It would have been hard without a person as capable as me as the support. Her name was Nicole Thompson, the one who calmly talked about her high reputation. She was a member of the U.S. team formed by the senator and a support-type hunter in SS rank that did not exist in Korea. In my previous life, she also participated in the Shihong 8th Dungeon's final attack, which took place half a year later. Then, she died there. She stared at me in my face and said, "Bill Russell. I've heard of your name, but it's my first time seeing you." "I see. Yes, I've never seen you before. But is this not your first time?" "What do you mean?" She tilted her head with a smile on her mouth. "I have a good sense. It's not like a skill as a hunter, but it's just a hunch. But the way you look at me doesn't feel like the kind you give to someone you've never seen before." I clicked my tongue inside. I tried not to reveal it, but I thought she could read my awkward attitude. I had been feeling a bit tense to deal with this hunter, Nicole Thompson. Maybe, the death of my previous life has become a trauma to me. The reason was nothing much. It was not the appearance and physique of a woman named Nicole Thompson or what she looked like. She had a blonde cut under the ear, white skin, green eyes, and a slender build. The only similarities were those listed above. There would be more than 1 million people on this planet who satisfied all the above characteristics. If you compare only faces, her appearance was not completely similar, a completely different person when comparing Mana's amount in the core. However, there was a thing that she had, the aura felt from a person. It was the feeling of that person. I need to fix it. If I keep doing this, I'll be offended to see any white blonde in the future. The woman named Nicole Thompson reminded me of Angelica. Still, they do look a little bit alike. I shook my head and dusted off my thoughts. Chapter 48. Shihong 8 Dungeon, 1. That's tense. There were not even common reporters around the Shihong 8 dungeon. There were no citizens that were out to observe, and the state strictly controlled the place. In fact, no ordinary person would want to snoop around here. The S-class dungeon might collapse any time. The apartment complex, where residents had finished evacuating, was bleak beyond being bare, and the multinational hunter team was conducting a final inspection in front of the gate. I heard there was another personnel change at the last minute. In consideration of rotation and reserve personnel, about 100 hunter pools were formed, and 40 were required to enter the dungeon to match the gate limit. Still, several people were adjusted at the last minute. The first thing that caught my eye was that Seo Gyu-chul was moved into the reserve. It was not because of his wish but was due to the demands of foreign hunters who had briefly trained together. When that news became known, the media went wild again. The news must spread fast that his ability as a hunter could only go that far. He may be the first S-rank hunter in Korea. Still, he was pushed aside because he was not better than other equivalently ranked hunters in combat capability and had no special ability to be used in the dungeon. On the other hand, Han Sol, officially known as the top-ranked hunter in the A rank, remained in the list of the 40. In terms of the frequency and time, she has experienced the Shihong 8 dungeon the most. She even took the position of the expedition leader. There was one more reason for this. It was because she had a support-type skill of battlefield command. It was rare to find somebody who learned it. It's a telepathic skill that she learned by dedicating a skill slot, as she was more experienced in being the expedition leader than Seo Gyu-chul. It could increase the explorer's survival rate through accurate and rapid communication, or so she said. In any case, it was unusual to do so for an expedition team with numerous S-rank hunters, even if she had such a background. She means that in a war, a commander doesn't necessarily have to be the best marksman. Seo Gyu-chul must be grating his teeth. This was a Korean hunter belonging to another guild. He was certified as S-ranked later than Seo Gyu-chul, but he was among the 40 members. Even after Seo Gyu-chul's growth stopped, other hunters continued to strengthen. Well, Seo Gyu-chul didn't make it to the final attack team even in my previous life. That was why he survived. What was waiting for him was a miserable life until his death, though. Here we go, final check. Item inspection was not as thorough as other attacks. Still, there was nothing good about being noticeable, so I slightly changed the appearance of a magic sword and bracelet by adding different artifacts and materials. I particularly put extra attention on the sword so that no one else could touch it except me. The sword groaned with exaggerated feelings as if deplorable. What a shame. Such simple combination work. Will I have to wear this sloppy outfit throughout the exploration of this dungeon? Instead of replying, I tapped the sword handle, which was meant to close its mouth. One would think it was a habitual behavior. But I'm a little excited since it's an S-class dungeon. I've heard the briefing as well. But I think you know more about this dungeon. Am I right? Tap, tap, tap. More and more force was added onto the hand that tapped the sword. No, it's not just the dungeon. I think you're one step ahead of other humans in everything, in all kinds of information. So, what is your unique skill? If you let me know, I'll show you how to combine it with my accumulated knowledge and use it more efficiently and... Tap, tap. Tap, 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 tap. Tap, 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 tap. I thought I should try to echo Jinhua once more. The senator still couldn't find the statue I asked for. When the hell can I get it? I wish I could stop its muzzle. The shift starts now. While the final attack squad was preparing, Korean hunters filled the dungeon to the limit with 40 people. This was due to the dungeon's characteristics, which became more difficult later if left empty for a long time. The shift between them and the final attack team proceeded by one coming out of the gate and one going in from here. Hunters who were fatigued appeared one by one, looking wretched. At the same time, there were groans from all over the place. Phew. I really thought I was going to die this time. Don't you think the wave cycle is getting shorter and shorter? Meanwhile. Wow, these are faces I've seen on TV a lot. They really gathered only those above S rank, huh? Thank you very much for your service. Good luck. Some people recognized the hunters, who were similar to each country's S-rank dream team, and shouted cheers. But is this going to work? Isn't it customary to fill a limit of more than 30% with the next highest grade? We should give our everything. It should be safe when at least 10 SS rank joins. Think about it. SS ranks are like critical weapons, so do you think they will use all of them? When we aren't even aware of the structure of a dungeon. Not all countries let the hunters be as free as the United States. Some were anxious because the composition of SS rank people who joined is less than expected. All countries agree that if it collapses, it may not end just in Korea. But then, that doesn't mean that all risks will be shared equally. The results of countries' fierce calculation of risk distribution were now being implemented in the expedition's composition. Even if this blows up, Korea will bear the primary damage. Waiting for my turn, I walked into the gate by shifting with a hunter who had just come out. When he made eye contact with me, he looked desperate and spoke in hard English pronunciation. "Please close that gate." I answered briefly. "I will." As the landscape changed, exclamations of the hunters were heard everywhere. Wow, what in the world? That's amazing. S-ranked hunters, who had experienced all sorts of hardships, dropped their jaws. Beyond the gate was a small island that floated in the altitude far above, defying gravity. Since it was classified as a field type, the entire island was surrounded by a barrier's thin sphere. Due to the island's small diameter, the distance between the barrier that surrounded it 360 degrees and the island's ground was not that far. It's almost like a fortress. On this small island, something stood out in addition to the traces of the fierce battle. First of all, an anti-aircraft guard post resembling a modern war surrounded the floating island's edge. Enemies here always come from the sky. Looking at it with my own two eyes, it feels very different from the video. A hunter stood on the edge of the island and looked down. The bottom was covered with something like white clouds, so the natural landform underneath was not identified. As we all heard the briefing, everyone knew that it was not a cloud in the sky but a thick fog covering the ground. Group 1, start the guard at the pre-assigned post. Group 2, rally on the central portal. At the instruction of Han Sol, 40 hunters were divided into two. 20 people in Group 1 took their places in the air defense posts, which were guarded by 40 people who returned to Earth after taking turns. While the dungeon attack was suspended for a while, only 20 people remained to protect the area from now on, which had been guarded by 40 people. It was twice as much coverage per person. In the meantime, 20 people from Group 2 left this place for the next stage. That was the plan. That's the portal. This was definitely the inside of the dungeon that we arrived at through the Earth's gate. However, inside the dungeon, there is another gate, which was technically a portal. Multiple dungeons. It was one of the factors that made the attack of the Shihong 8 dungeon difficult. The first stage was the floating island dungeon directly connected to the Earth. This portal would lead to the second stage, which was a dungeon in a dungeon. Nevertheless, the maximum number of personnel was limited by a total of 40, regardless of the stage. It was the same for any hunter who entered any stage that passed the Earth's gate. The clear would not be completed until the last stage. It would only give rewards once then, and the key from there would close the Earth's gate. An experienced hunter grumbled. You know how hard it has been to clean up this island without leaving a single nest? I'm saying that portal wasn't that open from the beginning. When the Shihong 8 dungeon gate was opened and Korea's first expedition team set foot, the floating island was a monster den. After beating up all the monsters and completely destroying the nests, parts that looked like it was made from the alien race's technology rolled around the island. It took time to figure out how to assemble them and how to make use of them. The finished artifact created a portal to the second stage of multiple dungeons, but that wasn't the end of the struggle. It's not a gate that's open for thousands of years and beyond once you open it. This portal thing is. Before he could finish his speech, a sound was heard. Whistle. A hunter who was guarding the sky at the air defense post suddenly sounded the alarm. Here, they come. Oh, shit. What kind of a shitty welcoming party this is, right after our shifts. The hunters were all set for action. They had all heard the cries of the monsters in the distant sky. Squeal. Black creatures were observed flying in droves beyond the faint barrier-like boundaries of the dungeon. They had bat-like wings, elongated and sleek bodies, and a lizard-like head attached at the end of it. Flying dragon. It was the very monster that had been tormenting hunters that defended Stage 1 for a long time. Han Sol then cried out. Ready for battle. Group 2 will also help Group 1 to fix this place, then we'll move on. Flying dragons flew in, each holding a ball of fire in their mouth. And the moment they finally crossed the boundaries of the dungeon, the flames all rained downward. Boosh! The red pillars that slanted the sky were all aimed at one place, the portal in the middle of the island. Whoosh! Boom! However, the barrier pre-installed by the expedition team protected the portal, giving off a blue glow. Stop them! We must protect the portal at all costs. When that closes, all the information about the second phase we've collected so far by attacking it will go down the drain. Damn, isn't there an anti-aircraft missile or something? The one that has a monocore on the warhead. Did you doze off at the briefing? The boundary is too close to the ground. Hunters' attacks within the boundaries did not reach outside, nor could they go out directly. Monsters could not attack outside the border, but they were free to enter the edge. Damn it! They expect us to beat them all up? Yes, while being careful not to break the portal. The hunters each began pouring their sword energies, arrows, and magic into the sky. I remembered what Han Sol explained at the briefing. Since we've completely driven them out of the floating island, they've come back from somewhere and started attacking at irregular intervals. There seems to be no end to killing them one after another to the point that even though it's a field type, we suspect that there's a hive somewhere. The target was a portal in the middle of the island, precisely, an artifact that triggered it. They then tried to break it with all their might. The gate closes once the assembled artifact is disassembled. It is closed even if it receives a certain amount of shock. It also closes when there are too many monsters that break into the boundaries. One hunter muttered after hearing the explanation. Son of a bitch. What a shitty dungeon, that is. Someone asked back. No, but can't we just open it again when it closes? Once we've killed them all. Why do we have to stop them so desperately? Han Sol answered. After the portal opened and the expedition entered the second stage of the dungeon, the portal was closed as the hunters on the floating island failed to defend it. Then the reopened portal led to a different dungeon. The environment was similar, but it was definitely a different place. The hunters who went to level 2 would have taken with them the returning stone. Yes, they all did. She said this all with a shadow cast on her face. And no one made it back. Everyone was speechless as if they were in shock. Someone spoke. There's a dungeon where the returning stone doesn't work? I recalled the explanation of the item called Returning Stone. Returning Stone. Item description: forces the user to be moved from the dungeon where the user is located to the most recent direct dimension. Please note that once used, reuse is not possible. What should be noted here was the expression the most recent direct dimension. Unlike the first stage, the floating island directly connected by the gate, the dungeon inside the dungeon, or the second stage, had never been directly connected to the Earth. The system interpreted the relationship between the first and second phases as a linked separate dungeon. Those who used the returning stone in the second stage did not return to Earth. So, To send the hunters to the second stage, a certain number of hunters must remain in level 1 to defend the portal. So, in short, it would never be closed. That's some shitty-ass dungeon. A hunter clicked his tongue. Squeal. Boosh. A flame shower fell from the sky. Weang. The barrier continuously prevented the attack of the flying dragon flock. Hunters shot down the monsters, one after another before their exposure to the flames got longer. Kya. The number of flying dragons gradually decreased at the attack of hunters across the sky. Among those explorers focusing on defending, one caught my eyes, a Taiwan-born awakened who was famous in my previous life. Mei Lin Wu. With her hair cut short like a male soldier, she stood out in many ways, despite her small height. The forearm's thickness, revealed due to her sleeveless shirt, was comparatively thick to her head, and the muscles on both shoulders were amazing. If I exaggerated the length of her arms a little, she could reach her knees. There were signs of physical modification. I'll sweep this side first. She, who had spoken in a sharp tone, aimed at the sky with a metal bow comparable to her height. She did not load the arrows and pulled the string without any hesitation. Creak. She pulled the string with great strength to the point that the tight string sound echoed throughout the island. Although she did not load the arrows, 20 silver flashes hovered side by side in the air. She pulled in and widened. Mei Lin didn't even align her body up with the bow. Without aiming a target, she just looked up and stared at the flock of flying dragons. The moment she released her hand, 20 lines sliced the sky with the sound of wind tearing. Swish. A series of red flowers bloomed at each spot where the silver bow crossed the target. The blood-red dot drawn in the air soon becomes a light stroke of lines. Squeal. Most of them were penetrated and killed instantly. Some turned quickly and tried to escape from the orbit of the flash. However, the arrow carved with light followed their escape path and it pierced the neck accurately, much like a remote-controlled missile. So Mei Lin drew her bow again, one after the other, and each time, the dragons fell, like a swarm of insects directly hit by an insecticide. She was indeed a hunter who specialized in aerial fights, invited only for the first stage. Why do we have to leave 20 people in the first stage? She's all that we need. Someone was sarcastic while fighting. If your head is light, why don't you balance it by weighing down your mouth? Do you think Mei Lin Wu is a robot? A machine? Do you think she can fight alone for 24 hours? Even if she holds on to her position by downing potions, she'll be in a potion shock if she fills it up 5 times. We'll need to do the rotation. I see. I also sprayed the sword energy to the sky with the sword in a different look. Unlike pure mana, sword energy was exposed to other hunters, so I chose to perform only the skills that Bill Russell usually used, not the unique mastery skills such as Urta's sword dance. That alone made me catch the attention of other hunters. Boo boo boom. What, isn't he an S rank? But is it possible for him to perform such attacks? I guess the promotion wasn't far away, or he didn't get a promotion on purpose. The synergy effect of active mana, which was collected above the limit through Monodrain, and the magic sword, drastically reduced mana consumption and spread and embroidered the sky. It led to a blue rain that reversed the direction of attack. The flying dragons that Mei Lin's arrow couldn't shoot down were followed up by the sword energy at the right timing and penetrated them. Then suddenly, the magic sword murmured. Hiding your power, you can't fix it once it becomes a habit. Other hunters thought that I was revealing the power I had hidden, but the magic sword still knew that I could not show my skills to the extent that I could. I began to mumble to myself. Wait for a while. Soon, I would have to swing you until you were to get sick of it. Chapter 49. Shihong 8 Dungeon, 2. The splendid summed-up forces of all 40 hunters who had entered the dungeon, including me, and who had performed better than expected, had soon resulted in clearing up of the battlefield. Arg. The last monster screamed and crashed into the canal on the ground. It's over. After hearing that, everyone caught their breath. Han Sol bowed to the first group. Now, as the battle is over, I hope you for your well-being in the future. Unlike the first group, which needed to hold one place, which was regularly rotated with the number of people outside the gate, the second group progressed without changing shifts for a long time. Well, Group 2 is moving on. When I approached the portal, a system message was telepathically transmitted. All the explorers who had come must have felt it. It was slightly different from the note at the usual gate. In this message, some parts were very detailed, but the important points had been omitted. This door is the entrance to the second stage. Limited personnel, None. The door will be shut close when exposed to an unstable environment. They left out the important explanation of when it closes and reopens. Plus, this door leads to a completely different dungeon. All this what is happening is bullshit. That too. It closes when the number of intruding monsters in the barrier increases. What do we do now? There is no member limit in this second stage, which adds up to the sudden changes. In the first stage, the stage rules limited at least the number of enters to 40. Each person spat out words of loathing towards the person who had created all of these stages and illogical points, and they didn't even know if this person was actually a human or just another being. Entering. We all advanced together, unaware of the things which lay ahead. It could be a being, a different atmosphere, or something which couldn't even be imagined by the human mind. The message heard by me was different than the normal news, which was heard whenever I crossed a portal. You have entered the second stage of a dungeon. Please note that we will send no system message henceforward about the events at other stages. However, a system message about the phenomenon that affects every stage will be delivered. What does that even mean? If something happens at stage 1, we might deliver a system message, but we won't be able to hear it from here. And it's the other way around, too. Even if something happens here at stage 2, the rest of the crew, which is on the island, won't know about the happenings of here. That's right. No, wait a minute. Something seems to be. The chatting which was taking place, which gave air to new theories, gradually diminished between the hunters. Everyone was overwhelmed by the sight which was in front of them at that moment. The hunters' resonating breaths was the only thing that gained significance for that moment. Seems like they have been exploring these places for a long time. The awakened people who have extremely keen senses will react to even the same environment when they encounter it. However, we were fully aware of the second stage through a briefing before. A lot of confusion was still mixed in the hunter's first reaction. Some discomfort? This is uncomfortable to the point that makes me feel like puking, though. The place where the portal sucked us in and spat us out was in a thick fog. We are now standing on the very surface that was not seen from the island. Even within the same middle dimension, the area was divided by the boundary of a high-floating island, which might have been the dungeon's first stage. The part divided by the border of some regions on the foggy ground will be the second stage. The portal played a major role in connecting the two areas, which are the dungeon stages. That's a little too much. It was an environment in which even the nearest hunter's face could be barely identified, and no more than 500 meters of vision could be obtained here. Furthermore, the fog was nothing but an extraordinary thing. They should all have felt or at least noticed that as soon as one is exposed to the fog, the senses granted would become dull little by little. No matter how sensitive a hunter might be, if he moves recklessly without detection skills, he or she will lose direction and wanders in a labyrinth without a wall. To make matters worse, there were monsters that are waiting in the fog, which were more horrible things than flying dragons could be. However, monsters on the ground never invaded certain areas of the dungeon, and hunters called that restricted route a safe zone. The team's goal is to pass through the safe zone without a casualty in the second stage, as only a small portion of the 40 people from the first stage have been selected, and we need to move on to the next stage safely. Han Sol spoke. Because of this fog, we invited a hunter, who has the highest ranking, penetration, skill in Korea. But there was a limit to it too. They have been stagnant for a long time since they have come to the second stage. That is why you have invited me. A hunter, who was listening to what was being said, stepped forward. Everyone's eyes turned to the one who will be sitting on a cash cushion if this dungeon's clear and is successfully over, Nicole Thompson, the person who will be the champion. Yes, that's right. Well, let's scan it first, shall we? I have to see the big picture first. Since the Korean expedition team did not just play around in the meantime, they have secured a 30 km safety zone in terms of a straight line. What they need from Nicole is a guide, after that, someone to find a safety zone without monsters and check the portal's location to the next stages. Okay, wait a minute. Nicole, who was speaking confidently, closed her eyes. And I found myself looking at her face. Ugh. Damn it. I'm doing this again. Unknowingly, anger and murderousness rose from my heart for me. What's wrong with me? She keeps reminding me of Angelica, but I always need to remind myself that she was not her. Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. All at once, the hunters stopped their chatter. Hoong. I could see it, and it was visible to the eyes now. The blue mana emanating from her heart gradually turned red. It's a scene of using one's unique skill, and the pattern was something I had never seen in my previous life. For sure, this isn't it. This couldn't be Angelica, and it couldn't be her 100%, either. That skill was not what I had seen in my previous life. While I thought of this, Nicole completed her unique skill, and something else happened. All of us were looking at the light which was being emitted by her. Heck! What is this strange thing? Perhaps, since there was no prior information, some of the hunters were frightened and raised their guards. Hush! Nicole opened her index finger as she closed her eyes and put it on her lips. Everyone be quiet. It's distracting her. Another hunter murmured. I've heard rumors that she had a detection type as a unique skill. He meant that he didn't know it would be this way. Hundreds of small lines were drawn in the air around us after she activated the skill. Each line was about 3 centimeters long. The black and thin lines, drawn at a reasonable distance from each other, soon filled the air, spreading vertically. It convexed up and concaved down too. And I sprung up in the air. There were no eyelids, but the dungeon's landscape had replaced it, and there were hundreds of eyes filled with just whites and pupils between the eyebrows, closely surrounding the environment. What is this? Even before the hunter's muttering was over, hundreds of eyes in the air closed in unison. The eyes returned to the lines on air, and the line was then erased in the blink of an eye. At the next moment, hundreds of similar eyes reappeared from a farther place than we currently were. Is it surrounding us? That too, from further away? The eyes blinked again. The place where the eyes reopened was farther than it had just been. That's the way it worked. Every time it blinked, it got further and further away. Of course, those weren't just normal eyes. As described by those who witnessed this skill, these were magic eyes. Although it had a grand name, its mana pattern showed that it was only about S-rank clairvoyance, which was slightly less than the SS-rank clairvoyance skill. The difference, from the clairvoyance skills available with cards, was indeed the wide range. This is where the true value of unique skills comes from. Beyond the limitations of ordinary skills. This was a skill that I could not do, either. While the hunters were surprised, Nicole observed a landscape in the fog that no one else could see through. And after a while, she finally opened her eyes. Not with the hundreds of eyes in the air, but with the 2 eyes on her body. Phew! She was sweating all over, and there was a significant decrease in her active mana. She took a few sips of mana potion out of her backpack and burped. Then she turned to Hansel and spoke. You said you had advanced about 30 kilometers from the last attack, right? Yes. You have done really well. We're halfway there already. Hansel's expression brightened a little. That means... In that brief time, Nicole scanned the entire second stage of a dungeon. It was impossible for a normal skill like penetration to perform such a skill, no matter how high of a rank they might have acquired. That 30 kilometers is half the distance we need to go. We just need to solve the other half like this. Good job. I could imagine how hard it must have been to deal with it with B rank penetration. Why didn't you call me earlier? We had our circumstances. Well, I could guess that. Then, we'll follow the safe zone that's been pre-registered on the terminal until the point that was cleared. I'll take the lead for the safe zone. Nicole would lead the way from the untracked area. Even without Nicole's help, it was a clear path I could see through the memories of my past life, but I was going to follow her lead here calmly instead. I didn't have to step forward as I once did back in the Chicago dungeon. Let's go. We started walking with a bit of relief as the safe zone was our path for now. A few days later. Get ready. They're going to jump in from here. It was Nicole and not Hansel who issued the warning. We were already in the middle of the uncleared zone, and the lead went to Nicole. Another factor that bothered hunters who explored this place was that the dungeon's safe zone was not always continuous. Simply put, the safe zone was cut off in places. In the part where the safe zone suddenly disappeared, we had no choice but to risk passing through. Whenever that happened, the monster rushed in as if they made a reservation for the land. Arg. Monsters rushing from the fog were variations of what we saw on the floating island. Their heads looked like lizards, as seen above. On the other hand, these guys had no wings and rushed in with their 4 legs. Then, their mouths spewed poison instead of fire. There were sharp horns all over their bodies, and each one was so strong that it was not even comparable to the flying dragon we had already encountered. Oh, no. I don't know who made these dungeons, but when I see them in person, faces to face, I'll make sure to give them a sweet punch. A hunter shouted so as he struck his sword down. Crack. He tore the upper body of the earth dragon vertically. But then, the unexpected happened when he took out the sword. Sharp teeth sprang up suddenly along the sliced surface that ran down from the head to the chest, revealing sharp fangs like horns all over the skin. In that way, the monster did not lose his breath, and it rushed toward the hunter, closing two branches of the divided body like a pair of scissors. It was going to bite him off with the teeth that grew in the short period. "You disgusting bastards. Grr." The man who spat profanity gathered the sword energy to grind up the monster's body completely. I can now understand more and more why it took them so long. If they had gone through all these monsters without looking for safety zones, eventually all hunters realized that the potion shock would temporarily paralyze Monocore, whether from monopotion taking in excessive amounts of one type of potion. They would have no choice but to stop the exploration. Swish. Pop-pop-pack. The battle ensued. Monsters burst out one after another, following as I swung my sword energy. Countless eyes followed behind my back while I swung the sword without hesitation. Most people admired it, but they muttered their doubts quietly. Bill Russell again? The more I look at it, the more I don't understand. Are they sure he's an S rank? And there were two exceptionally sharp ones among the gazes. Swish. Squeal. The sword energy of Han Sol contained countless waves in a single strike. The waves gathered in a straight line without spreading or disintegrating, and the destructive power it created was formidable. Pooh. A single strike from her burst open the body of Earth Dragon. Like ginkgo trees in winter, the rain let go of the sprinkled leaves, and pieces of monster's flesh were scattered in one direction. It was not like a beautiful tree. A dark red graveyard was laid like silk on the wet ground with fog, and the battle was over. After a while, Nicole spoke. "It's a safe zone again from here on. There's no sign of monsters being around." Everyone sighed out loud in relief. Han Sol wiped the sweat off her forehead and said, "Let's take a break here for today." Han Sol came to me when I was taking a rest after installing the tent and finished eating. "Can I talk to you for a minute?" I answered indifferently. "Please, take a seat." "Yes, thank you for your politeness." At the time she spread out the instant chair next to me, another voice popped out. "Oh. Then, can I join you both?" It was Nicole Thompson who came up to us with a thermos full of tea in one hand. It was one of the other two particularly sharp eyes that had kept an eye on me all day today. Han Sol spoke, "If it's all right with Mr. Russell." I nodded. "Do as you please." Now, even Nicole sat with her chair deployed. We three people sat face to face in front of my tent. At the strange composition, it attracted the attention of the surrounding hunters. Han Sol smiled lightly and spoke in a small voice. No matter how one might be a hunter, it was a whisper that could not be heard unless one was determined to use his skills or his hearing was particularly sensitive. Were hunters even interested in our conversation? I didn't think they would be. And so, without a worry, we started with our talk. Chapter 50, This is more than 4,000 words. This chapter is more than 4,000 words. Shihong 8 Dungeon, 3. I was actually here to offer Bill Russell a scouting offer. What? It's a great honor to be here with Nicole Thompson, too. Then, I will take this opportunity to explain Celestial Dragon's proposal to the two of you. Nicole asked, even before Han Sol could finish speaking. Me too? Are you serious? Are you sure? Yes, you did a great job today. Thanks to your unique skill, we managed to stay together, and we did not even need to use my battlefield command skill. There was no one left behind, as well. Besides, I'm sure you're at the top of the ranking. She was only called a support type, but she was not an SS rank hunter for no reason. Nicole took an active part in the battle and slaughtered many monsters. Stop it. Your guild can't hire me based on your finances. You don't have to praise me. Han Sol laughed. Was that too much of a face-saving gesture? The real purpose must be for Bill Russell over here. I can't deny that. But I shook my head, too, and voiced out the answer that I prepared. I'm going to retire after getting my share of this expedition. Oh, as expected. Some of the hunters who pretended not to listen should have heard me, as the distance between us wasn't much. That's why you didn't register as an SS rank. All this was on purpose. Nicole stepped in. I'd like to ask you a question which is sudden and a bit different. She spoke while looking at Han Sol. Actually, I was thinking about retiring after finishing this expedition. I'm not as determined as Russell. By the way, what about you, Han Sol? Have you ever thought about retiring? Why was she asking her that all of a sudden? If a hunter is of your level, your income must be fine. Don't you want to take a break? For me. Hansel answered, I don't think money and retirement are related. I'm just fulfilling my responsibilities as an awakened. I don't intend to retire. As long as my body allows, I will continue. Nicole looked dumbfounded when she heard those words. Responsibility? What, like a given duty or something? Do you have a religion? No, it's not like that, but... Hansel looked straight at Nicole and replied, the day I awakened, I thought to myself, I don't know what beings will affect this phenomenon. Hansel's eyes stared at a distance. I thought that I was chosen because I had a mission in the world to accomplish. What's that mission? Hansel shut her mouth for a while. It was the longest silence since this conversation had begun. Her lips opened again just before Nicole tried to hurry her. Wouldn't the mission be to eventually prevent the dungeon from collapsing and prevent the world from falling into greater chaos? In other words, contributing to the continuance of existence of humanity for a long time without destruction or decline. Nicole frowned. Do you have an obsession with becoming a hero? Are you enjoying the praise and support of others too much? Do you want to enjoy the public's attention by vowing to save the world, am saving it, will save it, and will continue saving it in the future? There was no change in Hansel's expression after hearing the sarcasm that Nicole had used against her. A gentle smile was simply plastered on her face. I don't care about how other people judge me. Will you still be satisfied? Yes, my satisfaction is not affected by other people's evaluations or interests in me. I'm the one who makes the decision and who evaluates and acknowledges my actions. You're quite an odd type, aren't you? So, on the contrary, it doesn't matter if everyone in the world criticizes and curses you? As long as you're satisfied? Instead of answering, Hansel suddenly stood up from her seat. That's a long line of boring words from me. I'm sorry that neither of you is interested in the proposal. I won't take any more time off of your break. She greeted us and turned away. As I was looking at her back, Nicole spoke in a much smaller voice than she used in the conversation that we three were just having. Are you really going to retire? Yes. Isn't it a waste of your skill to do so? The real Bill Russell, who lent me his identity, really decided to retire. Only he would know the reason in his heart. I then changed the subject. Why did you suddenly get involved in the conversation? You don't look like someone who moves around aimlessly. Well, you are both the most unusual and conspicuous of the hunters here. Unusual? Yes. Nicole nodded and spoke. I'm telling you again. I have a good hunch. Regardless of the skills, I was just born with them. That must be her way of talking. By the way, my gut keeps whispering that Hansel is suppressing her skills. She has noticed the same thing, one which I had already seen. However, Nicole's words did not come to an end there. Of course, it's not something in comparison to the power you're hiding. The sword exclaimed. Oh? She has some eyes. She's clever, isn't she? This raised a question in my mind. Was this keenness pure gut feeling? Why do you have to come in front of me and tell me that instead of keeping it to yourself? I told you I could have a good hunch. Nicole whispered. My feeling is telling me that it's better to talk to you about this. And she added one more thing. Also, for me to return from this dungeon in one piece, I'd better stay close to you. Then I'll ask the hunch. The story that we just heard from her. I referred to Hansel, pointing with my chin. Do you think she's genuine? The answer came right back, and there was no hesitation in that period. Wouldn't she have mixed truth and falsehood in moderation? She had some parts kept hidden, purposely not saying everything there is to tell. Then she stood up and spoke. That is the same as you. At this, Nicole giggled and laughed and went back to her tent. She had light and upbeat steps, like a dance. Since our previous encounter, there had been several battles, and we arrived at the destination led by Nicole a week after we entered the second phase. It's a portal artifact. Although it was not working yet, it was similar to what we had seen on the island. In the first stage, the hunters had to assemble themselves, but this time, it was already set up. However, to point out the problem, the portal was not a safe area. After we cleared the herd of monsters, we gathered around the artifact again. If we turn that on, we'll move on to stage 3. Finishing off all the monsters in the third stage was the clear condition of the entire dungeon. This was the last step ahead of us. But then... What is this? How the hell does it work? Hunters began to put their heads together around the artifact. The artifact on the first stage had a controllable button, but there's no such thing here. It's a kind that is seen a lot in maze-type dungeons. We had to make certain patterns with mana to solve puzzles. The hint was left on top of the artifact, and it only took some time for them to interpret it. Of course, I didn't mean to waste such time. No matter how I move mana from here, no one else can see it. Can I see it, too? I imbued the thing with mana, pretending to touch the artifact. And then, I added a bit of control to it. So that even after I took my hands off, the mana would stay inside the artifact to slowly make the shape I wanted. Even after the work was done, I wriggled more meaninglessly and let it go from my hand. Hey, I don't know. When I gave up and backed off, other hunters rushed in and tried to solve it in many ways. After a few minutes, Weang. Suddenly, the artifact began to give off a subtle glow. Huh? Then, a familiar portal suddenly appeared in front of us. The system message sound was heard loud. This is the door to the third stage of the dungeon. Limited personnel, 3 persons. Door closes when exposed to an unstable environment. Gasp. At last, a hunter, who was fiddling with the artifact, made eye contact with other hunters with a look that he did not know what kind of situation this was. What? How the hell did you do that? I don't know. While everyone was confused, Han Solo's face, as she once again checked the system message, stiffened. Fortunately, the portal was activated soon, but this isn't going to be easy. Wait. I didn't misunderstand, did I? An unreasonable message saying something about limited personnel of 3. Wait, it's real? What the heck? Unlike the second stage, this portal of the third stage had a limit to the number of people, only 3 people. Only 3 out of 20 of us could enter the third stage. Oh, damn bastards. Nicole spoke urgently. Wait, I don't think the only thing we need to worry about right now is the limited number of 3. If the same pattern goes on here as before. A terrible sound echoed from the far side of the mist before she could finish her words. Arg. The cry of an earth dragon echoed, but it wasn't just 1 or 2. Damn bastards, I'll knock you guys out myself if I get to see you. The earth vibrated. Waves began here as we experienced on the portal to the second stage. Pant. Pant. Sons of bitches. After the end of the battle, there were bodies of torn and crushed earth dragons all around. The monsters' reactions were similar to that of a herd of flying dragons from the island trying to break down the portal. They were desperately after the artifact. However, this time, fortunately, the portal was not closed according to the monster density. The rules seemed to have changed since the boundaries were different in width, and there were already many monsters in the boundaries Phase 1 and Phase 2 that were linked, but they were various dungeons with distinct boundaries. Well, we'll have to proceed the same way here. The 17 remaining people here have to protect the portal. Yes, that was why I kept exposing my power that was considered more than a normal S rank, to be selected within 3 people who would move on to the third level. Let's have a quick discussion. Who was going to be left, and who was going to go over? All the explorers put their heads together. It was Nicole who spoke first. Naturally, I have to be included, right? Considering the unique skill, too. Since I'm the only SS rank out of 20 people. If you have to select a few, it is right that I should go ahead. There were only 2 SS rank hunters dispatched from other countries. The other one besides Nicole was Mei Lin Wu, who had wide area range control skills. She remained on the defensive force of the portal in the first stage. Well, that's right. Everyone nodded in agreement. Nicole followed right on. For the others, Bill Russell would be good. Do you all acknowledge his combat sense and offensive prowess? What she said a few days ago still lingered in my ears. I'd better stay close to you for me to get out of this dungeon in one piece. There were no complaints there either. Instead, someone asked, what about the other one? It was a sensitive issue that also affected contribution and additional compensation. One person raised the hand while everyone was busy looking around. Well, I think I should go. As soon as I saw the face, I tried to hold back the corners of my mouth from rising. Wouldn't you look at that? Han Solo was insisting to everyone with a look of determination. Yes, the other one should be me. But you. Someone swallowed back while trying to say she was not of A rank. In this dungeon, Han Solo has also quite exposed her skills. Judging from that alone, not many of the S-rank people here will be confident of winning by fighting one-on-one against her. Nicole was the one who objected with a disapproving tone. I know you're a tough one beyond your rank, but wouldn't it be better if the expedition leader stayed here? Let me explain why I need to join you both and go ahead. Han Solo spoke calmly. She did not mention a debatable logic about whether she had to see the end as an expedition leader or that a Korean had to be the one to finish it since it was a dungeon that opened in Korea. Instead, she cited a practical reason. I can still communicate with the rest of the people who are left on Stage 2 after I move on to Stage 3. Although for a limited time, that helps a lot. Someone spoke as if they had realized it. Oh, that skill. Yes, I learned the battlefield command skill of A rank. It's a telepathic skill through a medium. I remembered the function of the skill as it is being mentioned now. Battlefield command. Skill user, or commanding officer, can stamp soldier class insignia to another awakened person, and a string of mana connects the two. Only the commander can see the string. The commander can telepathically deliver orders to the soldier with the class insignia. The soldier can also report telepathically to the commander, but direct telepathic communication between soldiers is not permitted. The once created string shall last for 6 hours. The line between the commander and the soldier doesn't break even if you cross the portal as long as the door is open. We've already verified it in the previous step. Even after moving on to Stage 3, I can communicate with the people here for 6 hours. I can alert the situation in case of an emergency. If it's over 6 hours? Depending on the situation, I can come back here and stamp another and return. There is no problem if we respond flexibly to the width and structure of the Stage 3 dungeon. Stage 3 could be wider than Stage 2. Again, we just need to be flexible. We don't have any information right now anyway, so I'm suggesting to consider a lot of possibilities. No more objection could be made because everyone saw her performance comparable to that of an S-rank hunter. So, the 3 people to move on to Stage 3 were chosen. It's rather going well. I smiled inwardly. The dungeon's 3rd stage was also a foggy grounded area, and Nicole's unique skills were useful as expected. Nicole, who scanned the entire dungeon, spoke. The overall range is rather narrower than Stage 2. That was lucky. Rather than being lucky, isn't it designed like that in the first place? To fit the limit of 3 people. Well, it's meaningless speculation. Nicole then explained how many monsters there were, and how they are distributed. There was no such thing as a safe zone this time. This was because monsters were not crowded in one place and continuously moved. Quack. A chimera, which seemed to be a mixture of flying dragon of the first stage and the ground dragon of the second stage, appeared. The sharp horns on the skin and the terrible regeneration power allow it not to die immediately even if the upper body is divided into 2, resembling the earth dragon. Meanwhile, its ability to fly at high speed resembled the flying dragon. They attacked by flying in the low misty air, and when they were hit back, they were buried in fog, fled from our sight, and then descended again by attacking fiercely. It spewed fire and poison amid everything. Boom boom. It's running away again. When we began to think that we had completely taken one out, another creature from the fog showed up after it healed and rushed in. Let's do this. It was Hansel who had proposed the strategy after several battles. It was a combination of her skill, battlefield command, and Nicole's unique skill, all-seeing light. It's inefficient if 3 of us go around together like now. The process is slow, but there are too many to catch. She carried on. You said that, right, Nicole? Unlike the flying dragon, these have a short maximum of time to stay in the air. If they fly away with a wound, they'll have to come back down to the ground and rest, right? And the injury is then regenerated. We have to aim for that gap to finish this off quick. Everyone agreed. So, instead of moving together, Nicole, please continue scanning the entire dungeon with the all-seeing light. There is a limit to the number of magic eyes, so even if I scatter it at a uniform distance, we will have blind spots. There's nothing we can do about it. You can change the position of the eyes once in a while. Nicole's skill identifies chimera's flight paths hidden in the fog and let me know by your soldiers' telepathy. When they come down to the ground after their airborne time, we take the chance and strike them. We can reduce the number 1 by 1. I added, Hansel, you and I don't have to go together. The battlefield command skill will replace the communication device. It would be faster for each of us to go around and catch one. That's what I thought. Nicole objected. If I keep using my unique skill, isn't my mana consumption going to be too great? I've prepared enough potions. Please let me know if you think you're going to have a potion shock while recharging your mana. Then I'll telepathically deliver the message to Russell and regroup or adjust the pace. I shook my head. We can just finish the hunt before the shock comes. Nicole laughed. "You're confident." Of course, I was. I'll have to go in and out of the blind spots of the magic eyes and slaughter them. Hunting was easy if I used skills and items, but I couldn't show them to Nicole's magic eyes. I felt comfortable moving away from the two. "If you agree, let's get started." Han Solo used her battlefield command skill to stamp the backs of our hands with a soldier class insignia. I could see that the thread of light from me to Han Solo. The skill description says it's only visible to the commander. That was for the common case. The successor's eyes could see it as long as it was composed of mana. If it doesn't feel right, I'll just snap it off, pretending to have misused an artifact. You've been through enough to tell how toxic this fog is, haven't you? Don't trust your five senses as a hunter and move exactly as I direct you. Han Solo and I nodded at Nicole's words. Well, let's go. After Han Solo and Seo Jin-wook, disguised as Bill Russell, were scattered as planned, Nicole remained to keep an eye on the entire dungeon. When Nicole delivered the Path of Chimera to Han Solo, she caught it close to her and offered what was close to Seo Jin-wook through telepathy like a relay. Han Solo completely blocked those approaching Nicole, and Nicole stopped her, all-seeing light, for a while to take them down herself at times. Seo Jin-wook referred to telepathy's contents but did not move 100% as stated, so Nicole often missed his appearance. She thought it was inevitable because of the blind spots, but it was actually intended. Although it was impossible to make wide area clairvoyance Nicole's level, Seo Jin-wook could also see through some distance. If there seemed to be a chimera passing through the blind spot, there was no need to hide my power, and Seo Jin-wook released the sword energy with Erta's sword dance, and flew up by Stardust Wing to take it down. As a result, chimeras were wiped out much faster than Han Solo and Nicole had thought. They heard a system message earlier than expected. You've met the clear conditions of the dungeon. Clear conditions: eliminate all monsters at the last stage of a dungeon. The boundaries are weakened at every stage of a dungeon. Nicole was shocked. Already? She stumbled down, covered with sweat. Phew, it's over anyway. The three stopped the break of the S-Class dungeon. It was worthwhile, but there was a huge reward waiting for her. The mind was naturally enriched with the break. She felt a warm sense of relief permeating her veins, which had been frozen by tension. One appeared through the fog as if she was waiting for that moment. It was Han Solo. You've done great. Nicole was not surprised at her brief appearance. Right before the attack, when all the chimeras nearby disappeared, Han Solo began to return to the place where Nicole was. While Seo Jin-wook actively went far to hunt, Han Solo left the outskirts completely to him. For some reason, that helped Nicole concentrate on her unique skills. But Nicole felt the cause was somehow an excuse. I don't know why I feel so uncomfortable. Anyway, I don't like that woman. While muttering inwards, Nicole smiled and waved to Han Solo. Well done. Wow, we finished this in less than 6 hours. People waiting outside the gate and the people guarding the portal must be all stunned. It took months from opening the gate to completely clearing Stage 2, but it took less than a day for Stage 3. In the process, Seo Jin-wook, who was free from other people's sight, made a great contribution, but Nicole recognized the size of the contribution as smaller than it was. It was as Seo Jin-wook intended. Are you alright? Can I get you a potion, please? Han Solo said to Nicole. She was watching her, and her whole body was drenched with sweat. After a long time maintaining all-seeing light, Nicole ran out of her core's active mana and faced several times the danger of going into exhaustion. She prevented encountering potion shock by drinking the potion at a timely interval. Nicole shook her hand. No, the last one was really close. I purposely didn't drink the potion. If I take a sip here, I might go into a shock right away. Oh, I see. I have to wait for 30 minutes. Please give me the potion then. Nicole checked her core condition. It was close. She had only a few active mana left. It would take some time to recover naturally. At this rate, all she could do was to make a very thin mana barrier. Well, shall we get some additional reward? It was just as Han Solo had guessed. Considering the number of monsters that were knocked down, Nicole was, of course, the candidate for the additional reward. Yes, I wish you luck. Nicole disappeared for a while. Han Solo thought as she was left alone in the fog. How long will she take? Most hunters chose whatever reward they felt like choosing since they didn't know what it was. Han Solo, who overheard the conversation that night, was aware. Nicole bragged that her senses were very good. In preparation for her quick return, as she would leave her choice to her feelings, Han Solo concentrated mana in her hand as soon as Nicole disappeared. Swish. Nicole reappeared. This was one of the most distracting moments for the explorers. "Oh, I think I got shitty compensation." She couldn't finish her words. When she reappeared, there was a long stretched palm of Han Solo, just a centimeter away from Nicole's back of the head. At the end of it, the concentrated mana turned to an energy wave and flashed. An attack is performed at an extremely close range. There was no time to draw in the rest of her mana and avoid it. The bullet made up of pure power smashed Nicole's head, as she was defenseless, just like a watermelon. Quick. Skull fragments, thick blood, and spinal fluid splattered. Thud. The headless body lost its balance and collapsed, the thick blood smeared to the dirt. Han Solo, who had so easily finished an SS rank hunter, looked down at the body for a moment. She had a look that showed that she didn't feel much emotion, a look of indifference. Han Solo mumbled to herself in the fog. "You said you had such a good hunch, but you didn't expect to die today, did you?" There is a moment of silence, and then she whispered again. "Well, that's the same for me." Han Solo turned her steps. Her back soon disappeared in the thick fog, heading northwest. Although relying on the five senses of the body would lose one sense of direction in the fog, Han Solo walked along the string that is visible instead of her senses. And the string was connected to Bill Russell.